Ding, the Supreme decoded version of Harmony OS is now online. Ding, the system is automatically recognizing the owner. Ding, rewarding the master with 100,000 years of cultivation, initiating fusion with the master's body. Ding, the master is rewarded with a heaven-defying cultivation technique, the primordial myriad paths divine scripture. Ding, reward, primordial double pupils. Feng Heioran, system, how about we just give up? I'm tired of all the grinding in my past life. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Ding, the system is already invincible. Why bother with the hardships of cultivation? Don't worry, master. I'll take care of the work. You just relax. Forced into the system's clutches, Feng Heioran found his cultivation increasing with every breath he took, and he slew the chosen one, reaping abundant rewards. Years later, standing at the highest point in space, he exclaimed in amazement, I reached the summit before I even tried. Just now, the imperial origin domain, the heavenly continent. A majestic and imposing hall stood tall, reaching into the clouds, with the faint, ever-present power of the thunder punishment rules writhing outside the hall. This is a grand array of the rules of heaven and earth, a protective array for great clans. Inside the majestic and magnificent hall, there was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with Taoist patterns. He sat high on the throne, his black hair was tied up. He wore a golden crown, and a divine wheel hung on his back. His eyes, like stars, seemed to be able to see through everything. He exuded a hazy, gray Taoist aura, and one could vaguely sense his terrifying imperial might. This person is Lei Wuking, the patriarch of the heavenly clan, one of the 9 great powers that dominate the desolate heaven. His cultivation has already reached the level of a great emperor. In this era where the heavenly emperor has disappeared and the ancient emperor has not appeared, he is the supreme ruler. He looked down majestically at the people below the hall, and with a slight parting of his lips, his voice, like the chanting of sacred music, resounded within the hall. During these years of seclusion, has anything significant happened within the Emperor Origin domain? Below, an old man stood, his powerful imperial aura making the old man feel as if he were being crushed by countless mountains. He stepped forward like an old servant and hurriedly bowed to Lei Wuking, who was seated in the honored position. Reporting to your majesty, there have been no major upheavals in the Imperial Origin domain in recent years. However, some time ago, strange phenomena appeared in Qin Continent, Demon Continent, Tao Continent, and Spirit Continent. It is likely that the offspring of those individuals were born. Oh, have you observed what their physical constitution is? Upon hearing that strange phenomena had appeared in the 4 continents, Lei Wuking wanted to know what kind of physique had been born among these races. The fact that these people can attract extraordinary celestial phenomena indicates that their physical constitution is extraordinary, and they may very well affect the celestial clan's position as the #1 power in the 9 provinces in the future. Upon hearing this, the old man replied respectfully, Your Majesty, the celestial phenomena that Qin Continent presents are the supreme human emperor's body, the supreme god demon bone of Demon Continent, the supreme Tao eye of Tao Continent, and the myriad laws celestial body phenomenon of Spirit Continent. Upon hearing the old man mention the 4 supreme bodies, Lei Wuking frowned deeply. They're all supreme physiques. It's only a matter of time before they reach the Emperor realm. By the way, when will Tianxing's offspring be born? He remembered that his daughter-in-law had been pregnant for 1,000 years, and judging from the time, she would be born soon. He had wanted to test the constitution of the baby in the womb, but was stopped by a force. He was afraid that the fetus would be affected, so he did not insist on checking. However, being able to carry a fetus for 1,000 years, he believed it couldn't be too bad. Your Majesty, she should be giving birth soon. Boom rumbles. Before the old man could finish speaking, a deafening thunderous sound echoed from the void, startling the 2 men who vanished at the same time. Outside the main hall, Lei Wuking and the old man floated in the air, gazing at the strange phenomenon in the distance. That space was already shrouded in primordial purple energy, with countless forces of rules swirling within it. The cries of strange beasts echoed throughout the land, and the golden lotus of the great Tao bloomed out of thin air. Such a magnificent phenomenon shocked the entire Imperial Origin domain. The primordial purple aura blots out the sun, the power of the rules protects it, the strange beasts of heaven and earth welcome it in unison, and the golden lotuses of the great Tao gather in one place. Could this be the legendary constitution manifesting in the world? Your Excellency, that position is. The old man stopped mid-sentence, not daring to continue, because he was not yet at the Emperor realm, and the consequences of mentioning that place were beyond his capacity to bear. That's right, it's in the direction of the 5 forbidden zones. Although Lei Wuking's Tianzhu ranks first among the 9 provinces, it is still far inferior to the 5 forbidden zones. Although he had never been to the forbidden area, he had met some exceptional talents who came from there to gain experience when he was young. Strength, even he, who was invincible among the younger generation at that time, was no match for him. Moreover, that person was not even the strongest genius in the Forbidden Zone. You can imagine how terrifying the Forbidden Zone is. Such an extraordinary phenomenon that appeared within the Emperor Origin domain immediately attracted the attention of countless living beings. Holy crap, what's going on? Could it be the birth of a heavenly emperor's supreme treasure? No, this is not the birth of a supreme treasure, but the birth of a powerful physique. What kind of constitution is this? How could it possibly manifest such extraordinary phenomena? Yes, compared to the strange phenomena of the 4 continents before, they are simply weak. Oh my God! The direction the strange phenomenon is appearing in is not. SHH, it can't be said. With your strength, how can you bear the karma of that place? I'm so excited. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen such a powerful physique born. Chahu isn't. So what kind of constitution is this? I don't know. All living beings stared at the terrifying phenomenon in the void, screaming in alarm. The rulers of each continent, seeing this, cried out in surprise at the same time. This is the birth of a forbidden celestial body. 8. This extraordinary phenomenon was felt not only in the Emperor Origin domain, but also in the other 5 domains. In the great wilderness atop a mysterious peak floats a hazy gray palace. Above the palace gate are 3 powerful characters, surrounded by countless rules. Mysterious pavilion. Buzz Tilda. Inside the hall, an old man who seemed to have had his eyes closed for a long time suddenly opened them, his face showing fear. Oh no, the forbidden heavens have appeared and the desolate universe will be plunged into an unprecedented purge. Within the Kangling domain, at the Wanling Academy, a magnificent building covering hundreds of thousands of hectares. An old man with white hair and beard floated in the sky, gazing into the distance. His body was shrouded in a hazy gray aura, and his golden robe was fluttering in the wind. The desolate universe has been quiet for too long. It's time for someone to stir up trouble. In the Tianheng domain, several great emperors, each ruling their own territory, gazed towards the direction of the Diyuan domain, each harboring their own thoughts and plotting something. In the Tianyuan domain, several sect leaders rose into the air, all gazing at the extraordinary phenomenon. Upon witnessing the birth of such an extraordinary genius, everyone desired to befriend him, but when calculating his location, they all shook their heads and sighed inwardly. Chapter 2, Ancient Emperor's Birth and Assassination. The Space Taboo Clan, one of the 5 forbidden zones. This place was already shrouded in primordial purple energy. Golden lotuses of the great Tao could be seen everywhere. Phantoms of strange beasts of heaven and earth hovered in the void, and the power of rules permeated all around. In the center of countless floating palaces, islands, and sacred mountains, an ancient and magnificent palace stands out prominently. This is the main hall of the Forbidden Space Clan, because today is the day the clan's emperor and empress give birth after 10,000 years of pregnancy. Therefore, this hall was guarded by countless powerful figures, with both overt and covert guards constantly patrolling around it. They could detect even the smallest things, like a few mosquitoes flying out of the air or a few ants appearing on the ground. In the courtyard of the main hall, there were a dozen or so people standing there, all of them middle-aged men and women and elderly people. Among them was a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a crown with feathers, and a silver shawl. He exuded a faint ancient aura, and the divine essence of the great Tao lingered around him. He wore a silver robe with gold patterns and kept walking back and forth. He would glance at the palace every now and then, and the maids coming and going always made him feel that they were there to bring good news. Oh dear, why haven't they come out yet? I'm so worried. This person is the leader of the Feng clan, named Feng Qianju. His strength is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and he is one of the few ancient emperors in the world. Rumor has it that besides the 5 forbidden clans, there are 2 other special forces that also have ancient emperors, the Myriad Spirits Academy and the Mysterious Pavilion. Outside the palace, Feng Qianju's anxious appearance prompted the elders to rush forward to comfort him. Even emperors cannot match it. The birth of forbidden celestial bodies is not so easy. Yes, your majesty, ancient books record that the birth of a forbidden celestial body will not harm the pregnant woman. On the contrary, it will bring certain benefits. Your majesty, please rest assured and wait. How could I not know this, but... Whoosh tilde. Just as Feng Qianju was about to say something, the cry of a baby came from inside the palace. At the same time, a terrifying thunderclap came from the void. Feng Qianju, who had been holding his breath for so long, finally felt relieved, and his face turned extremely gloomy. He knew that the forbidden celestial body's lightning punishment was about to descend, and as someone with the strength of an ancient emperor, how could he allow his newborn son to withstand that terrifying lightning punishment? His gaze immediately sharpened as he looked sideways at the sky, watching the rolling dark clouds. He involuntarily exuded an aura of ancient emperor power that defied the heavens, and then shouted a loud rebuke. "Get out! The birth of my offspring is not to be stopped by you. If you dare to linger any longer, I will destroy you." The terrifying divine power of the great Tao made the spatial will feel challenged, and the lightning punishment in the void grew even larger. Hiss! Just as the lightning punishment was about to descend, Feng Qianju's imperial might suddenly erupted. Buzz tilde woo tilde. Whoosh hiss. You're asking for trouble. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot, and then his majestic, godlike body appeared in the void. Feng Qianju's eyes were like stars as he gazed at the lightning punishment in the void. He slowly extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped the void. Pop tilde, woo tilde. In an instant, the power of the laws of heaven and earth formed a massive beam of destructive divine light, which directly pierced through space. Whoosh tilde, click tilde. A sound like a mirror shattering rang out, and then it instantly merged into the lightning punishment. Rumbled. A muffled sound came from within the thick, dark clouds, and then, boom, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, and in a moment the dark and gloomy sky brightened instantly. Rumbled. Whoosh tilde hiss. Just as Feng Qianju was about to leave, the lightning punishment began to reassemble. Are you really courting death? Feng Qianju was completely enraged this time, but just as he was about to directly obliterate the spatial will, below in the void of the sealed clan land, 3 powerful figures with immense auras suddenly appeared. Quickly, while he's entangled by the spatial will, let's strike quickly and destroy the forbidden celestial body. The dozen or so elders of the Feng clan were taken aback upon seeing this. Oh no, it's an ancient emperor-level expert. After discerning the cultivation levels of the 3 individuals, the elders dispersed, each taking control of a key element of the clan's protective array. The immense power of the natural order was continuously channeled into the Great Formation. Buzzing. In the blink of an eye, the Great Formation was strengthened countless times. HMPH tilde a mere dozen or so great emperors dare to presume to stop us. The cultivation levels in this book from lowest to highest are body refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine bridge, Tao palace, celestial being, immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, sage, heavenly sage, ancient sage, immortal sage king, supreme being of heaven and earth, great emperor, ancient emperor, heavenly emperor. Among the 3 figures in the void of the sealed clan, one of them snorted coldly. Then a gigantic palm print filled with destructive power appeared, hurtling down with such speed that it compressed space into fragments. Booms boom. Rumbled. The palm print struck the clan's protective array, causing the entire sealed clan space to shake violently. PFFD tilde. At the same time, more than a dozen elders suffered a backlash from the formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood and turning deathly pale. In the other palaces of the Feng clan, countless young prodigies watched this scene with great anxiety. Oh no, the elders can't take it anymore. Yes, could it be that? The emperor's offspring are destined to perish as soon as they are born. Pa, what jinx? Do you think my Feng clan is all there is to it? Don't forget, our ancestor hasn't even come out yet. That's true, but what if? The 3 ancient emperors attack at the same time, and the emperor is too busy to attend to the main hall. Will the ancestor be able to make it in time? Well, upon hearing this, the disciples fell silent for a moment, but just then the disciples' words came true. Aren't you 2 going to make a move? If he turns back, it will be too late. The person who made the move spoke to the 2 people beside him. Seeing that the elders in charge of the clan's sealing formation were already in a weakened state, they immediately launched an attack on the formation. Whoosh tilde. It's over. They really attacked at the same time. The younger generation of disciples, gazing at the immense energy formed by the merging of the three paths, charged straight into the great formation. At this moment, they wished they could transform into powerful giants and go to fight them. Meanwhile, Feng Qianju, high in the sky, was about to teleport forward to block him, but Lei Fa had already reunited and looked eager to try, making it impossible for him to leave. He was extremely anxious and hated the unwritten rules of the desolate universe. The birth of a prodigy manifests extraordinary phenomena. The emergence of a monstrous genius inevitably incurs divine retribution. Therefore, all beings want to be the one who controls everything and sets the rules. As Feng Qianju raised his hand, he unleashed another palm strike towards Lei Fa and then said in a cold voice, "This is the last time. If you dare to gather the heavenly punishment again, even if the desolate universe is reduced to ruins, I, the Emperor, will exterminate your entire clan." Chapter 3, The Ancestor Appears. This is the last time. If you dare to gather the heavenly punishment again, even if the desolate universe is reduced to ruins, I, the Emperor, will exterminate your entire clan. Having said that, he didn't care about anything else and turned to leave the void. Behind him, a loud bang was heard. Boom! Below, the three ancient emperors who defied the heavens launched an attack simultaneously, directly breaking through the clan's protective formation. Click tilde, a crisp sound rang out, and the figures of more than a dozen Feng clan elders were sent flying backward. The three men smiled as they watched the Feng clan's main hall about to be annihilated by their attack. Space, confinement tilde. However, at that moment, a voice that sounded like heavenly music came from the ancestral land of the Feng clan. Great, the ancestor has made a move. Seeing that the attack, which was only centimeters away from the main hall, was now frozen in mid-air, the Feng clan members were overjoyed. What, a celestial-level spatial rule, could it be? Impossible. We are all members of the Forbidden Clan. How could a heavenly emperor exist in a sealed clan? Why would spatial rules of this level appear? It can only be said that the Feng clan is too powerful. If this child grows up, I'm afraid the desolate heaven will henceforth be surnamed Feng. I'm afraid we can't kill this kid today. Let's retreat for now. This kid will definitely emerge to gain experience in the future, and we will still have a chance. After a brief exchange, the three decided to withdraw from the clan first and discuss the matter later. However, the people of the feudal clan would not do as they wished. My clan is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Buzz tilde. Suddenly an old man appeared not far from them, and then, with a wave of his sleeve, he appeared. Above the main hall, in front of the frozen attack, a spatial rift appeared in the blink of an eye. Buzz tilde. Whoosh tilde. The massive attack was directly swallowed up by space, a terrifying technique that stunned the three of them. They knew perfectly well how powerful the attack the three of them had just launched together was. How is this possible? They're both at the ancient emperor level, how could his strength be? Time rewind tilde. Among the three was a masked man wearing a purple gold divine robe. He stretched out a palm, its immense power of time attempting to control time within this space. By using the power of time to restore the previous attack, they can buy themselves time to escape. However, a wild laugh echoed from the void. Ha ha, you still want to use the power of time when I'm ruling over this clan. Do you all know? The entire space of the Feng clan has long been altered, therefore, time has no effect on our clan. Whoosh tilde. Feng Qianju appeared opposite the three of them, and then bowed to the old man beside him. Eighth Ancestor, thank you for your help just now, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Haha, Qianju, you have made great contributions to the Feng clan. Even a forbidden celestial body was born in the Feng clan. It was only right that I intervened to save him. Besides, even if I hadn't intervened, they probably wouldn't have succeeded anyway. The eighth ancestor of the Feng clan stroked his long beard and glanced strangely at the void of the main hall. Feng Qianju did not speak, but smiled, which was taken as tacit agreement. Few tilde, that's great. With the ancestor and the emperor here, the newborn little emperor's life is no longer in danger. Yes, His Highness's birth was truly fraught with difficulties. We must protect him well from now on. Not bad. With such an extraordinary physique, he will surely lead the Feng clan out of the desolate universe in the future. Look, the lightning punishment in the void has also disappeared. As expected of the emperor, he actually rebuked the spatial will. It's just a will, yet it dares to stop the birth of a Feng clan prodigy. It's simply courting death. Yes, clan brother is right. A mere spatial will dare to attack my clan. When the members of the Feng clan saw their ancestor appear and the spatial will recede, Their hearts, which had been pounding, finally settled down. The three assassins exchanged glances after seeing that the two ancient emperors of the Feng clan were relaxed. Thinking to himself, if even the power of time can't shake the space of the sealed clan, what the hell is the point of fighting? And so, it transformed into a stream of light and vanished from the spot. Swish, swish. The three fled to different sides, while only two members of the Feng clan remained. Their fate depended entirely on luck. HMPH, Tilda, do you really think my clan is a pushover? Feng Qianju looked in the direction the three had left and couldn't help but snort coldly, because he already knew who the three were. In the desolate universe, only a few forbidden families could move them to seal their clans. Of the 5 taboos, aside from their own clan, the Jiang clan, being a clan formed through marriage alliances, would certainly not intervene. Moreover, the power of order they just unleashed included time, slaughter, and death. Without a doubt, it's the Jai, Wying, and Shura clans. 8th ancestor, I'll take care of that old fellow from the Wying clan. After Feng Qianju finished speaking, he sent out another telepathic message. Don't move, just protect the Imperial Palace. Then the figure disappeared. Tilda, never mind, I won't disturb them while they're still sleeping. Dealing with these two is enough for this old man. Even if you try to escape separately, you can't outrun the power of space. So come at me one by one. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Seeing the assassin leave, and Feng Qianju and the Patriarch go after him, he felt extremely pleased. I wonder if the Emperor and the Ancestor can wipe them out completely. These three are, after all, at the Ancient Emperor level, so they shouldn't be killed so easily. So what if you're at the Ancient Emperor realm? Don't forget what the innate power of my clan's rules is. That's right. Space is the strongest force in the universe. It seems there really is nothing that can withstand it. Let's disperse. Hurry back to cultivate, then you'll have enough strength to protect His Highness the Emperor as he grows. The Forbidden Land is terrifyingly large. Although only 5 forbidden families exist there, its area is no less than that of the 9 provinces. At this moment, in a void within the Forbidden Zone, a person clad in a black robe emerged and then let out a long breath. Luckily, I ran fast. This Feng clan hid too well, they even managed to show heaven-level rule power. From now on, you absolutely must not fight the Feng clan alone otherwise. You still have the mind to think about the future. You should worry about the present first. Before the man in black robes could finish speaking, Feng Qianju appeared behind him. He was startled at first, but seeing that there was no one else around, he let out a sinister laugh. Junior, you dare to chase after us all by yourself. We did discover that something was wrong with the sealed space before, which is why we chose to retreat. My purpose was to separate you. Now, how dare you, a junior ancient emperor, oppose me? You must know I have reached the realm of an eternal emperor, while you, I fear, haven't even completed 12 tribulations, have you? Oh, really? Even though I am only a 10th tribulation realm ancient emperor, destroying you is still very easy. Feng Qianju certainly knew the other party's strength, but who was he? Apart from his cultivation being at the ancient Emperor 10 tribulation realm, its spatial power has already reached the realm of Earth-level rules. In the desolate universe, advancing to the ancient Emperor cultivation level is possible outside of the 12 tribulations realm. There are also the Eternal Emperor realm, the Myriad Eternal Emperor realm, and finally the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. What they need to comprehend is the order and rules of the universe, and these two forces are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to comprehend the power of rules without reaching the Eternal Emperor realm. However, so many oddballs have emerged in the Feng clan. The previous 8th ancestor was only at the Eternal Emperor realm. His order was already perfect, but his power of rules had reached the heavenly level. He could be considered an unconventional quasi-heavenly emperor. There are 2 types of quasi-heavenly emperors. One is those who advance in cultivation, and the other is like the 8th ancestor of a clan. Regardless of the method, as long as the rules and cultivation are perfected, one can advance to become a true heavenly emperor. The man in black robes was Wying Zhen, the patriarch of the Wying clan. His strength was at the level of an ancient emperor, so he was naturally not intimidated by a junior. HMPH tilde, since that's the case, let's settle this with our skills. Sword come. Chapter 4, Ancient Emperor's Deadly Warriors, Ancestors' Divine Might. Sword come. With a loud shout, a divine light shot into the sky from the ancestral land of the Wying clan, accompanied by a booming sound. Buzz tilde. Whoosh tilde clang tilde. In the blink of an eye, it tore through space and entered the void passage. At the point where Feng Qianju and Wang Zhen were facing off, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a strong wind arose. Sizzle, smack, smack. Boom! The celestial phenomena suddenly changed, and the terrifying aura and pressure continued to extend. Suddenly, a long sword carrying a murderous aura pierced through the air. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. One sword to slay the heavens. Wang Zhen's voice, like the chanting of Brahma, shook the heavens and the earth. The long sword in his hand swept across the world with a murderous aura, forming a world-destroying sword beam that slashed towards Feng Qianju. Upon seeing this, the latter remained completely unfazed, a faint smile appearing on his face. Ancestor Wang, I forgot to tell you, with your meager strength, the Feng clan doesn't even consider you a threat. To be honest, being a member of the same forbidden race as you makes me feel inferior. After speaking, Feng Qianju raised his hand to shoulder level, spread his 5 fingers, and slightly parted the corners of his mouth. Space cutting tilde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless rays of divine light split from his palm, instantly slicing Wang Zhen's attack into dozens of pieces. Buzzing, the terrifying celestial phenomenon, and the world-destroying attack were instantly swallowed up by the void. How is that possible? I am an ancient emperor, and every attack I unleash can influence the power of the world's order. Why did you break through it so easily? Could it be that you have also comprehended the power of rules? No, this is impossible. The Feng clan couldn't be that powerful. Let's try again. Wang Zhen didn't believe in evil. Their Wang clan possessed the power of slaughter, one of the 5 strongest rules of heaven and earth. Why are they so powerless in the face of the spatial power of the Feng clan? This was unbelievable to him, and he prepared to launch another attack. But then he heard Feng Qianju's disdainful laughter. Heh, what you consider powerful is nothing but a trifle before me. Boom! Feng Qianju's feet trembled, and instantly this space was frozen like a landscape painting. Then Feng Qianju walked through the confined space, step by step, until he reached Wang Zhen. Looking at his frozen, terrified face, he uttered 2 words softly. Soul extraction tilde. Whoosh tilde. In an instant, a phantom that looked exactly like Wang Zhen flew out from his body and stood motionless. You came to my clan to assassinate me, intending to be annihilated. But my son, in 16 years, you will be born to gain experience, and you possess the rules of killing, which our clan looks down upon. However, the origin ancestor sent a message saying that a great upheaval is about to occur in the 3,000 universes, and that turning you, an ancient emperor from another race, into a death warrior and keeping you by his side is a good option. So you really have to thank my newborn son for being alive. After saying that, Feng Qianju placed one hand on Wang Zhen's forehead, and immediately divine light shone brightly, indicating that he was altering Wang Zhen's memories. In the forbidden land of the Asura clan, the clan's patriarch hovered proudly in the void, his terrifying imperial aura surging from his body, indicating that he had just experienced a great battle. At this moment, he stood with one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard, looking down at the Asura race shrouded in deathly aura. Then his voice, like the chanting of the great Tao, echoed from the void. Asura clan members, get out here and face me. A powerful imperial might surged into the sky, its sonic waves reverberating and crashing directly into the Asura race. Whoosh! Suddenly, powerful auras emanated from all directions within the Asura forbidden zone, followed by the appearance of hundreds of great emperors and several ancient emperors. The leader was an old man dressed in a dark red divine robe. He charged forward angrily, his deathly order spreading throughout Zhou Shen. Buzz tilde. Feng Jingshan, are you trying to fool my Asura clan by thinking we have no one to stand up for us, daring to come here and cause trouble? Shura treads the heavens, do not distort the facts. Today you assassinated the pride of my clan. If a satisfactory explanation is not given, the feudal clan will inevitably launch a forbidden war. Despite facing such a massive force from the Asura clan, Feng Jingshan showed no fear whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Shura Taishan pretended to be nonchalant and spoke with great conviction. HMPH tilde, what does the assassination of your Feng clan's prodigy have to do with my Shura clan? You come here to interrogate me like this. Do you really think my clan is easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jingshan's eyes narrowed, and a vast amount of spatial power surged forth. Buzz tilde boom tilde. The terrifying spatial power instantly blasted Shura Taishan back thousands of feet. Such terrifying power of rules was hard for him to believe. The power of rules. Could it be that, as fifth brother said, he has reached the realm of the heavenly emperor? No, that's impossible. For countless epochs in the desolate universe, no heavenly emperor has ever appeared. How could Feng Jingshan possibly ascend to the heavenly emperor level? Just as he was filled with suspicion, Feng Jingshan's icy voice rang out again. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so don't blame me. After he finished speaking, ancient and strange divine runes of the great Tao appeared behind him. Then, among the several ancient emperors of the Asura clan below, an old man suddenly shone with golden light. The imprint of the great Tao. Several ancient emperors, and the Asura stepping heaven in the void, exclaimed in surprise at the same time. They knew things were about to be exposed. They had thought that with the return of the fifth brother, denying the assassination attempt would be enough. But no one expected that Feng Jingshan would be able to activate the great Tao imprint of the supreme rules of heaven and earth. It should be noted that this is a great divine power unique to the heavenly emperor realm, which can use the rules to reveal everyone's past actions. Get up, Buzz Tilda. Just as Feng Jingshan finished speaking, a divine light appeared from the 5 ancestors of the Asura clan and shot straight into the sky. The scene of the 5 ancestors taking action appeared in the void in an instant. Quickly, while he's entangled by the spatial will, let's strike quickly and destroy the forbidden celestial body. After the illusory image completes the process of the Asura 5 ancestors' assassination and escape from the Hui people, a massive amount of spatial rule power erupted from Feng Jingshan's body. Buzz Tilda, Tilda, a scream came from the mouth of the 5 Asura ancestors, and by the time the Asura people reacted, under the control of the spatial rules, the 5 ancestors were bound in front of Feng Jingshan and roared incessantly. No, Brother Taishan, save me. Chapter 5, Feng Haoran's intention to give up. No, Brother Taishan, save me. The 5 Asura ancestors had no power to resist Feng Jingshan and could only beg Asura Taishan for help. Save me. If I, your ancestor, wished to kill, who in the Asura clan could stop me? If it weren't for the fact that I believe the ancient emperor still holds some use in the desolate universe. Otherwise, your Asura race would have ceased to exist long ago. Now, things have gotten really bad. They've actually gone so far as to assassinate the newly born forbidden celestial body of the Feng clan. It seems we need to reconsider your existence. Wait. Just as Feng Jingshan was about to make a move, he was stopped by Shura Taishan. Feng Jingshan, it was the 5th brother who was wrong in this matter, but I really didn't know anything about it. Fortunately, they didn't cause a major disaster. Since you've come here alone, you surely didn't come to kill 5th brother. Tell me, how can you release 5th brother? Although Shura Taishan did not know the overall strength of the Feng clan, he could tell from the number of ancient emperor ancestors that the Feng clan has more than a dozen members, while his Shura clan only has a few. Moreover, as far as he knows, Feng Jingshan is not even ranked in the top 3, yet he has such strength. If a forbidden war were to be launched, they would have no chance of winning. The fact that only one of them has come suggests that there is room for negotiation. But if they are provoked, not only will the 5th brother perish, but the entire Asura clan may also suffer. It's fortunate that the Asura clan has you, Asura Taishan. Otherwise, those self-righteous guys would have been wiped out in the long river of history long ago. As I mentioned before, the ancient emperors were still somewhat useful in the later stages of the desolate heaven universe. If someone seeks their own death, I will grant their wish. However, for your sake, I can spare their life. But while he may escape death, he cannot escape punishment. Since he claims to be an eternal emperor, then he should remain at the 12th tribulation realm. Whoosh Tilda. As soon as Feng Jingshan finished speaking, the power of the rules of the void instantly formed a sealing array, which went straight into the brows of the 5 Asura ancestors. In addition, like the Jai clan, you will present 3 heavenly emperor sacred weapons as a birth gift for the little one of my clan. I've heard the Asura race has good attack, speed, and defense, so I'll get one of each. Impossible. Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapons are incredibly rare, and you just casually ask for 3. When Shura Taishan heard that he wanted 3 Heavenly Emperor sacred weapons, he wanted to refuse outright, but I am not here to negotiate with you, and you have no right to refuse. Feng Jingshan's words made Shura Taishan furious, but when he saw that Lao Wu's life was still in his hands. Moreover, the opponent was wielding the power of the Heavenly Emperor's rules. Even if they haven't truly reached the Heavenly Emperor level, they're probably not far off. With such strength, he was no match for her at all. Thinking of this, his body felt as if it had been drained of all its energy. All right, we'll do it your way. Whoosh tilde, buzz tilde. Then, with a wave of his hand, he provided the Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapon, which possessed offensive, speed, and defensive capabilities, as requested by Feng Jingshan. Can we release the fifth brother now? Ha ha ha, of course, this is just a lesson for your Asura race. If there's a next time, your entire clan will be wiped out. After Feng Jingshan finished speaking, he left with the three Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapons, and the Asura clan breathed a sigh of relief. You must understand that the Asura clan is a war-loving clan and possesses peak combat power, yet they are powerless against the Feng clan. Inside the main palace of the Feng clan, the busy maids and midwives had already left. A woman of unparalleled beauty lay on a bed made of an unknown divine wood, her face extremely pale. She looked blissfully happy as she played with the baby in swaddling clothes beside her. The bed beneath her was now emitting a hazy, bluish light. Divine light continuously flowed into the woman's body. This was the tree of life nourishing her. The child stared with his big, round eyes, his tiny head twisting and turning as he looked around the palace. Holy crap, where am I? Wasn't I at home reading a novel? That damn pumpkin undergoing tribulation. I promised that I am the 9th prince of the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty would be a light-hearted, enjoyable story. But the process of killing the chosen one was so slow and hesitant that I smashed my phone while it was charging in a fit of anger. Where exactly is this? Why has the surrounding environment become so high-end and luxurious? Am I dreaming? The child was about to rub his eyes, but just as he raised his hand, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The slender fingers of the past are gone, replaced by chubby little fists. Holy crap, I've turned into a child. Seriously, this melodramatic time travel plot is really happening to me. He looked incredulous. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of fragrance. He turned his head and saw a woman with an unparalleled beauty. Could it be my cheap mother? It doesn't seem cheap at all. Judging from her pale face, she must have exerted tremendous effort to give birth to her. My little darling, your father will be back soon. The woman's gentle voice immediately made the child feel his mother's love. However, upon hearing him mention Father Emperor, he instantly realized something was amiss. Father Emperor, could it be that I was born into an imperial family? Upon hearing this, the child couldn't help but speculate, and then a roar erupted in his heart. No, I don't want to. My past life was complicated enough, and now this is going to get even more complicated. What if I fall out of favor? Won't I die young again? However, at that moment, a tall, slender woman in a blue dress with an icy demeanor walked in. Your Majesty, the Emperor has returned. Because of her precious health, the Empress left several maids waiting at the door after giving birth. Although the elders of the Feng clan were seriously injured, they still guarded outside the palace, not daring to enter and disturb the Empress and her son's rest. Yungxi, how are you? A worried voice came from outside the palace, followed by the imposing figure of Feng Qianju. He came to the bedside, looked at Jiang Yungxi's pale face, and lovingly stroked her stunningly beautiful face. Yungxi, you've gone through so much. My husband, I'm fine. I not only ensured Haoran's safe birth, but I also helped him advance to the great Emperor realm. Haoran is the name of their newborn child, a name the couple had chosen during the pregnancy. Jiang Yungxi, who had been pregnant for 10,000 years, had previously been at the level of a supreme being of heaven and earth. If she were to rely on her own cultivation to advance to the great emperor level, it would be very difficult to break through without hundreds of thousands of years. Previously, when she was pregnant, the Feng clan provided her with all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs. In addition to the gifts from forbidden celestial bodies, it took him 10,000 years to become an emperor. Haha, that's wonderful, wonderful. Upon hearing this, Feng Qianju was overjoyed to learn that he had been promoted to great emperor. Have those who came to assassinate Haoran been dealt with? In response to his wife's question, Feng Qianju picked up the child and replied, although they all possess the realm of an ancient emperor, they are still no match for me. They even dared to touch my son. They're really asking for trouble, don't you think so, my dear eldest son? Ha ha ha. You killed them all. Jiang Yungxi is the one who has broken the seal of Qianju. Anyone who dares to touch his sore spot will either die or be crippled. But Feng Haoran's birth made her unwilling to let him add to the bloodshed. Then Feng Qianju's nonchalant voice rang out. The one I chased didn't kill. They were ancient emperors of the Forbidden Clan. They're still useful. As for the two that the ancestor was chasing, I was in a hurry to get back to see you and your child, so I didn't go over. I imagine the ancestor will be back soon. To speak of the forbidden clan so casually, and to say that the ancient emperor was still useful, only Feng Qianju would dare to say such a thing. But the child in his arms looked shocked. After all, he was a fan of tomato novels. They are quite knowledgeable about things like the Forbidden Clan, the Immortal Holy Clan, and the Ancient Holy Land. The term Ancient Emperor, in particular, refers to powerful beings from ancient times, beings who could destroy the world with a mere gesture. What kind of family did I transmigrate into? Then a smile appeared on his little face. Ha ha, it's good that it's not the imperial family. Ah, the ancients were right. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. On earth, I live a life of endless toil for money. Now heaven has opened its eyes. With such a powerful and heaven-defying family, how can I not rise up? Huh, no way, what are you talking about? With that kind of wealth, why aren't you just sitting around doing nothing? Are you saving it for the new year? Chapter 6 System, you want me to be a tool? Impossible. Just as Feng Haoran was feeling happy, a cold voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on awakening the Myriad Universes sign and system. Would you like to bind it? Oh, I've activated the Myriad Universes sign and system. Could it be? I'm the chosen one of this world. And isn't this similar to Brother Zioio's system? I was running around every day for the tasks assigned by the system, and I almost collapsed from exhaustion. In my previous life, I was born into a world of intense competition, and I was exhausted by it. In this life, with such a large fortune, why should I bother to work hard? System, just go do what you're supposed to do. I'm not going to tie you down. Ding detected that the host has decided to become a couch potato, someone who does nothing. This version cannot meet the host's requirements. Attempting an upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed, continue upgrading. Ding, due to multiple failed system upgrades, the system is no longer compatible with its current host and is in the process of separating. Ding, escape failed, try again. Ding, escape failed. Hearing the system fail to disconnect several times, Feng Haoran panicked. Hey, system, stop messing around. I finally managed to transmigrate into such an amazing family, don't take me away with you. Ding, after 100 consecutive failed attempts to escape, in order to prevent the world from knowing about the system's existence, this system is initiating its self-destruct program. Ding, host's transcendent status detected. Self-destruct system has failed. Ding, the system is attempting to activate the self-identification function. Ding, self-owner recognition function failed to activate. Completely baffled, Feng Haoran suddenly felt that this system was a joke. Seeing that upgrading and self-destruction were useless, he thought of activating the automatic master recognition function. Feng Haoran was relieved. Since the self-destruct function had failed, he let it go. Ha. At this moment, a long laugh came from outside the palace. Feng Qianju knew that it must be the ancestor returning. Qianju, quickly let me see what this forbidden celestial body that can cause such a strange phenomenon looks like. An old man appeared in the palace in an instant. This man was Feng Jingshan, who was heading to the Jai clan and the Shura clan. Eighth ancestor, you're back. What did you do with those two? As Feng Qianju spoke, he handed his child to the ancestor. I did not kill them, after all. The 3,000 universes are about to undergo a great change. Keep them, perhaps. They can make some contribution to the desolate universe in the future, although they may be spared the death penalty, since they dared to assassinate such a peerless prodigy as our clan's forbidden celestial body. Punishment and compensation are certainly inevitable. This ancestor sealed their cultivation levels at the ancient Emperor 12th Tribulation realm. Besides, wasn't the little guy born? Ask them how many small compensation items they received. After saying that, the old ancestor held Feng Haoran in one arm and opened his other palm. Buzz tilde. Instantly, 6 heavenly emperor sacred weapons, radiating immense aura of rules, floated in his palm. This is what you call a trinket. If he were to toss out any item, it would inevitably trigger a major war among all the forces in the 9 provinces. You must know what the heavenly emperor's sacred weapon represents. It is something that allows a great emperor to fight against an ancient emperor without being defeated, even if the emperor is in a different realm. Even as the dominant force in a continent, apart from their clan's most prized possessions, they dared not claim to be able to produce more than 2 heavenly emperor sacred weapons. At this moment, the patriarch of the Feng clan possessed 6 items, all of which were of the highest quality. These heavenly emperor's sacred weapons may not mean much to the Feng clan, but they still serve as a lesson for them. With these heavenly emperor's sacred weapons, The little guy has received some compensation. Oh, by the way, how's that old Wang clan guy you were chasing doing? Upon hearing this, Feng Qianju's face turned icy cold. Ha, daring to assassinate my son at the Feng clan, they must pay the price. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingshan assumed that he had killed the members of the Wang clan, but he showed no resentment whatsoever. Kill them if you want. If the Wang clan dares to seek revenge, then we will wipe them off the map of the desolate heaven. Feng Qianju didn't elaborate on what the ancestor said, but simply nodded with a light smile. In his view, the current ancestor of the Wang clan was no different from a dead man to the forbidden Wang clan, so there was no need to explain. After the two ended the conversation, Feng Jingshan waved his hand and sent the 6 sacred weapons directly into Feng Haoran's body. Buzz tilde. Ancestor, I've assigned him close range attack, defense, support, ranged attack, and speed-up abilities. Let the little one nurture these 6 sacred weapons from a young age. It will make them easier to use later. After Feng Jingshan finished speaking, he handed the swaddled Feng Haoran back to his family. Just as he was about to return to his ancestral home for seclusion, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, you are the esteemed one of your clan, and this little fellow is a forbidden celestial being. The rare and precious materials needed for future cultivation will certainly be in great demand. This unique celestial body in the universe can disregard the distinction between demonic and magical paths, and it can absorb all elixirs of immortality. We must give him the best. If the clan's resources are insufficient, then we will borrow some from other forbidden clans. When the old ancestor spoke the last 3 words, he emphasized them deliberately. How could Feng Qianju not understand his meaning? However, what he wanted to say was, how could the mountain of immortal elixirs in the clan's treasure trove not be enough for his son? But when he looked up, the ancestor's figure had already disappeared. Within the forbidden territory of the Wang clan, within a space permeated with order and shrouded in purple mist, this place was empty and pitch black. Within this terrifying space, several elderly men, their bodies radiating a hazy golden light, sat upright on floating futons. However, at this moment, an opening suddenly appeared in the pitch-black space, and an old man wearing a dark robe walked out from it. Great ancestor, something terrible has happened. The Jai and Shura clans who went with 7th brother have already returned, but 7th brother has not yet come back. I'm afraid. Buzz tilde. At the same time, the elderly men in the prayer cushions opened their eyes and looked at the newcomer. 6th brother, tell me the details. Upon hearing this, the old man recounted what he had learned from his visit to the 2 tribes. That old fellow Feng Jingshan personally went to the 2 clans, and the strength he displayed was actually the power of rules. Shuratations speculated that he might become an alternative Kuei's heavenly emperor. Therefore, the cultivation levels of the 2 attackers were restricted to the 12th tribulation realm, and they were also compensated with 3 heavenly emperor sacred weapons. Then why hasn't the 7th brother returned to the clan? The old man sitting on the central futon spoke. He was the great ancestor of the Wang clan. This, they don't know either. When they escaped from the Feng clan, the 3 of them were separated. It is likely that the person who pursued the 7th brother was the current emperor of the Feng clan. But Lao Chi's soul was not shattered, meaning he did not perish, yet he was never seen returning to his clan. Or, ancestor, I'll go to the Feng clan and demand their people directly. We're willing to do what they did, offering them sacred weapons to rescue 7th brother. Yes, ancestor, I think 6th brother is right. If the Feng clan doesn't hand over 7th brother, we can just start a forbidden war. The Wang clan cultivates the art of slaughter, and the bloodthirsty energy within them is innate. At this moment, the entire space fell silent, and all eyes turned to the great ancestor, awaiting his decision. The great ancestor looked at their expectant gazes and felt conflicted. He also wanted to agree to this method. But if we risk the entire Wang clan to save the 7th prince, it would be a losing proposition. Moreover, the 7th prince has not yet perished, and forbidden celestial bodies have appeared in this era. It is believed that the Golden Age will arrive soon, and the heavenly emperors who disappeared in the desolate heaven should gradually return. The Wang clan once had 4 heavenly emperors in their ancient times, but now they have fallen into such a state of desolation. After a long silence, they decided to wait and see. The mighty Wang clan could not be destroyed in his hands. Let's put the matter of the 7th brother aside for now. After all, his life soul is still intact, and this time it was our 3 clans who were jealous first. If we go to demand our people now, we will only be able to let them make exorbitant demands. If we anger the Feng clan, there will surely be a great battle. Now that even Shurotation and the Jai clan have submitted, the Feng clan's strength must be extraordinary. Even if our clan is not afraid, regardless of the outcome of the battle between the two clans, what if others reap the benefits? Then the entire Wying clan will truly be submerged in the long river of history. Now that a forbidden celestial body has appeared, according to ancient records, it seems that a great era is about to begin, and the long-lost heavenly emperor will gradually reappear. When that time comes, the 4 heavenly emperors of our Wying clan will surely make the Feng clan return everything. The great ancestor's words caused all the ancient emperors and powerful beings on the prayer mat to nod in agreement, indicating that what he said made sense. But Lao Liu, who had just returned from gathering information, was still somewhat indignant. Great ancestor, what if someone from the clan? All right, 6th brother, we are all pillars of the Wying clan. Losing any one of us would be painful. Since it was decided beforehand that the 7th brother would join forces with their 2 clans, no one wanted to see this happen. It was all for the sake of the family. But if we sacrifice the entire Wying clan to save the 7th prince, then we will all be sinners within the clan. Before the 6th ancestor of the Wying clan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by one of the ancient emperors. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, and that it was all for the sake of the Wying clan, he could only choose to remain silent. Chapter 7. The system decryption that drives people crazy and forces a sale. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Feng clan's council hall, Feng Qianju sat on a luxurious throne, with over 1,000 elders and stewards standing below him. Their cultivation levels were all above that of a great emperor. Your Majesty, the steward of the heavenly domain, said that the daughter of the God Lord of the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty is a supreme heavenly phoenix body with a congenital defect. Because he lacks the heavenly grade immortal phoenix emperor medicine, he will not live past the age of 29, and his lifespan is now drawing to a close. In desperation, the Supreme God Lord issued a notice. Whoever could give him a heavenly grade undying divine phoenix emperor medicine would marry his daughter to another. I went to the treasure vault a few days ago and found that there are still quite a few undying divine phoenix emperor medicines left. Now the young emperor has also moved out of your and the empress's palace. Although the supreme heavenly phoenix physique is not qualified to become a Taoist partner with the emperor. But if you cure the hidden dangers, it would be quite nice to be the young emperor's personal maid. Through the memory crystal, I saw that her appearance was truly stunning. After all, with such aptitude, as long as one satisfies the absorption of heavenly fire, the speed of cultivation growth is still extremely fast. When the young emperor goes out to train, she can serve him by his side. An elderly man dressed in a blue divine robe stepped forward to report. He was Feng Yuking, the grand elder of the Feng clan. Within the 6 domains, the Feng clan has placed nearly 1,000 stewards, all of whom are managed by the clan elders. They gather information on affairs from each domain and report to the emperor. Although the Feng clan is a forbidden clan, it still needs resources to survive. So many large trading companies in various regions are controlled by the forbidden clan. Feng Qianju raised his eyes slightly, feeling that what the Grand Elder said made sense. He didn't know why his son insisted on moving out of his palace. As for the family, now is not the time to seek followers. An immortal elixir might be extremely precious to other forces, but for the forbidden clan, exchanging it for a maid with a supreme physique is not a loss. Elder Yuking, what level of power is that Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty? Your Majesty, the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty is an ancient and immortal power. Note, powers are divided into forbidden races. Desolate Heaven Ruler, Desolate Ancient Immortal. Evergreen, Primordial, Emperor, Sovereign, King, and Rogue Cultivator. The forbidden one is the strongest. The Sovereign is almost equal to the Immortal in strength, the only difference being the Sovereign's original power, while the Immortals are rising forces that defy the heavens. Although the Evergreen and Primordial are not as powerful as the Sovereign, they are still equal in strength. As a princess of an ancient and immortal power, she is qualified to become Haoran's personal maid. Since the treasure vault still contains the immortal Phoenix Emperor medicine, let's take one out, save it, and bring it back. Divine medicine grades. Spirit medicine, immortal medicine, divine medicine, saint medicine, immortal saint medicine, immortal emperor medicine, king, emperor, heavenly grade. Yes, Tilda. After Feng Yuking finished speaking and left, another elder appeared. Your Majesty, the head of the Tianyuan domain, says that a force has recently been devouring the assets of our Feng clan. However, the opposing side had a great emperor in command, while their strongest member was a supreme being. They could only report to their clan for support. They even dare to try to devour my clan's assets. When the time comes, you can send a few of your clan's great Emperor Death Warriors to wipe them out. Furthermore, in the future, such minor matters should be resolved through negotiation among the elders, who should simply inform me afterwards. Yes, Tilda. After this person left, the elders who had wanted to report earlier fell silent after hearing what the Emperor had just said. Is there anything else you wish to report? Feng Qian looked down in despair. More than 1,000 people looked at each other, but not a single one stepped forward. But just as Feng Qianju was about to leave, Feng Yuqing, who had been there before, came out again. Your Majesty, the young emperor has long since reached the age for cultivation, and the imperial tutor that you and the empress arranged for him has been rejected by him. Should we make further arrangements for the emperor now? After all, once he's past this age, he'll suffer more during his body refining process. This little rascal is so troublesome. He has such a heaven-defying physique but doesn't like to cultivate. I will go there personally in a moment. If there's nothing else, you may all leave. Yes, Tilda. Before everyone could finish speaking, Feng Qianju's figure vanished. Within the Fengzhou Imperial Palace, which covers an area of tens of thousands of acres, lies a giant pool. An 8-year-old child with bright, expressive eyes, striking eyebrows, and a high, straight nose is unforgettable at first sight. With such a foundation, he's bound to be incredibly handsome in the future. At this moment, he was lying on a recliner made of ancient sacred wood. Beside him was a fishing rod submerged in the water, and behind him stood a group of maids dressed in divine robes. This kind of display is no different from a landlord's house, displaying its worthless things. Ding, this system's 1,099,999th attempt to upgrade its self-owner recognition function. Upgrade failed. Feng Haoran was speechless. This damn system was impossible to break free from, and it couldn't self-destruct either. He had been trying to upgrade and recognize its master for 8 years without success, and he was truly impressed by such willpower. Ding, this system has undergone its 10 millionth upgrade, including the self-identification function. Ding, system upgrade failed. Ding, the system has been upgraded tens of millions of times. The system has detected that the host's principle is to play dumb and win without lifting a finger. The attempt to forcibly break the system rules failed. Warning, 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 warning. Ding, the system attempted to forcibly crack again. Warning, warning, crack failed. Ding, the system has been forcibly cracked for the 1,000th time. Ding, upgrade failed. System has crashed and is dismantling. Suddenly, the system voice in Feng Haoran's mind disappeared. But he, who had gotten used to it over the years, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that the system is really being proactive? That's good, at least I can have some peace and quiet now. Just as he was about to have a good night's sleep, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind again. Ding, the supreme decoded version of Harmony OS is now online. Ding, the system is automatically recognizing the owner. Ding, the recognition process is complete. Owner Feng Haoran. Bone age 8 years. Family affiliation. Forbidden clan of the desolate universe. Physique forbidden celestial body. Unique and supreme physique. Technique none. Cultivation level none. Double pupils none. Magical artifacts. Luotian holy robe, swift shadow holy boots, desolate heaven demon halberd, great desolate holy tower, void breaking holy bow, heavenly vault holy pavilion, advanced heavenly emperor holy weapon. The system detected that the owner was an unregistered, substandard product, triggering the reward mechanism. Ding, rewarding master with 100,000 years of cultivation, integrating into master's body. Chapter 8, 10,000 years of cultivation leads to direct takeoff. Completely bewildered, Feng Haoran had never encountered such a system before, one that even involved forced buying and selling. At that moment, golden light suddenly appeared on his body, and his aura continued to rise. Body refinement level 1, foundation establishment, golden core, celestial being, immortal, immortal lord, ancient saint, immortal saint king 9 levels. The cultivation levels in this book from lowest to highest are body refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine bridge, Tao palace, celestial being, immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, sage, heavenly sage, ancient sage, immortal sage king, supreme being of heaven and earth, great emperor, ancient emperor, heavenly emperor. Each breath brought him to a new realm, which astonished the group of maids behind him. Wasn't it said that the emperor didn't cultivate? Why is his aura increasing so rapidly? Yes, could it be that the young emperor was cultivating in his mother's womb? Was he hiding his true abilities all along? An 8-year-old immortal Saint King Realm cultivator. This has overturned my previous understanding of geniuses. Could this be the benefit of so-called forbidden celestial bodies? Not to mention the maids. Even Feng Haoran himself was stunned as he felt the powerful energy within his body. I feel like I can destroy the world with a wave of my hand, but the system rewards aren't over yet. Ding, reward. Master your primordial double pupils, capable of separating yin and yang, determining life and death, and shattering all illusions, are in the process of fusion. Buzz tilde, a hazy, divine light suddenly appeared in Feng Haoran's eyes. When he suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light shot out, ripples spreading across the void. Buzz tilde tilde tilde. Ding, rewarding the master with a heaven-defying cultivation technique, the primordial chaos myriad paths technique. Ding, it has been detected that the master has absorbed the primordial energy of the space. You are rewarded with the advancement of one minor realm. Boom! Another sound emanated from Feng Haoran, the aura of someone entering the ultimate realm of the immortal Saint King. Helpless, Feng Haoran was forced into this arrangement, and even if he refused, there was nothing he could do to change it. System, you really know how to play games, forcibly dragging me onto your pirate ship. Let me be clear from the start. Doing this mission is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Let whoever wants to be a tool can be, I'm not going to. If you regret it, it's not too late. Ding, this system is the supreme decrypted version of the Hung Meng system. It will always obey the master's wishes and will never force the master to do anything. Moreover, given the owner's passive and effortless winning principle, this system can automatically refresh the rewards every day. If you receive a high-quality reward and can automatically merge into your master's body, the principle of this system is, I'll do the work, you just relax. Holy crap, so you've fallen for me. Ding, it is my honor to lick my master. The system will dedicate its life to solving your problems. Since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly accept you. Ding, thank you for accepting the system, master. In order to demonstrate the value of the system, 10 undying Emperor herbs have been awarded to the master and stored in the system space. The master can retrieve them at any time if needed. Haha, you're a good dog. Very clever, you've won my heart. Ding, thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master. The system likes it very much and rewards you with 10,000 top-grade foundation strengthening pills, which have been stored in the space. The system's actions completely baffled Feng Haoran, but he remembered that it took him 100,000 years of cultivation to reach the Saint King realm. He felt a little resentful. After all, he was a unique forbidden celestial body, so how could he only be at the Saint King realm? System, since you said you would solve my problems, why did it take you 100,000 years of cultivation to elevate me to the level of immortal Saint King? With my qualifications, I'd be denied the chance to become the heavenly emperor for 100,000 years. Have you been withholding my advancement? Ding, master, you've misunderstood the dog. The first 3 basic realms of cultivation are the foundation of a cultivator. Because you are a forbidden celestial body, you need to spend hundreds of times more time than others to solidify your foundation. This allows him to break through to the limit in each of the major realms that follow. While others may only reach the 9th level, the master can reach the 10th level of the ultimate realm. Therefore, the time required for the owner is longer than for others, but you won't need it anymore in the future. Because, with the loving dog system, your cultivation speed will be countless times faster than other prodigies. The system's words almost made Feng Haoran vomit, but fortunately a voice appeared at this moment, interrupting his mental conjecture. Haha, Haoran, my son, your father has come to see you. Are you getting used to staying in this palace? A hearty laugh echoed from the void, followed by the appearance of a figure, Feng Qianju. Greetings, your majesty. When the maids saw the head of the clan arrive, they quickly bowed to him. Father Emperor, you've arrived. Feng Haoran remained lying there without getting up, and greeted him. Seeing this, Feng Qianju was not angry, but instead greeted him with a smile. Hee, Haoran, look, you're 8 years old now. In normal families, children start body training at 6. How about this? Your father will find you a powerful master from within the 6 realms. He can not only teach you cultivation, but also the way of survival. How about it? Is he as good as you? Feng Qianju was stunned by the question. Well, compared to your father, the emperor, there is definitely still some gap. Since he's not even as good as you, why should I learn from him? At first, Feng Qianju didn't react and stared blankly at Feng Haoran. After a few breaths, he realized the meaning behind the words. Oh dear, I have such a bad temper, so you don't even respect your father, do you? Do you know that your father, I, am one of the few ancient emperors in the desolate universe? Since you're so powerful, how come you couldn't tell that I no longer need to refine my body? Feng Haoran's words puzzled him greatly, and sensing something was amiss, he immediately began to probe him with his divine sense. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked. After this investigation, Feng Qianju took a deep breath, stumbled, and almost lost his balance. Shaking his head, thinking he was hallucinating, he investigated again. After confirming it several times, he finally believed it was true. When did you reach the level of Immortal Saint King? No, this is the ultimate level of Immortal Saint King. How? How is this possible? Ranner, quickly, tell your father how you did it. Chapter 9 System, where is your integrity? Since this was also the first time Feng Qianju had seen a forbidden celestial body, he was very curious about his son's cultivation level. As for why Feng Haoran wanted to reveal his cultivation level, it was because he had a reason to convince people. This is also to prevent myself from not wanting to hear my parents urging me to cultivate in the future, even if they don't say it now. What if one day the system directly promotes him to the Heavenly Emperor? Wouldn't that still require explanation? Fortunately, this matter was resolved in one go today. Anyway, it's unknown how many eras it will take for a forbidden celestial body to appear. At least for now, he's the only one, so let's just do whatever's easiest to explain. How did you do that? I just lay there every day, and my cultivation level improved on its own. Furthermore, I have been inside my mother's body for a full 10,000 years, and my forbidden celestial body also comes with its own inherited cultivation techniques. It can absorb and circulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own, so I can just sit back and wait to win. Feng Qianju wanted to curse at this moment. What kind of words did his son say? He was just lying down and he was promoted to the extreme realm of Immortal Saint King. You have to understand, he himself has worked hard for millions of years to achieve what he has today. How old is he? Is he already an Immortal Saint King? Does this child really not consider other people's feelings when he speaks? However, fortunately, it is his own son. His extraordinary talent is exactly what he wanted to see. After calming down, Feng Qianju burst into maniacal laughter again. Ha ha, my son will surely surpass the Heavenly Emperor and ascend to transcendence in the future. It's only a matter of time. Ha ha, Haoran, you are the hope of my Feng clan. From now on, the future of the 3,000 universes will surely be written by our Feng clan. Feng Qianju's praise reminded him of a line from a novel from his previous life. My son, Wang Teng, possesses the potential to become an emperor. And then he died. Could this happen to me? He was worried that his father might say something suicidal, so he quickly called out to stop him. Father, calm down. Calm down, let's be a little sneaky. Your son hasn't reached that level yet, so let's not brag. Haha, that's only a matter of time. Haoran, from now on, do whatever makes you happy. Your father will never interfere with your cultivation. However, after you turn 16 and have your coming-of-age ceremony, you must go out and gain experience. This is a process that every prodigy of the Feng clan must go through. Although the clan can teach you cultivation and the basic principles of being a person, but in the 3,000 universes, there are billions of living beings. Many things cannot be taught within the clan. You must experience them yourself to go further. As a transmigrator, Feng Haoran certainly understood the meaning behind Feng Qianju's words. In his previous life, this kind of experience would have been called making a living, but in this world of cultivators. Moreover, with such an awesome family, it's practically like going on a vacation. Father, rest assured, Haoran understands what you have said. 8 years from now, I will go out to travel. Oh, to gain experience. Haha, this is my good son. Oh, by the way, today in the council hall, the Grand Elder said that a princess of the Yushan divine dynasty in the Tianhong domain possessed the supreme heavenly phoenix body, but had a congenital defect. It requires an immortal herb from the clan to save it. I heard it looks quite good. After you've fully recovered, I'll bring it to you so you can see it. If you're satisfied, you can keep it with you. Of course, this is just my opinion as a father. Everything still depends on my son. If you don't like them, delete their memories. Just throw them away. Upon hearing this scene, Feng Haoran thought to himself, could this be the fiancé of the Chosen One in some kind of ridiculous drama? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with anticipation. Currently, he doesn't know whether he's playing the role of the chosen one or the villain. Then let's do as Father Emperor said. Wait for her to arrive, take a look, and then make a plan. Feng Qianju nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the man had agreed. Just as Feng Haoran thought he was about to leave, he heard two clapping sounds. Slap, slap. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a bronze mask appeared beside the father and son. Upon seeing this, Feng Haoran carefully examined him, even though he was now at the immortal Saint King realm. Yet he couldn't sense a trace of aura from him, a feeling he had when facing his own father, the Emperor. If he hadn't just witnessed this person stepping out of the void, he would have doubted whether he was a mortal. But now that I think about it, this old man's cultivation level must have reached above that of a great emperor, or even possibly an ancient emperor. This person is named Wang Yi. He is the bodyguard that your father left for you. He will stay by your side from now on, now that you have already achieved cultivation. And your cultivation techniques also include the inheritance of forbidden celestial bodies. But you can learn more about the various powerful divine skills of the clan. It's always good to have more skills. And the Wanling Mountain behind the clan, which houses many sacred beasts, magical beasts, and ferocious beast mounts. If you want him, go and subdue him yourself. With him by your side, you can rest assured about your safety. Your father is leaving now. Without waiting for his son's response, Feng Qianju disappeared, eager to return and share his joy with his wife, Jiang Yunxi. Wang Yi greets your majesty, the emperor. After Feng Qianju left, the masked man in black robes knelt down and bowed to him. Stand up. Before Feng Haoran could finish speaking, he noticed that the float on the fishing rod, which had been still for a long time, was now moving. But just as he was about to get up to pull the rod, Wang moved. Whoosh tilde. In a flash, he was in front of the fishing rod and pulled it sharply. Awa tilde. A sound like a dragon's roar rang out. Plop tilde. A crimson dragon carp, several meters long, was pulled out of the water by Wang. Oh, it's a dragon carp that's about to transform into a dragon. We're in for a treat tonight. Ding, the master has obtained a dragon carp while fishing in his spare time. He is rewarded with the ancestral dragon treasure technique. Hey dog, are you addicted to licking? Where's your sense of shame? Ding, the dog is thinking about its owner every minute and every second, and its heart is only for its owner. As for integrity, the system lost it the moment it met its master. Fine, given how outstanding your licking is, I'll waive the title of dog for you. Ding, master, there's no need for that. Do whatever makes you happy. The system accepts the nickname Doggy. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran ignored it and waved to the maids, signaling them to take the dragon carp to cook. Chapter 10. Obtaining the divine skill of time reversal and comprehending the laws of space. Time passed day by day, and Feng Haoran did nothing but lie on the board and collect various rewards from the system. This sycophantic system is constantly finding new ways to give him rewards. That morning, Feng Haoran had just woken up when he heard the system's voice. Ding, congratulations, master, on welcoming a new day. You are rewarded with the divine skill of time reversal. This skill, within the same cultivation level, allows the user to manipulate the power of time, reversing the enemy's time, causing them to age prematurely, ultimately leading to physical collapse. System, this reward is pretty good. The power of time, tusk, once I comprehend the spatial power of my clan, I'll be invincible. Ding, the system senses the master's desire for spatial power, currently working to unlock it for the master. Ding, successfully cracked. Congratulations, master, for obtaining the power of the laws of space. It is currently being integrated into your system. The power of spatial laws. Isn't it only possible to comprehend these laws upon reaching the supreme realm? Although Feng Haoran has not cultivated in the past few years, his mother mentioned this aspect when she talked about cultivation. In the desolate universe, all living beings cultivate from the lowest to the highest level. Spirit, immortal saint. The next step is to comprehend the laws of nature, then to perceive order, and finally to understand the rules. He's only at the immortal Saint King realm now, and the system is actually helping him fuse with the power of the Supreme Realm's laws. Can he handle that? Ding, fusion complete. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the power of the laws of the universe with the power of an immortal Saint King. Possessing the power of this law allows one to use spatial teleportation, spatial cutting, spatial confinement, spatial overlap, and so on. Its power depends on the strength of the Master. When Feng Haoran woke up, the system had given him two great supernatural powers. He was probably living a more comfortable life than anyone else in the Transcendent Legion. This made Feng Haoran hesitant to voice his needs. They were afraid of creating a requirement that couldn't be integrated, only to have it forcibly merged by the system, which would be disastrous. Your Majesty, the Grand Elder requests an audience. Outside the palace, Wang Yi's emotionless voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran instantly remembered something, and with a leap, he put on the Luo Tian holy robe. Squeak tilde, Feng Haoran opened the palace gate and saw Feng Yuqing waiting in the palace courtyard, with a woman dressed in a light blue and white palace dress. This woman is indeed quite beautiful, even for someone like Feng Haoran, who had seen a lot in his previous life. He used to frequent high-end clubs, where he encountered a constant stream of beautiful women. But now, seeing this woman, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Tilde. He cleared his throat deliberately to cover up his true feelings. Upon seeing this, Feng Yuqing quickly bowed. This old man greets your Majesty the Emperor. The woman behind him didn't dare to raise her head and also bowed down. Elder Yuqing, you may dispense with the formalities. After responding, Feng Haoran did not take the two to the council hall in his palace. Instead, he casually sat down in the pavilion in the courtyard. Your Highness, this woman is named Xiao Yuning, and she is the princess of the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty, an ancient and immortal power. After taking the undying Divine Phoenix Emperor medicine, he made up for the deficiencies of his supreme body. Now that her cultivation has reached the immortal king realm, she is considered one of the best among her peers. If your Highness is willing from now on, she will be your personal maid, taking care of your daily life in the palace. As soon as Feng Haoran sat down, Elder Yuqing began to introduce the woman beside him. Xiao Yuning's beautiful eyes were fixed on Feng Haoran, who was only 8 years old, and she couldn't help but admire him in her heart. Is this the legendary prodigy of the Forbidden Clan? Not only is he good-looking, even with my current cultivation level as an immortal king, I cannot discern his cultivation realm. The rumors were indeed true. The Forbidden Clan were all prodigies. Children who were only 7 or 8 years old had cultivation levels that surpassed the immortal king realm. To encounter such a prodigy should be my greatest fortune. I hope he won't refuse, otherwise I will surely perish. Feng Haoran prepared to pick up the crescent-shaped teapot on the stone table, wanting to fill himself a cup. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuning instantly switched into her own identity. He hurried up, bringing a fragrant breeze with him, and picked up the crescent-shaped teapot to pour him tea. Although Feng Haoran had seen many beautiful maids in the clan over the past 8 years, but it's rare to see someone as exceptional as Xiao Yuning. Now, seeing how quickly she has adapted to her new identity, without any airs of a princess. Aside from one loyal bodyguard, he really had no one he trusted. His youthful face turned icy as he stared intently at Xiao Yuning. Such a sharp gaze shouldn't be seen on an 8-year-old child, but Xiao Yuning sensed it from him, which instantly sent chills down her spine. Then Feng Haoran's cold voice rang out. Do you know what you're supposed to do by my side? This servant knows that I am here to take care of your Majesty's daily life, to protect you, and to ensure your safety. Xiao Yuning almost blurted out, this empress in her nervousness, but fortunately she reacted quickly, which pleased Feng Haoran. Since that's the case, then you will serve by my side. If you don't perform well one day, not only is your own life in danger, but your family's too. This servant knows that from now on, your Majesty will be Yu Ning's heaven and earth, and Yu Ning will dedicate everything to your Highness, including her life. Feng Haoran nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Yuning's words, then looked at Feng Yuqing beside him. Elder Yuqing then let her stay for now. Feng Yuqing's gaze, however, was fixed on Wang Yi in black robes, because this man made him feel a sense of danger. Elder Yuqing, Feng Haoran called out again, and only then did Feng Yuqing react. Oh, your Highness, since you are satisfied, then this old man will take his leave. Feng Yuqing glanced back at Wang Yi in black robes, every few steps before leaving with a sense of unease. After he left, Feng Haoran got up, stretched, and said casually, I just got up and haven't even washed up yet, all in preparation for seeing you all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning hurriedly spoke up. Your Highness, please wait a moment. This servant will fetch water for you to wash up. Feng Haoran watched his retreating figure, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Indeed, this is the life of the elite. Ding, congratulations, Master, for taking in a supreme heavenly phoenix body maid. The system has detected that she does not yet have the strength to shield you from harm. Triggering the Guardian function will reward Xiao Yuning with one supreme breakthrough pill. By taking this elixir, one can instantly become a supreme being of heaven and earth, without any side effects. Feng Haoran was stunned. This system not only fawned over him endlessly, but also gave such generous rewards to the people around him. System, if he takes this pill, his cultivation level will surpass mine. What if he were to kill his master? Chapter 11, Supreme Level Made. System, if he takes this pill, his cultivation level will surpass mine. What if he were to kill his master? Ding, master, rest assured. These are all rewards generated by the system and triggered around you. This elixir not only allows it to break through bottlenecks without any obstacles, but also ensures its unwavering loyalty to its master. The system's words immediately put Feng Haoran at ease. At this moment, Xiao Yuning personally carried the toiletries over, and even though she was followed by a group of maids, she did not ask anyone for help. Your Highness, the toiletries have been brought. Let me help you. Several days later, as usual, Feng Haoran lay on the edge of the huge lake, fishing. Xiao Yuning prepared many spiritual fruits for him, after observing him for the past few days. He was very satisfied with Xiao Yuning's care, especially the way she warmed his bed. On the first day, he fell asleep quickly, drawn by the fragrance of the bedding. But later on, he became increasingly dissatisfied and simply asked to be held to sleep. Xiao Yuning was somewhat resistant at first, because she was not used to sharing a bed with someone before. Feng Haoran was also a master. He didn't lay a hand on her that night, but simply held her as they fell asleep. A few days later, Xiao Yuning got used to Feng Haoran's hands roaming over her body, and she did not resist. Even today, Feng Haoran lies back in his chair, a golden pill appearing in his hand. The terrifying aura of supreme power continuously leaked out, leaving Xiao Yuning, who was standing to the side, extremely shocked. This pill exudes such a pure and supreme aura that even she, as a princess of an ancient and immortal power, had never seen before. Your Highness, what is this pill? Oh, Tilda, this is the Supreme Breakthrough Pill. Feng Haoran spoke nonchalantly, but Xiao Yuning had never heard of him before. Supreme Breakthrough Pill? What level of pill is that? In the desolate universe, aren't pills classified into spirit pills, immortal pills, divine pills, saint pills, and the Supreme Emperor pills? I'm so ignorant, this pill, it's extraordinary. After taking it, one can instantly ascend to the supreme realm of heaven and earth, and without any side effects. Actually, there was one more thing he didn't say. Anything produced by the system is bound to be of the highest quality, far superior to anything else. What, such a pill actually exists in the world? How is that possible? Even the renowned Imperial Flame Pill Hall of the Desolate Heaven wouldn't dare claim to be able to refine such a pill. What, don't you believe me? Why don't you try it and you'll see? After Feng Haoran finished speaking, he handed over the pill in his hand, but Xiao Yuning dared not accept it. No, Your Highness, I believe that if it really has such an effect, it would be a waste to give it to me. Your Highness should take it yourself. Since I've given it to you, just take it. What? Are you afraid I'll harm you? Upon hearing Feng Haoran's words, Xiao Yuning panicked and hurriedly knelt down. No, Your Highness has misunderstood. In that case, I will take it now. As Xiao Yuning spoke, she took the pill from his hand and put it into her mouth without hesitation. Buzz Tilda. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and Xiao Yuning was horrified to feel that power spreading throughout her body. Boom, boom. His aura surged continuously, rising from the 3rd level of Immortal King to the 9th level of Heaven and Earth Supreme. Boom. Suddenly, just as a golden light was about to soar into the sky from Xiao Yuning's body, Feng Haoran instantly shouted in his mind. System, immediately block the supreme phenomenon. Ding, yes, master. The system is concealing the strange phenomena and heavenly tribulation for your maid's breakthrough to the heavenly supreme realm. Buzz Tilda. Unable to believe it, Xiao Yuning opened her eyes. She looked into the void and found no signs of heavenly tribulation. But my cultivation has indeed reached the realm of the supreme being of heaven and earth. So why am I not facing a heavenly tribulation? She had witnessed many supreme beings undergoing tribulations during her time in the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty. But now she. Incredulous, Xiao Yuning looked up at Feng Haoran. Suddenly, a feeling of submission from the depths of her soul made her unable to meet his gaze. From this moment on, Feng Haoran was her everything. Even if she were to die right now, Xiao Yuning would carry it out without hesitation. This servant, thanks to Your Highness for bestowing the elixir, which enabled Yu Ning to advance to the supreme realm, however. You don't need to doubt it. The supreme cultivation is real, but the strange phenomena and heavenly tribulations will not descend upon my Emperor Palace. Feng Haoran naturally knew what she was wondering about. The reason he had the system block out the anomalies was because he was too lazy to explain to his family. Xiao Yuning was very excited upon receiving confirmation. It should be known that the supreme rulers of heaven and earth in the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty are marshals who command millions of troops and guard a region. Now she has only been in the Forbidden Clan for a few days, yet she has already risen from immortal king to supreme being of heaven and earth. Your Highness, overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Yuning was somewhat incoherent and didn't know what to say to express her gratitude. Seeing this, Feng Haoran waved his hand at him. No need for that. This is just the beginning. From now on, following me, the Supreme Being is merely a starting point. Oh, by the way, I heard you're from Tianheng Domain. What's it like there? Is it fun? Upon hearing His Highness inquire about the Tianheng Domain where he resided, Xiao Yuning rose to explain. Your Highness, the entire Tianheng Domain is controlled by 4 great divine dynasties, each of which controls numerous imperial, and immortal forces. However, due to the large number of races, wars frequently broke out, sometimes even involving the involvement of different dynasties. Once the immortal Saint King and the Supreme Being of heaven and earth appeared, many forces and cities were destroyed in an instant, and many cultivators were displaced. However, the land of the divine dynasty is protected by powerful beings, and all the cities are extremely lively and beautiful. When Your Highness is older, this servant will invite Your Highness to visit the divine dynasty. After hearing the explanation, Feng Haoran's eyes lit up, and he thought of Xiao Yuning's innate defect of the supreme body. He wanted to verify one thing, whether he was the villain or destiny. Immediately, he made a plan to go to the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty. In my opinion, we don't need to wait until I'm older. Let's go now. Your Highness, no, you are only 8 years old. If you are injured, I will be held responsible even if it costs my entire clan. Hearing that His Highness wanted to go right now, Xiao Yuning panicked. Oh, it's all right. My father said that with him around, no one in the 6 domains should be able to hurt me. Feng Haoran pointed to Wang Yi, who was wearing a black robe and mask, and said, Your Highness, perhaps we should wait for Elder Yuking to arrive and inform him. No need to tell him, but before we go to Tianheng Domain, let's go to Wanling Mountain first. Wang Yi. Feng Haoran didn't give Xiao Yuning a chance to speak, and called Wang Yi's name directly. With a flick of his sleeve, the 3 figures vanished from their spot. Chapter 12, The Auspicious Beast by Z. In the Emperor's Palace, just after Feng Haoran and the others disappeared, a ripple appeared in the calm void, followed by the appearance of a dark shadow. Before the dark figure, a crystal radiating golden light floated, and his emotionless voice rang out. Young Master is heading to Tianheng Domain. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the void, while on the other side, in the imperial palace of the Feng clan. Because his son's cultivation level had suddenly increased dramatically, Feng Qianju had been spending the last few days looking through ancient books in the Feng clan's library. I wanted to find out the reason for this, but even though it was a forbidden clan, there were very few descriptions of forbidden celestial bodies. Buzz tilde. At this moment, a person completely covered in black armor appeared in the void behind him, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Master Zhuifeng reported that the young master is heading to Tianheng Domain. He has gone to the back mountain, presumably to capture a mount. Feng Qianju didn't turn his head, his eyes never leaving the ancient book in his hand, and let out a soft laugh. Hee, it seems this little brat can't stay in the Emperor's palace any longer. Then let Zhuifeng come back and inform Tiankui that he should stay by the young master's side from now on. Since the little guy is going out, I'm still not at ease having a death squad of the ancient Emperor realm by his side. With Tiankui around, not only can Hao Ran's safety be guaranteed, but he can also offer some guidance. Furthermore, if they truly encounter danger, and if necessary, abandon that bodyguard beside him. Master, what if he perishes? What about the Wang clan? Before the man in black armor could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying pressure, followed by a cold voice. You're talking a bit too much. Please forgive me, Master. I will go and inform him immediately. The man in black armor hurriedly knelt down, accepted the order, and then disappeared. The clan was sealed off at Wanling Mountain. The area is densely wooded, with towering trees blocking out the sun, creating a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared under a giant tree. It was Feng Haoran and his companions. Ugh. The latter had just landed when the pungent smell of blood almost made him vomit up the spiritual fruit he had eaten earlier. Zio Yuning covered her nose and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Your Highness, are you all right? Holy crap, what is that smell? It's so awful. Your Highness, where beasts gather, there will inevitably be fighting, so the remains of the dead will stink. Over time, it develops into this pungent smell. You can simply shut off your sense of smell. Woo tilde, whoosh, tap 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 tap. A three-headed wolf king of hell at the immortal saint king level. Feng Haoran shut down his sense of smell and released his divine sense. Not far away, the three-headed wolf of hell was rushing towards them. Whoosh tilde, hiss tilde. In an instant, a massive creature appeared, bearing 3 heads and appearing extremely ferocious and terrifying. Because of its excessive speed, its sharp claws left several marks on the ground. After looking him over, Feng Haoran shook his head. Your appearance is all right, but your skills are lacking. You can leave now, I don't think much of you. Woo tilde, the three-headed wolf king immediately felt slighted, and after howling, it assumed a diving posture. Upon seeing this, Feng Haoran suddenly released the ultimate aura of the immortal saint king within his body. Buzz tilde, then came his childish voice. Get lost, Wyeth. Sensing his presence, the three-headed wolf king knew it was no match for him. After letting out a few low howls, it turned and disappeared into the dense forest. Your Highness, what kind of mount do you desire? Mount Wanling is too vast. Let me use my divine sense to help you find one. Zio Yuning was worried that Feng Haoran might be in danger if he stayed in Wanling Mountain for too long, so she made a suggestion to him. I don't know either. I just wanted to find one that I found pleasing to the eye. Ding, the system has detected a mythical beast cub with a strength of the 5th level of the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm, 10,000 miles west of the Master. As soon as Zio Yuning made her suggestion, Feng Haoran heard the system's voice in his mind, which made his eyes light up. Go westward for 10,000 miles. Wang Yi, clad in black robes and a mask, unleashed a powerful divine ability, taking the 2 of them with him and disappearing in a streak of light. To the west of Wanling Mountain, there is a massive snow-white sacred beast with ancient golden Tao patterns engraved on the base of its 4 hooves. Its head resembles a tiger with 7 blue antlers pointing skyward above its 3 eyes. Its body resembles a deer, but it has a pair of snow-white wings that blot out the sky. Its tail is shaped like a unicorn, and its 4 hooves reveal sharp claws. At this moment, it was facing off against a black jade unicorn with a ferocious expression. Roar tilde, singing tilde. The black jade unicorn trembled with its front hoof. Boom! His body leaped into the air and pounced towards the snow-white beast. Upon seeing this, the latter flapped its wings and took flight, twisting and swinging its long tail to send the black jade unicorn flying. Banged! Its massive body landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The void then distorted, revealing 3 figures. Feng Haoran, who was in the lead, stared in disbelief at the snow-white behemoth floating in the void, and the black jade unicorn on the ground. Which one is the auspicious beast? I recognize the killin on the ground, but which one is this? He carefully examined the snow-white behemoth, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. This could be Bai Zi. Haha, this is good. Although the killin is also an auspicious beast, I have read a lot of prehistoric novels in my previous life and was often taken advantage of. On the contrary, Bai Zi is not only powerful, but also an auspicious beast associated with fortune and power, so this is it. Yuning, if you don't have a mount, you can tame the jade killin yourself. If you do have one, then drive it away. I will personally tame this Bai Zi. Before Feng Haoran could respond, he leaped up, and Zio Yuning shouted loudly, Your Highness, please be very careful. As she spoke, she leaped into the air and arrived above the black jade unicorn, unleashing the supreme power of heaven and earth. Rumbled. She planned to repel it because the Father God had given her one before, so she didn't need it anymore. The black jade unicorn sensed the strength of the woman before him, and also realized that he had just been seriously injured in a battle with Bai Zi. It's definitely no match for it. Since this person doesn't intend to kill it, there's no need to fight to the death. Singing tilde, after letting out a long howl, his body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared before their eyes. In the void, 3 blue glowing eyes scrutinized the tiny figure before them. With its fangs bared, the beast opened its mouth and unleashed a deafening roar. Roar tilde. Chapter 13, Subjugation. Roar tilde. The sound waves directly caused Feng Haoran's hair and robes to flutter loudly. Hey everyone, don't get excited. Be good and be my mount. In the future, if I have a piece of meat, I'll definitely leave you a piece of soup. Bai Zi felt insulted and suddenly raised its front hooves, disdainfully stomping on Feng Haoran's body. Buzz tilde. Boom. Bai Zi's thick forehooves revealed sharp claws, and it was thought that this strike would crush it into dust. However, above that tiny figure, a spatial force blocked him. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't make an inch of progress. Whoosh tilde. A blur flashed past its eyes, and it suddenly felt something on its back. Buzz tilde. But then it was struck from behind by the immense force of 10,000 dragons, instantly losing its ability to levitate. It had been trying to flap its wings and fly away, but he found that his body was falling, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Whoosh tilde bang tilde. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Bai Zi was a little dazed from the impact, but before he could react, that childish voice rang out. From now on, if I ask you a question and you don't answer, I'll step on you. Would you mind being my mount? Roar tilde. Bai Zi was enraged, and the power of the fifth level of the supreme realm within it instantly erupted. Buzz tilde. The massive body twisted dramatically, attempting to pin the child behind it. However, when it turned around, it found the child on its belly. Before it could even throw a kick, Feng Haoran's kick, imbued with the power of 10,000 dragons, struck its abdomen. Bang! Click! With that kick, even the ground where Bai Zi was lying collapsed. Roar tilde. A pitiful roar came from its mouth, and the Bai Zi, which had not submitted, suddenly shook its wings that were close to the ground. Buzz tilde. Its body finally lifted off the ground, and its front hooves slammed down towards Feng Haoran, but were blocked by his small arms. Whoosh tilde. Its body was instantly pulled out using this force, just as Bai Zi had planned. This left Feng Haoran somewhat bewildered. Oh ho, everyone says that Bai Zi is a wise man. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed much smarter than other divine beasts. After escaping Feng Haoran's control, Bai Zi opened his mouth and spat out a breath of blue, beastly breath. Kull. Feng Haoran doesn't have any special skills now. Apart from the laws of space and the power of time, he only has the ancestral dragon treasure technique. Singing tilde. Just as he activated the ancestral dragon treasure technique, a huge illusory image of an ancestral dragon appeared behind him, and bursts of dragon roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The illusory image of the ancestral dragon hovered in the void, following Feng Haoran's command. Singing tilde. The enormous phantom rushed straight towards Bai Zi's attack. Boom! After dispersing the beast's breath, it did not stop, but continued to chase after Bai Zi's true form. Roar tilde. With a roar, a blue starlight defensive array appeared in front of Bai Zi's enormous head. Rumble tilde. A powerful impact erupted, creating ripples that shook Mount Wanling. HMPH tilde. Having just survived a major battle, it was clearly exhausted when facing Feng Haoran. A mouthful of blood flowed from its mouth, but the illusory image of the ancestral dragon continued to charge forward. It was willing but unable to do so, and was directly knocked away. Whoosh tilde bang tilde. Inhale, exhale, exhale, exhale. Bai Zi, breathing rapidly, stared intently at Feng Haoran with its three blue glowing eyes. The latter, with a body as insignificant as an ant, floated over before Bai Zi. Bai Zi was quite puzzled. The other party was clearly only at the Saint King realm, yet it was able to suppress it. This was something it never dared to imagine. Knowing that continuing the fight would be pointless, it chose to run away. Huff tilde. With a flap of its wings, it tried to soar into the sky, but Feng Haoran had already anticipated that it would escape. Buzz tilde. The spatial laws that only emperors could unleash were now being seen on him. Spatial confinement tilde. Roar tilde. Bai Zi suddenly felt that its body could not move. It panicked and kept making beastly noises. Buzz tilde. Feng Haoran's body reappeared in front of it, and he spoke calmly. I am weary. I will ask you one last time. Will you submit or die? Bai Zi stopped roaring and stared intently at the child in front of it with its three eyes. The intelligent creature sensed that this child was no ordinary person. The immortal Saint King realm not only possesses the strength to defy the Supreme Being, but also comprehends the laws of space. I think it's acceptable if I follow him in the future. Why? Because it was confined in the space it was in. It could not make a submissive posture and could only emit a low groan. Since you've chosen to court death, then don't blame me. Your Highness, wait. Unaware of his intentions, Feng Haoran was about to strike with deadly force when Zhao Yuning saw this and hurriedly stopped him. At that moment, the system's voice also sounded. Ding, congratulations, Master, on successfully taming the auspicious beast Bai Z. You are rewarded with one Supreme Beast Pill. If Bai Z takes this pill, not only will it increase its strength, but it will also become completely loyal to its master. Whoosh tilde. Zio Yuning also arrived at this time. Your Highness, this is it showing its submission to you. I understand. Da tilde. With a snap of his fingers, the spatial confinement was lifted, and Bai Z landed on the ground, immediately kneeling down to show his submission. Roar. Upon seeing this, Feng Haoran smiled. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? You've suffered for nothing. But what can I do? I'm a good person. Here, this is a beast core for you. After consuming it, it will not only heal your injuries, but also enhance your cultivation. Zio Yuning was shocked upon seeing this. Your Highness actually possesses such pills. However, they seem somewhat different from the ones I took before, yet the supreme aura they exude is the same. What, are you afraid that I would harm you? Seeing that Bai Z hadn't touched the pill floating in front of it, Feng Haoran couldn't help but give it a cold look. When Bai Z saw his sharp gaze, he quickly opened his mouth wide. Buzz tilde. As soon as the Supreme Beast Core entered its mouth, a violent power surged through its entire body, and in an instant, a faint glow emanated from Bai Z's body. Boom! His injuries were healed in the blink of an eye, and his cultivation level also rose steadily, advancing from the 5th level of the Supreme Realm to the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Roar tilde. Overjoyed, Bai Z affectionately touched Feng Haoran's small body with its beast head to express its gratitude. Yuning, neither sacred beasts nor ferocious beasts can transform into human form. Feng Haoran was somewhat puzzled. Bai Z was, after all, a 9th-level supreme being of heaven and earth. Although he had intelligence, he could not speak human language, let alone take human form. Your Highness may not know this, but the mounts kept by the various clans have all been stripped of their ability to transform into human form, especially for forbidden races like the Immortal Clan or the Sealed Clan, which have countless powerful members. They treat them merely as means of transportation. However, I've heard that in the Beast Emperor continent of the Imperial Origin domain, there are 3 sacred beasts, the Killen, the Ancestral Dragon, and the Primordial Phoenix, who can all transform into human form, but their combat strength in human form is extremely weak. Oh tilde. Feng Haoran nodded in agreement after hearing the explanation. In his opinion, it was indeed a good thing for beasts to transform into human form. If my mount is female, and after transforming into a beautiful girl, what if I can't control myself? Wouldn't that turn into a battle between humans and animals? Ding, Master, there is no need to worry about such things happening. Any beast that has taken the Supreme Beast Pill will never be able to transform into human form for the rest of its life. The system understands me best. Feng Haoran imagined that scene, and immediately got goosebumps all over. Even though all kinds of spirits exist in the universe, his criteria for choosing a mate are still the Taoist race, the celestial race, the spirit race, and the human race. Animals, flowers, and plants are not within his consideration. Come on, Yuning, let's go to your house and take a look. Your Highness, shouldn't we inform the Grand Elder and the others? Zio Yuning said with some concern. No need. Although I am only 8 years old, I am still an immortal Saint King. Besides, Wang Yi is here with me. Is the young master going out? Suddenly, just as the 3 were about to set off, a figure appeared in the void. Chapter 14, The Peerless Sage, Tian Kui. Is the young master going out? Suddenly, just as the 3 were about to set off, a figure appeared in the void. Upon sensing the aura of a powerful being, Wang Yi flashed forward and stood in front of Feng Haoran, instantly releasing the immense aura within her body. Boom! Upon seeing this, Feng Haoran pushed Wang Yi away because this person called him young master, and since no one from his clan had come after him, he was probably not an enemy. Then he saw a middle-aged man dressed in elegant white robes. His dark hair, tied loosely at the back of his head with a ribbon, cascaded down his shoulders, revealing his handsome face. His wise eyes gave him the air of a reclusive sage. Who are you? Although Feng Haoran had been in the clan for 8 years, this was the first time he had met this person. My name is Tian Kui. What, Tian Kui? Are you the Tian Kui from the 7 absolute heavens? Before Tian Kui could finish speaking, Zio Yuning exclaimed in surprise. Does the young lady know me? Tian Kui looked her over with great interest, and even Feng Haoran turned to look at her. Zio Yuning immediately felt that she had been presumptuous. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I lost my composure when I heard the name of Senior Tian Kui. It's all right. Tell me, I'd also like to know what his identity is that would make a princess of the immortal divine dynasty like you have such an expression. Seeing that Feng Haoran was not angry, Zio Yuning began to tell her story. Your Highness, I also heard my father and the others say that tens of millions of years ago, a young man appeared from who knows where. He conquered the young talents of that generation with his own strength, attracting many who wanted to follow him. However, he has 3 rules for not accepting applicants. First, those who are extremely wicked and evil. Second, those who are sons of powerful families. And third, those who have extraordinary talent. The first 2 points are understandable to everyone, since a person who is extremely wicked will damage their reputation. The prodigies of powerful families are mostly arrogant and domineering, with ambitions that reach the heavens. How could they possibly remain subservient to others for long? But this third point is hard to understand. How can someone without talent go far? This was something that even the wild spirits couldn't understand, and no one knew how much time had passed before he reappeared. Rumor has it that he has taken in 7 people, named them the 7 Absolutes, and all of them are people with extremely poor talent. Just as everyone was about to laugh at them, the 7 people proved to be incredibly powerful, no less so than peerless geniuses. Moreover, they were all capable of defeating enemies of higher levels, and later, that mysterious prodigy disappeared. However, his followers continued to develop in the 6 domains, and since then, the reputation of the 7 Absolute Heaven has grown ever greater. Countless forces have suffered losses at their hands, especially Tian Kui, who is not only incredibly powerful but also a wise man. With his unique wisdom, he almost uprooted an immortal force, but fortunately, the mysterious genius reappeared, allowing that immortal force to survive. From then on, some called him the peerless sage Tian Kui. Of course, apart from senior Tian Kui, the other 6 all had immortal achievements. Now millions of years have passed, and after the 7 Absolute Heavens went into seclusion, their deeds have become legends. Ha, I never thought that even after so long, there would still be people in the 6 realms who remember my story. However, what the world doesn't know is that there are not only 7 people in the 7 Absolute Heavens. In fact, there is one stronger person, who is truly worthy of being called the Absolute Heavens. All right, these are all things of the past. And indeed the entire 7 Absolute Heaven, am merely a sharp sword under my master's banner. Young master, I am Tian Kui. I have been ordered by my master to serve you from this day forward. After Tian Kui finished speaking, he knelt down and bowed to Feng Haoran. Feng Haoran looked at Tian Kui, who was kneeling in front of him like a strategist. Thinking to myself, it seems that giving up won't work. The fact that the emperor has sent someone like this to his side proves that the trials to come will be far more challenging than he imagined. Get up, I am heading to the Tianhang domain. Do you want to go? Since the master has instructed me to serve the young master, then wherever the young master is, Tian Kui will go. Since you intend to accompany me and are familiar with the 6 domains, then you shall lead the way. After Feng Haoran finished speaking, he flew up and landed on Bai Zi. The powerful aura emanating from him fluctuated, which puzzled Tian Kui. Didn't they say that the young master had been slacking off for 8 years? Why does he have such a huge fluctuation of Holy Spirit power? To resolve his doubts, he released his imperial consciousness to investigate Feng Haoran's strength. Buzz tilde. Ding, the system has sensed someone probing the master's cultivation level. Should the master retaliate? Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran, who was landing on Bai Zi, naturally knew what Tian Kui had done. Forget it, let him probe. Hopefully he won't be shocked by my strength later. In an instant, Tian Kui, who had just stood up, sensed Feng Haoran's cultivation level. She stumbled and looked at him with horror, as if she had seen a monster. How is this possible? An 8-year-old immortal saint king at the pinnacle of power. He was dumbfounded. Even though he was known as an unparalleled sage, Feng Haoran's cultivation level really surprised him. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right, the master's offspring are incomparable to others. In the hearts of the heavenly guards, Feng Qianju was a supreme and transcendent being. Bai Zi, your body is too huge. On your back I am as small as a flea, come on, make me smaller. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zi's enormous body shrank to the size of an elephant. Seeing that Feng Haoran had already set up his formation for the Tianhang domain, Tian Kui couldn't help but let out an awkward laugh. Young master, the Feng clan has a teleportation array to the 6 domains. If relying on the speed of a supreme-level sacred beast, it would probably take several years to arrive. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? What are we waiting for? Let's get to the teleportation array right now. Tian Kui curled his lips, thinking to himself, you didn't even ask. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he disappeared from the spot with Feng Haoran and Xiao Yuning, with Wang Yi following closely behind. Chapter 15, Yi Chen fulfills the marriage contract. Tianheng Domain is a vast territory, divided into Yuzhou, Tianzhu, Lizhou, and Xunzhou, and then into 36 prefectures. Although it is called a continent or prefecture, the area is incredibly vast. The 4 continents are controlled by the 4 great dynasties. They are Yushan Divine Dynasty, Tianyu Divine Dynasty, Jiulai Divine Dynasty, and Xuantian Divine Dynasty, also known as the 4 Immortal Powers. The 36 prefectures under it were divided into imperial dynasties, royal dynasties, and various kingdoms. They have survived to this day only because they are attached to the Divine Dynasty. Yuzhou, the land of the Yushan Divine Dynasty. This place is filled with countless magnificent palaces, towers, and floating islands above the clouds. There was only one thing that caught the eye, the imperial palace, which resembled a celestial palace. This hall, shrouded in divine mist, exudes an air of perfect order and appears extremely majestic and awe-inspiring, inspiring a sense of submission in all who behold it. Inside the hall, on the ground where divine mist churned, stood hundreds of people, who were the core of the Divine Dynasty's power. In the Divine Dynasty, the general administration of state affairs usually involves thousands of people. But now there are hundreds of people, divided into 2 rows with an empty space in the middle. These hundreds of people, holding jade tablets and carrying divine wheels on their backs, looked up at the imposing middle-aged man on the throne, dressed in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown. This person is none other than Xiao Yunting, the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty. At this moment, an elderly man dressed in a purple and gold court robe, with white hair and beard, came to the center of the hall. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Holy Martial Dynasty, Yi Chen, is waiting outside the palace, saying he is fulfilling a promise he made years ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunting frowned slightly, and his mind immediately recalled the time many years ago when he was in trouble and was rescued by Yi Shengwu. 10,000 years ago, Xiao Yunting was not yet the ruler of the Divine Dynasty. He went out to gain experience and was assassinated. However, he was rescued by Yi Shengwu, who had returned victorious from a battle. The two were of the same status, only their ranks differed. After spending several days together, they had a pleasant conversation and made a promise after drinking. If the first child is of the same sex, they become sworn brothers. If the child is of the opposite sex, they become husband and wife and sign a marriage contract. Yi Shengwu also helped Xiao Yunting a lot in successfully inheriting the position of God Lord. Because Yi Shengwu married too early, his first child was Yi Chen, and he even went to see him for that. This boy's talent was extremely ordinary, but Xiao Yunting ultimately accepted it because of his promise. More than a decade ago, when Xiao Yuning was born, although he was born with an incomplete supreme body, strange phenomena of heaven and earth were also born. Yi Shengwu felt that his son was not good enough for him, because Yi Chen, who was already over 10 years old, was only at the golden core stage. He had intended to cancel the promise, but Xiao Yunting insisted on keeping it out of gratitude. But when they learned that Xiao Yuning was a flawed supreme body and might not live past the age of 29, they learned that only the immortal Phoenix Emperor medicine could cure him, and such a precious Emperor medicine was extremely rare in the entire desolate heaven universe. Although the Xiao clan is an immortal power and possesses a considerable number of imperial medicines, their attributes do not match. Although the Yi clan is an ancient power, they cannot even produce a heaven-level Emperor medicine, let alone an undying heavenly Phoenix Emperor medicine with relative attributes. Powers, forbidden races, desolate heaven rulers, ancient immortals, evergreen, primordial, emperors, sovereigns, kings, rogue cultivators. Therefore, neither of them wanted to keep their promise from back then. But when Xiao Yuning was on the verge of death, Xiao Yunting issued a reward. However, this attracted a mysterious old man who claimed to possess the immortal Phoenix Emperor medicine, but said he wanted to take the person away to treat them. In order for his daughter to survive, Xiao Yunting had no choice but to let the mysterious old man take her away. However, he did not mention this to Yi Shengwu, since it had only happened a dozen days ago. But now, his daughter has been taken away by a mysterious person, and Yi Chen is here to fulfill his promise. Xiao Yunting was puzzled when he heard his subordinates report that Yi Chen was the crown prince. Yi Chen, He's become the crown prince of the Holy Martial Dynasty. Prime Minister Pan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Pan Xiang was the one who reported from below. He was the divine minister of the divine dynasty. His full name is Pan Zhenshin, and his strength is at the half-emperor level, just one step away from becoming a great emperor. My lord, this old minister has not made a mistake. In order to resolve this doubt, I even had someone investigate. Yi Chen was of mediocre talent, but for some reason, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in recent years. He left Yi Shengwu's many children behind, and his combat strength was also unparalleled. Therefore, the Holy Martial Emperor was very fond of him, and in his delight, he appointed him as crown prince. It seems he had some extraordinary encounter, but now that Yu Ning has been taken away by a mysterious person, how can he fulfill his promise? Upon hearing Xiao Yunting's words, the hundreds of people below fell into deep thought, all trying to find a solution for the God Lord. However, at this moment, a burly man wearing golden armor shouted at the top of his lungs, "My lord, since the princess is not here, I will go out and take care of him. This is utterly outrageous. How dare someone from an imperial dynasty cause our divine lord such worry?" Just as he was about to leave the main hall, Xiao Yunting called him back. "Marshal Cheng Dai, no. I was saved by Yi Shengwu before, and I also received his help when I ascended to the throne. If I were to drive him away now, wouldn't I become a treacherous person?" Cheng Dai was at a loss for words, but fortunately Pan Xiang spoke up at that moment. "My lord, when that mysterious person took Princess Yu Ning away, he said that once the princess was healed, she would be put in charge of taking care of the young master of the clan. He later said that 8 years later, their young prince would be born to gain experience, which would be the day you met the princess. Since Yi Chen has come to fulfill his promise from back then, we will tell the truth. If he insists on marrying Princess Yu Ning, then he should wait 8 years and persuade the young master mentioned by the mysterious man himself. Yes, Prime Minister Pan is right. In that case, we can be considered to have fulfilled our previous agreement. Furthermore, why didn't he fulfill his promise when the princess's life was hanging by a thread? In my opinion, this boy just picked the right time, taking advantage of the princess's absence, hoping to gain some benefits. Now we'll throw the problem back at him and see if Yi Chen dares to face the young master that mysterious person mentioned, haha. Pan Zhenshin and Cheng Dai's words were met with approval from everyone present. Even the divine Lord Xiao Yunting thought this method was feasible, so, "Prime Minister Pan, bring him to the main hall." "Yes, Tilda." After receiving the order, Pan Zhenshin gave the messenger in the main hall a wink, and then, "Hush, the crown prince of the Holy Martial Dynasty is here to pay his respects." Before long, a young man dressed in a silver robe with gold patterns walked quickly to the front of the main hall. He was of average appearance, but had regular features and an arrogant expression, showing no sign of fear. Crown Prince Yi Chen of the Holy Martial Dynasty greets the Divine Lord. Chapter 16, The Soul Within the Ring. Crown Prince Yi Chen of the Holy Martial Dynasty greets the Divine Lord. Xiao Yunting carefully examined Yi Chen, who was completely different from the Yi Chen he had seen in the Holy Martial Dynasty. The Yi Chen of the past was extremely insecure and spoke timidly, unlike the confident and dignified man he is now. "Haha, so it's nephew Yi Chen. How has your father been lately?" Xiao Yunting seemed very happy to see him, and didn't forget to greet Yi Shengwu. Seeing that she was trying to build a relationship with him, Yi Chen was naturally happy to do so, and took the opportunity to bring up the marriage proposal. "Thank you for your concern, Divine Lord. Father is doing well and keeps mentioning Divine Lord today. So, Chenner has come to visit Uncle on behalf of Father, and also to fulfill the marriage agreement you made with Father years ago." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunting's face showed a fleeting hint of embarrassment, but he still greeted her with a smile. Nephew Yi Chen, you know that Yu Ning's supreme body has a flaw, so she must. Uncle Xiao, Chenner has come here to help Sister Yu Ning complete her supreme body. Some time ago, Chenner encountered a secret realm and luckily obtained an imperial medicine with the attributes of the undying heavenly phoenix. That's why she came to the divine dynasty to treat him. Before Xiao Yunting could finish speaking, Yi Chen interrupted him, revealing the important purpose of his visit. But when he said that he had obtained the undying heavenly phoenix emperor medicine, everyone present was extremely skeptical. Obtain the elixir of immortality in a secret realm. You probably don't even know what an elixir of immortality is. That's right. Let alone you. Even immortal saint kings and supreme beings would find it difficult to withstand the imperial might emanating from the imperial medicine. The deity Zhao Yunting also agreed with what his minister said, but out of respect for his father, he asked him for clarification. Nephew Yi Chen, this is no joke. Have you really obtained the elixir of immortality? It is important to know the rarity of imperial medicines, and the fact that one can obtain imperial medicines in a secret realm must mean that one has inherited the legacy of a great emperor. Moreover, how could an emperor's secret realm appear in an ancient land like the Holy Martial Dynasty? Seeing that no one believed him, Yi Chen opened his palm to persuade them. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a crimson, phoenix-like divine herb appeared in his palm. Chirp tilde. Suddenly, a loud phoenix cry rang out from the divine herb. Immediately afterwards, the divine medicine emitted a terrifying light, and the imperial might spread out in waves. It really is an imperial medicine. My God, this kid actually managed to subdue the emperor's medicine. What incredible luck did he have? How did he do that? Even a supreme being like us probably couldn't display the imperial medicine like that. Zhao Yunting is now at the third level of the great emperor realm. When he felt the imperial might emanating from the heavenly emperor medicine, he was extremely shocked. At the same time, it occurred to me that the secret realm must be extraordinary to produce such an imperial medicine. He stared at the imperial medicine without speaking for a long time, because his daughter had already been taken away by a mysterious person. It can only be said that Yi Chen arrived a step too late, so he let out a long sigh. Oh dear nephew Yi Chen, you're a step too late. Why, father said that Yu Ning's death day is still a few days away, and I dare not stop for a moment. Could it be? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yunting with a nervous expression, afraid that the latter would say that Zhao Yuning had already perished. If things are really as I think, then, wouldn't the furnace the teacher mentioned be? Nephew, don't think the wrong way. Yu Ning did not perish, she simply died before you arrived. A mysterious old man came to the divine dynasty, claiming to possess the immortal Phoenix Emperor's elixir. But the condition is that, after Yu Ning is cured, he must serve the young master of his family. Therefore, in order for Yu Ning to live, I agreed to his conditions. What, you want Yu Ning to be someone else's maid? Uncle Zhao, what are you thinking? You're supposed to be the ruler of a divine dynasty. How can you let your beloved daughter serve as a servant to someone else? Presumptuous. Yi Chen's questioning of Zhao Yunting instantly aroused dissatisfaction among the court officials. How can a mere child question the decisions of one's own deity? Cheng Dai was about to take action to suppress him, but Zhao Yunting waved his hand, signaling him to step back. HMPH tilde. Enraged, Cheng Dai snorted coldly, his large eyes still glaring at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you simply cannot understand the feelings of a father. Yu Ning is nearing the end of his life. This god possesses immense strength, a vast divine dynasty, and countless powerful figures. However, I am powerless to help her with her physical defects, and naturally, I cannot allow her to perish before my eyes. The arrival of the mysterious man gave me hope, so as long as Yu Ning can live, I, as her father, am happier than anyone else. When Yi Chen heard Zhao Yunting speak so frankly, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure earlier. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry, Yi Chen went too far just now. However, I hope Uncle Zhao can tell me where Yu Ning is. I'll use the imperial medicine to trade with them and bring Yu Ning back. The reason I call him a mysterious person is that I don't know who he is, let alone where Yu Ning is now. Just as Yi Chen was about to be shocked, Zhao Yunting's voice rang out again. However, that person said that his young master would come out to gain experience in 8 years. Whether you can persuade that young master then will depend on you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stumbled. If he had to wait 8 years, how could his physique awaken? Teacher, Zhao Yuning, who possesses the supreme heavenly phoenix physique, has been beaten to it by someone else. Yi Chen roared inwardly, finally recovering from the humiliation he had suffered over the years. However, if it weren't for the supreme heavenly phoenix body helping him awaken his heaven-defying physique, he would return to his former life. Now that he enjoys such great respect, how could he be willing to go back to his old life? Sigh tilde. At this moment, a sigh came from within Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. Since the supreme heavenly phoenix body is not in the divine dynasty, we can only think of other ways. Don't worry, with your teacher here, you'll definitely never go back to those days. Thank you so much, sir. Why did an ancient emperor come from the divine dynasty? Little Chen, I will conceal my aura in a moment and will be unable to communicate with you. If this person is here to cause trouble, you should tolerate it if you can. Unless your life is threatened, I will not take action. After saying that, the voice inside Yi Chen disappeared. As for the ancient emperor the teacher mentioned, isn't that a legendary being? Why would it appear in the imperial divine dynasty? Before he could even think, a loud phoenix cry reverberated through the void of the divine dynasty. Chirp tilde. This is, Ninger's mount is crying. Upon hearing the phoenix's cry from the void, Xiao Yunting was so excited that he immediately unleashed his imperial will, covering the entire void of the divine dynasty's capital. When he saw a fiery phoenix flying down from the sky, with a stunningly beautiful woman sitting on it, overjoyed, he burst into wild laughter from his throne in the main hall. Haha, it really is my Ninger back. Chapter 17, the familiar trend of annulled engagements. Haha, it really is Ninger back. Throughout the divine dynasty, including Yi Chen, no one had yet grasped the meaning behind the God Lord's words. Everyone was wondering, wasn't Princess Yuning taken away by a mysterious person? How did she come back? Xiao Yunting didn't care what they were thinking. He quickly sent a telepathic message to the divine dynasty guards. Listen up, everyone. No one is allowed to stop Princess Yuning's mount from entering the imperial palace. At this moment, the voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the guards at the various city gates and palace gates of the imperial heaven divine dynasty. Upon recognizing the voice of the deity, he hurriedly knelt down and responded. In the void of the divine dynasty, two sacred beasts, one white and one red, flapped their wings and came, with two figures sitting cross-legged on their backs. Behind them followed two more people. One was a refined man in white robes, and the other was a man in a black robe and mask. These are Feng Haoran and his three companions who came from the Forbidden Clan. At this moment, Feng Haoran sat upright on Bai Zi, looking like a country bumpkin entering the city. He kept looking at the buildings on the ground and in the void, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a world of cultivators, it is indeed as magical as the movies from my previous life. Your Highness, look, that grand hall shrouded in divine mist is where my father, the god of God, conducts state affairs. Xiao Yuning sat cross-legged on the fire phoenix, pointing with one finger at the grand hall in front of her, which resembled a heavenly palace. Feng Haoran looked up, and was surprised to find that the palace was even more magnificent than the heavenly court he had seen on the screen in his previous life. Whoosh tilde. Tian Kui suddenly appeared between the two mounts, looking at Xiao Yuning. Yu Ning, once we arrive at the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty, you must not reveal the young master's identity. Your Highness, please don't address me by that name anymore. Just call me young master. Xiao Yuning understood Tian Kui's intention. After all, many beings were unaware of the existence of the Forbidden Clan. Even some beings who haven't reached the Emperor realm cannot bear the consequences of mentioning the word forbidden. This servant understands, and thanks you for the reminder, Senior. Tian Kui smiled and nodded, then spoke to Feng Haoran. Young master, there are also family businesses in the Tianheng domain. Why don't we have them prepare a palace for you to rest in? You can arrange it as you see fit. Feng Haoran had no time to pay attention to Tian Kui at the moment. He was busy admiring the scenery of the cultivator world. Tian Kui shook his head with a wry smile. He really wasn't used to this kind of servant work. He then took out a communication crystal and used his imperial mind to transmit what he wanted to say. Not long after, the four entered the interior of the divine dynasty. Xiao Yuning was not surprised at all that she could enter the imperial palace without any obstacles. After all, she knew the power of her father, the god, and he was probably already waiting for her in the main hall. Whoosh tilde. When the two mounts landed at the heavenly gate, a dozen or so divine guards dressed in silver armor hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. Greetings, Princess Yuning. Xiao Yuning jumped off the fire phoenix's back, and Feng Haoran, seeing this, wanted to do the same. But Tian Kui's voice rang out beside him. Young master, if you yourself do not wish it, no one in the world will dare to let you alight from your carriage and enter the palace. Feng Haoran looked at the grand hall before him, which was about the same size as the heavenly court in the movies of his previous life. The middle part is hollow, so it doesn't affect his ability to control Bai Zi inside. Since Tian Kui has said so, let's go. Bai Zi, let's go. Others ride donkeys to read scripts, but today I'll ride Bai Zi around the divine dynasty, haha. Roar tilde. Bai Zi roared excitedly as his elephant-like body strode into the heavenly gate. Seeing that their princess said nothing, the guards dared not interfere even more. Before long, the four of them and their beast arrived in front of the main hall. Roar tilde. Bai Zi's roar sent hundreds of officials rushing out of the hall. Upon seeing the snow-white sacred beast, they all gasped in surprise. This is Bai Zi, the auspicious beast Bai Zi, said to be born only once per era. Moreover, whoever gains his sworn allegiance will soar to great heights and become the #1 being in the desolate universe. Look, a child is sitting cross-legged on Bai Zi. Wow, could this child be the master of Bai Zi from this era? Just as the four were about to step into the inner hall, two golden-armored guards, wielding long halberds, shouted at them. Entering the imperial palace on a mounted beast is strictly prohibited. Before they could finish speaking, Tian Kui casually waved his wide white sleeves. Whoosh tilde. The two golden-armored heavenly guards were sent flying backward like kites with broken strings, crashing into two stone pillars inside the hall. Bang bang tilde. How dare you be so disrespectful in the imperial palace of the divine dynasty? Okay, tilde. Just as Cheng Dai was about to make a move, Xiao Yunting spoke up. Tian Kui glanced at Cheng Dai with disdain as he passed by him. Buzz tilde. The aura emanating from Tian Kui, imbued with imperial might, sent Cheng Dai flying. Boom! Bang! Cheng Dai's body, which had been thrown into the air, came to a stop, and he was instantly furious. You! Just as he was about to get angry, Pan Xiang shook his head to stop him. Once he calmed down, recalling the terrifying imperial aura he had just witnessed, he could only admit defeat. Seeing this, Xiao Yuning was afraid that her father would be angry because of this. If we offend His Highness, even if the Feng clan doesn't intervene, with Senior Tian Kui and Wangye by our side, with the strength of their ancient emperors, any one of them could destroy the divine dynasty. So he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Father God, Yu Ning has returned to see you. Haha, good, good, good. My Ninger will finally be free from the torment of her constitution. Come, Ninger, quickly introduce these people to Father God. At this moment, Xiao Yunting was perhaps trying to help his daughter up himself. To welcome Feng Heoran and the others, he actually stepped down from his seat. Father God, let me introduce you to the young master whom I serve, who rides the auspicious white beast Bai Zi. The man in white is called Mr. Kui, and the one in black with a mask is Mr. Wang. They are both the young master's guardians. Because Tian Kui's reputation was too great, Xiao Yuning could only refer to him as Mr. Kui. However, her father, Xiao Yunting, gleaned a great deal of information from it. Firstly, the young master she introduced didn't even reveal his surname, which shows they didn't want to expose their identities. Secondly, judging from the strength of that Mr. Kui who just made his move, he must be someone who surpasses him, and is very likely a legendary ancient emperor. Finally, how many forces in the entire desolate heaven can make an emperor or an ancient emperor a guardian? Having considered these 3 points, Xiao Yunting thought to himself, these people must never be made enemies. But Yi Chen still has an agreement with him. If the two of them have a falling out, whose side should I take? As the God Lord, Xiao Yunting had no solution at this moment. Oh well, let's just see how things go. We can't make a decision too early. After figuring it out, Xiao Yunting laughed heartily. Haha, so it's the young master. Please, young master, take a seat. Xiao Yunting directly offered his seat of honor, wanting the child Feng Heoran to sit in it. This scene shocked everyone in the divine dynasty present, except for Pan Xiang. You are the host and I am the guest. How can a guest occupy the host's seat? Lord Xiao, please take the seat yourself. The fact that a child could be so logical and organized impressed everyone. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing of the deity's humility, they would probably have already taken the seat of honor. Yuneng, you are Yuneng. Yi Chen, who had been keeping a close eye on Xiao Yuning, spoke at this moment. He approached Xiao Yuning, feigning an expression as if they hadn't seen each other for many years. Father God, he is. Xiao Yuning was somewhat at a loss and looked at her father. Haha, I'm getting a little too excited. Come, let me introduce you. He is Yi Chen, the son of your uncle Yi whom Father God mentioned to you. Long before you were born, the Holy Martial Emperor and I had already arranged your marriage. Chenner has come here today because of the engagement. You were taken away by a mysterious person earlier. I was planning to have Chenner wait until you returned before discussing the marriage, but I didn't expect you to come back today, so. I am Yi Chen from the Holy Martial Dynasty. May I ask how you should address me, young master? Yi Chen knew that Xiao Yunting's next words were a bit difficult to say, so he spoke first. He wanted to find an opportunity to use the immortal elixir he possessed to discuss with Feng Heoran the restoration of Xiao Yuning's freedom, and then marry her. Upon hearing this, Feng Heoran's expression froze slightly. wondering why this plot seemed so familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a strange excitement welled up inside him. Haha, I knew it felt so familiar, turns out. This is a situation where the villain breaks off an engagement. Judging from the current situation, Yi Chen and Xiao Yuning are engaged, but the latter has been brought to the Feng clan to serve me. Then, I disagreed with the marriage between the two and bullied and suppressed Yi Chen. His luck seemed to deepen even further, and he concluded with the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. Feng Haoran became more and more excited as he thought about it, and suddenly he stared at Yi Chen's hand. Then I noticed an antique ring on his index finger and nodded to myself. It seems that the old man with the golden finger has already received the money. However, at that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, the system has detected a chosen one near the master. Master, would you like to eliminate him directly? Chapter 18, today's humiliation will be repaid one day. Ding, the system has detected a chosen one near the master. Master, would you like to eliminate him directly? Huh, what the hell? System, you can directly annihilate the chosen one. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the great Tao? Feng Haoran suddenly realized that he, the villain, was different from everyone else. Other people's systems detect their destiny, and then the host racks their brains to kill it. Moreover, it cannot be killed all at once. It must first be exploited until its luck points decrease before it can be completely eliminated. But why is it that, when it comes to him, the system is asking for instructions from its master? Moreover, judging from its tone, destroying a destiny is as easy as crushing an ant. Ding, reporting to master. The dog is the omnipotent system of the Hengmeng Supreme Decoded Version. If a few minor destinies are killed, what can this great Tao say? The dog will make them kneel before their master and sing, conquer. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran's lips twitched involuntarily. System, since you can ignore the great principles of this space, then don't deprive me of the last bit of happiness I have left. Ding, master, I'm sorry, the dog was wrong, the dog misunderstood you. The dog always thought you wanted to be plated up like a salted fish, which is why it asked its owner for permission. I don't want you to dirty your hands because of these chosen ones. Does this conflict with my being a lazy bum? I just don't want to be a tool. I don't want to work myself to the bone for that insignificant bit of strength. Otherwise, life would be too bland and tasteless. Ding, master, the system is an invincible path. You don't need to suffer the hardships of cultivation. With the dog here, master can lie down with peace of mind. Ding, the presence of destiny has been detected near the master. To prevent the great Tao from forcibly reducing the master's intelligence, the master is rewarded with the primordial treasure, the primordial pearl. This bead can dispel all the secrets of its owner. No living being can deduce your existence. A primordial treasure of primordial chaos. Just from the name, it seems to have a very important origin. But isn't the supreme treasure of the desolate universe, the desolate heaven's ultimate treasure? Ding, master, this item surpasses the level of a desolate heavenly treasure. You will know this when you break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Seeing that the system didn't offer much explanation, Feng Haoran didn't ask any further questions. Anyway, as long as I know the primordial pearl is of a high level, and it won't cause my intelligence to be diminished by the great Tao, then from now on. Thinking of this, Feng Haoran revealed an evil expression. After ending his communication with the system, he spoke to Yi Chen with a cold expression. What does it matter to you what my name is? You. Since receiving help from his teacher, no one has ever dared to speak to Yi Chen like that. Just as he was about to get angry, Xiao Yunting stopped him. Young master, please don't be angry. In fact, I know what Yi Chen means. Let me speak for him. Actually, he and my Yu Ning had a prior engagement, and now that they're both of age, it's time for him to fulfill his promise. But now that Yu Ning is serving the young master, Yi Chen heard that the young master's clan lost an immortal heavenly phoenix emperor medicine in order to save Yu Ning. Therefore, he also brought a heavenly grade immortal elixir today, hoping to redeem Yu Ning's freedom with the young master. Haha, as expected of Lord Xiao of the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty, what a brilliant plan. Before Feng Haoran could speak, Tian Kui spoke first, fearing that the young master was too young and might agree to their request. When Xiao Yuning was on the verge of death, it was our clan that saved him. You also promised that after the treatment, he would serve our young master for the rest of his life. Now that she has recovered and her supreme body has been fully restored, are you going to bother bringing her back? Facing Tian Kui, Xiao Yunting realized that this person was an extremely dangerous individual. Mr. Qi is joking. How could I be a person who does not keep my word? What I said just now was on behalf of Yi Chen. After all, Chenner is still young and doesn't speak tactfully. I'm afraid he'll offend the young master. Just as Xiao Yunting finished speaking, Yi Chen stepped forward and said to Feng Haoran, "Tell me, what do you want in return for Yu Ning's freedom? Just let her go. I, Yi Chen, will compensate you for the one imperial herb you used to save her, and I will also give you another one as compensation." What? He has more than one imperial herb on him. Yi Chen's words shocked the entire divine dynasty. Even Xiao Yunting, the ruler of the divine dynasty, looked incredulous. Feeling that Yi Chen must have obtained a great opportunity, he decided to win him over. Even if Yu Ning couldn't get her back, he still had other daughters. Although not a supreme body, it is a powerful holy body, and it belongs to the level of a prodigy. Just as everyone was still immersed in Yi Chen's imperial medicine, Feng Haoran spoke up. "You think I lack a heavenly grade imperial medicine? Then how can you release it?" Roar tilde. Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Bai Zi noticed that his actions were somewhat excessive. Fearing that it might harm its master, it opened its mouth and let out a beastly roar. Whoosh tilde. The sound wave sent him flying, crashing into a giant pillar. Banged. PFFT tilde. Amidst the stunned expressions of the crowd, Yi Chen turned deathly pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. This Bai Zi, it actually possesses the cultivation level of a supreme being of heaven and earth. Bai Zi, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, is actually serving as a mount for a child. What kind of family or power does he belong to? A series of questions arose in everyone's minds, while Xiao Yunting turned his attention to his daughter, hoping to get some more information from her. However, he miscalculated. Xiao Yuning would not betray Feng Haoran now. "Father God, I will not leave the young master. And as for the marriage contract you mentioned, I will not fulfill it with him. Since he's here today, I'll make things clear." Xiao Yuning approached Yi Chen, who was clutching his chest, and said very solemnly, "I will never acknowledge this marriage between us, so you can forget about it. As for the debt I owe my father, I will repay it when I have the chance. You can get out now." Xiao Yuning was afraid that Feng Haoran would be unhappy, so she spoke very bluntly, and every word was engraved in Yi Chen's heart. If he didn't need the heavenly phoenix body to awaken his heaven-defying physique, why would he come here to be humiliated? Now that she has said this much, how could Yi Chen, who is always proud, tolerate it? "Ha, Xiao Yuning, you are nothing more than someone's lowly maid now. Where do you get the confidence to say such things? I was just being kind-hearted, but you insisted on fawning over me. With your lowly fate, you deserve this." Yi Chen's words infuriated the people of the divine dynasty. How dare he speak of their princess like that? They were all furious and ready to explode. However, Xiao Yuning, who was already trembling with anger, was one step ahead of them. "You're asking for it." Instantly, the aura of the supreme being of heaven and earth surged forth, and a slap was unleashed. Smack! The loud sound echoed through the hall, and Yi Chen's body spun countless times in the void before being thrown into the air. Banged! PFFT tilde. Yi Chen, who crashed to the ground, spat out another mouthful of blood, and his cheeks swelled up instantly. Having sensed the immense aura emanating from Xiao Yuning, he knew he was no match for him. He covered his swollen cheek and pointed at Xiao Yuning, speaking incoherently. "I will remember this humiliation I suffered. Fortune changes every 30 years. Xiao Yuning, one day I will make you kneel before me." After saying that, he turned to leave the imperial palace. The people of the divine dynasty were still stunned by the strength that Xiao Yuning had just displayed when he made his move, and they had not yet recovered their senses. But Feng Haoran's voice rang out in the main hall. "Wait, you think you can just leave after spouting threats? Did I give you permission?" Chapter 19, Crippled Cultivation. "Wait, you think you can just leave after spouting threats? Did I give you permission?" Yi Chen had just been dealt a heavy blow, and since he couldn't beat him, he had no choice but to accept it. But now even a child dares to show off in front of him, and he can't hold back anymore, roaring in anger. "Boy, what do you intend to do? You yourself said that Xiao Yuning is my maid, so what right do you have to insult her? What, just because I'm young and I'm the crown prince of some dynasty, does that mean I can bully my people at will? So what if I, the crown prince, bully you?" Buzz tilde, thump tilde. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, a sudden pressure from an immortal saint king forced him to his knees. What? How is this possible? The aura of an immortal saint king. Those present, who had just come to their senses, were once again stunned. How old is Feng Haoran? Judging from his figure, he looks only 7 or 8 years old, yet he has the cultivation of an immortal saint king. At this moment, all their eyes fell on Feng Haoran. His body floated up from Bai Zi and hovered above Yi Chen. Looking down at his strained expression, he spoke with an arrogance beyond his years. How dare a tiny dynasty speak to me like this? Don't think you're just a prince. Even if your emperor came, I could destroy you with a single word. Come on, stand up and tell me, where does your sense of superiority come from? If these words came from the mouth of a young master from a powerful family, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this person in front of me, who is only 8 years old, has such an imposing presence. Yi Chen felt extremely frustrated at this moment, as if the other person was the same age as him. One could argue that his family background and abundant resources gave him the power to suppress him. But this person was just a child, and he was so suppressed by him that he couldn't even stand up straight and speak. The humiliation in his heart had nowhere to be vented, so he kept calling out to the old man with the ring in his mind. "Teacher, teacher, please come and help me." But no matter how much he called out, no one paid any attention. So he strained to lift his head. His face flushed as he stared at Feng Haoran, who was suspended in mid-air. "You brat, if I survive today, I will surely kill you with my own hands one day. You still dare to threaten the young master when you're about to die. Today, I will destroy you and then flatten your holy martial dynasty, so that you lowly ants won't soil the young master's hands one day." Tian Kui released his aura, took a step, and the entire space twisted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Chen. Just as he was about to make a move, Feng Haoran stopped him. "Stop." Upon hearing this, Tian Kui stepped aside, while Feng Haoran's body floated down from the void. He squatted down, his small body radiating disdain. "I'd like to see if you, an ant, can turn the world upside down later on. However, the death penalty can be waived, but..." Feng Haoran's small face suddenly froze. Whoosh tilde buzz tilde. Yi Chen's body was directly pulled into the void by a force, lying sprawled out as if being pulled and tugged by chains. What are you going to do? Teacher, please save me." At this moment, he was terrified and tried to break free of his restraints with a look of fear on his face. Even in his heart, he kept calling out for the old man to come out and save him. With the two ancient emperors present, the powerful divine soul dared not show itself. "What are you doing? You'll find out in a minute." Feng Haoran smirked and then swung out a palm strike. Buzz tilde. The powerful Saint King's power surged straight into Yi Chen's soul sea, the source of his power. Boom. Ah tilde. My cultivation level. "You destroyed my soul sea? Brat. I Yi Chen swear that if I ever rise again, I will kill you." "Rise, that's impossible." In fact, Feng Haoran had always had a question in his heart. Could the so-called destiny really be defied? The reason for crippling him instead of killing him was simply to test the waters. How far will Yi Chen grow in a few years? With his current strength, the influence of his family, and the system that fawns over him, Feng Haoran wasn't worried about Yi Chen's rise to power. His current pleasure was tormenting these self-proclaimed chosen ones. At this moment, everyone in the divine dynasty dared not utter a word when they saw a child so ferocious. You must understand that in the desolate heaven, destroying a person's cultivation is even more painful than killing them. They felt a pity that Yi Chen, a genius who awakened late in life, was crippled right before their eyes. But when they remembered that Yi Chen still had the emperor's medicine on him, a hint of greed flickered across their faces. Buzz tilde. Banged. After Feng Haoran withdrew his power, Yi Chen fell to the ground like a dead dog and fainted. After doing all this, Feng Haoran said to Xiao Yuning, "I'll give you a day to reunite with your family. Come find me tomorrow, and Tian Kui will tell you my location." His small body soared into the air once more, glancing at Yi Chen, who lay unconscious like a dead dog, his eyes filled with disdain. "Boring, little white, I'm leaving." Roar tilde. Bai Zi flapped its wings, caught Feng Hao, and then rushed out of the main hall. Wang Ye followed closely behind, while Tian Kui extended a finger and lightly tapped the void. Instantly, a beam of light entered Xiao Yuning's brow. This information about their destination was relayed to Xiao Yuning, and he then followed after them. After they left, Xiao Yunting murmured to himself, Tian Kui, Tian Kui." Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, as if he had grasped something. "Ninger, this Mr. Kui is. Father God, your guess is correct, it is him. I hope you will not reveal this to anyone otherwise." Xiao Yuning was afraid that her father, the god, would reveal the identity of the peerless sage Tian Kui. so she hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Upon receiving confirmation, Zio Yunting broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Ninger, don't worry, Father God knows what's going on. My lord, we shall take our leave now. In order not to disturb Zio Yunting's reunion with his daughter, hundreds of court officials took their leave. The events at court today have been too shocking for them. They need to go back and calm down. After the court officials left, only Zio Yunting and his daughter, along with the unconscious Yi Chen, remained in the main hall. The peerless sage Tian Kui still calls that child young master, could it be? That person's son. Yu Ning, no matter what, you must seize this opportunity, even if it means sacrificing yourself. Oh dear Father God, what are you thinking, Your Highness? The young master is only 8 years old. Although Zio Yunting didn't say what he was going to say, Zio Yuning understood his meaning. I never thought that my Zio clan could be associated with that person. Even if she is just a maid, it is a sign of our rise. All right, Father God, let's not talk about this anymore. What will happen to him? Zio Yuning didn't want to continue discussing this issue with her father. Then he pointed at Yi Chen on the ground. Alas, Tilda, he is, after all, the son of brother Shengwu. Now that he has been crippled, it would be a shame to let him go back alone. The imperial herb on his body alone could kill this kid 1,000 times over. Although I also want to possess the imperial medicine on him. But my relationship with brother Shengwu is one of life or death bond. Therefore, I, as your father, should send someone to take him back to the holy martial dynasty, medicine and all. Zio Yuning agreed with his statement on this point. Chapter 20 System Rewards. Within the imperial city of the divine dynasty, in a quiet and beautiful ancient building amidst the bustling city. This place is the estate of the Feng clan in the outside world, while the luxurious ancient building is a place for the master family to live. At this moment, Feng Haoran was lying on his back in a viewing pavilion, with Bai Zi lying in front of him. Tian Kui and Wang Yi stood on either side of him behind him. Feng Haoran, who was pretending to be asleep, was listening to the rewards the system was giving him. Ding, congratulations, Master, for striking at the heavenly mandate and abolishing its cultivation. The system has awarded you a reward. The Master is rewarded with the primordial demon bone, which possesses a unique magical ability to devour anything. 1 life fragment for the Master. After collecting 5 life fragments, the Master can be resurrected at their peak even if killed. Holy crap, that's awesome. It suppresses destiny and possesses the primordial demon bone with the ability to devour. And I can even obtain fragments of life. Compared to others, don't I already have a head start? Ding, Master, with the dog around, your starting point is someone else's finish line. All right, stop joking. Speaking of which, ever since you appeared, I had no idea what abilities you possessed. Ding, reporting to Master, the dog has all the system functions you know of, and it also has those you don't know of. In short, it's omnipotent. Wow, Tilda, you really are amazing, like a cow doing a handstand. That's incredibly awesome. The system, rarely praised, became shy for a moment. To live up to the compliment it then. Ding, the dog sensed its owner's praise, and adhering to the principles of reason and compliance. The system will reward the Master with 10,000 years of cultivation, which will be stored in the system space for the Master to access at any time. Feng Haoran was completely speechless. If he continued to be rewarded like this, he would probably reach his peak before he even reached adulthood. Shutter everything and fuse the primordial demon bone with me. Ding, okay, Master. The dog has shielded you from everything and is currently fusing with the primordial demon bone. However, at this moment, a piece of demonic bone surging with primordial energy silently appeared inside Feng Haoran's body. Even the 2 ancient emperors standing nearby did not sense it, because the power of the demonic bone was too strong. Feng Haoran, who was already at the pinnacle of the immortal Saint King realm, directly advanced to the first level of the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm at this moment. Because of the primordial pearl and the system's shielding, he was not even affected by the supreme heavenly tribulation. Oh wow, that feels so good. Feng Haoran's sudden shout left Tian Kui somewhat bewildered. Young Master, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? I just sat for too long before coming here, and after lying down for a while, I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. Tian Kui agreed, as it was indeed the case after they came out of the Feng clan's teleportation array and had been riding for several days. Young Master, I saw that the boy was surrounded by good fortune before in the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty. You should know that these kinds of people are protected by the Great Tao. and as long as they don't die, they will surely rise to prominence. If we don't completely annihilate him, he will definitely come looking for trouble for you, young master, one day. Tian Qiui's words left Feng Haoran somewhat incredulous. He could even discern a person's destiny. But when he thought of Tian Qiui's cultivation level and his title of peerless sage, he felt relieved. Since birth, I have never liked cultivation, but my physique can operate on its own to improve my cultivation level. Keeping him around is just to provide some amusement for my lazy days. If you spend all your time fishing and sleeping in your tribe, you'll get tired of it after a while. Over these countless years, we don't need to talk about living a great life, but at least we should live happily. My joy comes from utterly crushing these lucky fools who think they're destined for greatness. I will become the terminator of destiny, so that they may live in constant fear. Feng Haoran's final words sent a chill down Tian Qiui's spine. It is clear that the young master before us, whose bone age is only 8, is no ordinary person. At this moment, Tian Qiui looked at Feng Haoran and no longer dared to treat him like a child. Instead, he seemed like a reborn person who had experienced countless setbacks. If the Feng clan hadn't examined his soul, they would have thought that this child must be the reincarnation of some great power. However, as Feng Qianju's sharpest sword, the descendants of Zhu Tianwei will surely protect him with all their might, even if it means going against the great Tao. Oh, right, Tian Qiui, speaking of this good fortune, it reminds me of something. That Yi Chen, I inexplicably sense that he possesses the divine soul of an emperor. What? He possesses an emperor's soul? Why didn't your subordinates or Wang Yi detect it? Even Tian Qiui, an ancient emperor, couldn't sense it. In his view, unless the other party was a heavenly emperor or had some secret method to hide, it was impossible for them to escape detection. There is no mistake. If you hadn't been there at the time, it would have been no easy task for me to cripple Yi Chen. See if you can arrange for an emperor to monitor Yi Chen's every move. Although I intend for him to grow, he must remain under my control. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, those people from the Divine Dynasty will definitely take action against him this time. That's why I didn't take the treasures from him. I figured these people from the Divine Dynasty would give him a lot of experience points. When he grows to a certain level, that will be my time to harvest his wealth. Tian Qiui was somewhat bewildered by Feng Haoran's talk of experience and the term leaks, a metaphor for exploiting people. But he roughly understood the meaning. It was undoubtedly about arranging for an emperor to monitor Yi Chen. But Tian Qiui was very curious about the emperor soul that the young master had mentioned, so he decided to go there in person. After all, now that he is under the control of the Feng clan and has Wang Yi as his loyal follower, the young master's safety is definitely not a problem. Young master, why don't I go myself? I also want to see the existence of that emperor soul. But please rest assured, young master, within this sealed heaven-tide pavilion, in the event of an enemy attack, you can command anyone. That works too. With Wang Yi here, as long as those ancient emperors of the Forbidden Clan don't come out, my safety is assured. Feng Haoran agreed without hesitation, feeling that Tian Qiui was the most suitable candidate. The reason he had previously arranged for the emperor to go was because he was worried that Tian Qiui would protect him and stay by his side at all times. Now that he has brought it up himself, Feng Haoran has no reason to refuse. Having obtained his consent, Tian Qiui's figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 21, Yi Chen's Hope for Rise. At the gate of the capital city of the Imperial Dynasty, a chariot pulled by 4 unicorns galloped out. Behind the chariot followed a large contingent of red-armored soldiers, numbering about 30, who rode unicorns. This army was the Imperial Guards of the Divine Dynasty, all of whom were at the immortal emperor level, with a heavenly saint among them. It should be noted that in an Imperial Dynasty, this heavenly saint could command an army of tens of millions. Now, however, he has been personally arranged by the god to escort a crown prince of a dynasty back, and he is a good-for-nothing at that. Rumbled. The chariots and animal hooves made sounds as they trod on the road. Commander, are we really going to send this useless crown prince of the holy martial dynasty back? At this moment, a guard quickly rode his beast to the side of a strong and resolute middle-aged man riding a demonic tiger. The decree of the gods cannot be disobeyed, but he's just a piece of trash. Is he worth us wasting so much time escorting? The guard was unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade the commander. To everyone's surprise, the commander's eyes narrowed, and he shouted a rebuke. Stop saying that, or you will be court-martialed. After the commander finished speaking, he addressed the numerous guards behind him. All of you, speed up your work and complete the mission as soon as possible to return to the city and report back. Promise. Rumbled. At the commander's command, the unicorns beneath the riders galloped at breakneck speed, raising clouds of dust that lingered like mist for a long time. Inside the carriage, a pale-faced young man covered in blood lay unconscious. This person was Yi Chen. Whether it was the jade carriage shaking violently or something else, he slowly woke up. Where is this? Yi Chen looked around and felt his body swaying, realizing that he was inside a carriage. Little one, you're awake. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind, followed by a beam of white light shooting out from the ring in Yi Chen's hand, which then transformed into a phantom. This man wore a gray robe, had white hair that reached his shoulders, and on his seemingly middle-aged face grew a long, snow-white beard. Teacher, am I crippled? Sigh tilde. The illusory figure let out a helpless sigh, and Yi Chen, feeling anxious, hurriedly asked, Teacher, is there any possibility for me to return to the path of cultivation? Yi Chen asked a question that even he himself thought was impossible. After all, a cultivator's source of power is the soul sea, and now that his soul sea has been shattered, there is almost no hope of repairing it. The illusory figure shook its head helplessly, causing Yi Chen's long-awaited eyes to finally open. No, I don't want to become a cripple. If that's the case, I might as well just enter the cycle of reincarnation. Teacher, why didn't you intervene then? Even if you were exposed with your strength, you could have escaped even if you were no match for them. Yi Chen cried and roared, his words filled with blame. Yi Chen, calm down. How can I stay calm? I've become a useless person now. If you hadn't said that the heavenly phoenix body could unlock my heaven-defying physique, I wouldn't have had to deliver myself to be crippled. Why didn't you help back then? Were you lying to me all along? I also wanted to help you, but there were 2 ancient emperors present with you. If I show myself, not only will I die, but you will not survive either. I am but a remnant soul. Destruction is one thing, but how can you destroy your promising future? A bright future? I'm already ruined. What future do I have left? Teacher. The phantom's words didn't give Yi Chen, who was filled with extreme resentment, any thought. But he suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. He looked at the pleading figure with a pleading expression, and his throat tightened. Teacher, you said, I have a bright future. Is that true? Can my soul sea be repaired? The phantom didn't blame Yi Chen for his tone just now, because he knew. When people are in a situation worse than death, they have no time to care about anything else. Alas, as things stand, it's impossible for you to repair your soul sea at this point. Yi Chen knew that he hadn't finished speaking yet, so this time he didn't rush to speak, but quietly waited for him to finish. I have a method for refining the body here, which requires one to reach the realm of an immortal through physical cultivation. Then the soul sea is tempered with immortal fire, like refining a weapon, to make it a perfect embryo. Finally, it was nurtured with immortal essence to create a powerful sea of artifact souls. Once completed, your soul sea will be extremely solid, like a divine weapon, and it can even improve with your cultivation level. However, this is something no ordinary person can accomplish, especially when the soul sea is being tempered by immortal fire. That excruciating pain must be endured for 49 days. If you cannot bear it, you will perish completely. Upon hearing that his soul sea might be repaired, Yi Chen hurriedly stood up and knelt at the feet of the illusory figure. Teacher, I humbly request that you pass on this method to me. When I have mastered it, I will surely create a perfect body for you. Upon seeing this, the phantom paused for a moment and said something earnestly. Chenner, this method is no ordinary one. You should think it over carefully. Once you start practicing it, there will be no going back. Teacher, rest assured, Yi Chen would rather be shattered to pieces than fail to master this technique. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute decision, the illusory figure said nothing more. He flicked a finger and lightly touched Yi Chen's brow. Instantly, a milky white light entered Yi Chen's soul. A few breaths later, the body refining technique, Azure Sky Overlord Body Technique, was imprinted in Yi Chen's soul. When this technique is cultivated to its highest level, it can make the cultivator's internal energy and blood as vast and boundless as the sky. Their physical strength is enough to lift the sky and split the earth. When they reach perfection, the cultivator's skin alone is like the most solid substance in the universe. Upon learning how miraculous this method was, Yi Chen's previous resentment vanished, and he opened his eyes with delight. Teacher, thank you. The phantom nodded with satisfaction. Let's start cultivating now. You previously displayed the imperial medicine in the divine dynasty. Even if the heavenly lord won't touch you because of your father's influence, It's hard to guarantee that his courtiers won't harbor malicious intentions. Recover to your best condition as soon as possible. Then, even if they try to seize the imperial medicine, I can use your body to hold out for a little longer. Yi Chen was well aware of the saying, possessing a treasure is a crime, and he had hoped that the imperial medicine could impress the mysterious young master. Who would have thought that he would look down on him and even cripple him? He remembered this grudge. Whenever Yi Chen thought of that child, he wanted to know his identity so that he could seek revenge in the future. By the way, teacher, do you know what family that child who destroyed my soul sea belongs to? Upon hearing this, the phantom pondered for a moment before speaking. In the desolate universe, it has been an unknown amount of time since the Heavenly Emperor appeared. In my time, there were only a handful of Heavenly Emperors, but many ancient emperors. Almost every dominant and immortal power has ancient emperors and giants among them. However, a deception about the path to the Heavenly Emperor attracted all the ancient emperors of the entire desolate universe to it, and in the end, none of them survived. However, before I perished, I heard some news about the tribes within the Forbidden Zone. They only sent ancient emperors from vassal forces within their clan. Their direct descendants never appeared. Later, I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, you told me about the current situation in the desolate land. As your teacher has determined, this child is protected by two ancient emperors, so he must be a being from within the Forbidden Zone. As for their race, that remains unknown. After all, his actual combat experience at the time only demonstrated the power of imperial suppression, making it impossible to determine. What, he's from that place? Then my grudge. Upon hearing that Feng Haoran was a member of the Forbidden Zone clan, Yi Chen immediately felt pressured. After all, that was a colossal being, while he himself was only slightly larger than an ant. Chenner, you must not have such thoughts in the future. You must know that as a cultivator, you are walking a path against the heavens. Only then did I realize the principle that things reach their extremes and then reverse, and that prosperity inevitably leads to decline. As long as you cultivate diligently and become strong enough, nothing is impossible. Hearing the illusory figure's words, Yi Chen's blood boiled. Teacher, don't worry. Once I've achieved something, I will definitely seek revenge. The master and apprentice were discussing the future in the carriage, unaware that someone was crouching in the void, watching the spectacle. HMPH tilde, just as your highness said, it is indeed an old brand Emperor soul. However, he was a shallow and foolish man who actually dared to try to move the Feng clan. As a veteran ancient emperor, haven't you ever heard this saying? It is better to defy the will of the great Tao than to oppose the taboo of sealing off one's clan. Alas, having confidence is good, but blind confidence is undoubtedly courting disaster. Once you've offended the young master, no one can save you. How pathetic. Chapter 22, 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies, and 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Fengshan Heng Pavilion is a magnificent ancient building that offers tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle, with stunning nighttime views. A young man stood amidst pavilions and towers, gazing up at the night sky, lost in thought. Her ice-blue hair was half down and half up, and the silver crown on her head exuded a faint Taoist charm. His eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and his eyes, shimmering with purple light, were like stars. He wore a blue robe with gold patterns, making him look like an immortal who had stepped out of a painting. At that moment, a magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of languor, came from the young man's mouth. Boundless with neither joy nor sorrow, life is truly free. It seems, young master's artistic conception has improved again. At this moment, a middle-aged man in white appeared out of thin air behind the young man, his face showing respect. The young man didn't even turn his head, yet he knew who the newcomer was. How is it? Young master is incredibly insightful. Yi Chen has indeed successfully repaired his soul sea, and his cultivation has returned to the immortal Lord realm. It must be said that this young man possesses great perseverance. He was able to endure the excruciating pain of tempering his soul sea. His strength is just as the young master said. Even the immortal kings and immortal emperors of his generation would suffer at his hands. If the first generation doesn't appear, perhaps. Within this imperial heaven divine dynasty, only the young master and Miss Yu Ning can suppress him. Indeed, the young master mentioned by the middle-aged man in white is none other than Feng Haoran, who has now grown up. The person speaking was Tian Kui, who had frequently gone out to observe Yi Chen over the past 8 years. After 8 years of growth, it seems it's time to harvest another wave of Chinese letter. a metaphor for retail investors. Feng Haoran withdrew his gaze and turned to his reserved seat in the pavilion. He glanced at Tian Kui, who seemed hesitant to speak, then picked up the teacup on the table and said calmly, "Tian Kui, when did you become so long-winded? Just say what you want to say." Tian Kui, the unparalleled sage in the eyes of outsiders, has witnessed Feng Haoran's intelligence, wisdom, and shrewdness over the past 8 years. He even doubted himself, wondering if he was still the same peerless Tian Kui who could single-handedly shake an entire power. However, if he knew that Feng Haoran had an omnipotent system inside him, he wouldn't think that way. "Young master, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with him anytime soon, because the master has given orders that your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. Although no other forces are involved in your coming-of-age ceremony, the host says you must be present, as it is a custom of the clan. Furthermore, the matriarch also said that you hadn't met her family when you were born, and this would be a good opportunity to return to her clan and introduce you to them. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, 16 years have passed. Get ready, return to your clan tomorrow morning. Secretly arrange for people to continue monitoring Yi Chen. When I return, that will be the day of reckoning." Yes, Tilda. During these 8 years, Feng Haoran received daily rewards from the system, including magic weapons, pills, formations, and cultivation points. Even so, he used all of his previous 10,000 years of cultivation. Currently, his cultivation level is only at the 9th level of the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm. This puzzled Feng Haoran greatly. Later, the system, worried that its master might mistakenly believe that it had embezzled the money, hurriedly explained. Only after the system explained it, and he received proof from Tian Kui, did he understand. Those below the level of a sage can generally improve their cultivation level within 1,000 years, unless their aptitude is extremely poor. However, those with good aptitude can advance to the immortal Emperor realm in a few hundred or even 100 years. However, it takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to enter the realm of sainthood. Everyone knows that those below the saint are all ants. This is a huge watershed. Of course, after entering sainthood, there are also heavenly saints, ancient saints, and the immortal saint kings who have entered the level of great power. Breaking through these major realms requires more than 10,000 years, or even longer, though there are exceptions. Breaking through from the immortal saint king realm to the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm is another critical point. To understand the power of the Supreme Being of Heaven and Earth, one must know that it is because they comprehend the power of the laws of Heaven and Earth, and belong to the true great power of Heaven and Earth. To enter this realm, one generally relies on the accumulation of time and exceptional personal comprehension, typically requiring tens of thousands of years. And the emperors are even more so. The beings in the desolate universe are almost all tens of thousands, or even tens of millions of years old. Of course, there are also some people who, no matter how hard they try, will never reach this level. Although these advancements require considerable time to accumulate, the lifespan of living beings is also extremely long. The next morning, Feng Haoran and his group of 4 left Fengshan, Kaosheng Pavilion, and headed towards the teleportation array in Tianhong Domain. Several days later, they returned to the forbidden territory of their clan. The clan was in fiefed within the imperial palace. Jiang Yunxi, who hadn't seen her son for several years, was amazed by his appearance at first glance. "Oh my son is so handsome. It's a good thing you've stayed in the Fengshan Kaosheng Pavilion for the past 8 years. Otherwise, so many women would have been captivated by you." Jiang Yunxi wore a purple gold 9 Phoenix divine robe, her blue hair styled in a bun and adorned with exquisite jewelry. Her ethereal beauty was simply unparalleled in the world. She came up to Feng Haoran, took his arm, and looked him up and down with a happy expression. This made Feng Haoran feel a little embarrassed. "Oh dear mother, I'm all grown up now, you shouldn't." "What? You've only been gone a few years and you've already started to dislike your mother. You won't even let her hold you anymore. Besides, no matter how old you get, you're still my son whom I've carried for millennia. In my eyes, you'll always be a child." Feng Haoran was speechless after being rebuked by his mother's words. All right, mother, whatever makes you happy." He, that's right, look at my son's face, it's so adorable." Seeing that her son had given in, Jiang Yunxi, who had been feeling very aggrieved just moments before, instantly put on a smile. In Feng Haoran's view, the people of his previous life were indeed right. A woman's face changes faster than turning the pages of a book. "My dear son, after we pay respects to our ancestors tomorrow and complete the bloodline awakening, your mother will take you to the Jiang clan. Let me tell you, The current generation of young people in the Jiang clan are just as good-looking as I am. If you take a fancy to someone, your mother will help you marry her. If I like them all, I'll just pack them all up and bring them back. Hee hee. Feng Haoran looked embarrassed and hurriedly asked Feng Qianju, who was sitting to the side, for help. All right, Yunxi, Ranner just got back and has been traveling for many days. Tomorrow is also his coming-of-age ceremony. Let him go back and rest first. Oh, right. Look at me. I was so happy to see my good son that I forgot you came all the way from Tianheng Domain. Then you should go back to the palace and rest. You'll be accompanying the Empress Dowager to the Jiang tribe in a couple of days, so Ranner must be in top condition. Jiang Yunxi's words left Feng Haoran speechless. He was only 16, and she was already in a hurry to take him on a blind date. Relieved, he walked out of the imperial palace and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sigh tilde being good-looking is a sin. After saying that, he flew towards his imperial palace. Chapter 23, Coming-of-Age Ceremony, Bloodline Awakening. The clan is forbidden to remain in seclusion. Today is a special day, as all clan members have emerged from seclusion, from the patriarch down to the infant in his arms. Even the black, gold, silver, and ironclad guards, who usually secretly protect the area around the Feng clan, have appeared. These guards, numbering in the hundreds of millions, surround a giant floating island of the Feng clan, which is covered with magic arrays. Even without saying a word, such a presence creates an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, they exude a unique, murderous aura of military guards, so terrifying that ordinary people simply cannot withstand it. Their existence is due to the clan rules passed down from the ancestors of the Feng clan, which govern the younger generation born into the Feng clan. Only those who have paid homage to their ancestors and gained their approval, and whose bloodline has been awakened, can be considered true members of the clan. Now it is Feng Haoran's coming-of-age ceremony. Within the suspended giant island, tens of thousands of core members of the Feng clan were lined up according to their rank, facing a high platform. As for why a forbidden clan only has tens of thousands of core members, it's because the bloodline of the forbidden clan is too powerful, making it difficult to produce offspring. Once someone becomes pregnant, the shortest pregnancy lasts at least 100 years, and Jiang Yunxi's pregnancy lasted the longest, a full 10,000 years. These forbidden clansmen don't have many core members, but each one possesses immense strength. In addition, their clan has accommodated many vassal forces and cultivated many powerful individuals, making them incomparable to other forces. On the high platform of the floating island stands a statue, its figure majestic and extraordinary, extremely lifelike, like a supreme ruler of space. Even a statue can make people afraid to look it in the eye. Even the divine aura and rules of the great Tao that permeate the void dare not approach it. Below this statue stand 19 elderly men with white hair and youthful faces. They carried divine wheels on their backs, their hair flew in the wind, and their divine robes fluttered in the gale. Each one of them was like a veteran, their hazy eyes like stars, making them impossible to see clearly. However, at this moment, Feng Qianju, along with his son Feng Haoran, descended the steps from below to the high platform. The 19 patriarchs who had been waiting all smiled with satisfaction when they saw Feng Haoran. Haha, this child truly lives up to his reputation as a member of my clan. Whether it's his appearance or his physique, he is an unparalleled existence. Yes, you were all in seclusion and asleep at the time. The extraordinary phenomena at his birth shocked the entire desolate universe. Even the will of the great Tao is wary of it and wants to destroy it. HMPH tilde Amir will dare to attack someone from my clan. It probably doesn't know what annihilation is. That's right, what kind of race is our clan? Let alone its will, even if the great Tao itself were to descend, it wouldn't dare to act like this. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We don't want to scare the little guy. Today is his coming-of-age ceremony, marking his entry into the clan and the awakening of his bloodline. Let's all prepare to begin the ceremony. The eldest patriarch on the far left spoke, and the other 18 nodded in agreement, ending their previous conversation. At this moment, Feng Qianju and his son arrived before the 19 patriarchs. Haoran, these are the ancestors of the Feng clan. Hurry up and pay your respects. Feng Haoran glanced at it, and was surprised to find that the Feng clan still had so many ancestors. Haoran greets all the venerable ancestors. The ancestors nodded with satisfaction. At this moment the great ancestor spoke. You little rascal, you've really brought honor to the family. It's no wonder that we awakened from our ancestral land and specially opened the coming-of-age ceremony for you to awaken your bloodline. Most people don't get this kind of treatment. The great ancestors' words were not a joke at all. They concerned the entire clan. It is extremely rare for an ancestor to appear and initiate bloodline awakening, let alone for all 19 to arrive at the same time. Haoran thanks the ancestor. Okay, let's begin. No sooner had the great clan finished speaking than Feng Qianju, as the clan's most respected member, stepped into the void and arrived in front of the giant statue, facing tens of thousands of the core members of the Feng clan. Gentlemen, I, Emperor Feng Qianju, in my capacity as the 199th Emperor, hereby grant Feng Haoran entry into the clan and the awakening of his bloodline. We respectfully welcome Emperor Haoran into our clan, hoping that the Emperor's bloodline will return to its ancestral origins. Below, tens of thousands of members of the clan, except for the elders, knelt down in unison to welcome them. The sound was vast and awe-inspiring, shaking the void and traveling tens of thousands of miles. Kneel and worship. As Feng Qianju shouted, Feng Haoran knelt down before the statue that looked like a living creature, repeating the act 3 times. Buzz tilde. Just then, the huge ancestral statue was covered by a layer of light, and then a deep voice came from it. Zum, boom, hiss. This deep, resonant acknowledgement echoed through the void, nearly shattering the space imbued with the will of the great Tao. The elders were so frightened that they all wanted to activate the power of the space-stabilizing rules, but fortunately he withdrew it in time. Upon seeing this, Feng Haoran felt a surge of emotions. Holy crap, what kind of existence is this? Just a low hum almost caused the space to burst. Several elders couldn't help but roll up their sleeves and wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads, because this was the first time in their history that they had encountered such a situation. Feng Qianju glanced at the great ancestor in the void, and after seeing him nod, he continued to shout. The ceremony is complete. The blood sacrifice begins. Whoosh! As soon as Feng Qianju finished speaking, the 19 patriarchs immediately dispersed, their hands forming ancient array incantations. They silently chanted the mysterious incantation and shouted in unison. Thorn tilde. Whoosh! 19 beams of light shot straight into the 19 array eyes within the statue, instantly causing them to shimmer with golden light. Boom! Rumbled. At this moment, the giant statue was enveloped in golden light, and a beam of purple gold divine light shot out from between its eyebrows, landing on Feng Haoran. Feng Haoran was at a loss, with no one to give him any pointers. He didn't know what to do and was simply enveloped in divine light. However, he immediately felt his vital essence being drawn away. Just as he was about to stop it, the purple gold divine light, carrying a drop of his essence blood, swiftly entered the statue's brow. Whoosh tilde, buzz tilde. The golden light emanating from the statue was then withdrawn, and the vast floating island fell into complete silence. As usual, once the essence and blood are absorbed into the statue, the bloodline of the person who drew the blood will revert to its ancestral state within a few breaths. However, Feng Haoran made no move this time. How is this possible? This little guy is a forbidden celestial body. Why doesn't he show any signs of reversion to his ancestral form? Yes, could there be a problem somewhere? Great ancestor, why don't we try again? This child's bloodline can't possibly have no reaction at all. All the patriarchs and Feng Qianju turned their gazes toward the deep-thinking patriarch. Below, tens of thousands of people saw their ancestors with faces full of disbelief. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear of disturbing the great ancestor's thoughts. Feng Haoran, the person involved, was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago there was such a commotion, but now, in the bloodline reversion stage, it was eerily quiet. At that moment, a bold idea came to his mind. Could it be that Dad got cheated on? The thought sent chills down his spine. It was the last thing he wanted to see. However, if Feng Qianju knew about his way of thinking, he would definitely beat him to a pulp. Let's try again. The great ancestor's voice finally rang out, and the other 18 people, upon hearing this, prepared to once again unleash the ancient magic of the Sealing clan. However, at that moment, Buzz tilde, the statue, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Rumbled. Woo tilde. In the void, muffled thunder rumbled and a gale howled. From within the statue, an immense pressure surged forth, one that even many of the patriarchs found difficult to withstand. Crack hiss. From the void, a sound like space was about to shatter could be heard. Chapter 24, The Ancestor Descends. 4 followers. Crack hiss. From the void, a sound like space was about to shatter could be heard. Oh no, our ancestor is about to descend. Quickly, join me in stabilizing this space. As soon as the great ancestor spoke, in addition to the 19 ancestors, even the ancient Emperor Feng Qianju used the rules of spatial stability. Whoosh! Below, a dozen or so elders led all the clansmen with the cultivation level of great emperors to unleash the spatial order. Buzz and whoosh! Instantly, a unique spatial defense layer enveloped the giant floating island, forming a circle around it. Whoosh tilde buzz tilde. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through countless layers of space and entered the statue. Ha ha! A deep, powerful laugh came from inside the statue. We respectfully welcome the arrival of our ancestor. Please forgive us for not being able to kneel and greet him. The great ancestor led the entire Feng clan in a loud voice. Those who did not use spatial abilities knelt to welcome him, while Feng Haoran stood there dumbfounded. No problem, these formalities are unnecessary. Within the statue, a colossal phantom appears, its appearance identical to that of the statue itself. It was nothing more than the phantom's silver hair, casually draped over its shoulders, which added to its rustic charm. His expressive eyes gazed at Feng Haoran. Was that essence blood from earlier yours, little one? Feng Haoran was stunned, but his reaction was a beat slow. Oh, it's mine. Haha, not bad, little guy, you're quite good. I originally thought that the Feng clan should take root in this universe for a long time, at least so that it could continue to be passed down. However, your appearance has ignited my plan to restrain those old guys. My Dharma body cannot last much longer, so let's keep it short. People of the Feng clan, listen to my command. This child's bloodline has reached its ancestral level at its maximum, and he also possesses a heavenly taboo body, which is what you call a forbidden heavenly body. From now on, the Feng clan will use all its strength to protect its growth. If anyone above dares to interfere, I will eliminate them one by one. Little one, the path of cultivation is endless. Study it well, and I hope you can surpass me and lead the Feng clan to new heights. I'm up here, I'll pave the way for you. Goodbye, Tilda. Whoosh, Tilda. After the illusory figure left, the ancestor and the group of clansmen who had used spatial magic were all panting heavily. Little guy, I never thought you could get your ancestor to come in person and pave the way for you. Good, good. Our ancestors also said that they would use the full strength of the clan to protect your growth. We old folks may not be able to follow you every second, but... As the great ancestor finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and an ancient jade tablet floated in the air. This is an energy jade tablet that we condensed using the power of the ancient emperors. If we encounter danger, crush it. Inside is not only our full force attack, but even the heavenly emperor would be able to fight it. At the same time, I can sense that I will be by your side within 10 or so breaths. Feng Haoran accepted the jade tablet and thanked the elders. Haoran thanks all the venerable ancestors. Haha, now that you have completed your entry into the ancestral home, the ancestors' arrival just now consumed a great deal of energy in order to maintain the space. We will return to our ancestral lands for seclusion. As for the clan's resources, I believe your father will arrange them for you without me having to say anything. After saying this, the 19 ancestors disappeared, and the entire Feng clan shouted in unison, respectfully bidding farewell to the venerable ancestor. After the patriarch left, 4 figures flew out from among the tens of thousands of people below. Whoosh! 4 figures landed on the high platform, 3 men and 1 woman facing Feng Haoran. Unaware of what was going on, Feng Haoran assumed they were challenging him. What are you all doing here? Your Majesty, we are the highest-ranking members of the clan and the first generation of prodigies of this generation. They knew that after the Emperor's coming-of-age ceremony, he would enter the mortal world to gain experience. We have ventured out to gain experience before and are quite familiar with the 6 realms. Therefore, we are willing to follow the Emperor. I ask for nothing more than to be by your Majesty's side to help you solve your problems. I hope your Majesty will accept me. Among the 4, a young prodigy with higher cultivation, who had reached the 9th level of the immortal Saint King realm, spoke up. It should be noted that an era can last for tens of millions of years. While the 4 people in front of us are only 20 or 30,000 years old, yet they are already immortal Saint Kings. Compared to other races, this is an absolutely heaven-defying existence. Of course, it's nothing compared to Feng Haoran. These 4 people were originally proud and arrogant, but ever since they witnessed the extraordinary phenomena at his birth, In addition, there's Feng Haoran's ancestral bloodline and the words spoken by his ancestors. They yearn to become stronger, and with their own talents and family resources, they may never achieve their goals. Now, only by setting aside their pride and age, and becoming Feng Haoran's followers, can they see the transcendent realm beyond the heavenly emperor. At this moment, the four of them looked at Feng Haoran nervously, while the latter sensed that something was wrong with the plot. Shouldn't they be jealous of me, resentful of me, and then challenge me to a duel? Why would they choose to follow me? Oh right, I'm the villain. Once I unleash this domineering aura, his lackeys will be everywhere. Just as Feng Haoran was considering whether or not to keep these burdens, Feng Qianju's voice echoed in his mind. However, the four of them are the strongest in this generation of the clan, and they have a lot of experience in training outside. Having them around is a good thing. If there's anything you can't do yourself, you can let them handle it. Feng Haoran thought about it and felt that what his father said was right. It was something like running errands or killing ants. Since that's the case, then you will all follow me from now on. The four of them were of course unaware of what he was thinking. If they had known, it's hard to imagine what their expressions would have been. The first generation's prodigy of the prestigious Feng clan is only fit to run errands for him and wipe out some insignificant ants. Your subordinates Feng Yukong, Feng Jingzhen, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan pay their respects to your majesty. Chapter 25, heading to the Jiang clan. Your subordinates Feng Yukong, Feng Jingzhen, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan pay their respects to your majesty. Upon hearing this, the four were overjoyed and knelt down to him one after another, then announced their names. The other prodigies of the Feng clan below were filled with envy when they saw the emperor accept the title of the strongest person in their clan. He secretly vowed to cultivate diligently, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the emperor in the future. And so, Feng Haoran's coming-of-age ceremony came to an end, and he returned to the emperor's palace. Feng Yukong and the other three also arrived and stood in the council hall, waiting for the emperor's instructions. Just as Feng Haoran was about to speak, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations, Master, for subduing 4 followers. Rewards include the divine skills, Gate of all things, Dharma body of heaven and earth, blade piercing the void, and heaven-shattering sword. There are actually 4 different divine skills, could it be? Feng Haoran guessed something, so he asked Feng Yukong and the other 3. What do the 4 of you specialize in? Your Majesty, I am a spatial divine body, and I cultivate the chaos sealing heaven technique, one of the 4 clan protecting divine techniques of my family. After Feng Yukong finished speaking, Feng Jingzhen, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan appeared. Your Majesty, Jingzhan is born with the Supreme Overlord Blade body, and he also cultivates the family's clan protecting technique, the Chaos Overlord Blade technique. I am the Supreme Star body, and I cultivate the Heavenly Refining body technique. Your Majesty, Zai Yuan possesses the Chaos Sword body, and cultivates the family's Azure Lotus Sword technique. Upon learning that the techniques and physical constitutions of the 4 individuals perfectly matched the divine skills rewarded by the system. Since that's the case, then I will grant you 4 a divine skill based on your individual constitutions. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, the terrifying aura of a supreme being of heaven and earth erupted from Feng Haoran's body. This was something he did on purpose, to intimidate the 4 people. Then he waved his hand and pointed lightly, instantly transforming into 4 streams of light that rushed into their brows. Before the 4 people, who were stunned by the power of the supreme being, could react, a heaven-defying divine skill had already appeared in their minds. They found it utterly unbelievable, even though they knew the emperor was exceptionally talented. However, he had already surpassed them and reached the supreme realm of heaven and earth at the very beginning of his life. This is utterly astonishing, considering their level of cultivation. That took 20 to 30,000 years, and even in the desolate universe, it was considered a heaven-defying prodigy. But if they are extraordinary geniuses, then what is the emperor in front of them? Now, a divine skill that suits their constitution has appeared within their sea of consciousness. Upon learning of the immense power of their divine skills, they stared in stunned disbelief, utterly speechless. Your Majesty, this divine technique is far too powerful, we dare not accept it. Feng Yukong stammered as he spoke to Feng Haoran. Take what is given to you, and use it to improve your combat strength and cultivation. This is just the beginning. I hope you won't let me down. The 4 of them felt that they had made the right decision. Not only is the 16-year-old heaven and earth supreme capable of displaying divine skills, never seen even in his own family, Even though the other person is young, they readily accepted the lecture. It is the Emperor. Oh, by the way, I will be traveling to the Jiang clan with my mother soon. The four of you should first go to the Fengshan Chaos Heng Pavilion of the Yushan Divine Dynasty and inquire about a person named Yi Chen from the Shengwu Dynasty. Then I'll keep an eye on him. I need to know all his movements. When the time comes, I'll come looking for you. This is a method of concealment. That guy has an ancient emperor within him. We mustn't let them be discovered. After Feng Haoran finished speaking, he waved out a secret technique for concealment and gave it to the four people to practice. This kind of secret technique was easy to comprehend. With their talent, they will achieve great success in just a few days. Yes, Tilda. After responding, the four left the council hall. After they left, Feng Haoran couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sigh Tilda, I never thought that even when I'm not being a tool, I'd still be this tired. It seems I still need to learn more about the art of giving up. The next day, a luxurious jade carriage was parked in front of the gate of the Feng clan imperial palace, pulled by a 9-headed blue ice flame divine phoenix. Each one exuded an extremely terrifying imperial aura, and its body was also extremely large. At this moment, it rests quietly in the void, awaiting its master's arrival. Behind the jade chariot, hundreds of people, each dressed in silver armor, rode a celestial lion. The aura emanating from them, though not as powerful as that of the ice flame divine phoenix, was still quite terrifying. The silver-armored guards who rode the celestial lions were all at the supreme realm of heaven and earth, and some of them even exuded imperial might. The leader, clad in heavy silver armor, with a resolute face and a burly physique, was the head of the team. This person is named Xiao Kangshan, the leader of the Sky Guard trained by the Feng clan, and his cultivation level is the 9th level of the Great Emperor. The silver-armored Sky Guards are among the top 5 strongest guards in the clan's protective army. In particular, the leader, Xiao Kangshan, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm, was able to defy the 12 ancient emperors without being defeated. Such guards trained by the feudal clans only obey the orders of the feudal clan's emperor. When Feng Haoran was born, the 3 ancient emperors appeared in the Feng clan, and the Sky Guards on duty that day failed to detect the intruders and assassins. He was later severely punished with the title of Thousand Absolutes, and remained unused for 16 years until today when the emperor finally named him for use. The mission was to escort the empress and her son to the Jiang clan. Xiao Kangshan, not daring to be careless, mobilized the entire Sky Guard. At this moment, Feng Qianju and his family of 3, surrounded by many maids, walked out of the imperial palace. Yunxi, I won't accompany you this time, but I've arranged for the Sky Guards to escort you, so I feel more at ease. Yes, I, Jiang Yunxi, am not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to touch my son, I will kill him. Upon hearing his mother's words, Feng Haoran wanted to shout, I'm not made of clay either. In the end, he chose to remain silent. After all, it was his parents' concern for him. Feng Qianju walked up to Xiao Kangshan with a cold expression. The latter looked respectful and waited for the emperor's instructions. Laughing at the heavens, I will not hold your past mistakes against you. But if anything happens to them this time, you will not need to come back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kangshan's heart tightened, and he jumped off his mount. Your Majesty, rest assured, if the Empress and the young Emperor are in danger again this time, I will offer my head in retribution. All right, you can go now. Feng Qianju nodded in satisfaction, and then spoke to Jiang Yunxi and her son. Jiang Yunxi did not speak, but instead, with the help of her personal maid Qingyi, she stepped onto the ice flame divine phoenix chariot. However, at that moment, Feng Haoran's voice came. Yu Ning, go inside the jade carriage and take good care of the Empress Dowager with Qingyi. I will ride Little White there. Xiao Yuning was taken aback upon hearing this, but since it was a command from His Highness, she could only obey. Yes, Your Highness. Just as Xiao Yuning responded, Bai Zi transformed into a stream of light and flew out from Feng Haoran's body. Roar tilde. Bai Zi's enormous body meant that Feng Haoran could sleep on its back without any problem. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Emperor has actually subdued Bai Zi. When Xiao Kangshan saw Bai Zi, he was somewhat shocked. He then mounted his mount and raised his arm to shout. Let's go! Chirp tilde. The 9-headed ice flame divine phoenix let out a high-pitched cry and took flight. The jade carriage then transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. Feng Haoran rode Bai Zi to follow, while Wangya stayed close by as they flew through the air. Xiao Kangshan led hundreds of sky guards in close pursuit. As Feng Qian departed in despair in his jade carriage, he uttered a faint sentence to the empty void. Tian Kui, I cannot deduce Hao Ran's actions. It seems that a powerful being is concealing the secrets of heaven. You must continue to follow him and ensure his safety. Yes, master. A voice came from the void. Then the order of space rippled slightly and then fell silent. Chapter 26, Jiang Clan. Forbidden Zone, Jiang Clan. They are a race governed by the 5 forbidden rules of life, and this race has created a different space filled with the vitality of life. In this space, even the air is filled with the breath of life, like a paradise on earth. Sacred beasts soared through the pervasive divine mist, and floating palaces and pavilions were everywhere. The most striking feature is the giant male statue that is as beautiful as a woman. His appearance can no longer be described as merely handsome, for it rivals that of goddesses from the heavens and the universe. He stood on a jade lotus, holding the supreme scepter of life like a god of life. At this moment, inside a magnificent palace, there was a man dressed in a white, silky robe with gold patterns. She had long purple hair, wore a crown that exuded nobility and symbolized power, and was even quite beautiful. This person is named Jiang Qinkang, the ruler of the Jiang clan, and his title is King Qinkang. He sat enthroned on the throne of the Temple of Life, looking down at a young couple below. In the Jiang tribe, there are 7 characteristics of life force: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. What is reflected in each person is the color of their hair, with purple being the most prominent, symbolizing nobility. At the same time, their clan has another common characteristic, which is that they are good-looking. Regardless of gender, they are the kind of people who are 1 in a million. Father, now that Nihuang has grown up, can she go out and gain experience? Father, I want to go too. Nihuang and I are twins and we are the same age. If she can go, so can I. The first to speak was a woman, dressed in a silky silver divine patterned celestial robe, with her blue hair half down and half up. Her figure was curvaceous and perfect, and her appearance was like that of a goddess from the heavens. Because her life force is a mutated blue color, a sign of atavism, she is called the goddess of this generation of the Jiang clan, named Jiang Nihuang. The person who spoke up next was her twin brother, Jiang Ruoxian. As his name suggests, he was like a celestial being descended from the heavens, dressed in white, with a handsome and dashing appearance. Those exquisite features were flawless, and her purple hair was casually tied with a ribbon and fell behind her shoulders. Her bone age was not even 20. Jiang Qinkang, who was in a high position, was really having a headache looking at his 2 children. You two, are you not allowed to cultivate within the clan? They insisted on following their aunt's example and going out to gain experience. But in the end, it benefited that bastard Feng Qianju. Jiang Qinkang was traumatized after his younger sister was kidnapped while he was away on a training trip. However, at that moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Learn from me. You've been cultivating all these years, but why haven't you advanced to the heavenly emperor level? What, now you think you're some kind of ancient emperor? How about I send Qianju over to have a go at you? Jiang Qinkang looked up and saw 6 figures walking into the palace. It was Zhang Yunxi, her personal maid Qingyi, and Xiao Kangshan, while the other 3 were Feng Heoran, Xiao Yuning, and Wang Yi. Jiang Nihuang and her brother had not yet met their aunt, and were about to speak when Jiang Qinkang spoke first. Why are you here? Didn't Feng Qianju come with you? What? Do I need your permission to go back to my own home? Jiang Yunxi arrived at the main hall, found a seat, and then spoke calmly. If Qianju comes, just because of what you just said, wouldn't he have another debate with you about the Tao? Phew, Tilda. Jiang Qinkang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that she hadn't come. Feng Qianju had been fighting with him for many years because of his sister, but he always ended up losing, which made him feel ashamed. Heoran, he's your inflexible uncle. Try to have less contact with him in the future, or I'm afraid you'll be influenced by his stubbornness. Hey, Jiang Yunxi, can't you give me some face in front of the child? Jiang Qinkang straightened his posture, adopting a dignified demeanor, and looked at Feng Heoran. Heoran, right? He really did inherit the genes of my Jiang clan. Look at this. Only someone of my own life form could be born with such a face. Don't listen to your mother. From now on, we must visit each other often. Here, this is a gift from your uncle. As he spoke, a purple ball of light appeared in Jiang Qinkang's hand and floated to Feng Heoran's side. The purple sphere was filled with life force, and before Feng Heoran could express his gratitude, its voice rang out again. This is an energy ball of the ancient emperor's life order, which can regenerate severed limbs and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As long as there is still a breath left, This thing can revive them. Thank you, uncle. Just as Feng Haoran was expressing his gratitude, the system's voice rang out. Ding, Master has entered the land of life. You are hereby rewarded with a life-giving pill. This elixir has the power to bring the dead back to life. Even if someone has breathed their last, it can restore their soul. The elixir of life? That's better than the gift from my uncle. Feng Haoran thought to himself. Although it's not as good as the gathering of life fragments, it's better than nothing. Before the fragments of life gather together, this pill can save one's life. Seeing that her older brother had given her a gift, Jiang Yunxi, as the aunt of the two children, naturally couldn't be stingy. Nihuang Ruoxian, your aunt also has a gift for you. After Jiang Yunxi flipped her hand, two treasures appeared in her palm. A woman's celestial sash radiating 9-colored divine light, and a jade fan crafted from phoenix feathers. This is the 9-colored heavenly silk, which combines offense and defense and belongs to the level of an imperial weapon. I will give it to Nihuang. As for the other item, it's called the 9-feathered jade fan, also an imperial weapon, primarily for combat. It would be more suitable for immortals. After saying that, Jiang Yunxi gently pushed the two imperial weapons towards Jiang Nihuang and her brother. After receiving the treasure, they liked it more and more, especially Jiang Ruoxian. His otherworldly temperament, coupled with the jade fan, made him even more elegant. Thank you, Aunt. Aunt is so kind, unlike Father, who wouldn't even give me a single imperial weapon. They even said that the higher the weapon's grade, the greater the consumption of immortal energy. Your father wasn't lying. With your level of cultivation, you really don't need to use imperial weapons. Otherwise, one move would drain you dry. Fortunately, the imperial weapons your aunt gave you have been modified with array suppression. Although it won't drain your immortal spiritual power, the attack power it unleashes is much weaker than a normal imperial weapon, yet it still exceeds the power of a sacred artifact. Seeing that his sister didn't disagree this time, Jiang Qingkang nodded in satisfaction. As a cultivator, don't rely too much on your weapons. True strength comes from your own power. All right, you all can go down now. Your aunt and I have something important to discuss. Father, what about our trip out to gain experience? Let's talk about it later, go downstairs first. The siblings, who were still thinking about going out to gain experience, were rejected again and had no choice but to leave the main hall. After the juniors, maids, and guards stepped aside, Jiang Qingkang's face lost its previous kindness, and he spoke with extreme seriousness. Is there something you need to do upon returning to your hometown this time? Chapter 27, The Silly Little Cousin. Is there something you need to do upon returning to your hometown this time? In the entire Hall of Life, only the brother and sister remained. That's right. Kainju told me that the Feng family's ancestor sent a message that there will be a change in the desolate heaven universe, and this change will involve the 3,000 universes. The vanished heavenly emperor will also return, at which point an imperial war will be inevitable. Although my Jiang clan is one of the strongest of the 5 great rules, that is still the origin of life for all things in heaven and earth. If a real war were to break out, the Jiang clan's fighting strength would be unmatched by any other clan. At that time, the Jiang clan would surely become the object of interest for other clans. Kainju sent me back to tell you about this, so you can be prepared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingkang frowned and nodded in agreement. It seems that the ancestors of the Feng clan have already reached that level. Unexpectedly, something impossible within the universe can be accomplished by traveling beyond it. This kind of operation can only be accomplished using the spatial rules of the sealed clan. The power of the Feng clan far exceeds your imagination. I can only say that I am very fortunate. That headstrong, reckless cultivation fanatic from back then, his family's strength has actually grown to be this formidable. As Jiang Yunxi said this, she couldn't help but recall the scene of how the two met, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Jiang Qingkang remained silent. Suddenly, he remembered a rule of the Feng clan. By the way, doesn't the Feng clan have a rule that prodigies must go on training trips alone? Now that Haoran is getting on in years, should he follow in Feng Kainju's footsteps and travel to the 6 domains to gain experience? As soon as Jiang Yunxi heard him say this, she knew he was up to no good. What mischief are you up to now? Haha, what bad ideas could I possibly have? Haoran is my own nephew. However, didn't Nihuang and Ruoxian, the siblings, also want to go out and see the world? Taking advantage of the current peace in the 6 realms to gain some experience is a good option. When a forbidden celestial body of the Feng clan is born, shouldn't several ancient emperors be secretly arranged to protect it? It's good to have the 3 of them together. Even though my Jiang clan's fighting strength is not great, I feel more at ease with the Feng clan here. However, the black-robed man next to Haoran just now was probably much stronger than me. But why did he have a murderous aura about him? Don't tell me this is also someone from your Feng clan. There have been rumors lately that one of the Wying clan's ancestors has gone missing. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. All you need to know is that he is now Ranner's loyal follower. Zumb. Zhang Yunxi's words made Zhang Qinkeng gasp. Just what kind of existence is this Feng clan? They actually managed to erase the will of an ancient emperor and turn him into a death warrior. The brother and sister continued chatting, while the three younger ones who had gone out earlier arrived at Jiang Ruoxian's palace. As Feng Haoran walked along, he would glance at Jiang Ruoxian from time to time, puzzled. He was already incredibly handsome, yet this seemingly shameless creature had surpassed him in existence. As soon as the three entered the palace, Jiang Ruoxian could no longer contain herself. Hey, Haoran, what's the meaning of staring at me like that? I'm a normal person. Although you're fairly good-looking, I'm really not interested in men. Fra-hee-hee. Jiang Nihuang, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Feng Haoran was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said something. What, you're good-looking, but can't I even look? I'm just curious, why are you siblings both like this? Stop, we're siblings. I'm the older brother and she's the younger sister. Do you understand? Before Feng Haoran could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Jiang Ruoxian, who burst into laughter after hearing his explanation. Ha. His laughter left Jiang Nihuang, who had initially wanted to correct him, somewhat bewildered. Cousin Haoran, what are you doing? Feng Haoran suppressed a laugh and waved his hand as he spoke. It's all right. Actually, he was reminded of a phrase he used to pick up girls in his past life by Jiang Ruoxian's words. I am the brother, she is the sister. The original quote was something like, you have an older brother, Chest, I have a younger brother. However, in this era, even if he said it, no one would understand. All right, enough joking around, Cousin Haoran. Actually, all of us members of the Life clan are extremely handsome, regardless of gender. The reason you're so good-looking is largely due to your aunt's genes. After explaining her appearance, Jiang Nihuang spoke to her younger brother. Ruoxian, take Haoran around the clan. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. After saying that, she walked out of the palace. Jiang Ruoxian secretly glanced outside the hall and saw that her older sister, who was born a little earlier than her, had indeed left. He immediately grabbed Feng Haoran and rushed out of the hall, with Wang Yi and Xiao Yuning following closely behind. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Unaware of what was happening, Feng Haoran was pulled along and made to walk on air, so he asked him for advice. Hey Haoran, since we're brothers, don't call me big cousin. Just call me Ruoxian. Actually, before you and Aunt came, Nihuang and I were thinking of going out to gain experience. However, my father always disagreed, and during my years in the clan, I learned a lot about the 6 regions. I also made some plans, thinking that if my father still disagreed, I would secretly run away. Here you are, so that you won't report me to my father. Then, I guess I'll just have to take you out for some fun, okay? Aren't you excited? After Jiang Ruoxian's explanation, Feng Haoran was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't the family be forcing the younger generation to go out and train? Why did he have to sneak out when it came to him? Don't speak for a while, we'll use the teleportation array to leave. Seeing this, Feng Haoran couldn't help but ask a question. Of the 6 realms, which one do you wish to go to? Do we really have to choose? Wasn't it said that all 6 domains are interconnected? Upon hearing Jiang Ruoxian's reply, he couldn't help but smile and rub his forehead. It seems that everything he knew over the years came from the Emperor. For him, who had actually been to the outside world, although he had only spent those 8 years in the Fengshan Chaos Hang Pavilion. But she knew much more than Jiang Ruoxian, so, Ruoxian, you should listen to me later. Are you sure? Jiang Ruoxian looked at Feng Haoran with a questioning gaze, but the latter ignored her. Soon after, the group arrived at the Jiang clan's teleportation array. Buzz tilde. Upon landing, Feng Haoran discovered that there were hundreds of immortal saint kings, dozens of heaven and earth supremes, and several great emperors guarding the area. When they saw their divine son arrive, they hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. We have met the divine child, because Feng Haoran's mother did not return to her clan from here, but instead returned using the Jiang clan's unique interdimensional travel token. No one present recognized him. Jiang Ruoxian nodded to them, gesturing for them to get up, but just as she was about to speak, Feng Haoran's voice rang out. I am the emperor of the Feng clan. I have returned with my mother to visit her. Now I have business to attend to in the Tianhong domain. Please activate the teleportation array." Upon hearing this, some people could hardly believe it, and after exchanging glances, the emperors turned their gazes to Jiang Ruoxian. "He's telling the truth. My aunt is still talking to my father about some things and wants us to go ahead." Jiang Ruoxian's words aroused the suspicion of several emperors, and one of them stepped forward. "Divine child, since it was arranged by King Qinkang, please show us the king's warrant." "Oh dear, I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to ask my father for it. Just open it when I tell you to. No need for so much nonsense." The emperor, increasingly sensing something was amiss, gave a wink to his many subordinates. However, given the other party's status as a divine child, they couldn't force the issue. "In that case, please wait a moment, divine child. I will go to confirm with King Qinkang. It won't take long." As he was about to head towards the Hall of Life, Feng Heoran shouted loudly, "Wang Yi!" Boom! Instantly, a murderous aura of an ancient emperor surged forth like a monstrous wave. "This is bad. It's a giant of the Eternal Emperor realm. Quick, send a message to King Qinkang." Upon seeing several people take out communication stones, Wang Yi's feet suddenly trembled, and he soared into the sky, ready to unleash a killing move. "Wang Yi, don't kill him." Upon receiving the order, Wang Yi originally intended to unleash his killing power at the vital points of those individuals. But after receiving the command, he struck the ground instead. Boom! Ah tilde! Instantly, more than a dozen people were shaken away. Seeing the opportunity, Feng Heoran hurriedly ran into the teleportation array. When he turned around, he only saw Xiao Yuning, while Jiang Ruoxian stood there dumbfounded. "Ruoxian, what are you still staring at?" Jiang Ruoxian was shocked by Wang Yi's strength, and was awakened by Feng Heoran. "Oh, okay." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran into the teleportation array, and the fallen emperors and supreme beings shouted upon seeing this. "Release the divine child." Chapter 28, Whose treasure is it? Whose heart aches for it? Release the divine child. Wang gathered power in his hands and released a force of order from a distance. Whoosh! Boom! The immense divine power once again sent more than a dozen people flying, and hundreds of immortal saint kings arrived at this moment. Wang didn't even look, and simply lifted the cloak behind him. Phew tilde. Suddenly, a hurricane repelled hundreds of immortal holy kings. Bang banged. Ah tilde. Seeing everyone fall to the ground, Wang Yi's figure flashed, and she also arrived in the teleportation array. He pointed a finger at the coordinates of the teleportation array, and the divine light entered the coordinates, directly revealing the Tianhong domain, Yuzhu. Finally, the teleportation array shone brightly, and the four figures disappeared. The emperors of the Jiang clan were also quite pitiful, as they didn't even have a chance to make a move and were knocked away twice in a row. Frustrated, they got up from the ground and shouted at each other. "Quickly, report this to King Qinkang." Inside the Temple of Life, Jiang Qinkang and his sister were still discussing the future development of the Jiang clan. However, at this moment, Xiao Kangshan's voice rang in Jiang Yunxi's mind. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Emperor has run away with the immortal child." Jiang Yunxi was taken aback at first, then calmly replied, "It's all right, Tian Kui and Wang Yi will protect him." Xiao Kangshan, standing outside the palace, was greatly surprised upon hearing the name Tian Kui. "I never expected that the Emperor would place him by the Emperor's side." Knowing that the Emperor's safety was guaranteed, he stopped talking. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." A member of the Jiang clan, a supreme being of heaven and earth, hurriedly arrived at the Temple of Life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi covered her mouth and chuckled, while Jiang Qinkang, seeing this, immediately became furious. "What's wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine right here." No, it is. Is it true or not? Catch your breath first before you talk." Because this member of the Heavenly Sovereign's clan wanted to get to the temple as quickly as possible. He had given it his all, so he was panting heavily and could barely speak. After calming down, he finally recovered. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Divine Child has been kidnapped. The one who made the move is an ancient emperor, and we are powerless to stop him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinkang ignored the person who reported it and instead looked at his younger sister. "Did you already know about this?" "It wasn't long ago. Just now, Xiao Kangshan of the Sky Guard reported to me via telepathy." Jiang Yunxi calmly sipped the spiritual tea on her table, speaking casually. "You still have the mind to drink tea here. Ruoxian has no strong protectors by her side. Tell me quickly, How many ancient emperors and powerful figures are by Hao Ran's side? Jiang Qingkang doted on his two children. Don't worry, my husband is the apple of the Feng clan's eye. They trust him so much. What are you worried about? Jiang Yunxi slowly put down the teacup, without the slightest worry on her face. No, everyone cherishes their own child. Jiang Lan, go and secretly protect the divine child. Buzz Tilda. Just as Jiang Qingkang finished speaking, the space of the Temple of Life suddenly fluctuated and then fell silent. Jiang Yunxi shook her head and said nothing more. Tianheng Domain, Yuzhu, the land of the teleportation array. The area outside the array is protected by the divine guards of the imperial dynasty, as travel between different regions and continents requires the teleportation array. Activation requires the activation of crystal energy, and the imperial dynasty is the ruler of the imperial continent. Therefore, they would take control of this teleportation array. However, at this moment, a flash of divine light appeared within the teleportation array, and four figures instantly appeared. They were Feng Haoran, and others who had been transported from the Jiang clan. Jiang Ruoxian, as if she had never seen the world before, hurriedly ran out of the teleportation array. Haha, so this is the outside world. Tilda, it's certainly extraordinary. Hey kid, come over here and hand over the divine stone. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Ruoxian pointed blankly at herself. Yes, it's you. A teleportation array. Does it require handing over divine stones? Haha, you think this is your own property. You can ride in it whenever you want. He's clearly a naive newbie. The guards burst into laughter, but just then, Xiao Yuning walked out with the Divine Dynasty Jade token in her hand. I have it. Do I still need to hand it over? Upon seeing this, the guards immediately knelt down and paid their respects. Greetings, Your Highness. The group ignored them and walked out, but Jiang Ruoxian turned back and asked with a curious expression, Hey Oren, why is it necessary to pay with a divine stone to use the teleportation array in these 6 regions? What do you think? They govern such a vast prefecture and county. If they don't pay for the sacred stone, who will let you ride? Also, everything you buy here requires paying with divine stones or holy crystals. Note, spirit stones, immortal stones, divine stones, sacred crystals, and imperial crystals, divided into 4 grades. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade with a ratio of 1:1,000. Cross-border ratio 1:10,000. What is consumption? Jiang Ruoxian looked at Feng Haoran with a blank expression, leaving the latter feeling helpless. Didn't you say you knew about the 6 realms? How come you don't even know this? Jiang Ruoxian scratched her head awkwardly and smiled. Hee, I didn't know that much detail, huh? Isn't this your first time going out too? How do you know everything? Me, I've been here since I was 8. You'll get used to it gradually. If you don't understand something, just ask Yu Ning. Feng Haoran didn't want to say anything more to this little idiot, so he released Bai Zi directly. Roar Tilda. Holy crap, Haoran, you've been here since you were 8. Your mount is actually a Bai Zi, and its aura is so immense it must have the cultivation of a heavenly sovereign, right? Isn't it said that mounts need to be suppressed by the rider? Are you strong enough to suppress a supreme-level Bai Zi? Jiang Ruoxian bombarded Feng Haoran with a barrage of questions, but the latter simply smiled and offered no further explanation. You'll find out later. After saying that, he stepped onto Bai Zi's body. Seeing that he ignored her, Jiang Ruoxian turned her gaze to Xiao Yuning. Yu Ning, did Hao Ran suppress Bai Zi himself? Divine child, aren't you going to catch up? His Highness has already gone far ahead. Xiao Yuning did not respond directly, and then she rode her fire phoenix to follow. Seeing that neither of them paid any attention to her, Jiang Ruoxian muttered to herself. Could he also be a supreme being? Pa, what am I thinking? Hao Ran is still so young, it would be good enough if he could reach the immortal king level. Hey Tilda, wait for me. After rejecting his own idea, he shouted and released his holy heavenly dragon lion, which is also a rare species. Awa Tilda, the holy heavenly dragon lion carried Jiang Ruoxian and soared into the sky. Chapter 29, Phoenix Secret Realm. The imperial city of Yuxianshan, Fengshan Chaos Hang Pavilion, is a magnificent ancient building with beautiful scenery. Feng Haoran lay alone on the viewing platform in the pavilion. A commotion arose from the front hall of Fengshan Chaos Hang Pavilion. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Young master, come with me, I'll take care of you. What business is it of yours? I saw the young master, so he has to come with me first. You spendthrift woman, I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about replacing me. I'll kill you. What's the difference between you being alive and dead? I hadn't even counted to 5 tonight, and you were already asking me if I was a tiger. I had no choice but to shout, Majesty. You bitch, I'll kill you. Ah, help, murders. Where do you think you're going? Fengshan Chaos Hang Pavilion is a treasure pavilion that deals in magical treasures, elixirs, and alchemy equipment. There are usually quite a few people coming here to spend money, but today it is exceptionally lively. The reason is simple. Jiang Ruoxian is curious about all sorts of things in the outside world. He then studied in the front hall of Fengshan Chaos Hang Pavilion, which immediately attracted a group of tigresses to watch. It wasn't just the onlookers. Some even physically assaulted him, which Jiang Ruoxian couldn't stand. He quickly ran through the front hall, followed by a group of women of varying ages. This scene quickly spread, attracting the spouses of the married women. The scene became quite chaotic, and the noise even woke up the contented Feng Haoran. Yu Ning, what's all the noise outside? Buzz Tilda. Xiao Yuning appeared in front of Feng Haoran at this moment, her face slightly shy. It's the immortal prince. He's so incredibly handsome that the women who come to spend money on him are going crazy. Ah, Tilda Haoran, help. A tigress is chasing me outside. Before Xiao Yuning could finish speaking, Jiang Ruoxian ran over for help. Tap, tap. A series of hurried footsteps came from the steps of the ancient building, and soon his figure could be seen. Huff, huff, huh. How Hyorin this is too terrifying. What's going on with these women? Have they never seen a man as handsome as me? Aren't you handsome too? Why don't they seek you out? Jiang Ruoxian was panting heavily as she fired off a series of questions. I have never been to the front hall. Well, Feng Haoran's words instantly stunned him. Why didn't you say so sooner? Didn't you say you wanted to see the outside world? This is only in Fengshan Chaos Hang Pavilion, and you can't even stand it. What if you go to other places? Ruoxian, you must be calm, composed, and learn to face it. He didn't want to listen to Feng Haoran at all, and interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Shouldn't the kind of training I'm looking forward to involve battling against prodigies, learning from each other, and then venturing into secret realms to gain inheritances and increase my strength? Why must we stay here to be watched, to be teased? Buzz Tilda, as Jiang Ruoxian, feeling deeply wronged, was speaking. Suddenly, a streak of light fell into the pavilion, revealing a figure. Your Majesty. The newcomers were Feng Haoran's followers, Feng Yukong, who had arrived at the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty ahead of time. The main task is to keep a close eye on Yi Chen in secret. Yesterday, as soon as Feng Haoran and the others arrived, they sent a message to them. Now Feng Yukong has come to report back. You're here, tell me, where are they now? Upon seeing this, Feng Haoran remained lying on his back, his eyes half closed, and inquired about Feng Yukong's condition. Your Majesty, it's fortunate that you gave us the method of concealment. Otherwise, we would have had no way to find out. We've been secretly following Yi Chen these past few days, and discovered that he's not only incredibly strong, even their luck is incredibly extraordinary, especially in the last few days. He was in a small, secret realm, yet he was able to obtain many treasures and divine skills. Moreover, with his strength at the 9th level of Immortal Lord, he actually killed a genius at the Immortal Emperor level. He even sent sages and heavenly saints to those younger forces he had killed. For some reason, Yi Chen's cultivation level actually advanced to the Heaven and Earth Supreme level while fighting them. We suspect that this might be the soul of that ancient emperor, using his body to fight against those heavenly saints. Feng Haoran was not curious about what Yukong said. On the contrary, he felt that this was a normal operation of destiny. But Jiang Ruoxian immediately became interested upon hearing this. Haha, this is the kind of experience I've been looking for. Brother, where is this Yi Chen you're talking about? Yukong did not respond directly, but looked at Feng Haoran. With the latter's permission, Yukong revealed Yi Chen's current location. Currently, Yi Chen is in the Fallen Phoenix Mountains of the Fallen Emperor County, and is being hunted down by many powerful families of the dynasty. Oh, the Fallen Emperor County isn't the location of the Holy Martial Dynasty. Feng Haoran had always believed that Yi Chen would seek opportunities within the forces under the Holy Martial Dynasty. No, the Holy Martial Dynasty is under the jurisdiction of the Star God Dynasty of Pingshan County and Tianhua County. The ruling power of the Fallen Emperor County and the Divine Elephant County is the Dragon Elephant Dynasty, which has 4 imperial dynasties under its 2 counties, and controls many dynasties and small countries. Legend has it that in the ancient times, an ancient phoenix once perished in the Fallen Phoenix Mountains of the Fallen Emperor Prefecture, hence the name. It seems that the ancient emperor inside Yi Chen's body is a giant of the eternal emperor realm. That falling Phoenix mountain range must contain some treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Yi Chen stay there for so long. Feng Haoran's words shocked Yukong. Your Majesty is a divine being. You are right. The secret technique that the ancient phoenix transformed into in the fallen Phoenix Mountains is about to be activated. It is said that the secret realm contains the essence of the immortal phoenix, which can temper the physical body of those who cultivate their bodies. However, to enter that secret realm, one must obtain a token formed from the phoenix feathers of the Phoenix Ancient Emperor. The full name of this token is Phoenix Feather Token, and it is only available to those below the rank of Emperor. How do we obtain this Phoenix Feather Token? Before Feng Haoran could speak, Jiang Ruoxian asked impatiently. But his question was also something everyone present wanted to know, so they all turned to look at Feng Yukong. Actually, the Phoenix Feather Token had already been scattered after that ancient Emperor Phoenix perished. There are 10 Phoenix Feather Tokens in total, and each token can bring 10 people into the secret realm. The forces that possess this decree are the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty, the Dragon Elephant Imperial Dynasty, and its 4 subordinate dynasties, as well as the downgraded Burning Heaven Dynasty. Among these forces, the Divine Dynasty and the Imperial Dynasty each occupy 2, while the other 5 forces each occupy 1. And the last one, for some reason, ended up in Yi Chen's hands. Haoran, let's snatch that from Yi Chen's hands, so we can also enter the secret realm. Upon hearing that the others were known for their power, Jiang Ruoxian immediately felt that Yi Chen was weak and alone, and thus began to have designs on him. Feng Haoran pondered for a moment, then gave a wicked smile. How can we enter a secret realm without treasure-hunting rats? Let's go find that Burning Heaven Dynasty. But they are a dynasty, after all. With just a few of us, do you think they would give it to us? Having just entered the world, Jiang Ruoxian was unaware of the strength of a dynasty-level powerhouse, and couldn't help but feel somewhat worried. If they won't give it to us, then let's destroy a dynasty for fun. Chapter 30, I'll find you some protectors. Fallen Emperor County, Fallen Phoenix Mountain Range. This mountain range is enormous, with towering trees converging to form a dense forest that blocks out the sun. Due to the antiquity of the era and the location where the ancient phoenix fell, many powerful and ferocious beasts have been born in this mountain range. Legend has it that in the heart of the mountain range dwells 4 ferocious beast kings, Taudi, Qianqi, Taowu, and Hundan. They feed on all living beings, especially those with powerful cultivation, which further fuels their desire to devour them in order to strengthen themselves. Such a ferocious beast should not appear in the universe, but for some reason, these 4 evil creatures were born in the fallen Phoenix Mountain Range after the Heavenly Emperor disappeared. Many powerful beings once tried to slaughter them all, but they were no match for them and eventually became their meal. This attracted the attention of an ancient emperor who was traveling around, who wanted to completely eliminate them, but the 4 evil spirits were too powerful. The only option was to severely injure them and ultimately suppress them at the cost of one's own life. This ancient emperor was none other than the sacred beast, the Phoenix. To commemorate the ancient Emperor Phoenix, the creatures of the fallen Emperor County named the mountain range the Fallen Phoenix Mountain Range. However, at this moment, on the outskirts of the mountain range, a young man dressed in a silver robe with gold patterns appeared. He had an ordinary appearance but regular features. He sat cross-legged on the edge of a pool below a waterfall, with the surrounding spiritual energy constantly converging into his body. Buzzing, boom, suddenly a surge of celestial power emanated from his body, causing the water in the pool to burst into a spray several meters high. I've reached the first level of the Immortal King Realm, teacher. I've made up for the lost time I spent cultivating before. This young man was Yi Chen. He had acquired many treasures through his adventures, but he had also offended many powerful forces. While being pursued, he was instructed by his teacher to come to the fallen Phoenix Mountains. His teacher, being an emperor of all ages, naturally knew the origin of the fallen Phoenix Mountains. At the same time, he informed Yi Chen that the Phoenix Secret Realm was about to open. Furthermore, he gave Yi Chen the Phoenix Feather token that he had obtained before his death. Haha, not bad. When the Phoenix Secret Realm opens this time, we will have the essence of immortality. Your Supreme Myriad Path's body will also awaken. At that time, you will become a top-tier prodigy in the desolate heaven universe. A phantom image of a middle-aged man, dressed in a gray robe, with white hair flowing down his shoulders and a snow-white beard, appeared from Yi Chen's body. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Yi Chen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Zyro Yuning and that forbidden clan youth you wait, Yi Chen, will make you repay me 100-fold, 1,000-fold for the humiliation I suffered before. Just as the phantom was about to say something, it suddenly noticed something unusual happening around it. Chenner, someone's here. After saying that, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the ancient ring in Yi Chen's hand. Whoosh tilde. A figure appeared out of thin air and burst into laughter. Haha, Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to actually be here. The news is going viral outside. I heard the last Phoenix Feather token is in your hands. Hand it over and I'll grant you a complete corpse. The newcomer was an old man dressed in a blue robe with divine patterns. Although he was called an old man, he had white hair and a youthful face. This person is from no sect or school, a rogue cultivator. The fact that he was able to cultivate to the ancient saint realm means he has quite good aptitude. Yi Chen sensed the opponent's aura, even though he was able to kill enemies 2 major realms above him. But the other party was a saint, and an ancient saint at that. They were not even in the same league. He frowned deeply, looking at the other person with a cold expression. You think you can get the Phoenix Feather token? After Yi Chen finished speaking, he immediately contacted the illusory figure in his ring. Teacher, this person's strength is far too great, Haha, how could I not know what you're thinking, but I won't kill this person. The Phoenix realm is about to open, and I may not be able to freely enter and exit it. Let him become your protector within the secret realm. Boom! After the phantom finished speaking, it took control of Yi Chen's body, and the old man who had just arrived rushed over to attack. You little beast, you're asking for death. At this moment, Yi Chen, whose body was possessed by the ancient emperor's divine soul, had divine light shining through his eyebrows and a slight smile on his lips. With your strength as an ancient saint, you can stay by my foolish disciple's side. Whoosh! After saying that, his body disappeared from the spot, an action that shocked the ancient sage who had come to see him. What? The fallen Emperor County, the Brahma dynasty. Within the royal city, due to the recent news of the opening of the Phoenix secret realm, many forces from neighboring counties have arrived. Have you heard? The Phoenix secret realm in the fallen Phoenix Mountains is about to open. Tilde, isn't that right? In ancient times, the Phoenix ancient emperor sacrificed himself for the sake of the fallen Emperor County. Such a righteous being is about to be dismembered. You can't say that. The opening of its secret realm can also be seen as allowing us, its descendants, to inherit its lofty and supreme will. Fellow Taoist words make sense. However, the Brahma dynasty might not be so peaceful anymore. Why? The opening of the secret realm requires the Phoenix Feather token, and back when Brahma was still in the imperial dynasty, he also obtained one. However, over the years, the Burning Heaven dynasty has been suppressed by several major dynasties and has now become a dynasty. Those who wish to enter the secret realm will surely come to plunder, and perhaps even. I hope it doesn't affect us. Throughout the entire royal city, people were talking about the secret realm, some worried, some looking forward to it. The Brahma dynasty, a magnificent palace-like building. A middle-aged man dressed in a robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon and wearing a crown looked down at the courtiers with a heavy heart. This person was none other than King Nai Ren of the Brahma dynasty. My esteemed ministers, do you have any countermeasures? Faced with Brahma's question, many ministers were extremely anxious, but they had no way to respond. However, at that moment, a civil official stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, if you wish to preserve the Brahma dynasty, the only way is to hand over the Phoenix Feather token. Yes, Your Majesty, now that we have the Phoenix Feather token in hand, the surrounding dynasties and kingdoms are eyeing us covetously. If we stubbornly hold out, we risk annihilation. As soon as one person makes a suggestion, others immediately step forward to agree. But as the king of the Brahma dynasty, how could he not know this principle? He wanted to use the Phoenix secret realm to help his royal family's prodigies rise to prominence, so that they could have a chance to return to the peak they had reached before Brahma. However, if the Phoenix Feather token is handed over, it means that Brahma will never have a chance to rise again. I am well aware of what you have said, my dear ministers. If we do that, the Brahma dynasty will remain in the status quo forever. Your Majesty, this old minister has an idea. Just as everyone was shaking their heads, an old man who was the leader of the military generals stepped forward and said something. Please speak, Lord Genshin. Your Majesty, I have heard that a Phoenix Feather token can bring in 10 people. Therefore, if a powerful force comes, The old minister suggests that we voluntarily hand over the Phoenix Feather token and negotiate with them to protect the Brahma dynasty for 10,000 years. Furthermore, ask them to allocate 2 slots so that the best talents of the royal family can enter the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the courtiers in the main hall nodded in agreement. This would not only ensure the dynasty's survival, but also provide it with a powerful backer, while also giving the royal family's prodigies time to rise to prominence. For a moment, everyone was reflecting on why they hadn't thought of this solution. Actually, it's not that they couldn't think of it, but that their concerns were different, so they didn't even consider it in that direction. But Nai Renwang had already anticipated the method of the old Marquis Genshin. What he wanted was to protect the Phoenix Feather token. After all, the dynasty didn't rely on the genius of the Nai clan, but on the entire court. But now that the matter is urgent and the ministers have no better solutions, he has no other choice. Since there's no better solution, then let's follow the advice of the old Marquis Genshin. Before Nai Renwang could finish speaking, a voice carrying terrifying pressure resounded in the void. Lord of the Brahma dynasty, get out here. Chapter 31, The Tragic Brahma Dynasty. Within the Brahma dynasty, an aura of supreme power from heaven and earth swept across the entire royal city. The sound was like the chanting of the great Tao, constantly echoing through the space. The creatures within the royal city were all terrified. Has a powerful being come to the royal city? It seems the thieves for the Phoenix Feather token have finally arrived. It seems the Phoenix Feather token of the Brahma royal family is beyond saving. With the supreme being of heaven and earth making a move, who in the Brahma dynasty can stand against us? Let's go quickly. Rumor has it that if a supreme being takes action, at best the royal palace will be destroyed, and at worst the entire royal city will be reduced to ashes. Yes, let's go quickly. Inside the royal palace, above the void, an old man with white hair and beard floated in the air. He exuded a faint aura of law, appearing aloof and superior. Within the entire Tianhong domain, a nation can be established with just an ancient saint, while a dynasty requires an immortal saint king. A dynasty requires a supreme being of heaven and earth to be established. An imperial dynasty has 1 emperor, and a divine dynasty has 5 emperors. The supreme being who came to the Brahma dynasty was a rogue cultivator from one of the 2 prefectures, under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Elephant Imperial Dynasty. These kinds of people are naturally unrestrained and unwilling to be bound by any dynasty. Another point is that once they reach their level, it's uncertain when they will be able to advance to the Great Emperor realm on their own. Upon learning that the Phoenix Secret Realm was about to open, those who did not possess the Phoenix Feather token had no choice but to try and seize it. However, among the 2 prefectures, those who possess the Phoenix Feather token are the Divine Dynasty, the Imperial Dynasty, and the 4 Great Dynasties. Since they couldn't afford to offend the aforementioned forces, the only remaining options were the Brahma Dynasty and that Yi Chen. But Yi Chen and the others didn't have the patience to search, so the only option was the Brahma Dynasty, which didn't have a supreme ruler in charge. Buzzing, Nai Renwang, accompanied by several officials from the imperial court, hovered opposite the old man. What brings Supreme Lord Kaiyi here? As the ruler of a dynasty, Nai Renwang bowed to the elderly man, a gesture of respect for the strong. The old man, known as the Crimson Knight Supreme, showed a disdainful expression when Nai Renwang bowed to him. I won't waste any more words with you. Hand over the Phoenix Feather token in your hand. Upon hearing this, Nai Renwang and the others from the dynasty frowned deeply. Because they knew that the Crimson Knight Supreme had a bad reputation in the 2 prefectures, and was a selfish and self-serving person. Today he came to demand the Phoenix Feather token, but he wouldn't even grant the dynasty's protection, let alone 2 slots. At this moment, Nai Renwang felt a little nervous. After looking around, he did not see any other supreme beings visiting. He never expected that the only person who came to the Brahma dynasty to ask for the Phoenix Feather token was Supreme Crimson Knight. This made it impossible for him to negotiate terms. The Crimson Knight Supreme seemed to have seen through Nai Renwang's thoughts and let out a loud laugh. Ha, you don't need to wait anymore. Those restless supreme beings in the 2 counties have all been suppressed by me in advance. I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, I will not give the Brahma dynasty any chance. You now have 2 choices. One is to hand over the Phoenix Feather token and I will leave. The second is that I myself personally destroyed the entire Brahma dynasty and took the Phoenix Feather token. Kaiyi Supreme paused deliberately at this point, looking at Nai Renwang and the others with a cold expression. Their expressions at this moment were clearly seen by Supreme Lord Kai Yi, which greatly excited him. Because his happiness comes from the suffering of others. He even enjoys the moments when people want to get rid of him but can't do anything about it. And in the end, they have no choice but to obey. Have you made up your minds? Will you obediently offer it up, or will I come and take it myself? This was the final ultimatum from the Crimson Knight Supreme. Nai Renwang clenched his fists in anger, his face turning crimson. How he longed to have supreme power, so that he could annihilate the Crimson Knight Supreme before him. Seeing their king forced into a corner, one of his loyal subordinates couldn't bear it and shouted loudly, "Supreme Lord Kai Yi, we respect you as a supreme being. Please do not go too far. It is not impossible for you to have the Phoenix Feather Token. To enter the Phoenix Secret Realm this time, you must agree to 2 promises from my dynasty." Banged. A loud bang startled the courtiers, turning their faces ashen and causing them to involuntarily take a few steps back. Before the man from the dynasty could finish speaking, he was blasted apart by the supreme being of the Crimson Knight from afar, followed by a cold laugh. Heh, too much nonsense. Seeing his men being wiped out, Nai Renwang finally snapped. Kai Yi, I respect you as a senior and have led my troops to welcome you. Since you have attacked the people of my dynasty, don't forget the Phoenix Feather Token belongs to Brahma. How can you just ask for it like that? If you don't give me an explanation today, even if Brahma is destroyed, I will never let you obtain the Phoenix Feather Token. Very well, then I will grant your wish. Whoosh tilde. With a flash, the Crimson Knight Supreme appeared behind Nai Renwang and waved his hand. 2 streams of law power surged forth instantly, engulfing the ancient saints of the 2 great Brahma dynasties. Ah, your majesty, save me. Bang banged. Before Nai Renwang could react, 2 more ancient saints fell. Ah tilde. Nai Renwang roared, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and his figure transformed into a streak of light as he rushed towards Kai Yi Jizun. Whoosh tilde buzz. You old thief, Crimson Knight, die. HMPH tilde like an ant trying to shake a tree. I'll show you today the difference between an immortal saint king and a supreme being. Seeing Nai Renwang rushing towards him, Kai Yi remained calm and simply raised his hand slowly. Instantly the void changed color, forming a sea of blood. Wu tilde. The power of the laws condensed into a giant blood-red handprint within the sea of blood that appeared in the void. Buzz tilde. Few tilde. The blood-red handprint moved with incredible speed, colliding with Nai Renwang's attack in an instant. Rumbled. PFFD tilde. With a single move, ripples spread through the void, and Nai Renwang, with his strength at the 9th level of the immortal Saint King realm, was directly blasted away. The blood that spurted from his mouth left a red streak. Your Majesty, seeing their king being knocked away, the previously panicked ancient saint and the old Marquis Genshin, who possessed the cultivation of an immortal saint king, were shocked. At this moment, their fighting spirit was finally ignited. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight for a chance to survive for the dynasty. Then one by one, they rushed forward. Whoosh! Red Knight will fight you to the death. Heh, no matter how many ants there are, he's still just an ant. After Kai Yi chuckled, his entire body radiated immense killing intent. Buzz tilde boom tilde. Then he made hand seals, and a blood-red 6-pointed star array appeared in the void. Buzzing, countless sword cries rang out from the formation, followed by the emergence of numerous sword shadows. Slash. Whoosh. A blood-red sword shadow shot out rapidly from within the star array, and the enraged Brahma followers hurriedly put up their defenses. Buzz tilde. Bang bang banged. Click. Ah tilde. The sword shadows pierced through their defenses, penetrating them in just a few strikes, eliciting screams of agony. Stop! As Nai Renwang watched his subordinates vanish into thin air, his roar shook the entire void. The more he did this, the more excited Kai Yi became. Haha, a bunch of ants, how dare you presume to move me? Kai Yi, didn't you want the Phoenix Feather Token? Come and get it tilde. Chapter 32, Obtaining the Phoenix Feather Token. Kai Yi, didn't you want the Phoenix Feather Token? Come and get it, haha. After saying that, Nai Renwang burned his holy blood and forcibly reached the half-step supreme realm. In a flash, he appeared in front of Kai Yi. Upon seeing this, the latter felt a jolt of fear. He never expected that the ruler of a mere Brahma dynasty would choose to self-destruct in order to kill him. Haha, Crimson Knight, let us perish here together. Buzz tilde. Whoosh tilde whoosh tilde. The powerful Holy Spirit energy, mixed with a trace of the power of laws, continuously surged into Nai Renwang's body. Shocked, Kai finally became somewhat frightened and hurriedly withdrew the star array, casting a sturdy defense to protect himself. Die, you wrecked king, explode. Buzz, whoosh, tilde. No, your majesty. Of the many ancient saints and immortal saint kings of the Brahma dynasty, only Lord Genshin remains today. He tried his best to stop it, but he was simply too weak to do so. In the void, Nai Renwang had gathered his energy and was preparing to explode. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Void, imprisonment, tilde. As this sound rang out, the entire palace space was frozen in place. This also includes Kai in the void, whose furrowed expression was frozen in place. Nai Renwang's body, radiating violent energy, also froze at this moment. Buzz tilde. However, a wormhole suddenly appeared in the void, and several people rode out from it, hovering in the void and watching everything frozen in place. Heoran, you actually know the laws of space. A handsome young man sitting on the back of the holy heavenly dragon lion said in shock. That's right, these people are Feng Heoran and his companions who came from the imperial continent divine dynasty. Feng Heoran, who was in the lead, ignored Jiang Ruoxian and instead waved his sleeve lightly, his lips slightly parted. Whoosh tilde. The moment Feng Heoran uttered the word, scatter, even the energy that Nai Renwang had gathered earlier dissipated. Buzz tilde. Zumb. The space was restored, and Nai Renwang was somewhat at a loss. Why hadn't his body exploded yet? At the same time, he discovered that the power he had accumulated had also disappeared. How so? Nai Renwang looked around in disbelief and saw several young men riding sacred beasts hovering high in the sky. Your Majesty, the old Marquis Genshin was concerned about Nai Renwang, and he finally arrived at this moment. I was relieved to see that the king was about to explode, but now he's perfectly fine. He followed Nai Renwang's gaze upwards and saw Feng Heoran and the others, so he quickly thanked them. This old man, thanks to all my young friends for your help. Crimson Knight Supreme withdrew his absolute defense and glared angrily at Feng Heoran and the others. Blinded by rage, he took a step forward and ascended to the top. Youngsters, who are you? Why have you come here to ruin my plans? Oh, I have such a bad temper. How dare you call me Junior? Who do you think you are? I am. I want the Phoenix Feather Token. You can get lost now. Before Jiang Ruoxian could finish speaking, Feng Heoran hurriedly interrupted her, fearing that she would reveal her family background and expose her identity. Upon hearing this, Supreme Crimson Knight was utterly ashamed. How could he, a supreme being of heaven and earth, be looked down upon by a mere child? However, just as he was about to make a move, he remembered the scene of Nai Renwang's self-introduction. The thought that a few young men could actually disrupt the immortal Saint King's self-destruction stirred a ripple in his heart. These young men must be from some powerful clan who have come out to gain experience. He was reluctant to leave now, so suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he gave a fawning smile. Gentlemen, I am Kai Yi. I spoke carelessly just now, please forgive me. Since you gentlemen also desire the Phoenix Feather Token, I can grant it to you. However, I would like to ask you gentlemen to grant me 2 spots, because I promised an old friend so. Gentlemen, I am Nai Renwang, the ruler of the Brahma dynasty. If you can help me kill this man, I will offer you the Phoenix Feather Token with both hands. Nai Renwang had watched his subordinates perish before his eyes, and he hated Kai Yi intensely. At this moment, he was willing to give up his quota and protection in order to ensure his own death. Oh, tilde. Feng Heoran gave Nai Renwang a meaningful look before finally turning his gaze to Kai Yi Zhizun. It seems I'm more likely to accept his request. Looks like I'll have to send you to reincarnation first. Kai Yi scoffed at Feng Heoran's words. I'm only giving you face because you look like disciples from a great clan undergoing training. I don't want you to cause trouble later. Since you even want my life then, in order to protect myself, I have no choice but to. Whoosh tilde. Just when everyone thought that Supreme Crimson Knight was about to make a move against Feng Heoran. As a result, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he transformed into a streak of light and fled to the other side. Based on his years of experience, he knew these men were definitely young masters from powerful clans. Even their mounts are unique, super sacred beasts. Moreover, these young masters must have powerful protectors by their side. If I don't run, I'll be waiting to die. However, his action left Feng Heoran completely bewildered, and even Wang Yi, who was standing to the side, was at a loss. This 6th brother, I was prepared to kill him in one move, but he actually ran away. However, since I have accepted the request of the Lord of the Brahma dynasty, how could I let you get away? He wouldn't even consider it dirty to personally deal with someone like Kai Yi. So Feng Haoran patted Bai Zi's broad back. "Little white, go kill him. Roar tilde." After Bai Zi let out a long roar, it flapped its wings as Feng Haoran floated into the air. Whoosh tilde. Bai Zi then transformed into a streak of light and rushed forward. Although it gave the opponent an extra moment, Bai Zi's speed was far beyond what Kai Yi could match. In the blink of an eye, it caught up. What? How is this possible? This is actually a sacred beast at the 9th level of the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm. No. Boom. In the distance, a scream was heard, followed by an explosion. In the 2 prefectures of Fallen Emperor and Divine Elephant, the infamous rogue cultivator, Crimson Knight Supreme, thus came to an end. Feng Haoran stood suspended in the air, and soon saw a white light fly back, which was undoubtedly Bai Zi. At this moment, he had an ancient black spatial ring hanging on his claw. Roar tilde. Bai Zi came up to Feng Haoran, raised its front hooves, and handed the spatial ring to its master. Feng Haoran penetrated the area with his divine sense, and found that there was nothing worth keeping. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he levitated the spatial ring and then pushed it toward Nai Renwang. The 2 men, unsure of the young man's intentions, looked at Feng Haoran with puzzled eyes. Then the latter's voice rang out. "I know that the Phoenix Feather token is very important to your Brahma dynasty, but I must take it. I imagine that person wiped out many of your powerful members. Consider the resources in his spatial ring as compensation for the Phoenix Feather token." "No, no, no. Young master, you saved the lives of billions of people in my Brahma dynasty. How could I possibly accept your compensation? Moreover, these young masters are still quite young, and these resources are even more valuable to you." Nai Renwang and Lord Genshin flew to Feng Haoran and handed the spatial ring back to him. Feng Haoran smiled slightly. "To tell you the truth, I don't care about what's in here. Since I've decided to give it to you, then take it." Upon hearing this, Nai Renwang glanced at the spatial ring and saw that it contained countless cultivation resources. Even though it has more and better resources than other countries' treasuries, the children's palace in front of them doesn't even look down on it. He and the old Marquis Genshin exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. "Then King Nai thanks you for your gift, young master. This is the Phoenix Feather token. I am very grateful for your help today. I, Nai Renwang, hereby swear that if you ever need me in the future, you may summon me at your behest." Nai Renwang held a crimson Phoenix Feather token with both hands, which exuded an ancient aura. He raised his hands high and bowed to Feng Haoran at a 90-degree angle. The latter was unpretentious, casually extending his hand, and the Phoenix Feather token landed in his palm. "I will accept this item. I hope the resources in that ring can help your Brahma kingdom return to its former glory." After Feng Haoran finished speaking, his body floated away and landed on Bai Zi. "Let's go to the fallen Phoenix Mountains." Roar tilde, chirp tilde, awa tilde. Several sacred beasts transformed into divine light and soared into the sky. Nai Renwang and the others stared blankly in the direction Feng Haoran had left. "I never expected that a young master from such a prestigious family could have this side to him." The performance of Feng Haoran and others changed Nai Renwang's perception of the great clan's prodigies. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Su Liuoxuan. In recent days, magnificent jade carriages have been seen passing through the void of the fallen emperor's county from time to time. All the creatures in the county knew that this was because the Phoenix secret realm in the fallen Phoenix Mountains was about to open. However, as beings within the 2 prefectures, they could only observe the opening of such an ancient and powerful secret realm. They were not qualified to participate. At this moment in the void, a golden, luxurious chariot was being pulled by a 9-headed adult dragon elephant, racing wildly through the void. Inside the jade carriage was a burly young man, dressed in the robes of an imperial prince. Although he wasn't exactly handsome, he had a resolute face, a standard square face, thick eyebrows like those drawn with a calligraphy brush, and an air of heroism about him, making him look extremely upright. This person was the 3rd son of the Dragon Elephant dynasty, the Dragon Seat Chancellor. Because the imperial dynasty possessed 2 Phoenix Feather tokens, the 2 imperial princes led the sons of the court officials to the secret realm. Inside Long Zixiang's jade carriage, besides him, there were 9 other young men and women, most of whom were Long Zixiang's followers. There was only one exception, a woman wearing a long, silky, semi-transparent blue ice silk dress with a cinched waist. Her sleeves were wide, partially concealing her chest. A pair of long, slender, fair, and translucent legs were faintly visible beneath the hem of her skirt. Judging from her figure, this woman is definitely a stunning beauty, but unfortunately, her face is covered by a veil. The woman's name was Su Luoxuan, and her appearance surprised Long Zixiang. He had originally arranged for his own people to go, but on the night before departure, the emperor of the Dragon Elephant Dynasty found him and asked him to replace the Dragon Seat Minister with this mysterious Miss Su. Why is she considered mysterious? Because Long Zixiang had never seen this woman before, not even as a child. He appeared out of nowhere, and his father, the emperor, specifically instructed that she be taken good care of. As the leading figure among the younger generation of the imperial dynasty, he is also known as the Dragon Prime Minister, a battle maniac. He felt that the woman in front of him was extraordinary, and that if he were to fight her, he probably wouldn't last 3 moves. Therefore, he was always puzzled as to why his father, the emperor, wanted him to take care of her. He even wondered if the order was reversed. Compared to her, I am the one who needs to be taken care of more. But since it was his father's order, he dared not ask, and could only silently accept it. Long Zixiang held a cup of celestial wine, looking at Su Luoxuan, whose beautiful eyes were revealed. Miss Su, would you like to try some of this celestial wine? Inside the jade carriage, apart from Su Luoxuan and her maid, everyone else treated the dragon seat as the most honored person. Only he spoke, breaking the silence inside the jade carriage. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxuan turned her head to glance at Long Zixiang, then turned back without saying a word. However, a hint of disdain could be seen in her cold eyes just now. This made Long Zixiang somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately, he was a rather forthright person and didn't take it to heart, continuing to drink alone. Your Highness, who is this woman? She actually made the Emperor personally order you to replace her at the last minute. At this moment, a follower approached Long Zixiang and quietly inquired about his identity. Don't pry into things you shouldn't ask, take advantage of. Your Highness, we have arrived at the fallen Phoenix Mountains. Shall we proceed to the surface? Before the Emperor could finish speaking, a middle-aged general in battle armor walked in. As a prince of the imperial dynasty, he naturally knew that the fallen Phoenix Mountains were teeming with ferocious beasts, and that it was not advisable to linger in the void for extended periods. Therefore, for safety's sake, let's land on the ground and walk around. It shouldn't be more than a few days before we reach the edge of the center. Yes, Tilda. After the middle-aged general responded, he walked out, but Su Luoxuan followed him out. Seeing her emerge from the jade carriage, Long Zixiang remembered his father's words and followed closely behind. Mu Tilda. The 9-headed dragon elephant roared and pulled the jade chariot down to the ground, galloping wildly. Su Luoxuan stood on the pavilion of the jade carriage, gazing at the scenery of the Luofeng Mountains. The usually indifferent woman finally showed a hint of joy in her eyes. Heavenly Maiden, the scenery here is truly beautiful. Ziyu, the maid beside Su Luoxuan, couldn't help but sigh. It's really good. Tilda. Before Su Luoxuan could finish speaking, a beastly roar rang out from behind the jade carriage. Then the oppressive aura of several enormous sacred beasts swept over their heads. These people were Feng Haoran and his companions who had come from the Brahma dynasty. Feng Haoran, who was sitting on the sacred beast Bai Zi at the head of the group, instantly sensed that the masked woman in the jade carriage pavilion below had a different aura. Moreover, her strength had actually reached the saint realm, and her bone age was only 2 or 3 years older than his. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but glance at Su Luoxuan again, only to meet her beautiful eyes. The two looked at each other and walked further and further away, until Feng Haoran disappeared from sight. Who exactly is this child? Why does he give me a sense of danger? Su Luoxuan muttered to herself for a moment, then asked Long Zixiang a question. Third prince, besides the Divine Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, and the 4 great dynasties of Yuzhou, are there any other people present when this secret realm opens? This was the first time Su Luoxuan had spoken up on her own initiative, and Long Zixiang pondered for a while after hearing it. Oh, rumor has it that the son of the emperor of the Holy Martial Dynasty, which is also under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty, is named Yi Chen, and he will also be involved. Another one is the Brahma Dynasty. It remains to be seen whether they can protect that phoenix feather token. A son of an emperor? No, it definitely wasn't him, the strength of those people just now. Apart from one at the 5th level of the immortal king realm, I couldn't see through the others at all, so it didn't seem like they had used any concealment techniques. Besides, it's unlikely that a young prodigy from an entire dynasty would have such a lineup. Su Liuxuan muttered to herself, then asked again, "Those people who just passed by, does the third prince know which faction they belong to?" This. I don't know, but judging from their lineup just now, they should be from the Divine Dynasty. However, I have information on several of the most talented divine sons of the Divine Dynasty. But judging from the people just now, they don't seem to be. Long Zixiang initially thought that Feng Haoran and the others were from the Divine Dynasty, but he quickly dismissed that idea. Divine Dynasty? No, that's impossible. It seems this journey to the secret realm is no simple matter. It seems there are members of my family whose influence is no less than that of my own family involved. Third Prince, I'd like to kindly remind you that if those people were to enter the secret realm, it would be best not to provoke them. After Su Liuxuan finished speaking, she led her maid into the jade carriage, leaving behind a bewildered Emperor Qianlong. Although he was obsessed with cultivation and pursuing power, he was also very intelligent. Uncle Zhang, what were the cultivation levels of those people just now? They even made her somewhat wary. Long Zixiang kept his father's words firmly in mind. Not only should he protect her, but he should also listen to her advice. When his father said those words, he saw the awe in his eyes towards Su Liuxuan. This shows that Su Liuxuan's status is extremely high, and various signs led him to seek confirmation from the protector, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang is one of the most powerful and supreme beings in the Dragon Elephant dynasty. Because of his extraordinary talent, Long Zixiang was the most favored son of the great emperor, and thus he was made a protector. Buzz Tilda. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Long Zixiang. After appearing, he bowed to him. Your Highness, among those young people just now, one of them should be the first generation of prodigy. In fact, his strength is at the 9th level of the immortal Saint King realm. There is also a young man who rides the Holy Heaven Dragon Lion, whose cultivation is at the 5th level of the immortal King realm. As for the other three, I cannot sense them, especially the one dressed in black robes and wearing a mask. What? There are actually two young men that even Uncle Zhang couldn't detect. Could it be that they used a secret technique to hide them? However, what I didn't expect was that this secret realm actually lured out the first generation of prodigies. A ripple of emotion stirred within Long Zixiang. He pondered how he should face them once they entered the secret realm. Chapter 34. The Secret Realm opens. The four ferocious beasts awaken. Recently, the fallen Phoenix Mountain Range has attracted unparalleled geniuses from several major forces across the entire imperial continent. The once peaceful beasts in the mountains were terrified and fled in all directions, even approaching the central area. However, on this day, a phoenix cry shook the heavens and the earth. Chirp Tilda. A high-pitched and melodious phoenix cry pierced the heavens and earth, echoing throughout the entire imperial continent. This is, the Phoenix Secret Realm is about to open. Unexpectedly, after so many eras, the lingering power of the ancient Phoenix Emperor is still so terrifying. Such a great opportunity, we can only watch from the sidelines, alas. How pathetic. How I hate it. If only I could enter the secret realm, I could definitely break through the bottleneck of this realm. Why don't I have the Phoenix Feather Token? That damn Yi Chen, he's got such a lucky life. As soon as the Phoenix's cry rang out, the entire imperial continent knew that the Phoenix Secret Realm was about to open. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were even resentful. At this moment, in the center of the fallen Phoenix Mountains, a dark, mountain-like entity suddenly moved. Rumbled. Giant rocks and trees tumbled down. Dust and sand flew up, obscuring half the sky. After a long silence, a deafening roar resounded. Awatilda. The aftershocks of the massive roar directly blew up the dust and sand, filling the air, revealing an extremely terrifying, ferocious beast. This beast has a human face and a sheep's body, with eyes located under its armpits. Its appearance is fierce and terrifying. It is the monstrous Towdy. It possesses the ability to devour everything. Its greatest hobby is gluttony, and when it gets ruthless, it won't even spare itself. At the same time, other mountains in the surrounding area also began to shake, and soon they also appeared. Qianqi can understand human speech, resembles a tiger in appearance, has a pair of wings, and is born with a love of killing. The Towdy has the body of a tiger but the face of a human, and tusks like those of a wild boar in its mouth. Chaos has 6 legs and 4 wings. Its whole body is red. It looks like a dog. It resembles a bear but has no claws. It has eyes but cannot see. Despite possessing an immortal and indestructible body and displaying an aura of dominance, he is unable to distinguish right from wrong. punishing the good and rewarding the evil. It devours good people but obeys and allies evil people, which is why it is known as a great evil. Damn Phoenix, it suppressed us for over a dozen eras, but now it finally couldn't hold out any longer, ha ha ha. A voice, like a ventriloquist's voice, echoed through the fallen Phoenix Mountains. The one who made this voice was the first ferocious beast, Touty. Kill, kill, kill. For over a dozen epochs I have not taken a single life. My claws need a baptism of blood. Roar Tilda. Awa Tilda. The four ferocious beasts roared to the sky at the same time, their ferocious power shaking the heavens and instantly spreading a dark cloud. Chirp Tilda. Suddenly a phoenix cry rang out, followed by an ancient emperor's divine might that soared into the sky. Whoosh Tilda. Boom. With just a burst of ancient emperor's might, the black clouds that had gathered in the void were dispersed. The four villains immediately felt another wave of oppressive force, and they roared in unison in their fury. Awa Wu Tilda. Damn it, so many years have passed, yet such immense ancient emperor divine power still exists. Chirp Tilda. At this moment, a phoenix phantom soared into the sky from between the mountains, followed by a man's voice. Even if I, the emperor, perish, Touty, Kianki, Tawu, and Hundun, my successor can also suppress you all again and even annihilate you. The secret realm opens. Whoosh Tilda. The phoenix phantom disappeared directly into the mountain range, instantly stirring up a beam of divine light that lingered in the void. This is the entrance to the secret realm. This is terrifying. Is this the divine might of the ancient emperors? I never imagined that the four ferocious beasts would still be alive. Judging from this ferocious power, it must be at the level of a great emperor. The power of the ancient emperor is truly terrifying. Even the ferocious beasts of the four emperors were easily suppressed. The inheritance of this secret realm must be mine. I will uphold the will of the Phoenix Emperor and suppress the four fiends. The prodigies who came to participate in the secret realm were filled with excitement and pride upon witnessing the might of the ancient emperor, as if they themselves were about to receive the inheritance. In the distance, a young man of average appearance was accompanied by several elderly men and women. This person was Yi Chen, who had been in the fallen Phoenix Mountains for a long time. As for the people around him, they are powerful individuals who came recently to try and seize the Phoenix Feather token from him. Now they have been suppressed by the ancient emperor's divine soul within him and have become Yi Chen's protectors. Teacher, I never imagined that the ancient emperor's divine power was so strong. I must obtain this inheritance. Yi Chen was no exception. His heart was filled with a longing for the inheritance. Ha ha, this is nothing. You've only just begun to experience the might of the ancient emperors. At their peak, an ancient emperor could destroy the world with a mere glance. What? The old man's words from the ring shocked Yi Chen. Then, teacher, roar Tilda. Before he could finish speaking, a beastly roar came, led by a sacred beast with a body entirely white. Boy, I didn't expect him to come too. This kid has an ancient emperor by his side. I won't say any more to you. Contact me again after we enter the secret realm. Upon seeing the arrival of Feng Haoran and his group, the voice in the ring fell silent. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the beast's roar and saw Feng Haoran and Zhao Yuning. Even though 8 years had passed since they last met, and Feng Haoran had grown from a child into a handsome young man, Yi Chen still recognized him. At this moment, hatred appeared on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembled, and he wished he could go up now and avenge his humiliation. With his cultivation level, Feng Haoran could certainly detect the fierce look in his eyes. He glanced in the direction of Yi Chen, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. Hee, the leak has grown. Now I just want to see how far you, this treasure-hunting rat, can go. I'm really looking forward to it. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside Feng Haoran. These 3 were the followers of the first generation of geniuses of the Feng clan. It was Feng Jingzhen, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan who were arranged to hide around Yi Chen to spy on him. Your Majesty! After the 3 bowed, they reported to him what had happened when they entered Yi Chen's side. A few breaths later, Feng Haoran looked at the person next to Yi Chen with great interest. Heh, you mean, the people around Yi Chen became his protectors in order to enter the secret realm? Yes, Your Majesty. HMPH tilde a few ancient saints, an immortal saint king and protectors. However, it is quite strange that destiny also comes with a protector. Unfortunately, even with his ancient emperor-level divine soul teacher, At this point, Feng Haoran suddenly remembered a serious problem. That is, can the ancient emperor's divine soul emerge from the secret realm? After all, even Feng Haoran's own ancient emperor protectors couldn't get in. What if? Young master, don't panic. That ancient emperor's soul has been dormant for too long. It can only exert the power of a supreme being of heaven and earth. With your strength, young master, you can handle this with ease. Suddenly, Tian Kui's voice rang in Feng Haoran's ears, and then he appeared in front of everyone. I thought that you wouldn't appear after I left the Jiang clan, but it turns out you've always been here. Tian Kui smiled at Feng Haoran. He, as long as the young master doesn't mind, Tian Kui will always be here, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 35, Entering the Secret Realm. In the Luofeng Mountains. At this moment, in the center of the mountain range, a crimson divine light appeared to connect with the sky like a barrier. This is the entrance to the secret realm opened by the Phoenix Ancient Emperor, and the prodigies of the forces possessing the Phoenix Feather token have all arrived here one after another. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded, singing Tilda. Before long, 2 jade chariots appeared in the void, and they were extremely extravagant, using the Azure Dragon chariot unique to the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty. They were the 2 divine sons of the Divine Dynasty who had come this time, each leading their own group of prodigies. Look, it's the Imperial carriage of the Divine Dynasty. Haha, the Divine Dynasty is truly magnificent, with a 9-headed Azure Dragon pulling the chariot tusk. How enviable. I've heard that there are 2 exceptionally talented divine sons in this generation of the Divine Dynasty. I wonder if they are them. That goes without saying. You should know that the second divine son, Zyro Baiken, is the Immaculate Sword Tao Saint Body. And the 9th divine child is even more extraordinary. He possesses the Great Wilderness Sacred Body, ranking first on the Sacred Body ranking. Body type classification: Spirit Body, Immortal Body, Divine Body, Holy Body, Supreme Body, and the Unique Forbidden Body. That's true, but I've heard that the eldest princess of the Divine Dynasty has a supreme physique. However, for some reason, it was born with a defect. If it could be repaired, it would surely soar to great heights in the future. Yes, I've heard about it too. Apparently, they were taken away by a mysterious person several years ago. Singing Tilda, just as everyone was talking, the 2 jade chariots with azure dragons froze in midair. From the 2 jade carriages, a dozen or so people emerged one after the other. Leading them were Zyro Baiken, the 2nd son of the Divine Dynasty, and Zyro Jiushin, the 9th son of the Divine Dynasty. They looked somewhat alike, both incredibly handsome and exuding an aura of imperial nobility. As soon as they stepped out of the imperial carriage, they scanned everyone present, their gazes all landing on Zyro Yuning. His face lit up with joy, and he shouted, "Eldest sister!" Then the 2 of them flew off, leaving the other officials present stunned. The goddess's elder sister, isn't that the eldest princess? Heavens, rumor has it that the eldest princess's supreme body is flawed, and she won't live past the age of 29. Could it be? Yes, could it be that the princess was cured by a mysterious person? With the supreme body in the Divine Dynasty, what will the other 3 great divine dynasties of Tianhong Domain use to fight against the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty in the future? Haha. The voices of the court officials reached Yi Chen's ears, which made him even angrier. Zyro Yuning, you just wait, one day Yi Chen will make you regret what you did. In the distance, Zyro Yuning's 2 younger brothers arrived, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. She couldn't help but look at Feng Haoran. The latter didn't say anything, but simply nodded, indicating that she should go and join the gathering. She then flew over, and the 3 of them stood on the void. Zyro Baiken was overjoyed. "Haha, eldest sister, I didn't expect to see you here. Yes, I heard from Father God that you have already." SHH. Just as Zyro Jiushin was about to reveal her cultivation level, Zyro Yuning stopped him by making a shushing gesture. The former was a little embarrassed, feeling that he had spoken too quickly, but the expression on his face could not hide his inner joy. "Elder sister, did you come here with that person? Father God said his family is stronger than ours. Is that true?" This time, Zyro Jiushin's voice became extremely soft. Seeing his 2 younger brothers looking at him expectantly, Zyro Yuning nodded. "That's right, it's true, so you 2 must not be disrespectful to His Highness." "Yes, we know. Father God has said so too, elder sister, don't worry." The 3 siblings were still chatting when Feng Haoran suddenly remembered the novel he had read in his previous life. In general, even if people enter such a secret realm at the same time, they may not be able to gather together. Thinking of the scheming woman, a 5th-level immortal king beside him, so Ryuoxian, your strength is too weak. After entering the secret realm, we may not end up in the same place. All right then, I'll give you a puppet at the supreme heaven and earth realm to protect you." As he spoke, Feng Haoran opened his palm, and a pitch-black miniature humanoid puppet floated in his palm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ryuoxian felt a surge of gratitude, but then she remembered that Feng Haoran was not even as old as she was. His cultivation level was probably lower than his own, so he didn't accept it, but instead asked him a question. "Haoran, how many of these puppets do you have?" Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran understood his meaning, but such a supreme puppet of heaven and earth was useless in his hands. If the system didn't refresh the rewards every day, he wouldn't have this kind of item. Then he smiled at him. "He, this is the only one. Take it, and don't forget I also have Bai Zi." Jiang Ryuoxian thought about it and agreed, but he still hadn't figured it out. How exactly did Feng Haoran tame his mount? He asked this question many times. The former's answer was that he had subdued it himself, but Jiang Ryuoxian simply didn't believe him. There was nothing Feng Haoran could do if he didn't believe him, and he didn't offer any further explanation. Just after Jiang Ryuoxian took the supreme puppet, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Buzz Tilda. The man who appeared was a middle-aged man with no hair on his face. His black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and he wore a dark robe with gold patterns. He was also exceptionally handsome. This person was Jiang Lan, whom Jiang Qingkang had sent to protect him. "His Royal Highness the Son of God." "Huh, Uncle Jiang Lan. Why are you here? Let me tell you I'm not going back with you." Jiang Lan's appearance surprised Jiang Ryuoxian, who thought he had come to take her back. In a flash, he hid behind Feng Haoran, who was riding Bai Zi. However, at that moment, Tian Kui's voice rang out. "He has been following you ever since you left the teleportation array." "What?" Jiang Ryuoxian was somewhat incredulous, but then she thought that since she had followed them back then, they certainly weren't there to capture her. Uncle Jiang Lan, are you here to protect me?" "That's right, Your Highness. King Qingkang instructed me to give you these life-saving items." As she spoke, a delicate spatial bracelet appeared in Jiang Lan's hand, clearly a spatial treasure of emperor-level quality or higher. Given King Qingkang's favor towards him, the treasures inside must be incredibly valuable. Jiang Ryuoxian smiled awkwardly and took the spatial bracelet. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Uncle Jiang Lan, for bringing it personally. Are you going back to your clan?" "I will return whenever the divine child returns to his clan." After receiving a response, Jiang Ryuoxian couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, I never expected my father to be so good to me. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Jiang Lan when I'm on my training journey." Mu Tilda. Before Jiang Lan could respond, a 9-headed dragon elephant pulled a jade chariot rapidly towards them from the ground. The newcomers were none other than Long Zixiang and his group. As soon as they arrived, the light from the barrier at the entrance to the secret realm shone even brighter. Buzz Tilda. Then a formation plate appeared, with 10 formation eyes, corresponding to 10 phoenix feather tokens. "Look, the entrance to the secret realm has been activated. Quick, let's choose a key point in the formation and use the phoenix feather token to enter." "Good, eh?" The Imperial prodigies were getting impatient, and each threw out their phoenix feather tokens. Buzz Tilda. The phoenix feather token floated on its own and landed at a key point in the array. Instantly, a door opened at that key point. Rumbled. "Let's go, enter the secret realm." Whoosh. After 10 people entered, the required number was reached, and the array closed automatically. Seeing this, Yi Chen also took out the phoenix feather token, following the same procedure as before. Upon seeing the spatial gate open, Yi Chen took the lead and flew inside, followed closely by the 9 people behind him. Eldest sister were going in too. Xiao Baiken and Xiao Jiyushin each led their own people and stepped into the spatial gate. "Quick, Haoran, hurry up, we can't let anyone steal all the treasures inside." Seeing that everyone had gone inside, Jiang Ryuoxian started to panic. Feng Haoran shook his head and smiled, then tossed the phoenix feather token out. Then he led his 4 followers, along with Xiao Yuning and Jiang Ryuoxian, and flew into the secret realm. But there were only 7 of them in their group. Before going in, Feng Haoran glanced at Long Zixiang and the others and spoke. "My phoenix feather token still has 3 slots available. Anyone who doesn't have enough can come here to enter, but their safety cannot be guaranteed." After saying that, he stepped into the portal. Chapter 36, The Chosen One. Even his stumbling blocks are imperial weapons. Within the Phoenix secret realm of the fallen Phoenix Mountains, on a mysterious island shrouded in thick fog, suddenly the void surged and opened up. Whoosh tilde. An object fell from it and crashed onto the island, making a sound as it hit the ground. Banged. Oh dear tilde. A mournful cry rang out. The person who had entered the secret realm was Yi Chen. He looked around and found himself in a misty illusion. There were no other people entering the secret realm nearby, so they must have been separated. He slowly stood up. The area he could see was less than 3 meters away, and the surroundings were shrouded in smog, making it gloomy and terrifying. Feeling uncertain, he tried to contact his master, who was inside the ring. Teacher, are you being suppressed by the secret realm? Yi Chen waited for a long time but received no response, and thought that his master had been suppressed. Just as he was thinking about how he would break out of the misty illusion, a white light floated out from the ring. Teacher, you weren't suppressed. That's great. When Yi Chen saw the appearing phantom, his face was filled with joy. To be honest, he really wasn't confident about venturing out alone. After all, it was the secret realm of an ancient emperor. But now that the teacher was here, he immediately felt that the inheritance of this secret realm was definitely his to possess. The appearing phantom did not speak, but instead surveyed its surroundings. With his ancient emperor divine sense and his current strength as the supreme being of heaven and earth, he instantly knew what kind of illusion array it was. This place is an illusion maze. As long as you can follow the order of the array bases and reach the array I, you can break the array. Haha, as expected, no illusion array can stump teacher. Teacher, where is the first array base located? Upon hearing his teacher reveal the method to break the formation, Yi Chen became quite impatient. The illusory figure surveyed its surroundings before fixing its gaze on Yi Chen. Boy, take 5 steps back, 3 steps to the left, and 5 steps back. There is a base for the formation there. Pull it out, and you will know the second base for the formation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hurriedly did as instructed, silently counting as he retreated when suddenly, oops! Something tripped Yi Chen and made him fall to the ground. But at that moment the fog grew even thicker. Wu tilde, roar. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so low roars of beasts rang out. Oh no! The phantom exclaimed in surprise, for a dozen pairs of eerie green eyes appeared in the thick fog. Kid, be careful. Your mistake just now has triggered the illusion. These hell wolves are all at the immortal emperor realm. Their strength should not be underestimated. Fortunately, Yi Chen on the ground secretly blamed himself for being so careless. However, he was very puzzled as to what had knocked him down. After some searching, he finally found it. It was a pitch-black, mysterious piece of material, and it felt quite heavy in my hand. If I hadn't been training my body in recent years, I wouldn't have been able to lift it at all, even with my previous physique. Owo tilde. Whoosh tilde. Kid, watch out. A hellish wolf pounced directly at Yi Chen. Its mouth revealed sharp, curved fangs, and with its mouth wide open, it seemed ready to swallow Yi Chen whole. Seeing this, Yi Chen reversed his body and swept the ancient black Xuan Kai sword in his hand across the air towards the demon wolf. Sizzle tilde. The demonic wolf instantly transformed into specks of starlight and vanished, a sight that enraged the other demonic wolves. Awa tilde. Wayas. A dozen or so demonic wolves charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen could handle 1 or 2 of these wolves, which were at the level of immortal emperors. But when the numbers got too many, he simply couldn't handle it. Hiss. Sizzle. Cough tilde. Ah tilde. After several rounds, Yi Chen was covered in wounds. Even with his current immortal lord physique, there were still a few wounds where the white bones were visible. This demonstrates just how sharp the claws of these demon wolves are. Teacher, help me. Seeing his beloved disciple covered in blood, the phantom felt a pang of pity and said to him, relinquish control of your body to your master. Then he transformed into a ray of white light and entered Yi Chen's brow. Buzz tilde. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned to see that he had picked up the ancient black Xuan Kai with one hand. Oh, not bad, this is a good thing. I didn't expect that old guy to leave such a treasure lying around. You've gotten a good deal. Then, using Yi Chen's body, he channeled his supreme power into Gupak Xuanqi. Buzz tilde. In an instant, Xuan Kai emitted a dazzling crimson divine light, causing the dozen or so demonic wolves to retreat a few steps in fear. HMPH tilde, now you're scared? Too late. Buzz tilde, whoosh whoosh. Bang bang banged. Awa woof. As the phantom entered Yi Chen's back, 2 or 3 demonic wolves disappeared with each swing of Xuan Kai. The crimson divine light shone through the void, illuminating the thick fog, but it was fleeting. After a few breaths, the demonic wolf was finally eliminated, and the phantom emerged from Yi Chen's body. Wow, teacher, you were amazing just now. Oh, by the way, you said this was a treasure. Yi Chen examined the ancient black Chuan Kai in his hand, while the illusory old man smiled. This is chaotic crystal iron from outside the universe, the main material for forging the desolate heaven treasure. Unexpectedly, that old fellow casually forged it into an imperial weapon. What a waste. What an imperial weapon, and it can be forged into a supreme treasure of the desolate heavens? I never imagined that the treasure I casually picked up would be such a treasure. All right, stop lamenting and quickly do as I say to leave this misty illusion. After all, the purpose of this trip is to inherit the legacy. Oh, okay, teacher. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Any random item here was an emperor-level weapon, so what about the ones outside? Inheritance. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the happier he became. A secret realm located in a valley. The surrounding scenery is beautiful, with green mountains and clear waters and a misty atmosphere, making it a fairyland. A waterfall hundreds of feet high cascades down into the clear lake below, the sound of the water crashing against the shore, harmonizing with the music coming from somewhere, like celestial music. At this moment, a young man with long, icy blue hair was casually sitting by the lake. He wore a silver jade crown, and his loose hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his extremely beautiful, almost demonic face. The figure, clad in a sky-blue divine robe, combined with the surrounding scenery, resembled a beautiful painting of a fairyland. This person is Feng Haoran, unlike others, who immediately break through various barriers and seek opportunities upon entering the secret realm. He's been here for over 10 breaths, yet when he landed, he didn't even change his posture. I sat there, listening to the harmonious sounds of water and music. Ring, thump, thump, tilde. Buzz, tilde, whoosh, tilde. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a streak of light shot out from it. Chapter 37, Encounter in the Secret Realm. Buzz, tilde, whoosh, tilde. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a streak of light shot out from it. Bang! Ouch, tilde. A soft, melodious sound came from behind. It was the pained cry of a woman being struck. Zumb! Feng Haoran was enjoying the beautiful rhythm, but he didn't expect to be disturbed, so he slowly got up and walked in the direction of the sound. In a flower field, a woman with long gray hair, wearing a silver-white semi-transparent, silky long dress with a cinched waist, stood. At this moment she was half lying in the flower field, her hands supporting her on the ground, her wide sleeves billowing in the wind, her chest high and half concealed. A pair of long, fair, and translucent legs were faintly visible as the natural breeze blew through her skirt. The stinging pain in her buttocks made her frown slightly, and she couldn't help but resent the owner of this secret realm. As an ancient emperor, can't you even set up a teleportation channel properly? You've made me fall to my death. It's his turf, he can do whatever he wants with it, that's his business. You don't have to come. Who? The sudden sound startled the woman. She had thought she was the only one there, but she hadn't expected there to be someone else there. She used her hands to brace herself on the ground, and her figure floated up. After turning around in mid-air, she could see who it was. It's you. Both of them asked the same question at the same time. Although they had never met formally, they had at least met once. That's right, this woman is Su Luoxuan, who came with the 3 sons of the emperor of the dynasty. Because of their brief encounter in the fallen Phoenix Mountains, their uniqueness made them memorable to each other. Feng Haoran, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth and his arms crossed, looked at Su Luoxuan, who was suspended in mid-air. I was here first, so why were you also teleported here? Judging from this format, shouldn't it be a scenario where each person completes a challenge in their own area? This secret realm doesn't belong to me, so how would I know about it? Su Luoxuan's expression remained cold. She looked around and found that the valley was not very large. Even with her divine sense at the Saint Realm level, it could only cover this valley within a radius of 100 miles. How do we get out of here? How would I know? This secret realm doesn't belong to me. You. Feng Haoran returned the same words to her verbatim, which made Su Luoxuan somewhat angry. She then ignored him and started looking for an exit on her own. Whoosh, tilde. Su Luoxuan flashed to the sky above the valley, looking down at the ground, trying to find a way to break through the barrier. Thump, thump, boom, ding, tilde. The mysterious melody reached her ears, and the clever girl instantly saw the clues. So, to leave this place, a harmonious melody is needed to open this barrier. Thinking of this, Su Luoxuan transformed into a streak of light and arrived at the edge of the waterfall lake. Her action confused Feng Haoran, who then also returned to the previous position. He remained half-reclined, wanting to see what this woman really wanted. Buzz Tilda, Su Luoxuan arrived at the lakeside, sat cross-legged, and a seemingly extraordinary Gyukin appeared in front of her. She closed her eyes, listening to the melodious sounds echoing through the valley. Then, as if she had found the melody, her slender fingers began to play along with the rhythm. Ding, ding, ding-a-ling. The sound waves, and the rhythms coming from the valley quickly merged together. Wow, you've got some skill. Too bad there's still something lacking. With a blade of grass dangling from his lips, Feng Haoran simply crossed his legs and lay down, beginning to hum the melody of the butterfly lovers from his previous life. Green grass and blooming flowers, colorful butterflies linger for a long time. About half an hour later, Feng Haoran had fallen asleep while humming. Buzz, boom, Tilda. A sudden loud noise woke him up instantly. Zumb. Looking up, one could see that Su Luoxuan's piano music was being rejected by the melody of the valley. Her indomitable spirit led her to want to use her holy power to suppress it. However, this place is the secret realm of an ancient emperor. How could a mere saint like her possibly contend with it? This caused the two melodies to clash continuously, eventually sending Su Luoxuan flying, even causing her veil to fall off. Tilda. In disbelief, Su Luoxuan stared into the void, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she suffered the backlash. Feng Haoran, who was in the distance, stared at her with pure admiration after seeing her true face. I didn't expect her to be quite attractive. Buzz Tilda. His pure gaze was caught by Su Luoxuan, and although she didn't find it offensive, she still glared at him suddenly. Embarrassed, Feng Haoran touched the tip of his nose and smiled. He, don't waste your energy. With your limited musical skills, you can't possibly harmonize with it. Tilda, I refuse to believe that my musical skills are insufficient to break through it. The proud Su Luoxuan refused to admit defeat, and rose again to lift the Gyukin, beginning to blend with the melody of the valley. Thump, ding, ding. The sound of the zither began, but seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, Feng Haoran shook his head and continued sleeping. Boom! Before he could close his eyes, another loud bang rang out, and Su Luoxuan's figure was sent flying backward through the void. This woman is such a nuisance. Lacking in ability, yet she loves to cause trouble, oh well. Feng Haoran flashed and instantly appeared in the void, catching him and holding him in his arms. Su Luoxuan felt herself being hugged and turned her head to look. Feng Haoran's icy blue hair danced in the wind, and his impeccably handsome appearance left her speechless. The two figures were still floating in the void when Feng Haoran's magnetic voice rang out. Have you seen enough? Su Luoxuan, who was only just realizing what was happening, blushed instantly. Her voice, though tinged with embarrassment, rang out in a tone of anger. Get off your filthy hands. You said it yourself, Tilda. Feng Haoran obediently let go of her hand, since the two of them were still in the void at this time. When Feng Haoran let go, Su Luoxuan, caught off guard, forgot that she could levitate and her body fell instantly. Ah, Tilda. Banged. Once again, she made intimate contact with the ground. She quickly got up and glared angrily at Feng Haoran. You think you can just release it because I told you to? You. Feng Haoran stood suspended in mid-air, spreading his hands and making a funny face. Wasn't this what you asked for? What? You think I'm so fond of you? Tilda. Su Luoxuan snorted coldly, not wanting to say anything more to him. You should know that, from childhood to adulthood, she had never had such close contact with anyone other than her parents, and she never expected to be treated like this by a strange man. Despite his anger, he started to panic when he remembered why he had come to the secret realm in the first place. What should I do? If I stay here, I'm sure I'll never get that treasure, but I can't break through the barrier here. So she raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Feng Haoran, which reminded her of the scene when the two first met in the Liufeng Mountains. At that time, she knew that this person was not simple, and perhaps he had a way to break through. After much deliberation, for the sake of that treasure, he finally decided to speak up. Hey, Tilda, did you come to the secret realm just to sleep? Don't you want the ancient emperor's legacy and treasures or something? Feng Haoran landed gracefully on the ground, his back to Su Luoxuan, and couldn't help but sneer. Inheritance? That's someone else's path, I don't care for it. Then why did you come to the secret realm? Ding, Master, the system has detected that the chosen one, Yi Chen, has already broken through 3 trials and is currently searching for a place of inheritance. Chapter 38, a powerful breakthrough. Ding, Master, the system has detected that the chosen one, Yi Chen, has already broken through 3 trials and is currently searching for a place of inheritance. Before Feng Haoran could respond, the system's voice rang out, causing him to reveal a wicked smile. The reason he didn't leave was to wait for news of the treasure-hunting rat, and now, it has finally arrived. Then he turned to look at Su Luoxuan, and his wicked smile vanished instantly. I came to the secret realm to verify something. The answer is about to be revealed, so it's time to leave. As soon as Feng Haoran finished speaking, his figure rose into the air, and a massive aura of supreme power erupted instantly. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. I didn't expect that someone so young could release such a powerful aura. Su Luoxuan could hardly believe her eyes, and then something even more shocking happened. Because at this moment, a powerful ancestral dragon phantom appeared and hovered behind Feng Haoran. Singing tilde, this mere barrier cannot imprison me, break it. Singing tilde, buzz whoosh tilde, as if receiving a command. The illusory image of the ancestral dragon charged toward the barrier with overwhelming power. Boom, click tilde, clang tilde, a sound like a mirror shattering rang out, and with just one move, the barrier in the valley was broken. Su Luoxuan covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the monstrous genius of the desolate universe? He is probably not even as old as my own bone age. How on earth did he cultivate? Rumbled. The valley barrier was broken, and the space began to shake. Before long, the surrounding scenery had changed. Feng Haoran's attack directly eliminated the need for the other two trials. The two then appeared in a dense forest, resembling the fallen Phoenix Mountains. Chirp tilde. Suddenly, a high-pitched and loud cry of a fierce bird rang out. Then, the figure of a lightning-fast rock that blotted out the sky appeared. Its sharp, fierce eyes suddenly froze, as if it had found its prey. Huff tilde. With a flap of its wings, it drew an arc in the void and headed straight for Feng Haoran. Chirp tilde. Waya tilde tilde. The speed of its dive was extremely fast, like lightning, and Feng Haoran immediately sensed its cultivation level. He didn't expect that there were ancient saint-level ferocious birds here. If the geniuses who come to the secret realm don't have protectors, wouldn't they be just easy prey? Below, Su Luoxuan had just recovered from her shock when she saw a large bird swooping down on her, and she cried out in alarm. Careful! HMPH tilde a beast, not worth my personal attention. With a cold snort, Feng Haoran released Bai Zi with a wave of his hand. Buzz tilde, roar tilde, huff tilde. As soon as Bai Zi appeared, he saw a little Karami daring to attack its master, and immediately flapped its wings and rushed over. Just as it approached the lightning rock, its claws, no less powerful than those of the ancestral dragon, gripped the rock's belly. Chirp tilde, huff and huff. The rock in pain kept screaming wildly. Bai Zi, seemingly annoyed by its noise, suddenly tore at it with its claws. Sizzle tilde. Instantly the rock that blotted out the sky was torn in two, and blood rained down. Roar tilde. An excited Bai Zi roared loudly. Buzz tilde. A beast core floated in the air. It belonged to the lightning rock. Feng Haoran flipped over and stepped onto Bai Zi's back, took the beast core, and then spoke to Su Luoxuan. Hey tilde, aren't you leaving or not? If an even stronger, ferocious beast comes later, I won't care anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxuan looked around and thought that it would indeed be quite troublesome if she were alone in the secret realm. So she leaped up, wanting to land on Bai Zi's back. But how could the mighty Bai Zi allow her to ride on his back? Roar tilde. Ah tilde. Banged. A roar startled Su Luoxuan, who was then thrown back to the ground. What do you mean? This was the third time Su Luoxuan had fallen to the ground from the sky, and she angrily asked Feng Haoran, I told you to leave, not to ride with me. Besides, my little white dog has its own dignity. No one but itself can gain its approval. What's with the showing off? It's not like I don't have a mount. Buzz tilde. After saying that, she waved her sleeve, and a beautiful nine-tailed celestial fox appeared beside her. Eek tilde. The nine-tailed celestial fox is also an extremely rare sacred beast, and its strength is equally extraordinary. Despite the pressure from Bai Zi, it showed no fear, its round eyes fixed on it, while its 9 tails swayed incessantly behind it. Seeing that Bai Zi was about to unleash his power, Feng Haoran spoke up to stop him. All right, Ziobai, let's get out of this dense forest first. Huff tilde. Upon receiving the order, Bai Zi flapped its wings and soared into the sky, with Su Luoxuan hurriedly following behind. Although she has many ways to save her life, there's no need to use them here. High in the sky, Feng Haoran communicated with his mental system. System, could you mark Yi Chen's location? Ding, Master. The restrictions of this small secret realm are no challenge for the system. Before long, a map of the secret realm appeared before Feng Haoran like a projection, but only he could see it. On the map of the secret realm, there are two shining bright spots, one green and one red. Presumably, the green one is where Yi Chen is located. The distance between the two colors was also marked. Feng Haoran glanced at Su Liuoxuan following behind him. You'd better stay close. Upon hearing this, the latter glanced at him sideways with her beautiful eyes. But Bai Zi transformed into a streak of light and flew away. So Su Liuoxuan quickly urged them to leave. Quick, Ari, keep up with them. Eek tilde. It is a volcanic area with extremely high temperatures. If an ordinary person were here, they would probably turn to ashes before they even got close. Rumbled. Hiss. The roaring fire hummed loudly, and even the sky turned crimson. However, at this moment, a figure was pushed out of the void. Holy crap, this secret realm is truly terrifying. What kind of things are these? If it weren't for the supreme puppet given to me by Haoran, the divine son, would probably be finished here. That's right, this person is none other than Jiang Ruoxian of the Forbidden Jiang clan. He had just been expelled when he fell into the volcano, where the scorching heat made him agitated. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Why is there a volcano here? Wait a minute, this flame, could it be the Phoenix's natal fire? Could it be that the Phoenix Emperor's legacy is not far from here? Haha, I, this divine child, am truly the chosen one. Awatilde. Just as he was feeling happy, a ferocious beast engulfed in flames appeared before him. It resembles a Qilin, but it is still somewhat different from a real fire Qilin. It possesses only a trace of the Qilin clan's bloodline, but is inherently cruel and is known as the fire Qilin beast. Is this secret realm targeting me, the divine child? Why are there such powerful, ferocious beasts everywhere? Is it deliberately testing me? In the first 3 trials, Jiang Ruoxian first racked her brains to break the formation, then killed the ferocious birds, and then avoided the poison barrier. Now that they've finally managed to get out, another fire-scaled beast with the aura of an immortal Saint King has appeared. I thought I was the chosen one, but you're going to play it this way. Then I'll just use your ferocious birds here to upgrade my holy heavenly dragon lion. Buzz tilde. After saying that, he opened his hand, and an ancient black puppet appeared. With a wave of his hand, the supreme puppet grew larger in the wind, in the blink of an eye. It grew from the size of a puppet to a 2-meter tall, muscular man in an instant. Destroy it. Cough tilde. Upon receiving the order, the puppet, wielding a long sword, charged forward. The fire-scaled beast seemed oblivious to the puppet's power, its dragon-like mouth opening wide. Phew tilde. A burst of fiery red beastly breath erupted instantly. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. The supreme puppet didn't take it seriously at all, and slashed horizontally with its sword. Whoosh tilde. A crescent-shaped blade of light collided directly with the beast's breath. Boom. Chapter 39, desiring to seize the fire-scaled beast core. Awa tilde. The fire-scaled beast seemed to be enraged. It galloped wildly on all fours, then leaped into the air, as if it wanted to crush the supreme puppet to death with one foot. Just as its hooves were about to make contact, the supreme puppet flipped over. Avoiding its hooves, he then reached the belly of the fire-scaled beast and pierced its abdomen with his longsword. PFFT tilde. Awa tilde. The fire-scaled beast roared in pain, but that wasn't the end of it, because the puppet's order was to kill the beast. Sizzle tilde. The puppet's sword ripped open his abdomen. Awa tilde. The fire Kirin beast finally realized it had met its match, and decisively abandoned its physical body, attempting to escape using its divine soul. Buzz tilde. The supreme puppet glanced at the sword in its crimson eyes, and swung it again. Whoosh tilde buzz tilde. Bang. Awa tilde. After a scream, the fire-scale beast's illusory soul transformed into a beast core, hovering in the void. Hee, little Tian, come out for your meal. Jiang Ruoxian smiled happily, and released the holy heavenly dragon lion. Awa tilde. Just as the holy heavenly dragon lion was about to devour the fire-scale beast core, a figure darted out. Whoosh tilde. A decent fire-scaled beast core, it's mine now. A young man dressed in a golden robe floated in the void, playing with the fire-scale beast core in his hand. Just as Jiang Ruoxian was about to get angry, a woman's voice came. Brother Xinghui, why are you running so fast? Buzz a whoosh. At this moment, 7 young men and women appeared behind the man who was snatching the fire-scale beast core. One of the women, who was fairly good-looking, approached the man named Xinghui with a lovesick expression. "Brother Xinghui, why didn't you wait for me? Hey, what's this?" The woman saw the fire-scale beast core that Xinghui was playing with in his hand, and curiously took it from him. "He, if you like it, Yue Lin, it's yours." Xinghui is a prince of the Tianxing dynasty, one of the 4 dynasties of Shengxiang County and Yunde County. He ignored Jiang Ruoxian and gave the beast core he had just snatched to a woman named Yue Lin next to him. Just as everyone was having a good time, Jiang Ruoxian finally spoke. "I don't care who you are. Return what you're holding right now or else. Wow, there are other living beings here. Yiu, this woman is so beautiful." Yue Lin looked in the direction of the sound, and when she saw Jiang Ruoxian's appearance, she looked on with envy. Boy, in the entire imperial continent, only the offspring of the God Lord dare to call themselves the Son of God. However, I have heard of all the divine sons, and have even met the 2nd and 9th divine sons. How dare you impersonate the son of the god here? Are you courting death? Buzzing. As soon as Xinghui finished speaking, several people behind him flew up instantly, waiting for their prince to speak. It seems the family was right after all. The hearts of people outside are truly treacherous. They actually tried to steal a beast core that hadn't even reached the Saint King level. Too bad, they chose the wrong opponent. Jiang Ruoxian also wanted to test her combat power, so she slowly rose into the air. "Hey Tilda, this prince has hit a nerve, and is starting to get angry, haha. Go, you lot, have some fun with him. This kind of trash isn't even worthy of my attention." "Yes, your highness Tilda." The 6 people responded and moved immediately, exuding the aura of immortal lords. "Go and kill these people. I, the Divine Son, will personally deal with this adulterous couple." Jiang Ruoxian glanced at the supreme puppet and gave it an order. He himself wanted to kill Xinghui and Yuelin because of them. Not only did someone take what was his, but the woman beside him even called him a woman, which made him lose all patience. Wow, this place is so lively. Just as they were about to make their move, a young man riding a dragon and an elephant appeared from the void. Mutilda. This person was the 3rd son of the Emperor of the dynasty, the Dragon Seat Chancellor. Jiang Ruoxian and Xinghui looked over upon hearing the sound. When the latter saw the newcomer, a fawning smile immediately appeared on her face. "Haha, so it's your highness the 3rd prince. I am Prince Xinghui of the Tianxing dynasty. I met you at your coming-of-age ceremony." Long Zixiang did not respond, but instead observed their posture on the scene. "What are you trying to do?" Your highness, it's like this. We just arrived here. They discovered a beast core, nearly at the level of a Saint King, floating in the void, and took it. Who knew this brat would accuse us of stealing his beast core and even dare to impersonate a divine son? Well, just in time to teach him a lesson on behalf of the divine son, you arrived. Long Zixiang turned to look at Jiang Ruoxian and found him to be very familiar. He pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze paused as he recalled the moment he first stepped into the fallen Phoenix Mountains. Several people had flown over his jade carriage, and Su Luoxuan had reminded him of this before. If you encounter these people in the secret realm, do not make them your enemies. The person in front of you is one of them. When Long Zixiang saw the holy heavenly dragon lion and the black-robed puppet beside him, the worldly wise man naturally recognized them, let alone that black-robed puppet. Even the holy heavenly dragon lion is not something the imperial dynasty can possess. Even the most powerful dynasties might not have such sacred beasts to use as mounts. Although Long Zixiang appears physically strong, he is also quite intelligent. Without listening to one side of the story, he made a decision and asked Jiang Ruoxian. "Young master, is what he said true?" Jiang Ruoxian chuckled, and then looked at the remains of the fire-scale beast. "Ha, do you really think? These ants can kill a half-step immortal Saint King, the Earthfire-killing beast." Long Zixiang's gaze fell upon the fallen corpse of the fire-scaled beast in the distance. He then turned to Xinghui and the others with a questioning look on his face, and angrily rebuked them. "What exactly is going on? All right, stop pretending, since you're all in cahoots. One more of you won't make a difference. Come on, let this divine son see just how strong the so-called geniuses of Tianheng Domain really are." Before Xinghui and the others could even begin to argue, Jiang Ruoxian mistakenly assumed that Long Zixiang had come to help them. "Your Highness, look, this boy is desperate. He's afraid his identity will be exposed, and he's about to make a move." Xinghui directly avoided the matter of the beast core and started talking about his identity. However, he did not expect that the next dragon seat minister would turn around and use a powerful punch to cover him. Smack! Ah Tilda brother Xinghui. Yue Lin was startled by the sudden noise and hurriedly looked at her face. After Xinghui was slapped, a trace of blood remained at the corner of his mouth, and a sinister look flashed across his face. Your Highness the Emperor. Just as he was about to ask the reason, Long Zixiang's voice came through. Did I, the Crown Prince, give you permission to speak? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? What wouldn't you do to please a woman? Do you think this is your Tianxing dynasty? A bunch of clueless fools. What if the Tianxing dynasty is destroyed and they don't even know what happened? All right, stop acting. This divine being has read the record of the trials of the prodigies. I can see through your little tricks, but it's all for a beast core. The acting was so realistic. That slap must have been quite forceful, right? But, unfortunately, those who dare to touch my possessions will only be punished with their lives. Black Kui attack, leave no one alive. Chapter 40, Dying Struggle. Black Kui attack, leave no one alive. Black Kui was the name Jiang Ruoxian temporarily gave to the supreme puppet, and upon receiving the command, it leaped into the air. Whoosh tilde, the sword in his hand pierced through the void, its light rushing towards the starlight. Whoosh! Ah, this divine power is the power of a supreme being. As a prince of the dynasty, he naturally knew about the power of the supreme being. At this moment, Xinghui regretted his actions, but he did not want to die yet. Then he turned his gaze to Yue Lin and pushed her in front of him. Ah tilde brother Xinghui. Whoosh tilde bang tilde. Unbelievably, before Yue Lin could even finish speaking, her body turned into a bloody mist. She died without ever knowing why Xinghui used her to shield her from the sword's edge. Didn't he love her? She'll probably only find the answer to this question when Xinghui goes to hell. Because at this moment, Xinghui flew towards the sky without any hesitation, while his followers remained frozen in place. I've asked myself countless times, is this the person I'm willing to risk my life to follow? HMPH tilde you dare to steal even my precious cooking pot. You're asking for trouble. Suddenly a sound rang out from the sky, followed by the roar of beasts. Roar tilde. The powerful sound waves directly shook down the previously fleeing starlight, causing it to trace an arc in the void. Whoosh tilde ah tilde. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Ruoxian finally smiled, because he knew it was Feng Haoran's voice. A few breaths later, a white sacred beast appeared from the sky and arrived in front of everyone in an instant. Whoosh boom. Ignoring the volcano's temperature, Bai Zi stepped directly onto the crimson ground. Feng Haoran sat cross-legged, looking at Xinghui, who was clutching her chest, and said in an extremely cold tone, "How dare a mere ant steal someone else's spoils? Who gave you the audacity?" Cough, cough, this, young master, have mercy, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and just let me go like a fart. Sensing the approach of death, Xinghui hurriedly begged Feng Haoran for mercy. Seeing that there was no sound, he set his sights on the dragon seat minister standing to the side. Your Highness, please, for the sake of my father, save my life. From this day forward, I will follow your lead without question. Upon seeing this, Long Zixiang's face revealed a look of disdain. HMPH, you're the kind of coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, and who forgets righteousness for personal gain. A man who would even use the woman he loves as a shield is someone this imperial prince dares not aspire to. Long Zixiang also refused at this moment, and Xinghui turned his gaze to his followers. You're not going to make a move. Do you want to see this prince killed? But no matter how he called out, none of his followers moved, pretending not to hear him. It seems you're not very popular. Heh, since no one's going to save you then, go die. As Feng Haoran finished speaking, Bai Zi roared. Roar tilde. Then it raised its front hooves and slammed its sharp claws down at Xinghui. Ah tilde help. Banged. Bai Zi's hooves pulverized Xinghui into dust. Then Bai Zi suddenly turned around, his three blue eyes glaring fiercely at Xinghui's followers. Then it opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of beastly breath. Phew tilde. Whoosh tilde. Ugh. Several screams followed in quick succession, and in the end, they too turned to ashes. Actually, they were the most wronged, but it was because they followed the wrong master. Faced with such a decisive and ruthless person, Prime Minister Long Zai did have some admiration. Suddenly, he sensed the man's murderous intent directed at him, so he backed away while waving his hand. Brother, wait. Wait a minute, this imperial prince is not with them. Although the Tianxing dynasty is under my father's rule, I came here intending to stop them, but he doesn't believe me. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran asked Jiang Ruoxian. Ruoxian, is what he said true? Jiang Ruoxian pondered for a long time, feeling increasingly uneasy. This was completely different from the record of the prodigy's trials that he had seen in his clan. He didn't make a move, and even hit that Xinghui guy. But wasn't he doing this to lull me into a false sense of security, so that I'd lower my guard before he ambushed me? The records of the clan's prodigy's trials are all written like this. Haoran, I suspect he's an accomplice too. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran awkwardly rubbed his forehead, while Long Zixiang felt like countless grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. So, this young master is experiencing the world for the first time, and his judgment of me is entirely based on the experience record. If I die here, wouldn't I have to blame the person who released the training record? Damn you, you better not let this imperial prince find you, or I'll wipe out your ancestors for 18 generations. Eek tilde, whoosh tilde. However, at that moment, a fox's cry came from the void, and then it transformed into a stream of light and fell down. The newcomer was Su Luoxuan. Because the nine-tailed celestial fox was slower than Bai Zi, she was much slower. Prime Minister Long, you're here too. What happened? Miss Su, I'm so glad you're all right. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to my father. Long Zixiang approached Su Luoxuan, completely forgetting that his life was still in someone else's hands. When Feng Haoran saw that the woman who came with him knew this boy, he couldn't help but ask her about it out of curiosity. You two know each other? Su Luoxuan nodded. Yes, I came here to borrow the phoenix feather token of the Dragon Elephant Dynasty. Since you know her and haven't laid a hand on her, let's just let this matter drop. Feng Haoran was giving himself a way out, since he was the one who brought Jiang Ruoxian up. Safety must be ensured, and we must not let others bully him, but we cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately for his sake. Besides, he came to help. It would be very inconsiderate of you to kill him. At this point, he was starting to admire his own terrible wife. What kind of training did he do? He even read a fake version of the training manual. Su Luoxuan was completely confused. She looked at Long Zixiang, who smiled awkwardly, and then told her the whole story. Having learned the whole story, Su Luoxuan looked at Feng Haoran, even though it was a misunderstanding. But what he said still made me feel quite comfortable. After all, based on their interactions over the past few days, Su Luoxuan could tell that Feng Haoran's status was no lower than her own. People of their status, let alone an imperial prince, even an entire dynasty, could be destroyed without anyone daring to say anything. Therefore, she still needed to thank Feng Haoran. Thank you. Su Luoxuan only realized now that after knowing him for so many days, she still didn't know his name. Feng Haoran looked into the depths of the volcano and said calmly, No need for thanks. I suppose we're almost at the place of inheritance. Ruoxian, let's go. Huff tilde. Bai Zi spread its wings and took flight, transforming into a stream of light as it headed deeper into the volcano. Jiang Ruoxian glanced at Su Luoxuan, then at Feng Haoran, who had flown away, and with a mysterious smile, she rode her holy heavenly dragon lion to follow. Let's go over there too. After Su Luoxuan finished speaking, she patted Ali, and the nine-tailed celestial fox followed closely behind. Chapter 40, won the trial outside the Hall of Inheritance. Phoenix Secret Realm, deep within a volcano. At this moment, Yi Chen, along with several saints, had already crossed the volcano and arrived at an ancient and magnificent palace. As everyone looked up at the hall, they felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. Buzz, 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 tilde. Instantly, their steps became incredibly heavy, and even moving a little was extremely difficult. Teacher, what's going on? Why do I feel like I can't move? Yi Chen's face was flushed, and fine beads of sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Zio Chen, this is a mental test created by that old guy. He considered himself the embodiment of justice and deeply abhorred evil spirits during his lifetime. Therefore, to pass this test, one must enter a state of mental emptiness. Otherwise, one will surely be crushed into dust. Ah, tilde. As soon as the old man in the ring finished speaking, a saint turned into ashes and disappeared. Buzzing. As one person fell, the others showed expressions of terror, and the oppressive aura continued to intensify. What is going on? Why is there such a terrifying pressure even after we've arrived at the entrance of the inheritance hall? Yes, Yi Chen, we came here with you. Why are you completely unharmed while our pressure is getting stronger and stronger? We only want to obtain powerful divine skills or methods to advance our cultivation. What's the use of all this stuff if I'm going to lose my life? I don't want to go in anymore. Yes, even the finest treasures require a certain lifespan to enjoy. Since I've already obtained an Emperor-level weapon, I'm not going. I'm not going in. The death of one person led several others to consider withdrawing from the competition. Seeing this, Yi Chen wanted to say that it would be better if they didn't go, but then he thought about how many dangers might be inside. If they don't go, their safety is hard to guarantee. If they are present, and we encounter dangers we don't know about, we can use the treasure to send them to explore the way, and so. Everyone, since I, Yi Chen, have made a promise to you, I will definitely meet your needs. Just now I was searching for a way to get in. His downfall was caused by his impure thoughts. As long as you believe in me, clear your mind and enter a state of tranquility, you can pass through easily. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed even more relaxed than before, everyone wondered whether it was true or not. But when he thought about the Hall of Inheritance right in front of him, and how he had obtained some imperial weapons after passing through the 3 trials, he realized that the treasures of the ancient emperors are incredibly abundant. If I were to obtain their inheritance, I would surely. Although there is danger ahead, which great power didn't go through life and death before advancing to the emperor realm. Moreover, Yi Chen had already made it more than halfway without any problems, so what he said must be true. People who harbor greed tend to think the best of things, and always harbor wishful thinking. At this moment, they closed their eyes, cleared their minds of all distractions, and tried their best to enter a state of tranquility. Buzz tilde, they had just cleared their minds of distractions, and the oppressive aura had lessened, allowing their hearts to reach a state of emptiness. This place was just like a normal space. After realizing that Yi Chen had not lied to them, they tried to slowly approach the inheritance hall. However, at this moment, wow tilde, what kind of amazing move is this? Is it some kind of blind man crossing a river performance? In the void, several people appeared riding sacred beasts, and the one who spoke was Jiang Ruoxian. The saints, who were undergoing a test of mental pressure, were startled by Jiang Ruoxian's voice. Suddenly, one person panicked, fearing the treasures in the hall would be stolen, and tried to get through as quickly as possible, but tilde. One person turned to ashes, Yi Chen said hurriedly. Please don't let external influences affect you. But that person's death made Feng Haoran and the others more vigilant. Holy crap, a saint is gone just like that, Jiang Ruoxian exclaimed in surprise. This should be a mental array to test a person's state of mind. If someone enters the array with malicious intent, they will be eliminated. At this moment, Su Liuoxuan's voice rang out behind them. She was quite knowledgeable about formations. After all, she had made ample preparations before coming here, so she recognized it at a glance. That's interesting. Feng Haoran sat upright on Bai Zi, watching as Yi Chen had already passed the heart array test. At that moment, he was looking at him with disdain, which made him find it amusing. Do you think you're some kind of genius just because you passed a mental test? Ruoxian, wait here for a moment. I'll go scout ahead first. Your Highness, wait. Why don't we go first? Before Jiang Ruoxian could speak, more than a dozen figures appeared in the void. They were Feng Yukong and his 3 companions, Xiao Yuning and Xiao Jiyushin and others from the Divine Dynasty. Whoosh! A dozen or so people landed and came to the side of the heart array, watching the saint who was still advancing. Feng Yukong, Jingzhan, Xingchen, Ziyuan, and Xiao Yuning came to Feng Haochen's side. Your Highness, I am willing to go and test the formation for you. Jingzhan knelt on one knee and pleaded with Feng Haoran for permission. I'll go. Xingchen and Ziyuan spoke at the same time, but Yukong remained silent and walked directly into the heart array. Buzzing. As the first generation of prodigies, Feng Yukong and his companions had experienced many secret realms, so they were quite experienced. When Feng Yukong felt the pressure, he immediately cleared his mind of all distractions. The pressure then lessened, and he walked forward step by step. Halfway there, he turned around and looked at Feng Haoran. Your Highness, as long as you clear your mind of all distractions and enter a state of tranquility, you can pass. Seeing this, Yi Chen clenched his fists, feeling extremely angry. Why are there always so many people around him, willing to risk their lives for him while I... At this point, he looked at the saints who had been suppressed by their teacher and felt a great sense of loss. The old man inside the ring, knowing what he was thinking, couldn't help but sigh. Hey, Xiao Chen, you're still growing. Once you reach a certain level, there will be people willing to risk their lives for you. Even the immortal forces will be your subjects. Now, you should hurry up and become stronger. Yes, teacher, I will definitely be the most dazzling star in the entire desolate sky in the future. After Yi Chen finished speaking, Seeing that the remaining 5 saints had finally walked out of the mental array, he glanced at Feng Haoran and then walked into the main hall. When Feng Haoran saw that he was about to enter the hall, he did something crazy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he steered Bai Zi straight into the heart formation, and Bai Zi took very large strides. Just like walking in a normal space, it felt exceptionally easy and comfortable. Quick, look this. How is this possible? He actually wrote a beast into the formation. Controlling a mount to enter the mind array. How dare he? Isn't he afraid that the mount's mind will be filled with impure thoughts? It's moving so fast, just like in a normal space. This shocking act made Yi Chen, who was about to enter the hall, turn around and look, feeling even more resentful. Damn it. All right, Xiao Chen, hurry up and enter the hall. Your master will take you to find the old man's inheritance. Then, won't you be free to fly like a bird in the sky? After being reminded by the old man with the ring, Yi Chen stopped paying attention to Feng Haoran and turned to step into the hall. At this moment, Feng Haoran, who was inside the mental array, had a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, forming an arc. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, Bai Zi carried him and quickly stepped through the heart formation. Seeing this, Jing Zhan and the others hurriedly followed, fearing that it would be dangerous for him to enter the palace alone. In fact, Feng Haoran was able to be so bold because the dog system had told him that he could ignore such mental formations. Given how much he values his life, he would never dare to parade around in public like that. When Feng Haoran rode Bai Zi into the formation, Su Liuxuan, who was standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat. After seeing that he had passed through smoothly, she said something rather irritating. He's absolutely insane. Jiang Ruoxian now doesn't know what to say to her little cousin. This is too risky. If my aunt found out about this, I'd probably get a beating. Then, seeing that everyone was heading in, he shook his head and went in as well. Chapter 40, 2 Imperial Weapons Choose Their Masters. Phoenix Secret Realm, inside the Hall of Inheritance. At this moment, Yi Chen and the 5 saints were the first to enter the hall, and the entire inheritance hall was extremely magnificent and majestic. In the center of the spacious hall, a statue of a fiery phoenix about to spread its wings and soar stands. All around, various divine weapons, medicines, and elixirs were on display. Yi Chen and the 5 great saints who entered the hall were utterly stunned by what they saw. Haha, is this the foundation of an ancient emperor? Such high-grade sacred artifacts and divine pills are displayed so casually. We've won, we've won. Haha, this trip definitely wasn't in vain. Quickly, before they enter the hall, start looting. One of them spoke up to remind them, while the other 4 saints were so excited that they almost forgot their business. Just as they were picking up high-grade sacred artifacts or sacred pills. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful divine light emanated from the object they touched, blasting them away. Bang banged. Ah tilde. Zumb. The cautious Yi Chen was puzzled when he saw them being blasted away. Teacher, why is this? Are all these sacred weapons, elixirs, and divine medicines just for show? It's not just for show. That old guy has set up a restriction. If you want to get these treasures, you have to break the restriction first. What, breaking the restriction? That's a divine skill used by an ancient emperor. Among these people, I estimate that apart from you, teacher, no one can break through it, so doesn't that mean? The old man's words in the ring surprised Yi Chen, and then he felt a little pleased. If things are really as I think, then all these treasures will be mine. Hee, you're quite resourceful. These restrictions are very powerful when triggered. However, their levels are not high. As long as one can observe the steps of their execution, even an immortal can decipher them. Besides, which of these prodigies doesn't come from a powerful clan? Breaking it open would be a piece of cake, if I'm not mistaken. The old man was worried that these treasures would lose their original level over time. The reason those guys were blasted away was undoubtedly because they hadn't paid attention to this. Yi Chen nodded in agreement with the old man's words. At this moment, he walked toward a longbow that emitted a golden divine light. The bow was engraved with dragon patterns, and a pair of dragon heads were pulling the bowstring. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. The shimmering light flashed by and suddenly revealed the name of the longbow, the heaven-shaking dragon-patterned bow. Yi Chen separated a wisp of his divine sense and covered the dragon-patterned bow, and was immediately overjoyed. This is a top-grade imperial weapon. Buzz tilde. Excited, Yi Chen quickly used his consciousness to investigate the steps of the restriction. I see. Overjoyed, he formed hand seals and followed the steps to break the restrictions one by one. Buzz. Quick grab it. Whoosh tilde. The dragon-pattern bow's restrictions had just been broken, and as an imperial weapon, it inherently possessed its own consciousness. Just as Yi Chen was about to make his move after being reminded by his teacher, he was still a step too late. We watched helplessly as it transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the outside of the main hall. However, at that moment, Feng Haoran rode in on Bai Zi. Whoosh tilde. Seeing a streak of light rushing towards him, he grabbed it with one hand, while the dragon-patterned bow tried to break free. Feng Haoran immediately unleashed his supreme aura, suppressing it through his arm. Buzzing. Instantly, the dragon-patterned bow became docile. A royal weapon had actually been suppressed by it. When Feng Haoran saw the grade of the dragon-patterned bow, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It seems my luck is still pretty good. I just entered the hall and an imperial weapon flew over. Put down the dragon-patterned bow. Yi Chen felt extremely unwilling when he saw that Yi Chen had easily subdued the dragon-patterned bow. He finally managed to break the seal on an imperial weapon, only to have it all benefit someone else. Tap, 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 tap. Feng Haoran rode Bai Zi slowly into the hall, his eyes scanning the entire hall. These treasures held little appeal for him. Then he turned his gaze to Yi Chen, picked up the dragon-patterned bow and fiddled with it, and said calmly, "This bow came into my hands by itself. Why should I let it go? Besides, it was originally ownerless. Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. What are you anyway?" Yi Chen suppressed his anger and said in a gloomy tone, "Because I unlocked the seal on the bow in your hand otherwise. Do you think an imperial weapon would just appear on its own? So what if you untied it? It's your own fault for not being able to hold on to it. Imperial weapons can choose their masters. Since it didn't choose you, it means you're not worthy of it. Look how obedient it is in my hands." Feng Haoran's words infuriated Yi Chen, but he was powerless to refute them. "Chener, forget it. It's just an imperial weapon. I've observed that this isn't the old man's inheritance center. Since I didn't see any Phoenix Essence blood here, go and look for it. There must be other spaces in this palace. If we find the true site of the inheritance, let alone an imperial weapon, we might even be able to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapon that old man possessed in his lifetime." HMPH tilde. Upon hearing what his teacher had said, Yi Chen snorted coldly at Feng Haoran and then left. "Wow tilde, this is the kind of training I, the divine child, have always longed for." As Yi Chen left, Feng Haoran heard Jiang Ruoxian's excited voice behind him. The latter saw that his eyes were shining and he was running towards him, so he hurriedly called out to him to stop. "Ruoxian, Haoran, wait a moment or they'll loot all the treasures. As a direct descendant of the Jiang clan, you still care about this piece of junk. Oh dear, you don't understand. My old man is so stingy, even though my aunt gave me an imperial weapon. But I also want to obtain one myself, so I can show it off to Princess Nihuang later." As she spoke, Jiang Ruoxian was about to choose a divine weapon, but Feng Haoran snagged the dragon-patterned bow in his hand. "It's just an imperial weapon, right? Here, I'll give you one." Jiang Ruoxian looked at the imposing dragon-patterned bow on her chest with a delighted expression. "Wow, Haoran, you're so lucky. An imperial weapon. Are you really going to give it to me?" "Take it, it's just an imperial weapon. I'll get you a Heavenly Emperor weapon later." Feng Haoran didn't care at all and loosened his grip on the dragon-patterned bow. Good brother. For life, I won't thank you in advance. But with so many treasures before us, we should take what we can." As she spoke, Jiang Ruoxian still went to find a weapon herself. Feng Haoran had no choice but to say something to him. "In that case, be careful. Also, these weapons and pills are all protected by restrictions, so don't rush to touch them." Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Do you really think I'm a newbie?" Seeing his impatient look, Feng Haoran couldn't help but shake his head. "Your Highness." At this moment, Feng Yukong, Xiao Yuning, and others also entered, including Su Liuoxuan and the others. "You should also go and see if there's anything suitable for you, but be careful of the restrictions on it." "Yes, tilde." Feng Yukong and his 3 companions, along with Xiao Yuning, also went to participate in the treasure hunt. The person who came in with them rushed in excitedly. Only Su Liuoxuan remained in place, her gaze never lingering on the divine weapon or the elixir. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the phoenix statue in the center. Although her face was covered by a veil, her eyes revealed excitement. "Found it, finally found it, it really was here." Feng Haoran was very curious as to why her gaze was fixed on the phoenix statue. He leaped down, collected Bai Zi, and came to Su Liuoxuan's side. "What are you looking at?" Chapter 43, The Heart of Creation. "What are you looking at?" Feng Haoran's sudden words made Su Luoxuan, who was staring blankly at the phoenix statue, instantly tense up. Oh, no. Nothing, I just think this statue is incredibly well-made, lifelike, and very beautiful. Feng Haoran knew that Su Luoxuan was not telling the truth, but he didn't care. To him, Yi Chen was destiny. As long as he kept an eye on him, the most valuable things here would be his. All right then, you continue enjoying the show. I'll go take a look around first. He said he was going for a stroll, but actually he wanted to get closer to Yi Chen so that if there was a passage or something, he could follow him in. After Feng Haoran left, Su Luoxuan flew to the phoenix crown on the phoenix statue's head and thought to herself. Fortunately, the phoenix ancient emperor did not know what this thing was, and only used it as an ornament. Otherwise, with this item in hand, he might not have perished facing the four fiends. Immediately, she used an ancient family secret technique, her hands constantly moving. Buzz tilde, the secret technique was unleashed, and the flame-like phoenix crown instantly resonated. Rustle, a layer of light enveloped her, causing her to float up and finally disappear into Su Luoxuan's brow. After putting the item away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but what she didn't know was that, although Feng Haoran was at a distance, he kept a close eye on her every move. Seeing that he had taken the phoenix crown and flames, he couldn't help but ask the system. System, do you know what she took? Ding, reporting to the master, this item is called the Heart of Creation, but it is only half of what it was. However, the ancient emperors could comprehend the realm of the heavenly emperor in this universe, with incomplete rules. If one possesses a complete heart of creation, it might even be possible to attain a state of supreme transcendence. Holy crap, I was too hasty. This is the best treasure ever, or should I just go and snatch it from him? Ding, master, there's no need for that. Don't tell me it's just an incomplete heart of creation. Even if it were a complete one, it wouldn't be worth it for you to do that. With your dog here, I'm better than 3,000 universes and chaos. All treasures. The system paused, not revealing the rest of the story. He knew this was intentional on the part of the system, but it also piqued Feng Haoran's curiosity. System, what were you talking about again, this chaos? Why did you skip over it at the crucial moment? Ding, Master's cultivation level is still too low, it's best not to know for now. Once the owner reaches a certain level, the dog will tell you everything it knows without reservation. Rumbled, just as Feng Haoran was about to say something. Yi Chen, who was a dozen meters away from him, seemed to have touched some kind of mechanism. Suddenly, a star teleportation channel, like a wormhole, appeared in front of him. This commotion drew the attention of everyone in the main hall who were collecting treasures. But just as they turned around, Yi Chen's figure was swallowed up by the passage. Feng Haoran, who was not far away, had been on guard against this matter for a long time. A smug smile appeared on his lips, and his figure transformed into a streak of light as he followed him inside. Your Highness, Haoran, Feng Yukong and the others also wanted to rush in, but when they arrived, the passage disappeared. This scene left Su Luoxuan stunned. She never expected that Feng Haoran would be so foolish as to follow her inside. He recalled that it was he who led him out of the barrier and helped him obtain the Heart of Creation. Feeling deeply troubled, she went to the place where Feng Haoran and Yi Chen had disappeared. They watched as Feng Yukong and the others searched for some kind of mechanism, but no matter how they fiddled with it, they couldn't open the passage they had just passed. Your Highness, Phoenix Ancient Emperor, release my prince immediately, or my ancestor will surely resurrect you and use your soul to light the heavenly lantern. Damn bastard, release Haoran right now, or I, the Divine Son, will make sure you don't even have a peaceful death. Give me back my prince. Boom. Rumbled. Yukong, Jingzhan, Xing Chen, and Zai Yuan continued to attack the direction of the passage that had just disappeared. Even Jiang Ruoxian, who had eyes full of treasures, was extremely angry at this moment. However, what they said made everyone present gasp in shock. Phew, what kind of family is this? They can even resurrect ancient emperors, and they even need to light sky lanterns. Is this just bragging and trying to scare people? Yes, if we had such strength, we could probably unify the entire desolate universe. Upon hearing the discussion, Yukong and the others glared fiercely at the crowd. It seemed that if they dared to speak again, the four of them would surely kill them. After observing for a while, Su Luoxuan spoke to the group. Don't worry, he'll be fine. That passage we just saw should lead to the Phoenix Ancient Emperor's inheritance site. What, the land of inheritance? Isn't this the hall of inheritance? Yes, so many treasures and divine skills and elixirs, isn't that enough? Faced with the doubts of the group, Su Liuoxuan chuckled lightly. Heh, if you think that's all the ancient emperors have to offer, then you're underestimating them. It should be understood that those who become ancient emperors are beings who have lived through several eras. An era lasts for tens of millions of years, and if there are no unforeseen circumstances, they can live for 10 eras. Over the years, they have traveled through the heavens and acquired countless things, far too many to be contained in this great hall before them. That seems to be true. We are simply too ignorant. Yes, so many treasures, and this is only a part of it. Su Liuoxuan's explanation left everyone secretly amazed. Feng Yukong and the others, who had been tense just moments before, relaxed considerably at this moment, because they knew that what the person in front of them said was true. As the first generation of the Feng clan's prodigy, naturally they knew how much power the ancient emperor possessed, but in their haste, they hadn't considered it at all. Brother Kong, I think what she said makes sense. Let's wait here. If His Highness doesn't come out, it won't be too late to report to the family. Yes, that's the only way. Of the four, they all regarded Feng Yukong as their leader, and what Zai Yuan said was exactly what he was thinking. Actually, what they said before was considered bragging by others, but Su Liuoxuan felt that Feng Heoran's family had the capability. Although the current rules of the universe are incomplete, they can still resurrect an ancient emperor. This is the extraordinary nature of the forbidden race. Jiang Ruoxian, who was standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that Feng Heoran would be all right. If something really happened to him, Jiang Ruoxian probably would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. After all, in his mind, it was he who invited Feng Heoran to come out of the Jiang clan to gain experience. At this moment, he had no interest in finding the treasure and just stood there blankly, waiting where Feng Heoran had disappeared. Chapter 44, A Suspicious Fate. Within the Phoenix secret realm, in a unique space. The space here is not large, only about the size of a training room of a few thousand square meters. The originally dark and secluded chamber was illuminated by a wisp of essence blood, like a blue flame, suspended within a circular platform array in the center. Buzzing tilde tilde tilde. The divine light emanating from the blue essence blood hummed and echoed throughout the space. However, this small thing made the entire space incredibly hot. In addition, a finely crafted longsword, entirely crimson, floats beside it. The sword exudes a faint glow, making it clear at a glance that this sword is no ordinary object. At that moment, the space suddenly trembled, and a teleportation channel appeared out of thin air. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. A figure was squeezed out of the space, just as the passage was about to close. A beam of divine light flashed out and disappeared into the void, completely unnoticed by the former figure. Bang! Ah tilde. A sound of flesh hitting the ground rang out. The one who made the sound was Yi Chen, who had been searching for treasures in the inheritance hall. He dusted himself off and looked around the space until he saw what was on the round platform. A surge of joy welled up within him, and seeing that no one was around, he shouted out loud, "Teacher, is this the essence of the Phoenix?" Whoosh tilde. Just after Yi Chen's voice rang out, a wisp of a shadow floated out from the ring in his hand. That's right, this is the old man's essence blood. With it, your supreme myriad paths body can be fully awakened. And the long sword floating beside him was even more extraordinary. It was a divine weapon of the heavenly emperor that he obtained by chance during his lifetime. You're destined to rise to prominence in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stared intently at the two treasures with burning eyes. While feeling excited, he did not forget the humiliation of that year. Zyro Yuning and that little beast, you just wait. Teacher, how can I integrate it into myself? Seeing the treasure right in front of him, Yi Chen had no idea how to obtain it. Haha, easy. Let's break this old guy's magic array first. At that time, I will help you guide your essence and blood into your body. After that, it will depend on your own perseverance. Don't worry, teacher. To avenge the humiliation of that year, I will endure it no matter how unbearable it is. After speaking, Yi Chen followed the illusory figure to the round platform. The old man looked solemn, his fingers constantly changing movements, and finally his finger touched the transparent light shield. Buzz tilde. The protective array around the blue blood essence, and longsword suddenly blazed with golden light. Click tilde. Then came a crisp, cracking sound. Ding-a-ling tilde. Buzz tilde. However, at this moment the blue essence blood suddenly surged, and a beam of white light shot out from it, forming a figure. Ah tilde. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen stumbled and took a few steps back. If it weren't for the illusory figure beside him blocking him, he would probably have rolled off the platform. He stared in horror at the man with long crimson hair, wearing a golden robe with phoenix patterns, and looking like a middle-aged man. Haha, young man. Congratulations on overcoming numerous difficulties and arriving here to receive my inheritance. Don't be afraid, this is just a wisp of my true form left in my blood essence, just to warn you about something. First, if you can fuse with the essence of the phoenix, you can obtain 1/10,000,000th of the power of the original. At the same time, it can also cleanse your physical body, giving you a complete transformation and allowing your physical body to reach a higher level. Secondly, this longsword was used by me in my previous life. It is called the Crimson Blood Holy Sword, and its grade is Heavenly Emperor Holy Weapon. It contains the precious techniques of my Phoenix clan. After you have fused with the essence of the Phoenix, comprehending these techniques will be extremely easy. The third is the 4 fiends in this mountain range, which have been suppressed by the original body for countless years. Their cultivation level is likely no longer at the ancient Emperor realm. Once this inheritance ends, the seal will also disappear. You can use the Crimson Blood Holy Sword to reseal and suppress them. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also subdue them. These 4 ferocious beasts are no ordinary creatures. Each of them is incredibly fierce and possesses immense power. Their aptitudes are also extremely extraordinary. If they can obtain their assistance, they will undoubtedly have the protection of the 4 great heavenly emperors in the future. All right, my afterimage can only linger for a limited time. Everything now depends on you. The moment the words left his mouth, the afterimage vanished before the master and his disciples' eyes. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen's teacher couldn't help but show sadness on his face. Ah, what a loyal old friend. Since you're so nostalgic, why don't you go down and join him? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. The shocked master and disciple turned around and found a figure appearing. It was Feng Heoran. It's you, how did you end up here? Yi Chen was somewhat incredulous. After all, when he came down, the place was completely deserted. Moreover, given his teacher's abilities, it was impossible for him not to have been discovered. I have to thank you for being here, this remnant soul teacher. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known that an ancient emperor's secret realm existed here, and I wouldn't have arrived here so easily. As Feng Heoran paused, he looked at the illusory old man beside him, and Yi Chen also turned his gaze to him. Teacher, Yi Chen looked puzzled, but he was interrupted just as he was about to ask a question. It seems you discovered my existence long ago. As expected of a member of the Forbidden Clan, I miscalculated. When the illusory old man appeared, he had figured everything out, but Yi Chen couldn't believe it. No, it's impossible. Teacher, you've never shown yourself in front of outsiders. How did he find out about you? At this moment, Yi Chen guessed that his teacher must be in contact with Feng Heoran behind his back. He asked that question to see how they would respond. Upon hearing this, the illusory old man shook his head in pain, while Feng Heoran burst into laughter. Ha, just as I thought, the nature of those destined for greatness is always so suspicious. Old man, you've planned so much for him, but he still doesn't trust you. Was it all worth it? All right then, considering your past life's cultivation as an ancient emperor, if you're willing, I will temper an ancient emperor's body for you, helping you live another life. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a little flustered when he saw that she had extended an olive branch to him. Teacher, you said you would help me rise to the top. I don't care how he discovered you. As long as you continue to help me then. I, Yi Chen, will definitely use the best materials from the desolate heaven to forge a body for you. The old man did not respond, but instead spoke to Feng Heoran. Since he is the one I have chosen, I will not abandon him. Although you have cultivated your concealment techniques to the point where you can evade the detection of ancient emperors, your desire for the treasures here. With me present, you have no chance of succeeding. I was hoping to have another ancient emperor by my side. Since I've given you a second chance at life, if you don't cherish it, then you can't blame me. Buzz Tilda. After Feng Heoran finished speaking, he released the aura of the Supreme Ninth Heaven within his body. What? The Supreme Heaven of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 45, Devouring the Ancient Emperor's Soul. What? The ninth level of the Supreme Being of Heaven and Earth. The illusory old man was stunned by the aura released by Feng Heoran. Back in the Divine Dynasty, this young man before me was already an immortal saint king, even when he was just a child. In just 8 years, he has risen to the level of heaven and earth supreme, and even to the ninth level. When did the supreme beings of the desolate universe become able to advance so easily? The old man calculated in his heart that even if he borrowed Yi Chen's body to fight him now, he could only unleash the power of the 9th level of the Heaven and Earth Supreme. However, since the body is not one's own and cannot be used for a long time, this battle is bound to be lost. The only chance of winning now is that this Forbidden Clan youth's cultivation level is all built up with elixirs. Chenner, this battle is unavoidable. Whether we can have a future depends on this battle. After the conversation between the old man and Feng Heoran, Yi Chen finally realized that he had misunderstood his teacher. If he were truly as I thought, he could have left me now, but he didn't. He was still thinking of fighting to the death. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shed tears and said in a choked voice, Teacher, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Why say all this? If we lose today, we can simply disappear into the world. After all, I have already died once. It's just a pity for you. If you hadn't met me, perhaps, you would have had plenty of time to cultivate. Teacher, enough with the nonsense. Unlike other villains, once I've decided to kill you, I will show no mercy. Whoosh tilde, buzz tilde. Feng Heoran waved his hand, and the desolate heaven demon halberd was in his grasp. This was the first time he had used the Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapon in battle. Seeing this, the old man didn't say anything more to Yi Chen, and transformed into a ray of divine light that entered Yi Chen's body. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. He was about to reach for the crimson blood holy sword, floating in the void, when Feng Heoran's attack arrived. Bang! The old man used Yi Chen's body to retreat quickly, and Feng Heoran's attack landed on the round platform, cutting it in half. Rumbled, the circular platform collapsed, and the phoenix essence blood and the crimson blood holy sword also trembled. Buzz tilde, cough tilde whoosh tilde. The heat emanating from the essence blood grew increasingly intense, while the crimson blood holy sword emitted bursts of sword cries. Feng Heoran glanced at it, but instead of rushing to collect it, he looked at Yi Chen, who was possessed, with a mocking expression. What all a 1,000-year emperor can do is hide. The possessed Yi Chen's eyes shone with divine light as he looked at the desolate heaven demon halberd in Feng Heoran's hand. I never expected that the Forbidden Clan would actually be willing to let you carry a heavenly emperor sacred weapon with you. It seems that your talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. You can only sense one heavenly emperor sacred weapon. It seems your strength isn't that great. Buzz tilde. As Feng Heoran spoke, he immediately displayed the Luo Tian holy robe on his body and the swift shadow holy boots on his feet. What? Feng Heoran's entire body was covered by ancient divine runes, forming a heaven-defying divine light defense. His demonstration left the old man, possessing Yi Chen, somewhat incredulous. A defensive holy armor of the heavenly emperor's level, this. His own ancient emperor strength was already less than 1/10 of what it used to be, and now he was at the same level as his opponent. Moreover, he possesses 3 heavenly emperor sacred weapons. Is there any possibility of victory for him? HMPH tilde you old fool who's never seen the world. This is only half of the heavenly emperor's sacred weapon on my body, and you're already so scared. However, you probably won't have the chance to see the other 3. Whoosh tilde. Feng Heoran transformed into a blur, streaking across space, and heading straight for Yi Chen. HMPH tilde this is outrageous. Storm's fury tilde. As Yi Chen unleashed his divine technique, he released a powerful hurricane and lightning. Whoosh tilde hiss. The narrow space was directly occupied by 2 hurricanes, and a terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the lightning within. Feng Heoran sneered and swung his halberd. Singing tilde. A dragon flew out from the desolate heaven demon halberd, combining his ancestral spirit treasure technique and releasing it through the halberd. Its power is greater than when it is used. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening impact resounded, shaking the entire secret realm. Rumbled. Inside the main hall of inheritance, dozens of people felt the tremor, and their bodies swayed involuntarily. What's going on? Could it be that the secret realm is about to collapse? Quickly, get out of this hall. This hall is probably nearing its end and may collapse. No, it can't collapse. His Highness hasn't come out yet. We absolutely cannot allow this palace to collapse. People from the Divine Dynasty, the Imperial Dynasty, and the 4 great dynasties all left the main hall. At this moment, inside the hall, besides Jiang Ruoxian and Feng Yukong, who were using magic to try to stabilize the hall, there were others present. Among them, Su Luoxuan also did not withdraw. After all, it was Feng Heoran who led her through the trial. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether she could have obtained the heart of creation. The reason for waiting here is that I firmly believe Feng Haoran will not perish so easily. Moreover, even if the main hall really collapses, she has a way to get out. In the true place of inheritance, the old man saw that his wind order spell had no effect. He then engaged in close combat with them. Their battle was as fast as lightning, and every collision shook the space, with divine light exploding everywhere. Boom! After a loud bang, both figures were pushed back simultaneously. As expected of a veteran ancient emperor, your combat experience is indeed rich. However, it's perfect to use you as practice. The old man possessing Yi Chen's body had a look of panic in his eyes, and was also extremely shocked. I never imagined this boy's combat strength would be so formidable, it seems. My years of planning have ultimately led to my demise. Fine, then I'll use my last bit of strength to try and get Chenner out safely. Whoosh tilde. Possessed by Feng Haoran, Yi Chen arrived in the void and glared at him. Boy, no matter which forbidden clan you belong to, today you will perish here with this old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he detached himself from Yi Chen's body and immediately shouted, "Burning in hell tilde, whoosh tilde buzz tilde." He was instantly covered in icy blue flames and slowly glanced at Yi Chen on the ground. "Chenner, from now on, you'll have to walk your own path." "No tilde." Yi Chen roared as he watched his teacher, who had helped him for many years, rush towards Feng Haoran. He's trying to take them down with him. Seeing that he was burning his soul and trying to perish together with him, Feng Haoran couldn't help but sneer. "Heh, I was hoping to make use of you as a sparring partner, but you dare to dream of returning to the world with me. How ridiculous, don't you understand now, between you and me? Who is the butcher and who is the fish on the chopping block? Hee, since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Buzz tilde, whoosh. Just as Feng Haoran finished speaking, a jet-black divine light instantly emanated from his chest, covering his entire body. His bright eyes instantly turned blood red, and his originally icy blue hair transformed into silver white at a visible speed. Even his Luo Tian holy robe was worn smooth and stained dark red. At this moment, he looked like a monstrous demon emerging from the abyss. Buzzing tilde tilde, a terrifying, devouring power instantly spread from his body, caused by the primordial demon bone on his chest. The power of the primordial demon bone is so immense. How could an ancient emperor's divine soul possibly withstand it? When that terrifying, devouring power attacked the old man engulfed in flames. At this moment, his face was filled with fear and resentment. How could this be? How do you possess power from beyond the universe? At this moment, Feng Haoran let out a sinister laugh, as if it came from the deepest abyss. Heh, those who dare to attempt to destroy me will never be reincarnated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, no, I am unwilling to accept this. When the devouring power emanating from the devouring demon bone began to erode his soul, the old man, who had intended to accelerate the burning of his divine soul and perish together with Feng Haoran, was now unable to muster any power at all. Buzzing, he watched helplessly as his power was devoured, and his soul felt a tearing pain before being completely overwhelmed. Chapter 46, First Kill of Heaven's Mandate, Manifestation of the Undying God and Demon. Seeing his teacher, who had taught him for many years, being devoured, Yi Chen roared hysterically. "Ah, tilde, you demon, I'll kill you." Yi Chen had lost his mind at this point. His resentment had already been consumed by murderous intent. In the void, the devouring power around Feng Haoran had not dissipated, and he was now like a demon from the abyss, slowly descending to the ground. Her white hair fluttered gently, and her scarlet eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. An ant dares to dream of rising up and talk about defying the heavens. Now that your confidence has been shattered by me, are you ready to die? Kill, I'm going to kill you. Having gone mad, Yi Chen could no longer listen to Feng Haoran's words. All he knew was to charge and kill. Feng Haoran slowly raised his hand, transforming his palm into a claw. Buzz tilde, whoosh tilde. A suction force appeared, directly pulling Yi Chen over from a distance. He grabbed Yi Chen by the neck and lifted him high, his scarlet eyes fixed on Yi Chen's struggling figure. "The chosen one, so what? I thought you would be my strongest companion in this world, but it seems there is someone else." Feng Haoran looked disappointed, then suddenly tightened his grip on the man's neck. Click tilde. Russell, a celestial king, destined for greatness, was strangled to death, his figure dissipating into starlight. Ding, congratulations, Master, on your first kill of the first chosen one. Life fragment +1. Offering the undying divine demon body to the Master, its level is on par with the forbidden celestial body. Upon mastery, It can be reborn from a drop of blood, becoming immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing about the system's rewards, Feng Haoran felt that they were all related to survival. System, how afraid are you of my demise? First, the fragment of life, then the pill of life enduring life, and now the undying divine demon body. What? Are you implying that I intend to become an enemy of all the heavens and myriad realms? Ding, he. Master, without a life that defies the heavens, how can one have the strength to traverse the heavens? The dog's appearance is to allow the master to step onto that supreme existence and look down upon all living beings. Although the system spoke in a very veiled way, Feng Haoran could tell from it that his life would not be so easy. Since the system wouldn't tell him, he didn't bother asking after all. He was still young. At his age, he should be carefree and do whatever he wants. Ding, Master, would you like to fuse with the undying god-demon body? Will integrating this system cause any conflict with my forbidden celestial body? Ding, Master, rest assured, the two not only do not conflict but complement each other. One grants immunity upon reaching a high level, while the other grants immortality and indestructibility, paving the way for the Master's invincibility. Since that's the case, let's merge them. Buzz tilde. As soon as Feng Haoran finished speaking, two beams of divine light, one black and one white, erupted from his body. Then it soared into the sky, and two terrifying figures appeared in the void. Rumbled. Space seemed unable to withstand such a presence, and began to violently tremble. Just as this terrifying aura was about to spread, a divine light covered it up. The two figures fell silent. One of them was shrouded in demonic energy, obscuring his features, but exuding an immense aura of destruction. The other, with a hazy Taoist aura and a majestic figure, seemed to be able to suppress everything with a mere gesture. Their appearance caused this space to collapse. If not for the system's cover, even the desolate universe would not have been able to withstand it. At this moment, under the system's control, the two suddenly merged into a stream of light. Buzz tilde, whoosh woo tilde, boom whoosh. After merging, they formed a hazy gray sphere that directly entered Feng Haoran's body. Ah tilde. A roar came from Feng Haoran's mouth, the pain. It was too painful, like having his bones ripped out and his blood replaced. However, with the fusion of his body with the undying divine demon body, his aura was also rising. Buzzing, he reached the 9th level of the supreme being of heaven and earth, then entered the extreme realm, and finally stopped at the 1st level of the great emperor realm. Whoosh tilde. The divine light subsided, and the fusion was finally completed. Feng Haoran, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground. Damn system, why didn't you say that merging with this system was so painful? Ding, Master, only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. You now possess an indestructible body. Moreover, he even advanced to the great emperor realm, and the tribulation lightning that would have propelled him to that realm was completely blocked. Fearing that it would continue to blame it, the system used his promotion to emperor as a way to resolve the issue. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran examined his own cultivation level and found that he was indeed at the 1st level of the great emperor realm. Although I knew the system was changing the subject, at least it didn't harm me, and it even saved me tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Thinking of this, he decided not to argue with him. Now that his appearance has been restored to normal, he slowly got up and came to the side of the undying divine phoenix blood and the crimson blood holy sword. Ding, congratulations, Master, for obtaining the essence blood of the ancient emperor undying divine phoenix. This item is useless to the Master who possesses the undying divine demon body. It is suggested that the Master leave this item to Xiao Yuning, who possesses the supreme heavenly phoenix physique. Her fusion with it will yield unexpected results. Even if you don't say it, I won't use it. A phoenix's essence blood is not worthy of being integrated into my body. Damn system, I don't want to reveal my true cultivation level, so please continue to maintain my position at the 9th level of the supreme realm. Ding, Master, please rest assured with the dog shielding you, even the heavenly emperor will not be able to detect it. After ending his communication with the system, Feng Haoran put away the blue phoenix essence blood and gripped the crimson blood holy sword with one hand. Buzz tilde, cough tilde. A massive sword intent erupted instantly, as if it didn't want to be touched by Feng Haoran and wanted to break free from its restraints. But once something has fallen into Feng Haoran's hands, how could it be so easily escaped? Instantly, the Emperor's aura was revealed, and he coldly shouted, I don't care who your former master was. Now that you're in my hands, I am your current master. If you are unwilling, I would not mind refining you into a furnace and turning you back into a new one. Buzz, the crimson blood holy sword, possessed a spirit. It sensed a terrifying power within Feng Haoran and knew that he was not lying. Forging it into a heavenly emperor's sacred weapon would be extremely easy, and it immediately dimmed as a sign of submission. Just as the crimson blood holy sword surrendered, the secret realm collapsed madly. Rumbled, Feng Haoran gripped the crimson blood holy sword, slashed a gash in the void, and disappeared into it. When it reappears, it will be in the same old hall of inheritance. Buzz Tilda rumbled. Upon seeing their emperor appear, Yukong and the others disregarded the swaying hall and joyfully approached him. Your Majesty, Haoran. Feng Haoran felt very gratified to see everyone waiting there. After glancing at them, he was surprised to find that Su Luoxuan was also there. After nodding, he addressed the crowd. The secret realm is about to collapse, let's get out. Chapter 47, Desiring to Subdue the Four Fiends. At this moment, in the fallen Phoenix Mountains, the barrier left behind by the Phoenix ancient emperor before his fall vanished instantly, and the space shook violently at that moment. Rumbled, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures appeared in the void in an instant. They were the people who came out of the secret realm. Of the 100 people who entered the secret realm, only half have emerged. The rest perished within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tian Kui and Wang Yi arrived at Feng Haoran's side immediately. Young master, are you all right? Your Highness. Feng Haoran nodded and said with a smile, a mere secret realm, how could it possibly take my life? Roar Tilda. However, at that moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the fallen Phoenix Mountains, startling everyone. This is bad. Now that the Phoenix ancient emperor's barrier has disappeared, the 4 ferocious beasts are about to emerge. Quick, run. It's rumored that the 4 fiends possess the cultivation of an ancient emperor. Even though they have been suppressed for several eras, they must still be at the level of a great emperor. What, the great emperor realm? Then what are we waiting for? In Yuzhou, apart from the imperial dynasties and above, there are no great emperor realm experts. Yes, the fallen emperor county only has the power of the imperial dynasty, and there is no one who can suppress such a ferocious beast. Quick, run. The onlookers, including the rogue cultivators and the imperial clansmen who had survived in the secret realm, fled the falling Phoenix Mountains in fear. Roar Tilda, Awa Tilda. At this moment, 2 more ferocious beast roars rang out, which annoyed Feng Haoran. Seeing this, Tian Kui said to him, Young master, the ferocious beasts are roaring so loudly. Why don't I go and kill them? Feng Haoran was about to agree when he remembered the last words of the Phoenix ancient emperor in the secret realm. It is said that the 4 fiends are exceptionally talented and possess extraordinary power, and are very likely to be promoted to heavenly emperor in the future. Immediately, his gaze fell on Feng Yukong and the others. He had previously noticed their mounts, which resembled mythical beasts, and so, let's go take a look then. It'll be a good opportunity to change the mounts for Yukong and the others. Your Majesty, such a powerful beast is beyond our current capabilities. If someone else were to conquer it, it might devour its master in the future. When they saw that the emperor was going to change their mounts, Feng Yukong and the others were happy. The emperor still cared about them, but dared not accept them, since they were not strong enough to suppress the 4 ferocious beasts. No problem, leave everything to me. I guarantee that the 4 fiends will be loyal to you. Seeing Feng Haoran's confidence, the 4 of them said nothing more. Just as they were about to venture deeper into the region, 2 divine sons of the divine dynasty arrived beside Xiao Yuning. Elder sister, now that the secret realm is over, we should head back. We still need to report this trip to Father God, if you happen to be here in the future. At this point, Xiao Jiyushin glanced at Feng Haoran before continuing. If you have time in the future, please visit the Divine Dynasty more often. Although Xiao Yuning was somewhat reluctant, she nodded and watched them step onto the jade carriage. After they left, Su Luoxuan came to Feng Haoran. Thank you for your help during our journey to the secret realm, young master. I will always remember your kindness. In a while, the Myriad Spirits Academy in the Azure Realm will begin recruiting its current batch of disciples. That's also one of the purposes of my trip. If you need my help, young master, you can find me at the Myriad Spirits Academy. In the secret realm, although he only helped Su Luoxuan break the sound barrier in the valley. However, even if she wasn't there, Feng Haoran would still break through. However, after passing the assessment restrictions, they encountered a ferocious bird, which Feng Haoran also killed. Besides, he led her all the way to the Hall of Inheritance, which would have been impossible if she had gone alone. She might have to crush the life-saving item and escape the secret realm, let alone obtain the heart of creation. Although she was always proud and had no need to bow down in gratitude, she was now alone in the 6 realms. Furthermore, the other party's status is no less than hers, so it's best not to become an enemy. Therefore, Su Luoxuan's gratitude to Feng Haoran comes from the bottom of her heart. It was nothing, Miss Luoxuan, please don't take it to heart. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. As Feng Haoran spoke, he released Bai Zi and leaped into the air. Roar tilde. With a roar, Bai Zi flew deep into the Liu Feng Mountains, and Feng Yukong and the others hurriedly followed. As Tian Kui was leaving, he gave Su Luoxuan a meaningful look before departing as well. After they left, Su Luoxuan suddenly remembered something. Oh dear, I forgot to ask his name. Buzz tilde. At this moment, the void behind Su Luoxuan suddenly distorted, and the figure of a middle-aged man appeared. Heavenly Maiden, although this child is extraordinary with your noble status, there is no need for you to thank him. He cannot accept such a gesture. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxuan's face instantly turned cold. Lord of the Underworld, do I need you to teach me how to do things? Lord of the Underworld dares not, please forgive me, Heavenly Maiden. Upon seeing that he was angry, the middle-aged man immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. HMPH tilde his status in the eyes of the universe is no less than mine. You were traveling with 2 ancient emperors by your side, didn't you notice? If the Heavenly Maiden is willing, the Heavenly Lord will also arrange for 10 ancient emperors for you. That's enough. Su Luoxuan glanced at the Underworld Lord kneeling on the ground, then flicked her wide sleeves and left. Deep in the Liufeng Mountains, the 4 fiends, suppressed by the Phoenix Ancient Emperor for countless years, have finally perished completely. They led a pack of ferocious beasts, charging wildly through the dense forest, crashing into trees and trampling mountains. Their purpose is to be born as soon as possible, to wantonly trample and devour living beings in the outside world, and to vent their dissatisfaction. Rumbled. Looking into the distance, one can see the dense forest collapsing continuously, and the rolling mountains crumbling and collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar tilde. A beastly roar resounded, and several figures appeared in the void. Below, tens of millions of ferocious beasts, led by the 4 fierce beasts, suddenly stopped. The Taudi had a fierce and terrifying appearance, staring into the void with bloodlust in its eyes. Haha, you guys are quite sensible, knowing that we have been suppressed for countless years. You actually delivered yourselves to our door. Very well, then you shall be my first meal after my gluttony awakens. Awa tilde. Wu tilde. After Taudi finished speaking, it opened its wide mouth, and a strong suction force immediately appeared. However, no matter how hard he tried to absorb the energy, the people in the void remained completely still. Feng Haoran looked down at the 4 fierce creatures that resembled 4 mountains, but their appearance was unbearable to look at. These 4 fierce creatures are indeed a bit ugly, but the winged Qianqi looks majestic and imposing. Fortunately, it has good aptitude and decent strength, so as a mount, it can fight alongside its master. Wang Yi, are you confident you can suppress those 4 villains? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi immediately flew forward. Your Highness, rest assured, they are merely 4 ferocious beasts at the great emperor level. Even if their strength is extraordinary, they are insignificant in front of the ancient emperor. Awa tilde. Taudi was furious when he saw that his 4 fierce beasts were being discussed by other creatures as mounts. You lowly creatures, you are courting death. We 4 villains will never submit to others. Kill them for me, devour them. Awa tilde. The 4 ferocious beasts roared in unison, their massive bodies rising into the air as they charged towards Wang Yi. Chapter 48 Contract St. Pill appears. Deep in the Liufeng Mountains. In the void, Wang Yi watched as the 4 fierce beasts strode through the air, their enormous bodies shaking the entire space. Rumbled. Buzz tilde. As an ancient emperor, Wang Yi immediately unleashed a massive surge of killing power within his body. In an instant, the entire void was shrouded in an aura of slaughter, which made the 4 ferocious beasts, already savage, even more bloodthirsty. Awa tilde. You ant, I will devour you. Whoosh tilde. The 4 beasts simultaneously transformed into afterimages and rushed towards Wang Yi. Upon seeing this, Wang Yi raised one hand high, guiding the killing order. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the killing order under Wang Yi's control instantly transformed into 4 cages. Buzz tilde. Whoosh! Bang banged. The four villains rushed over, only to be trapped in the cage. Not good. The Taudi's scarlet eyes stared at the cage that emitted a faint, dark red divine light. Awatilda! A roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and then it raised its sharp claws to tear it apart. Jingle! The cage formed by the killing order is harder than the cosmic crystal, so how could those emperor-level ferocious beasts tear it apart? The four ferocious beasts kept pounding the cage with their claws, but they didn't leave a single mark. Woohoo-tilda! Seeing that their claws were ineffective, they began to grow larger and larger, trying to break through the cage with their bodies. Buzz! Within a few breaths, four enormous, fleshy, ferocious creatures appeared in the void. They never imagined that the cage of order that confined them would be so sturdy. Awatilda! Damn ants, if you're so capable, don't resort to such underhanded tricks. Fight me in a real battle. Wang Yi held a long black thread-like object in his hand, which was the chain of order connecting the four prison cages. He slowly walked through the void toward the place where the four evil spirits were trapped. With each step he took, the cage shrank several times over. Buzz, buzz. Huh, you ant, what do you want? As the cage continued to shrink, the four evil creatures squeezed and deformed their bodies. In addition to physical pain, their souls are also eroded by the killing cage. The pain was like a squeeze from within the soul, like being cut with a knife, or like being whipped. Awutilda! The pitiful roars shook the heavens, and the tens of millions of ferocious beasts below, seeing their king being tortured, roared to the sky one by one. Awatilda! So noisy! Tian Kui was worried that the beasts would disturb his young master's performance, so he waved his sleeve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless swords of order, like a rain of swords, pierced the air, compressed space, and rushed towards the tens of millions of beasts. Bang, bang, banged. Sizzle, sizzle. Roar, tilde, roar, tilde. Rumbled. Instantly, chaos erupted. Among the beasts, some died, some fled, and the deafening roars of the beasts continued unabated. Og, you damned ants, if you have the guts, release me, and I will devour you. Awatilda! These words were spoken by Kianki, but before it could finish speaking, another lash of pain shot through its soul. Release you? HMPH tilde if it weren't for His Highness's wish for you to live, let alone the fact that you're only at the great emperor level now. Even in the past, before you were suppressed by that little phoenix, you wouldn't have been able to withstand a single move from me. Wang Yi arrived at the center of the four cages, where the four villains had been compressed into the size of monkeys and were being led by him. The Taudi glanced at Wang Yi from under its armpits, sensing that this person was indeed someone they could not contend with at present. Who exactly are you? As soon as the question was asked, even Feng Heoran, who was watching the show from the sidelines, perked up his ears, wanting to see how the questioner would answer. Wang Yi suddenly paused, his masked eyes darting around, but then a voice deep within his heart told him something. You are just a bodyguard for my son. I am merely a loyal bodyguard to His Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Kui, who was in the distance, lowered his raised hand. Because of Wang Yi's earlier pause, he thought that Wang Yi had escaped his master's control. However, he was overthinking it. Feng Qianju's control was not something anyone could break free from. As long as he doesn't die, Wang Yi will never recover in this lifetime. Otherwise, how could he dare to let him stay by his son's side? What, such a powerful being is just someone else's assassin? Impossible. Taudi, Kianki, and the other three fierce beasts could not believe it, for they were once ancient emperors. However, faced with such power from the ancient emperor, they simply could not muster the will to fight back. In particular, the killing power emanating from this person surpasses that of the others. You've said too much. I'll just ask one question. If you're not satisfied with the answer, you know what the consequences will be. I want you to become the mounts of those serving His Highness. Are you willing? Awatilda! To make me a mount for ants is unacceptable. Awutilda! Awatilda! Before they could finish speaking, a searing pain shot through their souls. Although their bodies were small now, their voices were deafening. The four ferocious beasts rolled around in the cage, roaring incessantly. Awatilda, damn it, we are chaotic beasts. How can we become someone else's mount? If you push me too far, believe me, we'll self-destruct right now. It seems you're all too comfortable. As soon as Wang finished speaking, the hand holding the iron chain of order tightened instantly. Buzz tilde, the four miniature cages, suddenly emitted a dark red divine light. Awa wu tilde, roar tilde. A agonizing pain emanated from within their souls, causing them to howl incessantly. Feng Yukong, Jingzhan, Xingchen, and Ziyuan, who were in the distance, looked at Feng Haoran. Your Highness, perhaps we should just forget about it. Such a ferocious beast will not submit so easily. When Feng Haoran saw the four people looking at him, he began to consider giving up. After all, it is a ferocious beast. If we submit now, there may be some drawbacks in the future. Although they possess great strength, if they disobey, it will backfire. Just as he was about to be killed by Wang Yi, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the system has detected that the master cares about his subordinate mount. 4 contract saint pills are awarded as a reward. This pill only requires a drop of the essence blood of the one who takes it, if the 4 evil spirits were to consume it. From that moment on, the master and beast were of one mind, and the master would remain loyal to the master for life, never betraying him. System, you did a good job this time, you didn't embarrass me. Feng Haoran had previously assured them that he would definitely help them suppress the rebellion. I almost made a fool of myself, but thankfully the system intervened to help. Ding, the dog will never hold its owner back and always adheres to the principle of the owner comes first. All right. You're the most loyal, hurry up and extract the contract elixir. Buzz tilde. Feng Haoran flipped his hand, and 4 crimson holy pills appeared in his palm. Yukong Jingzhan, Xing Chen, and Zai Yuan, each of you 4 take 1. Drip a drop of your essence blood on it, then take it and feed it to your favorite ferocious beast. Yes, your majesty. Without hesitation, the 4 of them each took 1, dripped their blood onto it, and flew to the still rolling ferocious beast. Wang Yi looked towards Feng Haoran and saw the latter nod, so he stopped whipping the 4 evil spirit souls. Ouch! The 4 evil spirits felt no more pain in their souls, but their bodies were twitching, and they made low whimpering sounds like dead dogs. Yukong and his group took advantage of the situation to enter. We know your arrogance, but as the world says, it's better to live a wretched life than to die a good death. Moreover, as our mounts, you are not to be underestimated. Our Feng clan is a being that all living beings look up to. His Highness is even more remarkable. He is a forbidden celestial body. Once he grows up, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through this universe. I believe it won't be long. When that time comes, you will follow us and fight your way into the heavens. Wouldn't that be better than death? Yukong's words made the 4 villains, who had been being tortured, suddenly realize that there was some truth to them. Moreover, among these beings, there are even those with legendary constitutions. When that happens, their return to chaos is just around the corner. The 4 fierce beasts turned their gazes toward Feng Haoran and saw Bai Zi beneath him. He instantly understood, then turned his gaze away and spoke in a weak voice to the person beside him. Very well, we are willing to submit. Yukong, Jingzhan, and the others exchanged smiles and handed over the pills they were holding. Eat it, it can heal the injuries to your souls that you just suffered. Without hesitation, the 4 ferocious beasts opened their mouths and swallowed the contract pill. Buzz tilde. Suddenly their bodies shone with golden light, eventually transforming into a star-shaped needle. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. The star-shaped needles gradually shrank and finally disappeared into their brows. At this moment, Yukong and the others also knew what the 4 fiends were thinking. But now, they have no intention of rebelling against their owners at all. Master tilde. The 4 villains simultaneously prostrated themselves on the ground before Yukong and the others, to show their sincere submission. All right, Senior Yingyi. Wang Yi looked at Feng Haoran, and after seeing him nod, he withdrew the killing cage. Buzz tilde. Jingzhan was extremely excited at this moment. He was only at the level of an immortal Saint King, while his mount was now at the level of a great emperor of the 8th level, a chaos realm. Xingchen was the same. He looked excitedly at the Taudi, a 9th level great emperor beside him. Yukong chose Qianqi, who was also at the 9th level of the great emperor realm, while Zai Yuan chose Taudi, who was at the 8th level of the great emperor realm. The 4 individuals are roughly equal in strength, as are the 4 beasts. Haha, that makes everyone happy. Chapter 49, The Power of the 6 Domains. Haha, that makes everyone happy. Feng Haoran let out a long laugh, while Jiang Ruoxian looked puzzled. Haoran, what did you feed them? Why are those 4 ferocious beasts, which were so vicious just now as docile as cats? It's nothing, just a contract saint pill. Contract saint pill? Why have I never heard of it before? You're a complete novice. How much could you possibly know about elixirs? Jiang Ruoxian was utterly puzzled. Zai? She was, after all, a divine child of the Forbidden Clan. What kind of elixir hadn't he heard of? However, to be fair, the effects of this kind of holy pill are indeed remarkable. And then he couldn't help but look at Bai Zi under his seat. I knew it. How could you possibly have the strength of a supreme being? I suppose Bai Zi was subdued in the same way, right? Feng Haoran did not explain in response to Jiang Ruoxian's words, but simply smiled and let it go. His silence made Jiang Ruoxian even more convinced of her guess. By the way, Haoran, where are we going now? I don't want to go back to Fengshan Chaos Heng Pavilion, it's too scary. Jiang Ruoxian's words left Feng Haoran speechless. Indeed, he came to Tianheng Domain before for Yi Chen. Now, he has witnessed the rise of destiny, which is similar to what he saw in his previous life, but in the end, it was destroyed by him. But where can he find his destiny next? It would be really boring to have him lying in the sealed Heaven-Tide Pavilion every day. Suddenly, he remembered what Su Luoxuan had mentioned about the Wanling Academy, which appeared in novels from his previous life. Those chosen ones, don't they all like to enter spiritual academies and tread spiritual paths and imperial paths? I imagine that the chosen one I'm looking for must be there. Tian Kui, please explain this Wanling Academy to me. Upon hearing this, Tian Kui smiled and said, He, young master, now that you have officially embarked on your training journey, let me introduce you to the forces of the 6 domains. The 6 domains are Kangling Domain, Xianshan Domain, Dahuang Domain, Tianyuan Domain, Tianheng Domain, and Diyuan Domain. In these 6 domains, besides the 5 forbidden races, there are the dominant forces in the desolate heaven universe. There are 9 in total. These races are said to have evolved within the universe. Each family was incredibly powerful, and back then, they can be said to be the beings that govern the entire desolate universe, which is why they are called the ruling force. However, with the changing of eras and the rise and fall of dynasties, as well as various conspiracies and schemes, many rebellious races and forces emerged in the chaotic world. Some have survived to this day, while others have remained in the long river of history, but the 9 dominant forces still exist. However, their strength is no longer what it used to be, and they now reside in the Emperor Origin domain. Over these eras, many forces, families, and sects have emerged. Among them, those comparable to the power of a ruler are the First Academy, the Second Pavilion, the Third Palace, the Fourth Court, the Fifth Palace, and the Sixth Sect. Whether it can truly be compared remains to be seen, because no dominant power would dedicate all its resources to fighting against other powers. However, the academy mentioned earlier refers to the Wanling Academy, which is now located in the Kangling domain. It was ranked among the ancient and immortal forces that were on par with the dominant forces. However, the strength of the Myriad Spirits Academy has already surpassed that of the 9 major ruling forces, simply because its dean has reached the ancient Emperor realm. In addition, the Wanling Academy teaches without discrimination. Anyone with good aptitude can join, regardless of their background. As a result, powerful figures frequently emerge from it, and it also serves as a springboard for the rise of smaller forces. Next are the 2 pavilions, namely the Mysterious Pavilion and the Heavenly Pavilion. The Xuanji Pavilion has few members, but each one possesses extraordinary strength and the ability to predict heavenly secrets, earning it the reputation of being able to calculate without omission. Rumor has it that their existence is to await the birth of a chosen one, to assist their growth, and to break through the desolate heavens. To this day, they have never truly been born, as if they are waiting for destiny to arrive. Tangshan Pavilion is an assassin organization that recruits many powerful individuals. I've heard that if you can afford the price, you can even kill an ancient emperor. If you mess with them, it's like being stuck with a leech. You'll either be killed or the entire Tangshan Pavilion will be wiped out. There's no third possibility. Further down are the 3 halls: the Emperor Flame Pill Hall, the Void Artifact Hall, and the Divine Firmament Array Hall. You can easily understand the 3 young masters of the palace. They represent the inherited forces of alchemy, weapon crafting, and array formation. Then came the 4 dynasties, the 4 great divine dynasties that occupied the Tianheng domain. Young Master has gained some understanding of the imperial dynasty over the years, so I will not go into details. As for the 5 palaces, they are the Ice God Palace, the Heavenly Sword Palace, the Divine Blade Palace, the Heavenly Sun Palace, and the Flower God Palace. Their strengths are roughly equal, and they are currently in the Immortal Heaven domain. Finally, there are the 6 sects: the Heavenly Buddha Holy Sect, the Misty Holy Sect, the Limitless Holy Sect, the 9 Nether Holy Sect, the Carefree Holy Sect, and the Jade Pool Holy Sect. These forces are not to be underestimated. Of course, if they offend the young master, whether they are a ruler or an immortal, they will only be able to take a beating. During Tian Qi's narration, Feng Haoran and his group also arrived at the exit of the Liufeng mountain range. They have spent several months since they came to the secret realm to seize the treasure. Once outside the mountains, Feng Haoran suddenly stopped. Your Highness, what's wrong?" Everyone was puzzled as to why he suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Since the Wanling Academy teaches without discrimination, how could such a lively place be without me? Seeing that the young master had made his choice, Tian Qi smiled meaningfully. In his view, only the Wanling Academy was the best place to hone one's skills. Feng Haoran's words resonated with Jiang Ruoxian. The latter really didn't want to go to Chaos Heng Pavilion again, so he laughed happily. "Haha, Haoran, you're thinking the same thing as me. This is real training." However, Yukong and the others were in a bit of a dilemma. "Your Majesty, if you enter the Myriad Spirits Academy, we will no longer be able to follow you. Because the Academy has a bone age restriction. Only prodigies with a bone age under 100 can take the entrance exam, and they are only allowed to bring one attendant." Feng Haoran was about to speak when Tian Qi's voice rang out. "It's all right. The Kang domain also has vassal forces of the Master. You guys stay outside and learn about the other forces for the young Master. If the young Master has any needs, and there is any inconvenience, you may also lend a hand." Upon hearing this, the others felt that Tian Qi's words made sense, and Feng Haoran nodded, agreeing that this method was feasible. After all, a large number of people isn't necessarily a good thing, and besides, he doesn't know what's going on inside. In his mind, those destined for greatness all like to go out and seek opportunities, so having Yukong and the others out there would make it easier for them to keep an eye on things. With this thought in mind, he felt reassured and waved his sleeve. Let's go to the Azure Realm. Chapter 50, Finding a Bargain. The Phoenix Secret Realm has come to an end, but the deaths of the imperial descendants within it are known to all dynasties. At this moment, inside a magnificent hall of the Tianxing dynasty, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark-colored imperial robe with gold trim was the ruler of the Tianxing dynasty. He held a broken soul tablet in his hand. This was his most talented prince who had now fallen. Overwhelmed with grief, he shouted towards the outside of the hall. "Someone come here. Tap, 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 tap." At that moment, a bodyguard dressed in silver armor walked in. "Your Majesty, send men to investigate who murdered Huyer." "Yes, Tilda." Just as the guards were about to leave, a figure resembling a eunuch rushed in from outside the main hall. Your Majesty, what's causing this panic?" The eunuch-looking man, holding a crystal letter, knelt down upon seeing the Emperor's fury and hurriedly offered an explanation. "Your Majesty, this was sent by the third son of the Dragon Elephant Dynasty, who said he wanted you to take a look at it personally." The third prince, the Dragon Throne Minister, suppressing his anger, the Emperor waved his hand, and the letter in the eunuch's hand flew into his. As he used his mind to uncover the secret, a divine light shot into the void, revealing a figure. It was none other than Long Zixiang. "Emperor of the Heavenly Stars, I am the Prince of the Dragon Seat. As for the matter of your son Xinghui being destroyed, I, the Emperor, hope you will not investigate further, because the person who killed him is not someone you can afford to offend, let alone your dynasty. Even my imperial dynasty, or even the divine dynasty, might not be able to shake it. Therefore, for the sake of the continued existence of your celestial star clan, let this matter end here." At this point, his illusory figure disappeared, while the Heavenly Star Emperor slumped listlessly on his throne. "Huyer, what kind of power have you offended? Even the divine dynasty cannot shake it. How can I, your father, avenge you?" He didn't believe that Prime Minister Long was lying to him. Given his status, there was no need for him to fabricate lies for the death of a royal heir. Therefore, the current Heavenly Star Emperor is heartbroken and full of regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he should never have let him go in the first place. However, it was all too late, but the same thing happened to Tianxing. It also happened in the Holy Martial Dynasty, but Emperor Yi Shengwu did not send anyone to investigate. Instead, he went to the Imperial Heaven Divine Dynasty himself. As for the outcome, that depends on how Zyro Yunting explains it. Therefore, the fate of the Holy Martial Dynasty is truly unknown. The Imperial Origin Domain, a forbidden imperial palace for sealed clans. Ever since Feng Qianju learned that his son could improve his cultivation level without needing to cultivate, he has been very happy. In recent years, he has been searching through the ancient books of the Feng clan, but he has not found any records of forbidden celestial bodies being able to advance to the immortal Saint King in a short period of time. Later, when his son returned to his ancestral home and awakened his bloodline, he found that there was nothing wrong with him, so he stopped worrying about it. Now, as always, he watched as the clan elders submitted memorials concerning vassal forces. At this time, Buzz Tilda, space inexplicably distorted, revealing a person completely clad in black armor, whose aura was extremely terrifying. Master, the young master has entered the Azure Spirit domain. Oh, Tilda. Feng Qianju raised his head with interest and tossed the folded document in his hand onto the table in front of him. That's true, the Myriad Spirits Academy is about to start a new recruitment drive, but what would someone who's almost at the Great Emperor realm do there? His words sounded like a question to himself, or perhaps to the man in black armor. Master, I heard from Tian Kui that the young master recently killed a person destined for heaven, who possessed the soul of an ancient emperor. Do you think he might have gone to the Wanling Academy specifically to find this kind of person? After all, the area is populated by many different races, so the emergence of such chosen ones is inevitable. The words of the man in black armor made Feng Qianju ponder for a moment before he spoke. My ancestors said he had a body that was taboo even by the heavens, a being that even the heavens feared. Presumably, he was born with a particular sensitivity to those destined for greatness and wanted to eliminate them as quickly as possible. However, he was judged by the incomplete Great Tao will to be the chosen one. It seems their luck is far beyond what is considered normal. The order was issued to instruct the forces of the Kangling domain to cooperate with the Emperor. If a chosen one truly appears, his family has no reason to exist. They must be eradicated completely. Yes, Master. But, Master, should we destroy the Yi Chen family that the young Master killed before? Upon hearing Feng Qianju's last words, the man in black armor thought of Yi Chen and thus sought his instructions. After a brief silence in the hall, Feng Qianju's icy voice rang out. Send the earthly fiends on a mission. Remember, leave no survivors. Yes, Master. This is the power of someone in a high position, who controls all living beings and can decide the life and death of millions with a single word. They were still personally working to prevent the loss of their offspring, never imagining that the danger of extermination had already arrived. The Azure Spirit domain is a special place, not divided or controlled by any other ancient and immortal forces. The so-called guardian domain of all spirits refers to the Azure Spirit domain, which has two layers of meaning. Firstly, as the ancient and immortal Wanling Academy, it can guard this region on its own. Secondly, because the Academy welcomes all spirits, it can also be described as a place where all spirit races protect the spirits of the heavens. Now is the time for Wanling Academy to recruit new students once again. Besides the Kangling domain, many forces of all sizes from the other 6 domains have come here. In the Wanling Academy, a magnificent building covering hundreds of thousands of hectares. At this moment, whether on the main roads or in the vast void, countless people, whether riding in jade carriages, riding beasts, walking or flying, flocked towards the academy. A main road leading straight to the academy was lined with various vendors on both sides. Oh, Tilda, don't miss out. Come and take a look at the Heavenly Spirit pill. It can improve your aptitude. With this pill, you're guaranteed admission to the hospital. Take a look at the Holy Body Awakening method. With this method, your divine body will transform into a holy body. From the south to the north, from Jiamusi and Hagang, even those who have fallen behind on horseback, come and see for yourselves. This is an unparalleled brew. 1 cup and you're in heaven. Divine artifacts and sacred relics are on sale at rock-bottom prices. Come and take a look. The constant calls of vendors along both sides of the road attracted many young talents who looked around curiously. At this moment, a young man riding a 9-headed divine lion appeared. His long black hair was tied up in a ponytail, with a silver crown feather fixed on his head. 2 strands of hair hung vertically from his forehead, revealing his handsome face. He came to a weapons stall, and had a feeling that the rusty longsword lying under the corner of the table was extraordinary. What does this young master need? Please feel free to look around. When the seller saw a customer coming in, he called out to inquire, but the young man was afraid that his purpose would be discovered. Because if you buy from these vendors, they will overcharge you if they see what you need. Then his gaze fell on a small tripod, and as he reached out to pick it up, the seller began to boast about it. Oh, young master has excellent taste. This is the primordial cauldron crafted by an elder of the Void Artifact Hall. It's a top-grade sacred artifact. Anything refined with it will be successful. After examining the cauldron in his hand, The young man put it back and then let out a sneer. Heh, boss, although I'm young, I do have some skill in weapon crafting. Whether it's top grade or not is another matter. I'm afraid your cauldron hasn't even reached the low grade. At best, it's just a flawed sacred artifact. As for its effects, it's probably not even as good as a top-grade divine artifact. I'm just curious and want to take it back to study it, so name your price, and I'll take it if it's reasonable. The vendor, caught red-handed, wore an embarrassed expression. He, young master has good taste. If you like it, how about 3,000 top-grade divine stones? 3,000 top-grade divine stones? Ha! You dare to say that. However, I have a hobby. I like to study various weapon refining techniques. However, your price is really too high, and I just can't get over it. He feigned a troubled expression, then glanced at the rusty sword under the table, deliberately putting on an act of being willing to suffer a loss. Boss, how about this, so that I can feel a little better? I'll take these 3,000 top-grade divine stones, but how about you give me that exquisite sword under the table? P.S. Dear brothers and sisters, big and small babies, if you think it's okay, please give it a 5-star review. Pumpkin thanks you in advance. Chapter 51, The New Chosen One. Boss, how about this, so that I can feel a little better? I'll take these 3,000 top-grade divine stones, but how about you give me the exquisite sword under that table? The shop owner glanced at it and felt that the rusty sword was useless to him. It was just junk that he couldn't sell. If someone is willing to spend 3,000 top-grade divine stones to buy the Taehuang cauldron, he wouldn't lose out even if he gave away a rusty sword. All right, since you're so kind as to support my business, I'll give you this rusty sword as well. After saying that, he picked up the rusty sword from under the table and handed it over. The young master took the rusty sword, picked up the primordial cauldron, and handed it over with a storage bag. Please click. All right, the money and goods are settled. Welcome to come again, young master. The vendor felt he had made a profit and happily accepted the divine stone. Little did he know, the young master was overjoyed. He quickly put away the rusty sword because he was the one who had benefited. The merchant was unaware that this rusty sword was a hidden gem, a testament to his skill in weapon crafting. This sword is at least a top-grade holy artifact, and it may even be an imperial artifact. Just as the young man was feeling happy, a voice came from behind him. Brother Tianhao. At this moment, a pure and beautiful young woman ran towards the young man. She trailed a white veil that fluttered in the wind, like a fairy in a painting. Tianhao is the name of the young man, whose full name is Yi Tianhao. He is a direct descendant of the Changqing family in the Kangling domain. Because of its innate ability to remove restrictions, the ancient sacred body is a physique comparable to that of the supreme body. He is a legend among the holy bodies, the creator of the reversal of the ancient emperors. If he can grow up, advancing to the great emperor level will be no problem at all. Because of this body, when his parents went out, they wanted to find more divine medicine to nourish his sacred body. Unfortunately, they never returned, and the Yi tribe learned that the couple had disappeared. The second uncle who was looking after Yi Tianhao harbored evil intentions and extracted his sacred body to graft onto his own son. Yi Tianhao, who was on the verge of death, was saved in his ancestral land by a lotus flower with sentience. With the help of that lotus flower, he escaped from the Yi tribe and was later taken in by the chief of a branch of the tribe that his father was on good terms with. He grew up in a small town, and later, while traveling to gain experience, he met Li Kaiengsun, one of the 5 supreme masters of Wanling Academy and the granddaughter of the Emperor of Lishan. After spending time together, the two became closer and closer. Under Li Kaiengsun's guidance, Yi Tianhao arrived at Wanling Academy. At this moment, he saw Li Kaiengsun running towards him and smiled happily. Kaiengsun, brother Tianhao, you're finally here. Just as the two were reunited after a long separation, 3 extremely conspicuous young men and women appeared in the distance. They rode on beasts, all of which were rare sacred beasts. The leader was a snow-white beast with 3 eyes and 9 horns, making it look extremely majestic and domineering. On his left and right sides, one person rode a fire phoenix, and the other rode a holy heavenly dragon lion. What's striking about these 3 people isn't their mounts, but their appearance. Because the 2 men were even more handsome than the women. They were Feng Haoran, Jiang Ruoxian, and their maid Xiao Yuning, who had come from Tianhang domain. Behind them, Feng Yukong and the others were no longer visible. Only Wang Yi followed closely behind. Wow, there are actually such handsome men in the world. He's probably even more beautiful than a woman. Who says otherwise? Look at that person riding the dragon lion. His face is simply breathtakingly beautiful. You know what? It's true. But the other one isn't bad either. They each have their own strengths. Sai, if you ask me, the women beside them are much prettier, stunningly beautiful, like the moon and flowers. TCH tilde give up on that idea. Go back to your old hag. Don't you even know who's with her? Exactly, you toad think you can eat swan meat. As they walked, the vendors on both sides of the road talked about the three of them. Hearing the vendors' calls, Zhang Ruoxian asked Feng Haoran out of curiosity. Haoran, are the things they're selling genuine? Are saint pills really that common these days? In my opinion, sacred pills are extremely rare in the 6 domains. So why are they everywhere here? Although Zhang Ruoxian had some knowledge of elixirs, he was unable to distinguish between genuine and fake ones with his current strength. Just as he was questioning Feng Haoran, the latter gave him a serious once-over. Looking at the scene of people setting up stalls and selling counterfeit goods on Earth in my previous life, it was exactly the same. Looking back at myself back then, I only deserved to spend money in places like this, but now. Thinking of this, he shook his head self-deprecatingly and then spoke. Even a newbie like you knows that saint pills are rare. Do you really think they're selling genuine ones? What, aren't they deceiving consumers? Feng Haoran's explanation almost made Jiang Ruoxian lose her temper, but he continued talking. Actually, this can't be considered a deception. Who doesn't know that most places like this are scams? However, some misjudged the situation and were taken advantage of, even. Imperial weapons could appear. Whether you can buy genuine products depends on your luck. Oh, I see. Jiang Ruoxian nodded, looking like she understood. Suddenly, a shout came from in front of them. Get out of my way, or you'll pay the price. Oh, tilde, you're a piece of trash whose sacred body has been extracted, yet you dare to swagger in front of me. Today, I, your humble servant, have taken a liking to this pure and lovely young beauty. What? You disagree? When Feng Haoran and his group arrived at the area where they were being watched, many people were sitting on their mounts watching the spectacle. Of course, some people who were afraid of trouble left in a hurry. The three women stopped, intrigued, and just then saw the arrogant young man reach out to touch the girl's face. The person being teased at this moment was none other than Li Qiangsun from before, and Yi Tianhao, who was standing to the side, saw this. Whoosh tilde. He flashed forward, blocking Li Qiangsun's path, grabbed the young man's hand and looked at him with a gloomy expression. Yi Jingfei, don't court death. Qiangsun is not someone you can mess with. Oh tilde, so you, the piece of trash whose ancient sacred body was extracted, are now at the first level of immortal king. No wonder you dare to talk back to me, young master, but today I'll show you. You're a useless piece of trash without a sacred body. How vast is the difference between you and my innate divine body? As she spoke, Yi Jingfei struggled to break free, and her aura instantly ignited. Buzz tilde, the celestial energy surged within his body, and then gathered in his palm. Buzz hiss, the immortal spiritual power in his palm spun continuously, and then his feet shook. Bang, whoosh tilde, his figure rose gracefully, a smug smile appearing on his lips, and he rushed towards Yi Tianhao. When everyone saw that he was really going to make a move, they all ran away, afraid of getting into trouble. When Feng Haoran heard Yi Jingfei say that the other party's sacred body had been extracted, he crossed his arms and rested his chin on his hand, and then guessed what had happened. This Yi Tianhao is definitely another person destined for greatness. Moreover, judging from the direction of this plot, this person's family must be quite powerful. As for the woman beside him, she must also be someone of great importance. Then, system, it's time for you to shine. Tell me, what is this cheat code of destiny? Ding, the system is presenting all the information about this chosen one to its master. The chosen one, Yi Tianhao. Family, Evergreen Yi clan of Kangeling domain. Cultivation level. First level of Immortal King, actual cultivation level. Fifth level of Immortal King. System, the ancient sacred body that broke through the restrictions. It could have been comparable to the Supreme Body, the creator of the rebellion against the ancient emperor. But unfortunately, it was extracted. Cultivation technique. 8 desolations heaven-breaking technique. Chaos-level body refining divine technique. Commonly used weapon. Flying dragon halberds supreme divine weapon. Mount 9-headed divine lion. Golden finger. The Chaos Emperor Lotus reincarnated and rebuilt. History, after his parents disappeared, his sacred body was extracted by his second uncle and grafted into his son's body. He was about to perish, but was saved by a sentient lotus flower in his ancestral land. Just now, because the shopkeeper didn't recognize its value, He used the top-grade Imperial weapon, the Myriad Dragon's Divine Sword, as a table corner, which allowed the vendor to snag it at a bargain price. Desolate Universe Techniques: Spirit Technique, Immortal Technique, Divine Technique, Saint Technique, Emperor Technique. There are 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade, while the Imperial Law is divided into Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor. As for Yi Tianhao's Chaos Law, it is not within the universe. After this demonstration by the system, Feng Heoran gained a complete understanding of Yi Tianhao. Interesting, this is much more sophisticated than Yi Chen's. His golden finger is just the remnant soul of an ancient emperor. This guy's got some serious connections. Even the reincarnated Chaos Emperor Lotus is coming to his aid. Chapter 52, Wanling Academy. Boom! A loud bang brought Feng Heoran back to reality. He looked at the spot where the two had just exchanged blows, and the boastful Yi Jingfei was directly knocked back more than 10 meters. Yi Tianhao remained unmoved, while Yi Jingfei, feeling humiliated, had a ferocious expression on her face. Useless trash, I didn't expect you to have some skill after not seeing you for a few years. However, you can't cause any trouble in front of my innate divine physique tilde. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Yi Jingfei's body. He was about to activate his divine body to fight. Yi Tianhao showed no sign of nervousness, but Li Kayingsun beside him was somewhat worried. Brother Tianhao, why don't you let me handle this myself? Kayingsun, don't worry, I can handle it. Yi Tianhao gave her a reassuring look, but just as he got into a fighting stance to prepare for battle, suddenly a streak of light appeared in the void, tearing through space and falling towards them. Banged! The powerful impact kicked up dust and sand, then revealed a divine tiger engulfed in flames. On top of it sat a handsome, aloof young man with a refined demeanor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Jingfei immediately withdrew his divine power and walked over with a fawning expression. He, Brother Tianyu, you finally arrived. Yi Tianyu is the young master of the Changqing Yi clan, and also the one who stripped Yi Tianhao of his ancient sacred body. At this moment, he looked at Yi Jingfei with a cold and arrogant expression and said calmly, "You've arrived so early, why aren't you at the Wanling Academy for the assessment? What are you doing here? Oh my, this guy's really putting on airs. You're just a little villain, yet you act more important than me." Upon seeing this person from a distance, Feng Heoran couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, seeing him suddenly reminded Feng Heoran of a fun plan. That is, let the brothers fight like dogs, and he will sit back and reap the benefits. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on his face, a scene that was seen by Jiang Ruoxian, who was standing to the side. Heoran, your expression is creepy. What mischief are you up to now? What bad ideas could I possibly have? I just think their family is kind of funny. After saying that, he rode by Z toward Wanling Academy. Fun? What's so fun about a few grown men? I really don't know what you're thinking all day. After muttering a few words, Jiang Ruoxian hurriedly followed. Wanling Academy, a place that can accommodate millions of people for assessment, is now far from even half of its capacity. This doesn't mean there aren't many talented individuals coming to Wanling Academy. Rather, the Academy's recruitment period for disciples lasts for half a month. 13 days have passed, and everyone who was supposed to come from the 6 realms has arrived. Feng Heoran and his group set off from Tianhang Domain after subduing the 4 fiends, which is why they were more than 10 days late. Although Wanling Academy teaches all students regardless of their background, it also considers innate talent and physical constitution. If one lacks both, they cannot even enter the outer gate. In the academy, apart from the ancestor who has never appeared and is the founder of Wanling Academy, the dean is the most important, followed by the 5 great elders. Then came the 5 hall masters, the 9 peak masters, elders, and deacons. Disciples are divided into Taoist disciples, holy disciples, personal disciples, core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. There is only one Daozi in the academy, and that is the dean's disciple. Rumor has it that Dean Wang Daolin has never accepted any disciples, and the academy has conducted assessments over the years. He has not found any disciples who satisfy him, so the position of Daozi has remained vacant to this day. Even in this year's cohort of geniuses, 13 days have passed, and Wang Daolin still hasn't been moved. As for the Holy Sun, there are only 10 spots in the entire academy, and these spots are given to the 5 supreme elders. In the past 10 days or so, it has been rumored that the 5 Grand Masters have only accepted 6 people, leaving 4 spots available. The outcome will depend on the last 2 days. This shows how difficult it is to be noticed by these top-tier individuals in this prestigious academy, where everyone is vying for attention. As for the personal disciples of the 5 Hall Masters, there are 50 spots available. As for the core disciples of the 9 Peaks, it depends on how many they can accept. As for the inner disciples, there are countless of them, because there are tens of thousands of elders in the academy. At Wanling Academy, the majority of students are outer disciples and menial servants, such as those who cultivate spiritual herbs, handle miscellaneous tasks, or serve disciples at the core level or above. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, golden light burst forth on the assessment field, and an old man with a full head of red hair appeared from the void. But his face was full, and his domineering presence was unparalleled. Then 9 figures appeared on his left and right sides, with a slightly unbalanced male-to-female ratio. The men all appeared to be middle-aged, while the 3 women among them possessed exceptional beauty and charm. Then, in the vast examination arena, 1,000 elders appeared, standing in a very orderly manner on the stone platforms. Tilde. At this moment the leader coughed lightly, but the sound was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears, and the area below immediately fell silent. After everyone quieted down, the leader finally spoke. Distinguished talents, welcome from across the 6 realms to participate in the Academy's recruitment. I, the Emperor, am ready to break through 10,000 Jun. What? The Palace Master of the Tai Kang Palace, Po Wanjun. Po Wanjun, it is said that he is the strongest in the 5 great halls, and he has already reached the 9th level of the Great Emperor. It is said that his strength is not much different from that of the 5 Supreme Elders. Yes, in the entire Academy, apart from the Dean and the Supreme Elder, Emperor Wanjun is the strongest. Even the one in the transmission hall is not as powerful as him. I never expected that he would be in charge of the recruitment today. I really want to be chosen by him and become his personal disciple. TCH tilde, it's not just you who thinks so, everyone here thinks so. He is the Hall Master who oversees all the treasures, elixirs, artifacts, and array materials of the Academy. Putting everything else aside, just smelling those medicinal herbs can significantly improve one's cultivation level. Who can argue with that? But that's all unrealistic. My demands aren't high. If only I could gain the Elder's approval, that would be great. You see, everyone who comes to the Academy is a supreme being of heaven and earth. Go away. With your meager abilities, even if we're at our worst, we should at least be able to enter the 9 peaks, right? Didn't you see those 3 exceptionally beautiful peak masters? I've heard that most of their peak disciples are women, and they were all stunningly beautiful, with looks that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and beauties that could shame the moon and flowers. Tusk, just thinking about it is exciting. After Po Wanjun introduced himself, the previously quiet scene instantly erupted into chaos. Some geniuses lack confidence in themselves and only aim for direct instruction and core positions, while others are aiming for the Tao Child or Holy Child. However, Po Wanjun ignored the commotion below. Instead, he gestured to the 1,000 elders, instructing them to activate the heavenly pillar for testing qualifications. The 1,000 elders sitting on the stone platform nodded in unison, then formed an ancient hand seal. Buzz tilde. Instantly divine light blazed forth, followed by a deafening roar. Rumbled. The prodigies in the arena saw thousands of enormous star pillars, exuding an ancient aura and adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, slowly rising beside the elders. 9 crystals of different colors are inlaid on these star pillars, but their material is not discernible. Distinguished talents, this is the celestial star pillar of the Myriad Spirits Academy, used to test aptitude. Every disciple who wishes to enter the Academy must pass the test of the celestial star pillar. However, you don't need to worry. This test is very simple. Just put your hands on the pillar. If one can light up a single crystal, one can become a miscellaneous disciple of the Academy. 2 stars make one an outer disciple. Those who achieve 3 or 4 stars can gain the Elder's approval and become inner disciples. If you can light up 5 or 6 stars, then congratulations on becoming the core of the Academy. At this point, not only do the 9 peaks have the right to choose, but you can also choose your favorite peak master. As for those who possess the 7 stars, well, the 5 palace masters of this emperor will snatch them up, and they will become our personal disciples once they join our ranks. If you can light up 8 stars, you will surely have a place among the holy sons of the Academy. In these 10 days or so, the 5 grand elders only accepted 6 disciples. The treatment of the holy sons was no less than that of the 5 palace masters of this emperor. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The Holy Son's status in the Academy. It can be said that, apart from the Dean and the Supreme Leader, he holds an unparalleled position. At this moment, they were all extremely excited and eager to show off their talents. In the crowd, Tianhao clenched his fists, his heart filled with extreme anger. If his holy body had not been taken away, becoming a holy son would not have been difficult. But nowadays, it's already quite good to be a protege or even a core member. Unwilling to accept defeat, he looked up at Tianyu's back. Just then, the latter turned around, glanced at him disdainfully, and let out a cold laugh. Hey, Tilda! Just as Tianhao was about to lose control of his emotions, a gentle light suddenly emanated from within him, instantly calming his restless heart. He knew that it was the Emperor Lotus within his body that had helped him, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Senior. Everyone. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Po Wanjun shouted, and after they fell silent, he continued speaking. Since the current dean took office, 10 eras have passed without a Dao child appearing at the Wanling Academy, because the 9-star peerless genius has never appeared in these eras. I hope that one of you can be chosen. All right, the test begins now. Chapter 53, Zhang Ruoxian's Talent. At the Wanling Academy's assessment site, everyone was eager to try as soon as they heard the test was about to begin, hoping it would be their turn soon. At this moment, guided by 1,000 elders, the first group had arrived in front of the heavenly star divine pillar. They eagerly placed their hands on the star pillars, but only a few of them responded, and even then, only 1 or 2 stars lit up. Those who didn't light up shook their heads in frustration, and finally left dejectedly. The others below looked on in disbelief. What? There were hardly any selected, and the highest score was only 2 stars. TCH tilde the Wanling Academy only admits people with exceptional talent. Some people are just baseless and have no chance of being admitted. Yes. Otherwise, the headmaster wouldn't have taken on any disciples in 10 eras. Could it be that there are no extraordinary geniuses in the entire desolate heavenly realm? That's your opinion. Let alone you, even your family might not be able to truly understand Huangshan. Among the legendary 9 dominant forces, who would allow such a prodigy to be trained by someone else? Furthermore, did you know that above the rulers, there are beings whose power surpasses theirs? With such power, who would be willing to send their prodigy out into the world? They would rather keep him hidden away like a precious gem. They nodded one by one, indicating their agreement with what the person said. In the distance, Feng Haoran seemed to be deep in thought. When he parted ways with Su Luoxuan that day, she mentioned that she wanted to go to the academy. With her qualifications, she should be able to light up the 9 stars on this star pillar, so why? Could it be that she didn't come here to cultivate but has other purposes? That's why she doesn't want to show herself. Feng Haoran recalled that when they were in the secret realm, she knew about the heart of creation, which others did not, but even knew how to collect the techniques. This woman is not simple, HMPH. I'd really like to know what your purpose is in coming here. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light emanated from the star pillar being tested, which was caused by illuminating the 7 stars. Haha, good, good. A 7-star prodigy has finally been born. Come, wait aside for the time being. The 5 palaces of the emperor will then distribute the inheritance. The young man, who had 7-star disciples, walked to the side with a happy expression. He was extremely excited and felt like he was walking on air. Next, 5-star and 6-star characters appeared frequently, and the 9 peak masters nodded with smiles one by one. After countless batches, it was now Tianyu's turn. He strode forward and arrived at the heavenly star divine pillar. He slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the star pillar. Instantly, the crystals were lit up one by one. Po Wanjun looked on in astonishment as he watched the crystals on the star pillar rise continuously. And then, boom, a blinding divine light suddenly burst forth from the celestial star pillar. Whoosh! What this is? Could it be that he activated the 9 stars, causing this strange phenomenon? No, that can't be right. Isn't it very difficult for a 9-star star to appear? The divine light is too dazzling. I can't see anything at all. The divine light was so powerful that those present couldn't open their eyes, so they all thought that Tianyu was a 9-star. Tianhao, standing in the crowd, forced himself to overcome the blinding light, trying to see exactly what star level he was. However, with his current level of cultivation, he was ultimately unable to see through the divine light. Haha, this boy belongs to me, Zhang Li. You lot are not allowed to try and take him. A burst of wild laughter shook the entire Wanling Academy, and then a figure appeared in the void. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed the blinding light back into the star pillar. However, everyone then turned their attention to the star pillar and saw that it had 8 stars. An old man was floating in the void, and they had all heard his earlier maniacal laughter. It turns out, this person is Zhang Li, one of the 5 supreme elders. This made the disciples in the arena extremely envious. So what if he's a holy son? Yi Tianyu, just you wait. One day I will take back everything you've taken from me. Yi Tianhao clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh, and bright red blood flowed between his fingers. Young man, would you be willing to become my disciple? As Yi Tianyu turned around, he glanced at Tianhao, a cold smile flashing across his lips. Disciple Yi Tianyu greets master. Haha, all right, your master will take you back to the Supreme Palace now. Buzz tilde. With that, he flicked his sleeve and disappeared with Yi Tianyu. The quota for the Holy Sons has been increased by 1, bringing the total to 7, leaving only 3 slots available. The climaxes came and went quickly, but the testing continued. After an unknown amount of time, another 1,000 people went up, and among them were Jiang Ruoxian and Yi Tianhao. Heyorin, I'll go try it out first. After Jiang Ruoxian finished speaking, she ran up. Although she knew what her physique was, she also wanted to know what star she could reach in the academy. On the Heavenly Star Divine Pillar platform, Yi Tianhao was very nervous. He calmed himself down. In contrast, Jiang Ruoxian seemed completely unconcerned and casually placed her palm on top of him. Buzz tilde boom tilde. A miracle occurred again, and a powerful divine light soared into the sky once more. This divine light not only possessed the might of the great Tao, but was also filled with the vitality of life. Rumbled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This is the pressure of the great Tao. How is this possible? This child actually has an immortal great Tao body. Is another holy son about to appear? Haha, today's disciple recruitment is truly inspiring. A supreme-level immortal Tao body. It seems the Myriad Spirits Academy is about to undergo another sublimation in this era. Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the void. They were the supreme elders of the academy. Among these 3, 2 were women, and their auras were even stronger than those of the one who could break through 10,000 jun. Buzz tilde. The 3 of them attacked simultaneously, dispelling the pressure of the great Tao, and then began to announce their names. This palace inquires of the immortals. Mount Li. Bei Gonged. Young man, all 3 of us are willing to take you as our disciple. You can choose one of us. Jiang Ruoxian scratched her head, somewhat troubled, and for a moment she didn't know who to choose. That, cough tilde, just as he was about to make a choice, a terrifying sword intent soared into the sky from the 5 supreme palaces within the academy. Then came an extremely domineering voice. This child, I want him. Chapter 54, the physique that could burst the celestial star pillar. Tilde sword maniac. 3 eras ago, his disciple went to the Heavenly Sword Palace to ask questions, but was accidentally killed by the other party, so he stopped accepting disciples. Throughout these eras, all the holy sons under his name have been given to us. Why have they suddenly appeared today? Sword Maniac ranks 2nd in strength, aside from the founder of Wanling Academy. He devoted himself to the study of swordsmanship. Several eras ago, he took on a disciple, but the disciple was accidentally killed by the people of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Because of the fighting among the younger generation, the academy couldn't easily get involved. Unable to bear it any longer, the sword fanatic stormed the Heavenly Sword Palace alone with his sword, annihilating 3 of its 9th-level emperors and injuring countless supreme beings. At that time, he was only at the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm. The reason he stormed the Heavenly Sword Palace was simply to tell the world that the Academy's swordsmanship was no weaker than that of the Heavenly Sword Palace. He stormed off, but when the Heavenly Sword Palace Patriarch emerged from seclusion, he demanded an explanation from him. The 2 fought for several years without a clear winner, until Dean Wang Daolin intervened and the matter was dropped. Since then, the sword fanatic has never taken on another disciple, until today, when he finally appeared. This child, I want him, do you agree? Buzz tilde. At this moment, a figure appeared before the 3 supreme elders. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, dressed in a silky blue robe, with silver hair flowing straight down, looking as ethereal as a fairy. Standing with his hands behind his back in the void, his eyes revealed supreme sword intent as he looked at the 3 of them, making them feel apprehensive. He, sword fanatic, you haven't had a disciple for several eras. Since you've taken a liking to him, then he's yours. Yes, you gave us all those spots before. Now that you've finally found one you like, why should we compete for it? Yes, this child is yours. To be honest, Lishan, Beigong, and Wenxian were unwilling, but the other party was too strong. To save face, I had no choice but to say that I would give it to him. Sword Maniac shifted his gaze, and then it landed on Jiang Ruoxian. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Jiang Ruoxian was already stunned by the way he appeared. His domineering voice, his powerful strength, and his ethereal, otherworldly aura. This was the role model he wanted to be, and seeing that the person was asking him questions, he answered without hesitation. Disciple Jiang Ruoxian greets master. Very good. Come back to the Supreme Palace with me first, and I will give you the apprenticeship ceremony later. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished without giving Jiang Ruoxian a chance to speak. The other three elders returned empty-handed after they left. Yi Tianhao's heart, which had just calmed down, was stirred up once again. Damn it, why are four supreme beings vying for him? No, I can do the same even without the holy body. With unwavering faith in himself, Yi Tianhao finally placed his handprint on the heavenly star divine pillar. Buzz tilde, Wu tilde. He watched as the crystals lit up one by one, the first three of them lighting up very quickly. But after 5, the numbers fluctuated, which enraged him. Ah tilde, Senior, I beg you to help me one more time. He kept praying in his heart, and after a few breaths, the Chaos Emperor Lotus within his body seemed to respond. A divine light emanated from his arm and flowed into the star pillar. Suddenly, a divine light emanated from the star pillar, and 7 crystals lit up at that moment. This scene left the prodigies, who had not yet been tested, completely stunned. This is possible. Is this for real? He was clearly stuck at 5 stars, but after he unleashed his fury, he actually reached 7 stars. Could it be that the star pillar is broken? The prodigies all had doubts about Yi Tianhao's test, but Po Wanjun just smiled. Congratulations, you have lit up the 7 stars and are now eligible to become a disciple. Please wait aside for now. 7 stars? That's enough. I will use my own strength to pull him down from the position of Holy Sun step by step. Thank you, Senior. He then stepped down from the testing platform, while Feng Haoran below shook his head. Psi tilde, that's the protagonist's halo, but the stronger you are, the more fun it is for me to play. Your Highness, it's your turn to go on stage. Xiao Yuning reminded him, and Feng Haoran turned around and glanced at her. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Yuning resolutely shook her head. Your Highness, although the academy is very strong, Yuning doesn't need anything by following you. With you here, Yuning has everything. Bang! Feng Haoran lightly tapped her head and said with a chuckle, You're better at lying down than I am, but you're right about one thing. With me around, we have everything we need. As Feng Haoran spoke, he stepped onto the testing platform. Xiao Yuning pretended to be in pain and touched her head, her face full of joy. Upon arriving before the celestial star pillar, Feng Haoran let out a sigh. Let me be this Taoist disciple. With this identity, I can better reap the rewards of destiny. After saying that, he placed his palm on it. Buzz tilde, an amazing scene unfolded. The 9 crystals of the celestial star pillar began to rotate up and down like a carousel. Whoosh! This is an unprecedented wonder, something even the legendary Po Wanjun had never witnessed. How so? Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, Feng Haoran's star pillar shattered. The once radiant star pillars instantly dimmed and lost their power. What's going on? They're not going to try and force me to pay for it, are they? Feng Haoran feigned fear and took a few steps back. Po Wanjun flashed and appeared beside him. After examining the star pillar and confirming that it was ineffective, he spoke to Feng Haoran. This star pillar is broken. Let's replace it with the next one. After the incident with Yi Tianhao, everyone below felt that today's test was too casual. One can ascend to a higher star level with a loud shout, but this one, although the 9 stars are lit, is jumping up and down. Upon hearing Emperor Wanjun's words, they breathed a sigh of relief. Phew tilde, I knew it was broken. Was that previous one also broken? One loud shout and 2 hearts rose. It's possible. Shouldn't we retest it? Hey tilde, even the Emperor didn't say anything, so why are you stepping forward? 2. Feng Haoran went to another star pillar, and once again placed his palm on it. Buzz tilde, whoosh! The same scene repeated itself, leaving everyone dumbfounded. You could understand if the first one broke, but this one was just used and it broke again, which is quite intriguing. Boom! The sound of the heavenly star pillar shattering rang out again, and Po Wanjun rushed over. He stared blankly at the star pillar before him, then looked at Feng Haoran. Just as they were about to ask Feng Haoran to try again to find out what was wrong, a voice rang out from Wanling Academy. There's no need to try anymore. The star pillar simply cannot fathom this child's talent. Chapter 55, The Great Tao That Was Usurped. There's no need to try anymore. The star pillar simply cannot fathom this child's talent. Buzz Tilda. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in the void, his golden robe fluttering without wind. Greetings, Dean. As soon as the old man appeared, Po Wanjun led the peak masters and elders to hurriedly pay their respects. What? He's Wang Daolin, the Dean of Wanling Academy. Why does this one look even less powerful than the Sword Emperor's aura? You don't know anything. Don't you understand what it means to return to simplicity? Wang Daolin is someone who has advanced to the ancient emperor level. What, an ancient emperor? Wang Daolin in the void ignored the discussions among the younger generation, and instead stared intently at Feng Haoran with his hazy eyes. At this moment, Feng Haoran actually felt that this person was extremely extraordinary. If it weren't for the system and the Hengmeng Pearl, Feng Haoran would have thought that everything about him had been exposed to him. Haha, little guy, I didn't expect you to come to Wanling Academy. After a long silence, Wang Daolin suddenly burst into laughter, and his words sounded as if he knew Feng Haoran. Do you know me? Instead of directly answering Feng Haoran's question, Wang Daolin asked him a question in return. Little fellow, would you be willing to join my school and become a disciple of the academy? Are there any benefits? Feng Haoran's statement surprised the younger generation present. He's the dean of Wanling Academy, and he's already being generous by accepting you as a disciple. How dare he openly ask for favors? But what Wang Daolin said next drove everyone crazy. Benefits, everything I own will be yours, how about this? No, what's wrong with this world? The dean of the prestigious Wanling Academy is actually trying to curry favor with a young man. I must have come here the wrong way. I must still be sleepy. The young people pinched themselves, rubbed their eyes, and thought they were dreaming. And Yi Tianhao's resentment surged up once again. Why does he deserve the dean's approval? Why not me? No, that's not it. I am the one revered by all spirits. HMPH tilde just you wait. You bunch of people who stole the honor that should have been mine. You all deserve to die tilde. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting for his response, Feng Haoran spoke. Your idea seems pretty good. In that case, come back to the Tao Palace with me. Wait, bring my maid along. Feng Haoran knew that Wang Daolin wanted to take him away from here. He had seen the previous ones, so he quickly spoke up, afraid that he would forget Xiao Yuning. Once inside the academy, Wang Yi stopped following and instead remained hidden in the void to protect himself. As a powerful ancient emperor, apart from a few others, no one in the academy should be able to detect him. In the void, after being reminded, Wang Daolin waved his sleeve and took Xiao Yuning away with him. After they left, the testing continued, and now the academy's Daozi has appeared. What these people long for is the position of the Holy Sun, which has only 2 slots. The Tao Palace of Wanling Academy is the residence of Wang Daolin, the unique dean. At this moment, he led Feng Haoran into the magnificent palace. Xiao Yuning knew that the two had something to talk about, so she consciously stayed at the entrance of the main hall to wait. Inside the hall, the curious Feng Haoran spoke first. From what you just said, you recognize me. Wang Daolin did not sit on the high platform, but instead sat below Feng Haoran. He looked at Feng Haoran with a peaceful expression and chuckled softly. When you were born, there were many strange phenomena that shook the entire 6 domains of the desolate heaven. How could I not recognize you? Tilde, you know me. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran took a few steps back with a wary expression, which amused Wang Daolin. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I will do everything I can to help you and help you grow. Help me, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me, what do you need? Wang Daolin remained silent for a long time before letting out a sigh. Hey Tilde, do you know what forbidden celestial bodies are? I know, a physique that even the heavens fear. Indeed, the universe is controlled by the Great Tao, but the rules are governed by the will of the Great Tao. Although it cannot represent the Great Way, it merely operates in accordance with its will. When the desolate heaven was established, its will was incomplete, and the beings born from it all possessed extremely heaven-defying origins. Their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds in a day. At that time, great emperors were as common as dogs, and ancient emperors were everywhere. Even the heavenly emperors are numerous, Yet this great era has caused the great Tao to feel apprehensive. Fearing that some creatures might escape his control, he tried every means to make them kill each other. At that time, a great war was about to break out, and the desolate land was filled with devastation. Regardless of their origin or race, countless people died or were injured. The loss of life brought peace of mind to the great Tao, but this peace did not last long. Suddenly one day, a colossal hand, reaching to the heavens, shattered the spatial barrier, sending a race of beings into the desolate universe. This race is extremely powerful, making the great Tao feel that they are a dangerous presence. Then they began to bewitch the wild creatures, trying to get them to drive away the outsiders. However, after several great battles, only 9 clans of the naturally born, defying the natural beings, remained. The great Tao felt that if things continued like this, his desolate universe would become the beginning of the universe. He then came up with another idea, to send in several clans of equal strength to them to restrain the enemy. As a result, the 4 tribes that migrated in had no memory of their original origins. To find out the truth, the great Tao himself descended upon the desolate heavens, and what he never expected was, the will born from the desolate universe already possessed wisdom, and its purpose was to allow the great Tao to enter the desolate universe. When he entered, he found that his cultivation level was only at the heaven and earth supreme realm. Panicked, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. He immediately tried to escape, but it was too late because a wise will had already altered the rules of the desolate universe. In order to prevent the great Tao from breaking through the desolate heavens, it possessed a spatial will with intelligence, so it tricked the heavenly emperor in the desolate heaven universe into an alternate dimension. Then it withdrew from Huangshan's control and separated a lower-level will to govern Huangshan. Because the rules of the lower-level will are incomplete, it is fundamentally unable to bear the heavenly emperor. Your clan's 9 heavenly emperors left using powerful spatial rules. From then on, there was no heavenly emperor in the desolate universe. But after a few epochs, the will of the usurped great Tao began to cause trouble again. They falsely claimed that the path to heaven had appeared, and that by embarking on it one could attain the status of the heavenly emperor. At that time, all the ancient emperors in the entire desolate universe went there, but the 5 great taboos only allowed their vassal ancient emperors to go. Therefore, in the entire desolate heaven, only the Myriad Spirits Academy and the Forbidden Clan have ancient emperors. Of course, whether any dominant forces emerged during those eras is unknown. Wang Daolin stopped speaking at this point, but Feng Haoran had already guessed it. So you are the usurped great Tao. So, P.S. Hey handsome guys and beautiful ladies, if you like this, could you please give Pumpkin a 5-star review and a free request for more updates? Comment to give Pumpkin a little motivation. Thank you so much. Chapter 56, There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. Of course, whether any of those dominant forces have emerged over these eras is unknown. Wang Daolin stopped speaking at this point, but Feng Haoran had already guessed it. So you are the usurped great Tao. Good, eh? Hee. So the reason you're willing to help me grow is, so you want me to destroy the current great Tao, so you can regain control of this space. Upon hearing this, Wang Daolin's expression became somewhat complicated. Tilda, what good would it do to take over again? I was too extreme back then. Fearing that the beings born in the space I created would surpass me, I constantly suppressed them. However, in the end, I was usurped by will. Now all I want is to leave this space because it is a disgrace. I had almost given up on this idea, until your birth 16 years ago rekindled my hope. All that you've said is just your own story. What does that have to do with my forbidden celestial body? Yes, of course there is a connection. The term forbidden celestial body only applies to the universe. It should be noted that in the chaos beyond the universe, this body is considered a taboo subject. How can a universe possibly contain a constitution that even chaos fears? Therefore, your rise is inevitable, and you are the mastermind behind the bloody storms that sweep across the heavens, a being who rises against all odds. The desolate universe has been gloomy for so long. If the great Tao has not yet completed its will, then among the beings in the 3,000 universes, someone will surely come to devour this universe. If it is swallowed up, all living beings in this space will be enslaved. Feng Haoran agreed with what Wang Daolin said. After all, this is a world of cultivators where the strong prey on the weak. If you linger, you will surely be devoured. What they don't know is that someone is already planning this universe. Oh, right. Just as Feng Haoran was deep in thought, Wang Daolin suddenly thought of something. The Xuanji Pavilion was created by the will of the great Tao. He wanted this force to cultivate destiny for him and then use it for his own purposes. Feng Haoran had heard Tian Kui mention Xuanji Pavilion before, and at that time he thought that this force would eventually be his. Now it seems that the desolate universe is far more complex than I imagined. However, one thing is certain. Their ancestor must have been a powerful being from the chaos. What happens after the desolate sky will not affect the Feng clan. Since he wants to cultivate destiny, then I will kill them one by one and even wipe out his Xuanji Pavilion. So you're willing to become my disciple? Wang Daolin's words stunned Feng Haoran. Do you know the origins of my clan? I don't know, but to be able to enter this universe without my consent back, then must mean that I've surpassed my past self. Knowing that I am a being beyond your reach, you still dare to accept me as your disciple. Aren't you afraid that my ancestors will destroy you? Wang Daolin thought for a moment and finally spoke. I don't know what will happen to you in the future, but you need my help now. I can help you become the heavenly emperor as soon as possible, or even transcend. Feng Haoran almost laughed out of anger at the old man in front of him. How could he be so single-minded? Actually, I came to Wanling Academy not to become a disciple. If I wanted to find a master, wouldn't the Feng clan's ancestor be more powerful than you are now? However, I will grant you everything you asked for, except for the request to become my disciple. This includes slaying the Chosen One, and even, I will make the current Great Tao kneel before you at your mercy. Hearing that Feng Haoran had agreed to everything, except becoming his disciple, left him feeling uneasy. But if we force it, it might backfire, so after thinking about it, I decided to give up. All right, but the identity of Daozi is still yours, and you will cultivate in this Tao Palace from now on. If you need anything, feel free to ask me anytime. Everything the Wanlingshu Academy has is available for you. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran thought the old man was not bad. He must have seen through things over the years. He then decided not to get caught up in the decision anymore. Oh, by the way, what kind of existence is the Great Tao? The Great Way. Wang Daolin couldn't help but constantly reminisce about the past. The Great Tao is also a living being. It is only its will that controls the space for it. Unfortunately, my will gave rise to self-awareness, which is why I have ended up in this predicament. Feng Haoran felt that things were better now. If he had been in charge, he might not have been able to come to this space. Do you know anything about chaos? Also, what level of cultivation did you have back then to create this space? Feng Haoran's words made Wang Daolin chuckle self-deprecatingly. Chaos. In fact, I am a being born outside of chaos. The reason for creating the universe was to use space to improve one's cultivation before entering chaos. As for my cultivation level, it's actually only at the transcendent realm. I don't even know what realm is above that. If I hadn't acted so rashly back then, presumably, I too have now entered the realm of chaos. That's hard to say. What if you perish in the chaos? Perhaps that would be better. Wang Daolin turned to look at Feng Haoran, a smile on his face. You little rascal, who would comfort someone by cursing them to die. Hey, just think of it as atoning for the mistakes you made in the past. Does that make you feel better? Atoning? Indeed, I harmed so many lives back then, and now I am one of them. This perhaps proves the saying, what goes around comes around, no one escapes the judgment of heaven. After saying that, he walked out of the main hall, and Feng Haoran felt a little sorry for him as he watched his departing figure. Ah, yes, what goes around comes around, and no one escapes the wrath of heaven. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. Chapter 57, It's Time to Meet the Minor Villain. Tianheng Domain, Pingshan County of Yuzhou, Holy Martial Dynasty. Inside the palace, several maids and 2 or 3 eunuchs gathered together and whispered among themselves. Have you heard? Crown Prince Yi Chen, who was away on a trip, has perished. What? How is this possible? The Crown Prince's talent was so strong, even the other princes were no match for him. How could he have perished? Oh dear, that's only within our Holy Martial Dynasty. The outside world is vast, with countless geniuses. It's perfectly normal for them to be killed. What a pity. He used to be ridiculed every day because he lacked talent, but now, who can argue with that? It seems the struggle among the princes is about to begin again. Just as they were lamenting this, a figure appeared out of thin air in the void of the Holy Martial Dynasty. He had a bloodthirsty look on his face as he looked down at the vast palace. Since the master has ordered that none be left alive, then to save time, let these ants go down with the Yi family. Consider it a good deed on my part. Let them go down to the underworld and continue serving the Yi family. Just as he was about to make his move, The immense imperial consciousness failed to detect the figure of Emperor Yi Shengwu. Then he learned where he had gone from chatting with several maids. Saitilda, I still have to make a trip to the imperial divine dynasty. Very well, you may all go down first. As for your emperor, he will arrive shortly. Buzz Tilda. Instantly, the void was filled with terrifying imperial might, and the once clear blue sky turned into darkness in an instant. The powerful patriarch of the Yi family in the palace below sensed something was wrong and led several figures to the void. Who dares to run wild in my holy martial dynasty? HMPH tilde, a few mere ants are not worthy of knowing my identity. Go. Buzzing tilde. Suddenly, a giant blood-red handprint appeared in the void, moving so fast that it arrived in front of the Yi family patriarch and the others in an instant. Seeing this terrifying attack, they quickly joined forces to fight back. Buzz tilde rumble tilde. The insignificant power of the half-emperor was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of the blood fiend palm print, and was instantly annihilated. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. The blood fiend palm print continued to surge downwards, and the space, unable to withstand the compression, shattered along its trajectory. The people in the palace, seeing such power descend, were all terrified and their faces turned ashen. The residents of the imperial city twitched at the corners of their mouths, completely stunned on the ground. Then, rumble tilde. After a loud bang, a giant mushroom cloud rose up. Sparks flew everywhere, and even the imperial city was affected. The figure in the void searched around, and finding no survivors, broke through space and left. The holy martial dynasty has thus come to an end, and the Yi family, who rule over those court officials, is about to launch a war of vying for power. The recruitment for the Kangling domain and the Wanling Academy has now come to a successful conclusion. In this generation, the position of the Dao child, which had been vacant for 10 eras, has been filled by someone. Now 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Taoist Palace, there is an extremely luxurious hall, which is called the Taoist Palace. This was prepared by Wang Daolin for Feng Heoran. Now, the two of them can be considered confidants. There's no need to hide the fact that Feng Heoran is going to reap the mandate of heaven in the academy. At this moment, Feng Heoran sat upright in a pavilion, sipping the enlightenment tea rewarded by the system while gazing at the cascading waterfall in the distance, while Xiao Yuning waited quietly by his side. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Feng Heoran. He, you little rascal, you're having a good time. Now all the new students in the academy are very curious about you, the Taoist. They wanted to see what was so special about the person I had chosen. Now I'm thinking about how to challenge you to a duel. Feng Heoran didn't turn his head, but poured a cup of enlightenment tea for the empty seat on the other side. A bunch of attention seekers, no need to pay them any mind. Come, take a sip, you former Dao, and see how this enlightenment tea compares to yours. The visitor was none other than Dean Wang Daolin, who sat down in the empty seat. He picked up the enlightenment tea, smelled it, and then took a sip. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. As if savoring the memory, as if in disbelief, he then downed the rest of the tea in one gulp. This enlightenment tea, if one is not at the Emperor realm, I'm afraid. A single drop would be enough to burst it. You haven't reached the Emperor realm, have you? I'm just offering you some tea. Why are you bringing up my cultivation level? Feng Heoran ignored Wang Daolin's shocked gaze and poured himself some tea. A great emperor at the age of 16. Even though I was the great Dao before, I have never heard of such a thing. No wonder you dare to disregard those geniuses at the academy now, with your current strength. I'm afraid even the great palace masters might not be your match. Why are you making such a fuss? You're the ex-boyfriend, you need to learn to control your emotions. If it weren't for the fact that your bone age matches your soul, I would have suspected that you had been possessed by a powerful being. Feng Heoran smiled but didn't say anything, instead continuing to sip his enlightenment tea. Wang Daolin picked it up again and brought it to his lips, then sighed. Alas, although this tea is of very high quality, it is of no use to me at the moment. If the rules can be perfected, I can instantly ascend to the Heavenly Emperor. Oh, so your cultivation level is comparable to that of the patriarchs in my family. Wang Daolin shook his head at Feng Heoran's words. Although our cultivation levels are comparable, I have experienced the spatial power of the Feng clan before, and I am not sure if I can break through it. This is also why I was so wary of the Feng clan back then. I suppose the Feng clan must have a very high status within the chaos. But what I can't understand is, why would such a powerful race forcefully descend upon this inferior universe? Why think about him? You'd be better off talking about matters of destiny. Feng Haoran's words startled Wang Daolin. You found out? Indeed, that abandoned son of the Chankingyi clan has now come to the academy. Judging from his fate, he should have died young, yet he has lived until now. I cannot even predict his future trajectory. Furthermore, in the past few months, the people of Xuanji Pavilion have arranged for a successor to come to the academy. This person has already entered the academy, and it shouldn't be long before we make contact with him. Oh, Tilda. Feng Haoran finally became interested. He put down his teacup and stared at Wang Daolin beside him. It seems this Xuanji Pavilion isn't all that great after all. Not long ago, I just slew a celestial being. Never underestimate the Xuanji Pavilion. They were created by the great Tao. Not only is his deductive reasoning superb, but his actual strength is also heaven-defying. As he spoke, Wang Daolin reached out and flipped his hand, revealing an ancient-looking spatial ring floating in his palm. I had planned to hold a ceremony for you, but since you didn't like it, I'll skip it. However, the various peaks, the 5 palaces, and the supreme beings sent over some treasures. I know your clans are not lacking in these things, but when facing destiny, these things may come in handy. Feng Haoran reached out, and the antique ring flew into his hand. The Emperor's consciousness penetrated inside to take a look, and apart from a few Emperor-grade items, the rest were all Saint-grade items. If these things were given to heaven, they might be an immense fortune, but to me, they are just a pile of garbage. Yu Ning, see if there's anything you need. Take a few items and send the rest to Yu Kong and the others. Yes, Tilda. Xiao Yuning took the spatial ring from the side, and Wang Daolin was not surprised by this. After all, he knew the strength of the Feng clan better than anyone else. Let alone some rare treasures from the desolate heavens, there are probably quite a few even chaos treasures. Wang Daolin's purpose in coming here was twofold. First, to deliver treasures, and second, to inform Feng Haoran about the matter of destiny. Now that everything was done, he got up to leave, but after taking only a few steps, he remembered something. By the way, although the academy only allows other disciples to bring one attendant, you can be an exception. That ancient emperor who has been hiding in the void must have come to protect you. I observed that he possessed a murderous intent. In the desolate land, only the Wang clan, whom I had relocated here, had this ability. Back then, in order to restrain the feudal clans, I went through a great deal of effort to find these 4 rule-based races. Unexpectedly, one clan became a marriage alliance with another, while the other was used as a suicide soldier. Your clan's strength is truly terrifying. From now on, let's not let him remain hidden any longer. Let's expose him to the public eye. Including Tian Kui, who has visited several times in the past few months. This man is unparalleled in wisdom. Following you, we could actually put up a fight against the Xuanji Pavilion. After saying that, he left without waiting for Feng Haoran's response. After he disappeared, Feng Haoran slowly stood up, a smile appearing on his face. As expected of the former Dao Dao, he knows everything about the Wanling Academy. Wang Yi. Buzz tilde your highness tilde. As Feng Haoran called out, Wang Yi appeared. Go and inform Tian Kui that he no longer needs to travel back and forth, and that he can stay by my side from now on. By the way, take those treasures that Yu Ning has to Yu Kong and the others, and tell them to stay put. Yes, Tilda. At Feng Haoran's instruction, Xiao Yuning took a few items she needed, and then handed the spatial ring to Wang Yi. It's been so long, it's time to meet that minor villain. After saying that, he waved his sleeve, and a beastly roar rang out. Roar Tilda. Bai Zi's figure hovered outside the pavilion, while Feng Haoran gracefully descended. Then it transformed into a beam of white light and shot into the sky, and Xiao Yuning hurriedly followed. Chapter 58 reveals Yitianhao's destiny identity. Wanling Academy, in the palace of the Supreme Elder Zhang Lidi. At this moment, a young man sat on the throne in a grand hall, listening with his eyes slightly narrowed to what the person below was reporting. He was suddenly taken aback when he heard the name Yitianhao. You mean, besides the granddaughter of the Supreme Elder of Lishan, there is another woman of unknown strength by Yitianhao's side? Yes, young master, that woman is extremely beautiful, and judging from her attire, she seems to be a disciple of a powerful sect. The speaker was Yi Jingfei, who had previously argued with Yitianhao. With his innate divine physique, he became a personal disciple of one of the 5 hall masters of the academy. Now, having arrived at Yitianyu's Holy Son's Hall, I reported to him on the recent events that had occurred at the academy. Yitianyu, sitting in his high position, looked thoughtful and murmured to himself. Unexpectedly, even after his sacred body was extracted, he still managed to reach the 7-star aptitude. Not only that, even the granddaughter of the Supreme Elder of Mount Lee has been protecting him well, and now a mysterious woman has appeared. Could it be that he has encountered some extraordinary event? Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. His adventure was truly extraordinary. The sound startled Yitianyu, who immediately sat up and glared angrily at the outside of the hall. Who is so bold as to break into my own holy son's temple without prior notification? At this moment, an extremely handsome man walked in from the palace gate. Beside him followed a woman of exceptional beauty and figure. Ignoring the gazes of the two people inside the hall, they found a place to sit down. How dare you? How can you be so ignorant of etiquette? Did the Holy Sun grant you seats? The newcomers were Feng Haoran and his maid Zio Yuning, who responded to Yi Jingfei's barking. His once striking eyes instantly turned gray. Then he glared suddenly. Buzz tilde, whoosh tilde bang tilde. Yi Jingfei's figure flew out and crashed into a giant pillar. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. PFFT tilde. He clutched his chest, glared at Feng Haoran with a ferocious expression, and then said in a sinister tone, "You're asking for it. That's enough." A reprimand came from Yitianyu, who was on the throne, stopping Yi Jingfei's actions. After that, he slowly stood up and looked at Feng Haoran and the other person. "Your arrival, sir, allows you to enter the Holy Sun's hall without prior notice. You must be the Dao child, right?" "What Dao Daozi?" Originally glaring angrily, Yi Jingfei was shocked when she heard that the other party was a Taoist disciple of the academy. Feng Haoran couldn't help but look at Yitianyu in a new light after his speculation. Who says that minor villains don't have intelligence? He smiled but continued to sit there lazily. Not bad, he does have some brains, unlike the one next to you. With such poor skills and such impulsiveness, you could easily lose your life. Even though Feng Haoran said this about him, Yi Jingfei, who knew his identity, dared not say a word more. On the high platform, Yitianyu stared intently at Feng Haoran, knowing absolutely nothing about this Taoist. "I wonder what brings you to my holy son's palace today. It seems we are not familiar with each other." Although he called him Daozi, there was no respect on his face. "I heard that your Chankingya tribe had an internal conflict many years ago. The second uncle extracted his nephew's sacred body and gave it to his own son. You were hired by Yitianhao to avenge him." Before Feng Haoran could finish speaking, Yitianyu's face darkened, as if he was about to take action at the slightest provocation. "No, no, no. He is not qualified for me to take action. I have come here today to help you. Don't you want to get rid of Yitianhao as soon as possible? I can help you. Because, without my help, you would not have been able to kill him at all. Instead, you will be killed by him, and even your entire Chankingya clan will be destroyed because of him." TCH tilde. Yitianyu was very dismissive of Feng Haoran's words. "A piece of trash, I don't even care about him, let alone the fact that he has lost his sacred body now. Even if his ancient sacred body were still intact, it would be as easy as turning my hand to destroy him if I wanted to." Feng Haoran did not rush to respond, but instead took out a cup of enlightenment tea and drank it. He then glanced at Yitianyu and slowly spoke. "As the original owner of the ancient sacred body, even though his sacred body was extracted, his aptitude can still reach the 7 stars. Don't you find that suspicious? As far as I know, the people of Xuanji Pavilion have emerged and are preparing to wholeheartedly assist him. The mysterious pavilion, which has been absent for countless epochs, is now willing to assist a useless man without a sacred body. Don't you want to know the reason behind this?" "What, the mysterious pavilion? Is it the mysterious pavilion from that immortal power that knows everything about the past and present, and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ruler? What do you think? Could there be other mysterious pavilions in the desolate heaven?" After receiving confirmation, Yitianyu sat back down in his seat in a panic, his expression blank and incredulous. "No, impossible. How could he possibly gain the approval of the Xuanji Pavilion? Rumor has it that the Xuanji Pavilion exists only for the chosen ones. How could a good-for-nothing like him possibly gain their assistance?" "Heh, you said it yourself. The mysterious pavilion only welcomes those destined for greatness. Since they're willing to stay by their side, that means." "You mean Yitianhao is the chosen one?" Feng Haoran was interrupted again, but he was not angry. Instead, he slowly got up and chuckled again. "He, think back. He survived having his innate sacred body extracted by you, and was even able to cultivate and rise to prominence. Why is that? Anyone else would probably be buried with grass 2 meters high by now, but he's still alive and well. All right, that's enough. I should be leaving now. The rest is up to you. As soon as Feng Haoran finished speaking, he walked towards the outside of the main hall, but suddenly he stopped. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill him with the power of your Yi clan and the holy son of the academy. Of course, if you need help, you can come to my Dao Palace at any time. Having achieved his goal, Feng Haoran left the main hall without lingering. Currently, only Yi Tianyu and Yi Jingfei remain in the entire Holy Sun Palace. Seeing that Feng Haoran had already left, the latter cautiously inquired of the person in the honored seat. Young master, is what he said true? Is that good-for-nothing Yi Tianhao really the chosen one? At this moment, Yi Tianyu recalled the time since his father extracted his sacred body from him. The family dispatched many people, but they were unable to completely kill it because, at every critical moment, someone would always come to its rescue. Even when he was in the ancestral land, Yi Tianhao was unconscious, but a powerful force within him allowed him to escape from the Yi clan. Now that he thought about it this way, Yi Tianyu gradually became afraid, because within the Changqing Yi clan, there are also records of those destined for greatness, who not only possess extraordinary fortune, but also attract many talented individuals to assist and protect them. Although he already believed Feng Haoran's words 90% of the time, he still wanted to give it a try. Jingfei, tell my father to mobilize several immortal Saint Kings from the family to ambush outside the academy. Once that good-for-nothing leaves, inform me, the young master. I want to see if he truly has the destiny of heaven. Yes, Tilda. Yi Jingfei quickly responded and left the Holy Sun's palace. However, Yi Tianyu, seated on the throne, narrowed his eyes and looked menacingly towards the direction outside the hall. Let me see what abilities you, this so-called chosen one, truly possess. P.S. Dear babies, young and old, if you like this, please give Pumpkin a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Pavilion, Phoenix Dances. Wanling Academy, the head of the 5 Hall Masters, is located in the Taikang Hall. It is a luxurious and elegant villa surrounded by mountains and water, with steam rising from a spiritual pool. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in front of a round stone table, the woman of whom was extremely beautiful. A red-sleeved white gauze dress that exposed her bare shoulders accentuated her quiet elegance, making her look like a celestial maiden descended to earth, exquisitely beautiful. Her cold and beautiful face was like an ice lotus, and her bright eyes were like emeralds, leaving a lasting impression. Another young man, dressed in a white outfit, had his long black hair tied in a ponytail, with a silver crown pinned to his head. 2 strands of hair hung vertically down his forehead, revealing his handsome face. This man was Yi Tianhao. Facing the woman before him, he felt a surge of admiration and awe deep within his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm and dared not look directly at her face. Kingwu, you just said that your master sent you to find me, to stay by my side and help me become the supreme being of the desolate heaven. Feng Kingwu, the heavenly maiden of Chuanji Pavilion and the only disciple of the inner pavilion master, has now reached the 9th level of immortal Saint King, just 1 step away from becoming the supreme being of heaven and earth. Yes, young Master Yi, now that a great era has arrived, geniuses are emerging one after another. Master calculated that a forbidden celestial body would descend upon the world, and that whoever possessed this body would bring great disaster to this universe. Whether they are extraordinary geniuses or ordinary mortals, they will all become stepping stones for him. Wherever he went, corpses littered the ground and bones piled up everywhere. Now, the great Tao, with its compassion, has granted a sliver of opportunity to all living beings in the desolate heavens. This opportunity arises because you, young master, are protected by the will of the great Tao, having been ordained by heaven. Only when you grow strong enough can you contend with the immortals. Therefore, to ensure you don't perish prematurely, I will dedicate myself to assisting you from now on. Feng Kingwu was elegant in her demeanor, and her gentle voice was like a spring breeze. But what she said made Yi Tianhao somewhat incredulous, because in his view, since he was ordained by heaven, why should he suffer inhuman pain? If he hadn't encountered the god Lotus in the land of the Yi people, he would have perished long ago. Feng Kingwu seemed to have read his mind, so she continued to speak. I know your childhood experiences. The pain of being pulled out of the body is indeed unbearable for ordinary people. But have you ever thought about what chance an ordinary person would have to survive when their sacred body is extracted? This is a test from the Great Way. Those who aspire to great things must first endure hardship. Haven't you also achieved something great today through various opportunities? Yi Tianhao was manipulated by Feng Qingwu. He didn't know that before him there had been another destiny. However, he perished before he could even take the Xuanji Pavilion's assessment. At this moment, Yi Tianhao recalled that he had indeed reaped all the benefits during his years of training outside. Even a weapon bought casually from a street vendor is an imperial artifact that has been gathering dust for a long time. Now that I am the chosen one and have the help of the Xuanji Pavilion, wouldn't it be possible to avenge the theft of my sacred body sooner? Miss Qingwu, since I am destined by heaven, what do I need to do now? Besides cultivating yourself and tempering your true nature, you don't need to do anything deliberately. Even if it's a feud with the Yi clan, the Xuanji Pavilion will step in to help you when the time is right. Feng Qingwu's words made Yi Tianhao accept the fact that he was the chosen one. Brother Tianhao. Just then, a melodious female voice came from outside the villa. Yi Tianhao, who was in the courtyard, knew who had come, and he glanced awkwardly at Feng Qingwu. The latter gave a sweet smile and said softly, "It's all right. I am now a disciple of the Supreme Immortal asking immortals. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to enter the Myriad Spirits Academy at will." Hearing that she was also a disciple of the academy, he nodded in relief. Then, a woman walked into the courtyard. This person was Li Kayangsun. She was originally beaming with joy, but when she saw the breathtakingly beautiful Feng Qingwu, her smile vanished instantly. "Brother Tianhao, who is she?" "Kayangsun, come here, let me introduce you. This is Qingwu. She is a disciple of the Immortal Ascension Master. Young Lady Qingwu, this is my friend Kayangsun, the granddaughter of the Supreme Elder of Lishan." Feng Qingwu greeted Li Kayangsun very politely. "Miss Li, what about the Immortal Elder's disciples? Why haven't I heard of any of them being her nominal disciples?" Li Kayangsun looked at Feng Qingwu with a hint of hostility on her face, but the latter didn't seem to care and chuckled. "He, I only recently became a disciple of my master, so of course Miss Kayangsun doesn't know." "Kayangsun, did you come to see me for something?" Yi Tianhao noticed that Li Kayangsun's expression was not very friendly, and fearing that it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, he quickly changed the subject. "Oh dear, I almost forgot the important thing. Brother Tianhao, I came to find you because I wanted to take you to the Academy's martial arts training ground. I heard that the direct disciples of the 5 Great Halls and the holy sons and daughters of the Supreme Palace have all issued challenges to the Taoist Master, whom they have never met. As the personal disciple of the great Emperor Wanzhen, didn't they invite you to come?" When Li Kayangsun mentioned the name Daozi, Yi Tianhao couldn't help but recall the day of the assessment. The dean himself appeared and took away the young man who had damaged 2 celestial pillars during the assessment. At that time, he was extremely unwilling, but now he was destined to be born. A surge of pride welled up within him, and as the chosen one, he naturally needed to understand the strength of these prodigies. "Since we're already there, I can't act too special. Shall we go and take a look together?" As Yi Tianhao spoke, he turned his gaze to Feng Qingwu. The latter, as the first generation of prodigy, originally did not want to get involved in the struggles of these younger generation. "But my current task is to protect the growth of the chosen ones." Thinking of this, Feng Qingwu nodded and smiled. "Then let's go take a look together." Seeing that she agreed, Yi Tianhao felt inexplicably happy. "Let's go." Chapter 60, The Arrogant and Domineering Feng Heoran. At Wanling Academy, a huge martial arts arena was now filled with academy disciples. These disciples were all extremely excited, for a simple reason. All the top disciples and holy sons had issued challenges to the Taoist. The Taoist who had never shown his face, since being taken away by the dean, can finally be seen now. Feng Heoran, after leaving the Taikang Palace, originally intended to return directly to the Tao Palace. However, just as they passed the Academy's martial arts arena, they heard many of the holy sons and their disciples shouting. He didn't want to pay any attention to it, but the thought of these idiots barking all day long was really annoying, so he decided to deal with it all at once. At this moment, in the center of the training ground, there was an extremely noble imperial chair. On the emperor's throne sat Feng Heoran, who leaned back lazily. He propped himself up with one hand on his forehead, pretending to be asleep, while Xiao Yuning stood behind him. The crowd of newly recruited disciples below, watching Feng Heoran on the martial arts arena, instantly created a frenzy. "Wow, Tilda, is this Machiko? He's truly extraordinary and valiant. Yes, look at his expression. He showed no fear in the face of challenges from all the holy sons and his disciples. He is truly my idol, unfazed even if Mount Tai collapses before him, and unmoved even if a deer leaps past on his left. What race does this child belong to possess such honor? Dayazi's appearance and demeanor are so handsome. Could this be the legendary man, a gentleman as beautiful as jade, unparalleled in the world? To have seen such a handsome and charming gentleman in this lifetime, I could die without regrets. Ah, Tilda, my little heart is pounding so hard, as if drawn by some magical force. I love it, I love it. Why isn't the maidservant by his side a goose? Even if I'm being violated every night, I'd still be willing. A group of infatuated girls, upon seeing Feng Haoran's handsome face, were overwhelmed with desire, their passion overflowing uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, dozens of figures flew in from all directions in the void. Bang, bang, banged. They landed in unison in the training ground. They were the personal disciples of the 5 hall masters. The leader of them was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a white outfit. He stepped forward and started yelling at Feng Haoran. Are you the legendary Dao Child who was personally brought back to the Dao Palace by the Dean and bestowed the title of Dao Child upon the Myriad Spirits Academy, a title that had not appeared for 10 epochs? Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran, who was pretending to be asleep, slightly opened his eyes and glanced at the dozens of people 100 meters away. He didn't find Tianhao among the group, but he did see a familiar figure. Immediately, he uttered a voice that seemed like a whisper, yet could reach the ears of dozens of his direct disciples. Do you also want to get involved with them? If I were to intervene, they would be bedridden for a year or two. You should think it over carefully. Among these dozens of people, the familiar figure that Feng Haoran recognized was none other than the Dragon Seat Minister of the Dragon Elephant Dynasty. At first, he didn't know who Dayazi was. As a member of the Desolate Heaven battle body, he was filled with a fighting spirit. Seeing that his fellow disciples had all arrived, he couldn't contain himself any longer. But when he realized that the person opposite him was Feng Haoran, he had the idea of backing down. But Feng Haoran's words aroused the dissatisfaction of others. Boy, although the Dean has named you a Dao Child, your aptitude and strength still need to be tested. Now, facing so many of your trusted disciples, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that we will deal with you severely? That's right. Even if the Dean says you have extraordinary talent, it's still uncertain who will win when compared to us in terms of strength. HMPH Tilda, I've seen plenty of arrogant people, but the Academy is a place where strength reigns supreme. Who will be lying on the bed in recuperation is still an open question. Although Long Zixiang learned from Su Luoxuan that her identity was not simple, he was truly unaware of her strength. He possesses the Desolate Heaven battle body, and is inherently extremely eager for battle, especially against those stronger than him, which makes it even more attractive. So how could he possibly give up such an opportunity? Your Excellency, even if I am no match for you, I Long Zixiang will fight you. Only in this way can my combat strength be improved more quickly. Indeed, we are like the blazing sun in the sky. How can we surrender without a fight? Just as Long Zixiang finished speaking, a voice came from the void and then landed in the martial arts arena. Banged! When the divine light faded, 3 figures appeared. Tianhao, Feng Qingwu, and Li Kayangsun. Everyone was shocked to see Tianhao appear, accompanied by 2 stunning beauties. Wow, who is this, to have 2 such beautiful women with him? Yes, 2 such outstanding beauties are willing to stay in front of such an ordinary person, Sai. What did we do wrong? As for looks, well, he does seem to be a bit handsome. Even so, it couldn't quell the resentment in my heart. Look at Dayazi, how handsome and elegant he is, and how high his status is. He only has 1 beautiful woman by his side. That scoundrel doing the opposite of what he's doing, killing 2 at once. Does he have no manners whatsoever? Yes, especially that woman with red sleeves and white gauze, so cold and aloof. How could she have fallen for this man? The appearance of Feng Qingwu and Li Kayangsun once again caused an uproar at the scene. However, their appearance still left Feng Haoran deeply shocked. They felt the protagonist had too much perk, but on the surface they remained extremely calm, as if nothing was wrong. At this moment he slowly rose from the throne, coldly observing them, and scoffed at Tianhao's words. He, Jiaoying, you really know how to flatter yourself. If you can be compared to the blazing sun, then I am the heaven that rules over all things. If I command you to come out, you will be the dazzling sun. If I refuse, then you will remain in endless darkness. Only Feng Haoran could utter such domineering words, and coupled with his imposing aura, he left everyone speechless for a moment. From the moment Feng Qingwu appeared, the first time she saw Feng Haoran, She felt that this young man was extremely extraordinary. As a successor of the Xuanji Pavilion, she actually felt that Feng Haoran was the chosen one who would fight against everything. Since she appeared, her gaze had never left him. This scene made Yi Tianhao jealous. He stepped forward, blocking Feng Qingwu's view, and said to Feng Haoran, "Anyone can say nice things. Since you've already accepted the challenge, don't try to be clever with your words. Very well, since you look down on us direct disciples so much. For the sake of the 5 Great Hall's reputation, then let me experience what you've got." No sooner had Yi Tianhao finished speaking than a personal disciple appeared, and his feet trembled. Boom! His figure sprang into the air, instantly unleashing an attack as he charged towards Feng Haoran. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. Upon seeing this, the latter smirked coldly. How can a mere ant shake the heavens? After speaking, he slowly extended one of his hands, which had been behind his back, and then rolled up his wide sleeves around his arm. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how Feng Haoran, as a Dao child, would deal with this attack. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Suddenly, Feng Haoran's seemingly soft palm erupted with a terrifying blue power. Buzz tilde, phew tilde. Then he gently flung it out, and the blue divine light drew an arc in the void. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the palm of the disciple whose divine light was exploding. Boom! Click tilde, ah tilde. A loud crash echoed throughout the training ground, followed by the sound of bones cracking, and then screams of agony. The disciple was blasted away. Banged! The sound of the plane landing was heard, and the scene fell silent. This was an outcome they never expected, because this personal disciple possessed the strength of a 5th-level immortal king. Now, however, he was sent flying by a casual blow from his opponent, and he was still lying on the ground, unable to get up. What, is this the power of Dayazi? He actually injured a disciple of the 5th level of the immortal king realm with a casual strike. This power is far too terrifying. Judging from his bone age, he doesn't seem very old. How can he have such strength? This can't be real, can it? Is this protege putting on an act for us? Before Yi Tianhao and the others could react, Feng Haoran's voice rang out again. It's not that I look down on you, but in my eyes you're not even worth as much as trash. The reason I accepted your challenge is that I wanted some peace and quiet, and I didn't want you barking wildly outside the Dao Palace every day. To save time, all of you disciples, bring on all at once. Chapter 61, The Power of the Primordial Double Pupils. To save time, all of your personal disciples, as many as you have, come at me all at once. Such provocative words made all the direct disciples eager to try. At this point, Yi Tianhao already considered himself the leader of this group of personal disciples. His hands clenched tightly, his brows furrowed, and just as he was about to step out to fight Feng Haoran, Li Kayingsun pulled him back. Brother Tianhao, he's very powerful, don't be impulsive. Yi Tianhao turned around and gave him a smile. Kayingsun, don't worry, I'll be fine. He pushed him away and then shouted at Feng Haoran. Defeat you, I Yi Tianhao am enough for you alone tilde. Whoosh tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out. In the void, he gathered the power of a punch, and a thunderous roar erupted in the air. Wu tilde. The 8 wastelands shake the heavens. The voice was vast and carried a kingly aura, resounding throughout the entire training ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless fist shadows rushed towards Feng Haoran, along with the main attacking divine fist. The latter didn't take him seriously at all, even though the attack was already right in front of him. He calmly changed his fist into a palm, and in an instant, a 6-pointed star array appeared out of thin air, blocking his way. Booms, boom. The fist shadows struck the star array, producing a series of explosive sounds. Yi Tianhao was surprised to see that his attack had been so easily countered. Unwilling to lose face in front of his many disciples, he clenched his fist, and a rusty sword appeared in his hand. Cough tilde. Although he knew the grade of the rusty sword, his current strength was not enough to unlock it. But when he took out his rusty sword, a sword shadow shot up through the air, spreading out in the void and emitting a sword cry. One sword shatters the heavens. When he shouted out his sword technique, his figure moved like lightning, and the rusty sword in his hand turned into a silver light that cut through the sky. The sword shadow carried a sweeping and heaven-shattering momentum, making people feel that it was unstoppable. Whoosh tilde buzz tilde. The terrifying power of the sword shocked everyone present. This boy's cultivation is at the 1st level of Immortal King, but this attack is probably comparable to that of an Immortal Emperor. More than that, If you ask me, he can at least contend with a 5th-level immortal emperor. Such a terrifying attack, I wonder if you can withstand it. It should be somewhat difficult. Although Dayazi's aptitude has been recognized by the Dean, his bone age is still a factor. Seeing Yi Tianhao, a 1st-level immortal king, unleash such a fierce attack, Feng Qingwu couldn't help but nod in approval. His strength had now been recognized by Feng Qingwu. Feng Haoran felt a gust of wind sweep over him, blowing his clothes and hair. Then, the powerful sword shadow continued to approach. Just when everyone thought he was about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly turned his body around. Buzz tilde boom tilde. A tremendous divine power emanated from his body, and his eyes emitted a hazy divine light. This power comes from the primordial double pupil, and its manifestation is the ability to determine life and death with a single glance. Rumble tilde tilde. The moment the primordial double pupil appeared, the laws permeating the void were instantly shattered. Even the space itself began to tremble, and Yi Tianhao's sword power was destroyed in an instant. A force of death surged toward Yi Tianhao. The latter immediately turned pale, and fear arose deep in his soul. Oh no! Seeing this, Feng Qingwu had no time to say anything, and her figure disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of Feng Haoran. She uttered a soft utterance, and a fierce wind suddenly arose, revealing a terrifying and ancient defensive star array. Boom rumbles. A loud bang came from the training ground, the powerful impact shattering the space itself. Clang tilde. Meanwhile, Feng Qingwu's ancient star array was still holding off Feng Haoran's attacks. The former's face was already pale, and a trace of blood was visible beneath his red lips. Click tilde. At this point, cracks had already appeared in the star array, and then, boom! Even after the star array was destroyed, the powerful primordial chaos double pupils continued to surge forward. Then a sharp cry, and the sound of blood spurting from the mouth rang out. Ah tilde, PFFT tilde, bang, bang tilde tap tap, tap tap. A sound of a body hitting the ground rang out, followed by the sound of feet stomping and retreating. At this moment, the field was completely silent, as if the pause button had been pressed. Even Li Kayingsun, who was devoted to Yi Tianhao, was stunned. Feng Haoran kept his hands behind his back, and then he shifted his body slightly. He looked directly at Feng Qingwu, who was clutching her chest, and Yi Tianhao, who was kneeling on the ground with an incredulous expression. He knew that if Feng Qingwu hadn't blocked that attack for him, he would probably have perished. Brother Tianhao, Li Kayingsun's loud shout finally broke the silence of the scene. At the same time, the shocked disciples watching the battle also came to their senses. Is this the kind of strength the younger generation should have? My God, my God! A single glance from him rendered a disciple comparable to an immortal emperor utterly defenseless. If it weren't for that beautiful woman's intervention, he would probably have perished. So, Dayazi's strength is truly astonishing, as expected of the disciple chosen by the Dean. I respect no one but him for the position of Taoist child of Wanling Academy. Agree. In the training ground, Feng Qingwu, clutching her chest with one hand, was extremely shocked. You must know, she was a prodigy of the 1st generation, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the immortal Saint King. Now he can't even withstand a single move from his opponent, if it weren't for using the Xuanji Pavilion's secret technique. I'm afraid both she and Yi Tianhao will die from this attack. Just how strong is this person? Moreover, judging from his bone age, he's not even 20 yet, but he possesses such strength. Feng Qingwu glared at the utterly indifferent Feng Haoran, her lips slightly parted. It was just a friendly sparring match. Why did you insist on him killing you? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the Academy? This attack was intentional on Feng Haoran's part. He wanted to see if the people from Xuanji Pavilion would make a move. If she doesn't make a move, then it will be a good opportunity to see the power of that Emperor Lotus. However, if she were to make a move, she could not only see the strength of the Xuanji Pavilion, but also use that strength to intimidate the direct disciples. He didn't want to waste his time on these ants. However, Feng Haoran was still somewhat dissatisfied with the power of the Hengmeng double pupil. They were supposed to be able to determine life or death at a glance. But of the two opponents, one was seriously injured and the other was incapacitated. In fact, what he didn't know was that the secret technique Feng Qingwu used was one that could withstand the attacks of the ancient emperor. Now, however, it was broken by a great emperor, and he was still dissatisfied. Of course, there is another point. The current Hengmeng double pupil has not yet reached perfection, not even the great completion stage. Therefore, the fact that he could unleash such power is already quite terrifying. Feng Haoran did not rush to respond to Feng Qingwu's words. Instead, he walked back to his throne and sat down, then slowly began to speak. I've already made my point clear. If you want to take on this challenge, you'd better be prepared to spend 1 or 2 years in bed recuperating. He wouldn't listen, so he has only himself to blame. Also, don't try to use the academy to intimidate me. Even if I accidentally kill him, the old headmaster won't do anything to me. You. Feng Haoran's smug and fearless attitude infuriated him. Whoosh whoosh tilde tilde. Just as she was wondering how to respond, 10 figures flew in from the void. These people were the 10 holy sons of the academy. Originally, they wanted their personal disciples to test the strength of the Dao sons first. Just now, a loud bang startled the entire academy. Even the 5 supreme elders and the palace masters were alarmed, but they did not show themselves. Instead, they remained hidden in the void. Bang, bang, banged. 10 figures appeared in the training ground, 2 of whom Feng Haoran was quite familiar with. One is Jiang Ruoxian, and the other is Su Luoxuan, whom they met in the secret realm. Of course, Yi Tianyu, whom I had met before, was also among them. Haha, I knew it. Who has such talent to be noticed by the Dean? It's you, Haoran. Chapter 62, Crushing the Soul Clan Emperor Xuan. Seeing Jiang Ruoxian walking towards him with a smile, Feng Haoran jokingly said, What, you also want to challenge the strength of my Taoist path? I'll pass. Although I've practiced a lot of sword techniques with my master these past few months, it's not for competing with others. Judging from Jiang Ruoxian's words, his strength should have improved considerably. Feng Haoran looked at him curiously and discovered that he had already reached the 9th level of the Immortal King realm. In just a few months, Jiang Ruoxian advanced from the 5th level of Immortal King to the 9th level. It's clear that his sword-obsessed master was quite capable. That's right, you've already reached the 9th level of Immortal King. It seems your master has treated you quite well. Young master, it's been months since we last met. I never imagined that the Taoist disciple of the academy would be you. At this moment, Su Luoxuan walked towards Feng Haoran. Does Miss Su believe that I am not qualified to become a disciple of the academy? Although Feng Haoran's words were meant as a joke, Su Luoxuan misinterpreted them as hostility towards her. Young master, you misunderstand. How could Luo Xuan have such thoughts? With your strength, becoming a Dao child is inevitable. Su Luoxuan looked a little awkward, which made Feng Haoran laugh. Haha, Miss Su, please don't be like that. I was just joking with you. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Haoran turned his gaze to a group of his personal disciples. Do you still wish to challenge me? If you wish to continue, then let's not waste any more time and attack together. Upon hearing this, the dozens of disciples looked around and retreated, cursing inwardly. Damn it, knowing you have such incredible strength. Anyone who challenges you is just asking for death, isn't they? Seeing them retreating, Feng Haoran knew that his intimidation had worked. Immediately his face darkened, and he shouted angrily, Since you're not going to fight, then get out of here. Ah, it's Michiko. The dozens of disciples felt a chill run down their spines. That power they had just witnessed had truly frightened them. Now even the way they address each other has changed, and they are extremely respectful. Even Long Zixiang, who possesses the desolate heaven battle body, left the training ground without saying a word. Yi Tianhao glared at Feng Haoran through gritted teeth, having thought today would be his chance to make a name for himself. Who would have thought this guy was so powerful that even the one from Xuanji Pavilion was seriously injured? Brother Tianhao, your injuries are very serious. Let me help you get healed. Li Kaiengsun whispered in his ear, just as Feng Qingwu arrived. With the help of the 2 women, he also left the training ground. Seeing that his personal disciples had all left, Feng Haoran looked at the other 8 holy sons in the arena with a wicked smile. I heard, you all have doubts about my identity as Daozi. You all want to challenge me. Now I'm giving you this chance. If you all work together, you can withstand one of my moves. Then I'd rather not have this position of Taoist child. HMPH tilde kid, don't look down on people. Don't think that just because you've been favored by the dean and have the status of a Dao child, you can spout nonsense here. How can we be compared to those personal disciples? Today, let me, Emperor Xuan of the Soul Clan, come and fight you. Whoosh tilde, a young man dressed in a silver outfit, flashed into the center of the martial arts arena. Feng Haoran remained seated, wondering why there were always some self-important people who wanted to show off. Just as he was about to get up, Jiang Ruoxian muttered something beside him. Haoran, I heard from my master that this Dai Xuan is a branch disciple of the Soul Clan, one of the 9 major ruling forces. He now possesses the strength of a ninth-level immortal king. You must be careful. Jiang Ruoxian still doesn't know Feng Haoran's strength. He always thought he was younger than him. Even with outstanding talent, it's not certain that someone could be much stronger than him, hence the reminder. Feng Haoran just smiled at his reminder and didn't take it seriously. Why aren't you getting up to fight? Are you afraid? Seeing that Feng Haoran did not move for a long time, Dai Xuan raised his head and said with an arrogant expression. The disciples below, who already knew Feng Haoran's strength, couldn't help but mourn for him upon seeing his appearance. His outbursts are nothing short of suicidal. So noisy. Suddenly, a cold voice came from Feng Haoran's mouth. Whoosh tilde. Then Feng Haoran's body transformed into a blur, appearing before Dai Xuan in the blink of an eye. Ah tilde. The latter felt a gust of wind and looked closely. The person in front of him was Feng Haoran, who had just been sitting on the emperor's throne. The figure that suddenly appeared startled him, causing him to stumble and take several steps back. But when he thought of the fact that most of the academy's disciples were present, he activated the power of his sacred body, chanted incantations, and made endless hand seals. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. Golden beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating Feng Haoran's body. This was the Soul Clan's soul-binding technique, just as Dai Xuan thought Feng Haoran's soul was imprisoned. The latter had a wicked smile on his face, and then he raised one hand high from which a divine light emanated. Whoosh tilde bang tilde. Dai Xuan's soul-sealing technique was instantly overwhelmed. Hem tilde. Seeing how easily he broke through his soul-binding spell, he looked somewhat incredulous. Just as he was about to launch another attack, Feng Haoran made his move. He took a step forward and his fist swung out. Banged. In an instant, a punch landed on Dai Xuan's abdomen. Ugh tilde. Dai Xuan's body suddenly rose from the ground, like a kite with a broken string, and rushed into the void, his screams being drawn out for a long time. Whoosh! Feng Haoran, who was originally on the ground, disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already in the void. Seeing Dai Xuan flying backwards with his body bent over, he kicked him horizontally. Banged! Whoosh tilde tilde tilde. Emperor Xuan was like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a streak of light in the void and heading straight for the ground. Banged! A crater was instantly created on the training ground, and dust and sand billowed up immediately. Buzz tilde. A scream echoed from the gray, deep pit. Ah tilde let me go. Gradually, as the dust settled, Feng Haoran's tall and straight figure came into view. As for Dai Xuan, he was trampled underfoot. Feng Haoran's actions were swift and decisive. His attack was undoubtedly executed in one fluid motion. Chapter 63, The Killing Intent Arises. The Supreme Being Descends. In the martial arts arena of Wanling Academy, very few people could see how he made his move. All they could hear were screams and the sound of his body hitting the ground. A holy son was trampled underfoot like this. Jiang Ruoxian doubted her own eyes. Holy crap, Haoran's strength is actually this powerful. I didn't even see how he made his move. Su Luoxuan, however, disagreed, because she had already learned of its powerful strength when she was in the secret realm. As for the other 7 holy sons, they were completely bewildered as to why Feng Haoran, at such a young age, possessed such strength. HMPH tilde a bunch of ants. How dare they challenge me, you ignorant fools. As he spoke, his murderous intent was revealed. He raised the foot that was stepping on Dai Xuan, preparing to crush his head. Ah no, he's going to kill Dai Xuan. How dare he? Dai Xuan is a member of the Soul Clan and a disciple of the Supreme Elder of Lishan Academy. Quick, let's save him together. The holy sons and daughters were extremely anxious. If Dai Xuan were to die, they also bear some responsibility, since it was everyone who brought up the idea of challenging Tao. Now, before they even make a move, Dai Xuan is about to fall at their feet. In a panic, they quickly leaped up, trying to stop them. Stop, release Dai Xuan immediately. He's a disciple of the Supreme Elder of Lishan. Feng Haoran turned to look at the group of people who had flown over, his face full of disdain. He completely ignored their advice and instead increased his pace. Seeing that Dai Xuan was about to be crushed, the holy sons who were still in the void shouted one by one. No, tilde tilde tilde. He's a member of the Soul Clan, a dominant force. They also wanted to use his identity to frighten Feng Haoran, but would he really be afraid of the ruling power? Ugh tilde a bunch of clueless bastards, trying to use their status to suppress others. How laughable. You have no idea how terrifying his identity is. Su Luoxuan saw the group rush forward to stop them and sighed inwardly. just as Feng Haoran stomped down, about to land on Dai Xuan's head. But a divine light appeared and blocked it, followed by a loud bang. Boom! The impact was so strong that I wasn't prepared to be knocked back by Feng Haoran. Whoosh tilde. Hiss. Feng Haoran, with both feet on the ground, streaked backward, leaving a long trail on the ground. Buzz tilde. He quickly used his internal strength to stabilize his backward body. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that someone from the academy had intervened. Haha, Dayazi, why go to such lengths and kill someone when it's just a friendly spar between peers? An old man appeared in the void, standing with his hands behind his back, and slowly landed in the martial arts arena. The old man looked at Feng Haoran with a smile, and then spoke again. I, Emperor Lishan, am the supreme master of the academy and also Emperor Xuan's master. Dayazi, although this matter was instigated by the Holy Sons, the academy also has its rules. As Holy Sons, they have the right to challenge the Dao Sun. If the Dao Sun is defeated, his identity will be taken over by the one who defeats him. The fact that Dai Xuan failed to defeat you only shows that he was not strong enough, but his crime did not warrant death. I implore Dayazi, for the sake of this emperor, to spare him this time. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Feng Haoran's icy voice resounded throughout the entire training ground, causing everyone present to gasp. Hiss tilde. Dayazi's words have offended the Supreme Elder of Lishan. What a damn big shot. He dares to be so disrespectful to even the Supreme One. So what if I've offended him? Does the Supreme Lord of Lishan have a family to rely on? That seems to be true. No matter what, I admire him. I've made up my mind. From now on, Michiko will be my idol. In the training ground, Li Shan's face first froze, then a stiff smile appeared. Teaching you how to do things is not my responsibility. After all, you have the dean to guide you. Since my affairs are none of your business, what right do you have to whine and complain here? You. Seeing that Feng Haoran showed him no respect whatsoever. As the saying goes, even a clay figure has some temper, let alone an academy elder. He is my disciple, the holy son of the academy. Challenging you is permitted by the academy's rules. However, the academy's rules forbid disciples from fighting each other. Your actions disregard these rules. According to you, as a Taoist disciple, I should be challenged by the academy's disciples. If every disciple comes to challenge me, will I still have time to cultivate? Since they want to challenge me, whether they live or die is up to me. What right do others have to interfere? Before the academy had Dayazi, I didn't know your rules, nor did I want to know. But now, I am the Taoist master of the Wanling Academy, so anyone who wants to challenge me must follow my rules. So today, I'm taking his life and no one else can change it tilde. Whoosh tilde. After saying that, Feng Haoran rushed towards Dai Xuan, who had been helped up by the other holy sons. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Lishan was startled, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already blocking Feng Haoran's way. With me here, you cannot kill him. Oh, really? Feng Haoran originally intended to unleash his emperor-level power and engage in battle with Lishan. However, remembering that the Chosen One had people from the Xuanji Pavilion by his side, he didn't want to reveal his combat strength too early before truly understanding the Xuanji Pavilion. It should be noted that, currently, under the system's protection, he is only displaying the cultivation level of a supreme being. Just then he sensed Wang Yi and Tian Qiu's auras, so he showed a disdainful expression on his face. Lishan assumed that he would kill Dixuan in front of him with his own strength, so he spoke up. Although I do not know how you cultivated, I can attest to your strength as a supreme being of heaven and earth. To think you could kill someone in front of me is utterly delusional. Lishan's words once again shocked all the disciples present. What? Dayazi has the cultivation level of a supreme being of heaven and earth. Holy crap, the supreme being of heaven and earth. What kind of concept is that? How old is he? How can he already be a supreme being of heaven and earth? No wonder Dayazi dared to challenge the Supreme Lord. What kind of race is Dayazi? How could such a heaven-defying being be born? Su Luoxuan stared blankly at Feng Haoran, who was blocked by Mount Li. I never imagined that my vision was too narrow and I underestimated your strength. At such a young age, you are already at the supreme realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxian felt a surge of emotions deep within her, her lips twitching as she uttered two words. Abnormals. Feng Qingwu, Yi Tianhao, and the others who had been seriously injured wanted to witness the battle between the holy sons and themselves, so they did not leave. Now, upon hearing that Feng Haoran possessed the cultivation level of a supreme being of heaven and earth, the former frowned deeply, seemingly making a connection to something. Could he be? No, even if he is a forbidden celestial being, it is impossible for him to advance to the supreme level in just 16 years. She had just had this idea when she rejected it herself. But Yi Tianhao, standing beside her, had a ferocious expression on his face, roaring inwardly. Why are you able to reach the supreme position in heaven and earth? Today I should have been the most dazzling person, but I've been shattered by your existence. HMPH tilde Dayazi, is it? And Yitianyu, including the entire clan, just you wait. When I conquer the Emperor, I will reclaim everything you have taken. Chapter 64, Lishan's Fury. In the void above the martial arts arena, just when everyone thought Dayazi was about to fight Lishan. Buzz tilde, the void suddenly distorted, and then a person dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask walked out of the space. Stop him or I will kill you. Feng Haoran's emotionless voice came through. His gaze lowered as he looked at Dai Xuan. Ah tilde, who is this person? Why does he make even I feel suffocated? Looking at Wang Yi, who was dressed in a black robe, Li Shan couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Feng Haoran didn't give him a chance to think much. After Wang Yi appeared, his figure vanished in a flash. When they reappeared, they were already above Dai Xuan and the others. Seeing this, Lishan was about to go and stop him when Wang, who had received Feng Haoran's orders, blocked him. Your opponent is me. Who exactly are you? The academy does not allow protectors to enter. In desperation, Lishan shouted loudly, but seeing that Wang Yi did not respond, he turned his gaze to Feng Haoran. Boy, you are already a disciple of the academy. I advise you not to make a mistake. HMPH tilde, she talks a lot. Feng Haoran ignored Li Shan's words and instead addressed Dai Xuan, who was surrounded by many holy sons. A disciple of a branch of the Soul clan, so what? I told you you're going to die today, and no one can save you. Whoosh tilde, ah tilde, quick, everyone work together to stop him. Seeing Feng Haoran rushing over, the other holy sons simultaneously unleashed an attack on him. Buzz tilde, whoosh tilde, the light of a firefly dares not rival the brilliance of the moon. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Haoran's body was protected by an energy shield. Buzz tilde, hiss. Without making a move, he charged forward to meet their attack. What is this? The power of a supreme being of heaven and earth. Seeing that he ignored their attacks, the holy sons' expressions turned solemn. Then they saw Feng Haoran wave his sleeve. Buzz tilde, a powerful force swept through the void, rushing straight towards them. Boom. Ugh tilde. The 6 holy sons and daughters were instantly thrown out, leaving only Dai Xuan behind. He watched Feng Haoran walk towards him step by step, his face filled with extreme fear, and his body involuntarily retreated. You stay away. I'm a disciple of a branch of the Soul clan and a follower of the main branch's young emperor. If you kill me, the Soul clan won't let you get away with it. I've already said the Soul clan can't be your backer, so you should just let those illusions fade away. Buzz tilde, whoosh tilde. Feng Haoran transformed his palm into a claw, and a tremendous suction force directly pulled Dai Xuan towards him. She grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, watching him struggle in her hands with a cold gaze. Let me go. I am a member of the Soul clan, the dominant force. If you kill me, even if you are a disciple of the academy, you will be buried with me. Even the dean cannot protect you. Even now, Dai Xuan is still using the Soul clan to threaten him. He let out a cold laugh. Heh, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to what I want to do. Just as Feng Haoran was about to make a move, Lishan, who was being restrained by Wang Yi, roared. Boy, if you kill him, I will fight you to the death. Since this is an academy, and both of them possessed extraordinary strength, they were suppressing their cultivation levels. If they were to unleash their full power, the entire Wanling Academy would likely be razed to the ground. Just as Lishan let out this loud roar, Dai Xuan, who had been pinched and squeezed by Feng Haoran, was. Suddenly, an object resembling a crystal ball appeared in his hand. He knew he was doomed, and a smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on his face. Heh. Even if I die at the Myriad Spirits Academy, you won't live much longer. I'll be waiting for you down there. Click tilde. He had barely finished speaking when the crystal ball in his hand was crushed. Feng Haoran looked in the direction of the sound. In Dai Xuan's view, he should be showing anger or fear at this moment. However, the last thing Feng Haoran left him with was a strange smile. Ga boom tilde. A terrifying force emanated from Feng Haoran's iron-like fingers. In an instant, it annihilated his soul and spirit. Daixuan's bewildered eyes remained open in death. A holy son had fallen so easily. In the end, even his body disappeared in Feng Haoran's hands. This scene left the disciples present stunned, uttering soft sounds. Ah, Dao, Daozi really killed him. He wasn't bluffing, he was actually serious. Why didn't the dean show up to stop this? Is it just because he's a Dao child? Does that give him the right to kill other disciples at will? When did Wanling Academy establish such a rule? Isn't it only in a life or death battle that life and death can be determined? In their view, Daozi was just trying to scare everyone, but they never expected him to actually kill them. Ah, Tilda, you little bastard, I'll annihilate. Lishan was engaged in a lukewarm fight with Wang Yi when he sensed his disciples' aura disappear. Turning around, he found that even the corpses were gone, and his anger surged forth. Boom! An aura of someone who had just stepped into the realm of ancient emperors emanated from his body, and instantly spread throughout the entire martial arts arena. Buzz tilde, buzz tilde. The immense pressure caused the disciples present to tremble continuously, their faces turning red, and fine beads of sweat constantly oozing out. Some of the weaker cultivators even lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move at all. Even Feng Qingwu, the immortal Saint King, was barely holding up a defensive barrier, protecting Yi Tianhao and Li Qiangsun within it. Li Qiangsun rarely saw her grandfather angry, and she was extremely worried. She wanted to go and persuade him, but Yi Tianhao stopped her. Boom! In an instant, golden light shone brightly from Lishan's body, and a fierce wind raged in the void. Wu Tilda, boy, I'll make you pay with your life. At this moment, Lishan's voice was like that of a deity from the heavens. He looked at Feng Haoran, who had a calm expression, and raised one hand. Buzzing! With a thought, the power of order surged in the ancient emperor's palm, and then gathered together. Whoosh Tilda! Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a golden beam of divine light of order shot straight towards Feng Haoran. Wherever the divine light passed, it pierced through space itself. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with such a devastating attack, Feng Haoran showed no fear and did not even put up a defense. Whoosh Tilda! Whoosh Tilda! Just as the attack was about to strike, Wang Yi stepped in front of Feng Haoran. He waved his hand with a relaxed expression, and a violent killing aura surged from his palm. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion was heard. Rumble Tilda! The collision of such powerful forces instantly cleaved space apart. Click, clang Tilda! Wu Tilda! Endless extraterrestrial gales relentlessly swept in, wreaking havoc on the Academy's martial arts arena. The disciples, on the other hand, suffered greatly, having to contend not only with the raging gales, but also with the oppressive force of the two ancient emperors. Help me! No, Your Excellency Lishan, I beg you to stop. This kind of gale is far too powerful. It's beyond our ability to withstand. The standoff between the two continued, but Wang Yi had not yet truly exerted his strength. He simply let Mount Li charge at him, but no matter how much force he exerted, he could not advance an inch. Buzz tilde, buzz tilde. The divine light continued to linger in the void, and the impact of the power grew stronger and stronger. The other supreme beings, who had been hiding in the void to watch the battle, were originally going to make a move when Feng Haoran killed Dai Xuan. Unfortunately, someone intervened, and now, seeing the Academy's martial arts training ground destroyed, the disciples are finding it even harder to withstand such a devastation. Just as they were about to appear to protect their disciples, a voice resounded throughout the entire Wanling Academy. That's enough. P.S. Hey everyone, could you guys give me some free encouragement to update? And while you're at it, could you give me a 5-star review? I'll give you all a big thumbs up. Chapter 65, This Lord Feng Haoran. That's enough. The sound was mixed with the power of rules that transcended order between Lishan and Yingyi, who were originally in a standoff. At that moment, however, he was directly blasted away by an unstoppable force. Boom! Ah tilde! Lishan retreated continuously, while Wang Yi flicked his sleeves and stood in front of Feng Haoran. The space that had been torn open was now rapidly repairing itself. Buzzing! Some disciples who still had energy left were extremely shocked to see this scene. Is this the Dean's power? It's too strong. A few breaths later, the ruptured space was restored to its original state, while the disciples who had fought so hard to resist were now slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Inhale, exhale, exhale, exhale. Whoosh tilde. At this moment, Wang Daolin's figure appeared in the void, his face cold as he surveyed the entire training ground. Finally, his gaze settled on Mount Li. You seem to... be holding a grudge against me for not stepping forward to save Dai Xuan for you. Buzz tilde boom tilde. The sound immediately struck Li Shan's mind. Li Shan's eyes flickered, but in the end she resolutely faced him. Dean, the Academy has a rule that, except in life or death battles, disciples must not be killed. But today, Dayazi actually relied on his superior strength to kill my disciple. I beg the Dean to judge how this child should be dealt with. Disposal, Li Shan. You can't be unaware of why the Soul Clan members were admitted to the hospital, can you? Knowing full well that he was a member of the Soul Clan and that he had ulterior motives, she still protected him in every way. Li Shan, let me ask you this. Do you feel you've stayed at Wanling Academy too long and want a change of scenery? What could it be? That the Supreme Elder of Li Shan wants to join the Soul Clan. This is absolutely stunning. Although the Soul Clan is the dominant force, it doesn't seem to be as strong as the Academy, does it? Yes, why would the Supreme Elder of Li Shan have such an idea? If you ask me, he wants to stand on both sides. That's possible. The Dean's words sparked a flurry of discussion among the disciples, while Li Kayingsun shook her head repeatedly upon hearing them. No, Grandpa isn't that kind of person. Kayingsun, don't worry, what the Dean said is just a guess. Listen to what your grandfather has to say. Yi Tianhao, who was standing nearby, quickly comforted him. At this moment, Li Shan's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and then he pretended to be bewildered. Dean, I don't know what you mean by that. Wanling Academy adheres to the principle of education for all. Now that I have accepted Dai Xuan as my disciple, I must naturally protect his life and safety. As for his purpose in coming to the Academy, that I have no idea. If the Dean insists on imposing a crime to protect Dayazi, then as the Academy's supreme leader, I will naturally obey the Dean's arrangements. Li Shan's words were quite brilliant. In front of all the disciples, he not only denied that he did not know Dixuan's purpose. Moreover, he made his disciples know that everything he did at Mount Li was for the sake of the Academy. Now, as the Dean, you are adding to his crimes for the sake of your disciple, and he has no choice but to accept it. At this moment, a cold smile inadvertently appeared on Li Shan's face, but it vanished in an instant. HMPH tilde Wang Daolin, I know what the Soul Clan is here at the Academy for. But now that I'm dead, there's no way to prove it. What can you do to me? You should think about how to face the students of the Academy. It's all that brat's fault for ruining my plans. The Soul Clan cultivation technique that was almost in my hands is now. At this moment, all the disciples felt that the Supreme Lord of Li Shan was of great righteousness, and that he was upholding the rules of the Academy in spreading the teachings. Unaware of Dai Xuan's purpose in coming to the Academy, it is understandable that he would protect his disciple. However, it is truly illogical for your Dean to punish him in order to protect his own disciple. Throughout the entire training ground, countless disciples stared at the Dean with questioning eyes, all wanting to know how the Dean would judge the matter next. Seeing his stubborn refusal to admit it, Wang Daolin shook his head and sighed. Oh, Li Shan, why did you do this? I originally wanted to give you a chance to correct your mistakes, and I didn't want you to lose face in front of all the disciples. But now you remain unrepentant. Fine, since that's the case, I'll let the Academy disciples see your true colors. Wang Daolin's words made Li Shan's heart skip a beat, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Then he and the Academy students saw the Dean wave his sleeve. Buzz tilde. In the void, a scene instantly appeared, showing Li Shan and Dixuan. The latter said to Li Shan with a wicked grin, Supreme Lord of Li Shan, as long as you can help my young emperor obtain that item, I rule over all forces. The supreme divine scripture of the Soul Clan will surely be delivered to you by the young emperor. At that time, Li Shan was deep in thought with a slight frown. Dixuan was not in a hurry and waited quietly for his answer. After a dozen or so breaths, Li Shan's slightly furrowed brows disappeared, revealing a smile on his face. I can agree to your request, but, Your Majesty, rest assured, the young emperor has already prepared a divine skill for you. As he spoke, Dai Xuan held a jade slip containing a divine skill floating in his hand and handed it to Li Shan. Once this is accomplished, I will personally deliver the Soul Clan's supreme divine scripture to you. After experiencing the powerful divine skill, Li Shan burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, all right, Dai Xuan, you will be my disciple in the Academy. Once that place is opened, I will tell you where that thing is. Haha, well then, thank you very much, Master. The image disappeared at that point, leaving the disciples in disbelief. So the Supreme Elder of Li Shan was actually this kind of person. I thought he was doing this for the sake of the Academy and to save his disciples, but it turns out he was only after his own selfish desires. This kind of person doesn't deserve to stay at the academy. Yes, for his own selfish desires, he actually colluded with foreign forces. He is not worthy of the position of supreme leader, let alone staying in the academy. Remove the supreme emperor of Lishan. Expel him from the academy. When the situation took a dramatic turn, the disciples roared in anger. Li Qiangsun was now slumped on the ground. Her grandfather, who used to be so kind and gentle, had instantly collapsed in her heart. No, this isn't my grandfather. My grandfather wouldn't do such a thing. Sighed Tilda. Yi Tianhao didn't know how to comfort her anymore. Ha, I never expected this. I really never expected this. Your strength has reached such a level that you were able to capture and present the events that happened in the academy. I have nothing to say. What do you want? Just come at me alone. Qiangsun is innocent. Knowing there was no point in making a defense, Lishan simply admitted it openly and agreed to accept the academy's punishment. But his only request was that his granddaughter be released. Lishan, you're so foolish. Bei Gong, Zhang Li, and the others appeared one by one and shook their heads. Foolish, since entering the ancient emperor realm, my cultivation has never improved. If there is no stronger imperial code, I have already seen the end. Rather than that, I might as well take a gamble. Now it's just bad luck that this kid ruined everything. Young man, I am very curious. You are so young, yet you possess such cultivation. What race do you belong to? Lishan knew he had reached the end of his road, so he was curious about who Feng Haoran really was. If it weren't for him, no one would care about his affairs with the Soul clan. All of this was because of Feng Haoran's existence, which ruined his plans. Feng Haoran stood in the void, his hands behind his back, and took a few steps forward. This lord is from the Feng clan, Feng Haoran. Chapter 66, Have you decided how you want to die? This lord is from the Feng clan, Feng Haoran. After Feng Haoran introduced himself, the academy disciples looked at each other as if they had never heard of this race before. The Feng clan, what kind of race is that? Are they very powerful? I don't know, I've never heard of this race before. Yes, all I know is the 9 sovereigns and the immortal forces. The Feng clan has never heard of them. Presumably, those who can produce a figure like Dayazi must be an extraordinary clan. Yes, perhaps we're just ignorant. It's normal that some disciples from smaller, less powerful families or independent cultivators are unaware of the existence of the Feng clan. If you mention the Forbidden Clan, then they all know about it. However, they didn't know it at the time. However, the elders of the academy were quite knowledgeable about the surnames and rules of the 5 forbidden clans. The Forbidden Space Clan, the Sealed Clan, I see my defeat was not unjust. Judging from your age, the forbidden celestial phenomenon that occurred 16 years ago must have been caused by your birth. Lishan, you're asking for death. Buzz Tilda. Boom. Upon hearing Lishan's words, Wang Daolin immediately unleashed a palm strike. He hadn't expected that Lishan would expose Feng Haoran's forbidden celestial body. Banged. PFFD Tilda. The sudden palm strike sent Lishan flying. As Lishan crashed to the ground, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. What, you still want to cover up the forbidden celestial body for him? I knew it. You haven't taken on any disciples for 10 epochs, so why have you personally appeared this time? It turns out a forbidden celestial body has arrived. You. Just as Wang Daolin was about to make a move, Feng Haoran spoke up. It's all right, I never intended to hide it. Old man, your guess is correct. I am the owner of that forbidden celestial body. Upon receiving Feng Haoran's personal confirmation, the academy disciples were all shocked and took several steps back. Spatial taboos, clan sealing. They're actually a forbidden race. Buzz, boom. Just as one of the disciples unknowingly uttered the word, forbidden, lightning and thunder suddenly flashed in the void. Sizzle, slap, slap. A visible crimson causal relationship appeared above their heads. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck across the void, directly descending upon the disciples who were bound by cause and effect. Rumbled. Help. Banged. A dozen or so explosions rang out, instantly turning them into ashes. Those standing next to the fallen disciples hurriedly covered their mouths, afraid they would lose control. Wang Daolin did not try to stop the karmic lightning punishment, because it was their own fault. Even if he were to block it, those karmic consequences would involve him, and he would also be discovered by the great Tao. Therefore, he cannot make a move. It's him, it really is him. The person Master predicted has appeared. At this moment, Feng Qingwu murmured softly, something she had never expected. The forbidden celestial body is already a supreme being of heaven and earth. How could she assist heaven's mandate in killing it? Moreover, there was an ancient emperor by his side. She couldn't even deal with a supreme being, let alone an ancient emperor. No, we should send this message to Master first. Master must have a backup plan. As she spoke, she used a secret technique to force out a drop of essence blood, which landed on a communication crystal in her hand. Buzz Tilda, her essence and blood were instantly absorbed, and then a ray of divine light flew out from between her eyebrows and entered into it. This was the message she wanted to convey. Buzzing Tilda. At that moment, the communication crystal in Feng Qingwu's hand vanished instantly. At this moment, Yi Tianhao, who was beside her, was trembling all over, his hands clenched tightly. No, how could this be? How could he be a forbidden celestial body? With his current cultivation level, how can I possibly fight against him? No, this isn't real. I have to kill him. The desolate heaven cannot be destroyed in his hands. Kill, I must kill him. Without realizing it, Yi Tianhao began to speak incoherently, and his eyes had turned blood red. This is a sign that he has fallen into demonic possession. His mind is filled with thoughts of killing Feng Heoran. Tianhao, wake up. Sensing something was wrong, Feng Qingwu hurriedly called out, trying to wake him up. However, no matter how she called out, the demonic energy emanating from Yi Tianhao grew stronger. Feng Qingwu began to panic. If they were to reveal their intention to kill Feng Heoran now, they would both perish here. Yi Tianhao, wake up. Whoosh Tilda. Just as he was about to go berserk, the Chaos Emperor Lotus within Yi Tianhao's body emitted a wisp of refreshing divine light, suppressing the demonic energy in his heart. Buzz Tilda. What happened? What just happened to me? Once he regained consciousness, Yi Tianhao had no idea what had just happened. Feng Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that he had regained consciousness. Phew, Tilda Tianhao, you almost fell into demonic possession just now. Remember this, you must control your mind in the future. Do not let the power of the forbidden celestial body cloud your judgment. I have already informed my master about this matter, so you can rest assured. Master will surely have other arrangements. You must trust Xuanji Pavilion. Feng Qingwu's words made Yi Tianhao feel a chill of fear. What if he had fallen into demonic possession at this moment? Then, not to mention Feng Heoran, even the dean would probably personally kill him. Miss Qingwu, I'm sorry, but don't worry, I won't do it again. On the other side, Yi Tianhao had not made any moves since he appeared. Now that he heard that Feng Heoran was the forbidden celestial body, he had an I-see look on his face. So, he is the forbidden celestial body. No wonder he knew about Yi Tianhao's destiny. That race is indeed extraordinary. It seems it's time to have a serious talk with him about this matter. Now that Feng Heoran has made his identity clear, it's none other than Feng Qingwu. Other holy sons associated with powerful clans also sent out messages. Feng Heoran saw all of this, but he did not stop it. For him, attracting those powerful clans was not necessarily a bad thing. Old man, I really didn't expect that someone I casually killed would be the one who came to the academy to steal treasures. I never expected that someone like you would appear in the academy, which has always been united. Now that I've answered your question, have you decided how you want to die? Number Dean, Lord Dayazi, my grandfather was just temporarily bewitched. I implore you to forgive him this time, considering how much effort he has put into the academy. Li Qian discovers that Feng Heoran is about to kill her grandfather. Unable to bear the thought of her beloved grandfather dying, she hurriedly pleads with the two men for his life. Toil and effort, haha, he's probably just selfish. If people like this can still exist in the world, then the destruction of the Myriad Spirits Academy is not far off. Boy, do whatever you want with me, don't be so high and mighty. Lishan was afraid that this matter would implicate his granddaughter, so he was eager to die. Feng Heoran could easily see through his thoughts. Then he glanced sideways at the back and called out softly, Wang Yi. Whoosh Tilda. Wang understood Feng Heoran's meaning in an instant, and in a flash, he arrived at the top of Mount Li. The immense power of an ancient emperor surged forth from his body. Buzzing, then, with a devastating killing order gathering in his hand, Wang Yi extended a finger. The speed was so fast that even if Lishan wanted to escape, it was impossible for him to do so with just one finger. Moreover, at this moment, Lishan was determined to die. He closed his eyes slightly and instantly felt an attack coming from between his eyebrows. Whoosh Tilda. A surge of violent killing power instantly flooded his body. Boom! A sound came from within Lishan's body. and the several elders who worked with him closed their eyes one by one. I can't bear to see them come to this. No, Grandpa. A heart-wrenching scream came from Li Qiangsun's mouth as she stumbled and ran away. Lishan slowly opened his eyes and watched his granddaughter run towards him. A look of regret and reluctance appeared on his face. Zunner, live well. Russell. Lishan's body gradually dissipated before Li Qiangsun arrived. The latter, however, missed her target, and with tears streaming down her face, roared to the sky. Ah, Tilda. Her once black hair turned snow-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even her clear, bright eyes turned bloodshot at that moment. She turned sharply, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Feng Haoran, and a cold voice came from her mouth. This grudge, I Li Qiangsun, will never forgive you. Chapter 67, The Young Emperor of the Soul Clan, Emperor Slaying Heaven. This grudge, I Li Qiangsun, will never forgive you. Originally a pure and lovely young girl, she has now become so hateful because of the death of her grandfather. You, how dare you seek revenge against His Highness? Today I will deal with you first on His Highness's behalf. Before Feng Haoran could speak, Xiao Yuning, who had remained silent until now, took a step forward. Whoosh, Tilda. His figure streaked across the void, rushing towards Li Qiangsun. Miss Qingwu, please, I'd like to trouble you. Seeing that Xiao Yuning was going to kill Li Qiangsun, Yi Tianhao, who was now powerless, could only ask Feng Qingwu for help. Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already soared into the sky. Whoosh, Tilda. Just as Xiao Yuning's attack was about to reach Li Qiangsun, Feng Qingwu appeared and countered with a palm strike. Boom! A powerful divine light surged forth instantly, rippling through the void. Since Xiao Yuning was a 9th-level supreme being of heaven and earth, her attacks were simply beyond the current ability of Feng Qingwu to withstand. Whoosh, Tilda. Under the impact of the supreme divine power, her beautiful figure was directly blasted away. His body, which had just stopped, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he stared in horror at Xiao Yuning, who was floating in the void. Unexpectedly, even one of his maids was a supreme being. This boy has already started his killing spree. He will be extremely difficult to deal with in the future. I hope Master can send a powerful expert to assist him. Thinking of this, she was afraid that Xiao Yuning would make another move, so she straightened up and looked at Wang Daolin. Dean, while the Supreme Elder of Lishan may have made mistakes, he has also dedicated his life to the Academy. Now he has perished here because of a terrible mistake that has not yet been made, and his descendants should not be implicated by him. As the saying goes, one should not bring trouble upon one's family. Miss Qiangsun is still young, ignorant, and has nothing to do with this matter. The reason I said those words was because my loved ones had died, and my heart was already consumed by hatred. I believe all the elders and palace masters are aware of her character. Therefore, Qingwu earnestly begs the Dean to spare her life. Please, Dean and Daozi, spare Qiangsun. When Feng Qingwu pleaded for her, the Supreme Lord and the Palace Master spoke at the same time. I implore the Dean and Daozi to forgive Senior Sister Qiangsun, Junior Sister. Apart from Jiang Ruoxian, Su Luoxuan, and Yitianyu, there were no other disciples in the entire training ground. Almost all the disciples were pleading for Li Qian's life. Wang Daolin moved his gaze around and finally fixed it on Feng Haoran. At this moment, Xiao Yuning did not act cleverly again and turned around to look as well. At this moment, Feng Haoran's gaze swept over everyone present, a cold smile rising in his heart. As expected of the beauty destined by fate, she actually managed to get almost everyone in the academy to plead for her life on her deathbed. However, if I were to act now, it would incite public outrage, but am I afraid? Obviously not. But old Wang's troubled look. Fine, I'll give him face and consider it repaying the favor he owes me for his status as a Taoist. I don't like owing people anything. At worst, let her perish along with the chosen one. That would be a virtuous act. Thinking of this, he nodded under Wang Daolin's gaze, which was considered as his agreement. Then Wang Daolin spoke. Lishan disregarded the Academy's rules and made a private deal with the Soul Clan. Now that he has fallen, he deserves to die. As for his descendant, Li Qiangsun, the Academy, considering her young age, was unaware of this matter. Therefore, let's give her another chance. She can go to the inner sect from now on. Wang Daolin originally wanted to expel Li Qiangsun from the Academy, but then he thought about how close she was to Tiananmen. If they leave the Academy, the trajectory of their destiny will change in many ways, and it will be difficult to control at that time, so they have no choice but to leave it behind. Thank you, Dean. Upon hearing that the Dean had agreed, Everyone happily bowed and thanked him. Everyone please disperse. After Wang Daolin finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Just as Feng Haoran was about to leave, the system's voice rang out. Ding, as the master has demonstrated his strength to the world for the first time, shocking all the disciples of the Myriad Spirits Academy. A critical hit reward has been triggered. The master is rewarded with 4 pieces of Great Tao divine armor. If the master's subordinates wear them, they can ignore the lightning punishment and be immune to the divine command to subdue them. The master is rewarded with 5 Emperor pills. After consuming them, like the Supreme Saint pill, the master will directly advance to the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm without any side effects, and will be loyal to the master for life. The master cannot use these pills. 1 Great Emperor Beast Core, exclusive to Bai Z, is awarded to the master. The master is now rewarded with 10,000 years of cultivation. The reward has been distributed, and the master is requested to claim it. If it's necessary to merge cultivation levels, the master only needs to inform the dog. After the system's voice disappeared, Feng Haoran instantly realized the meaning behind the system's reward. It seems that the news of my coming out to experience the world will cause complete chaos in the desolate heaven. That's good too. Life without any spice would be utterly devoid of surprises. Whoosh tilde. Feng Haoran flashed and rushed towards his Daosun palace, while Wang Yi and Zhao Yuning hurriedly followed. Yi Tianhao stared in the direction they had left, gritting his teeth. Just you wait, I will definitely avenge Kayangsun. After saying that, he went to the training ground and called out softly to Li Kayangsun. Kayangsun. Li Kayangsun, whose body was originally tense, opened her mouth when she saw Yi Tianhao's figure, but before she could say anything, she fainted. Ah, Kayangsun. He nervously hugged her tightly, and Feng Qingwu let out a long sigh. Oh, she's all right. It's just that this blow was too much for her to bear. Upon learning that she was all right, Yi Tianhao carried her to his residence. In the Emperor Origin Domain, Soul Continent within the Soul Clan, one of the 9 overlords. At this moment, inside an extremely luxurious hall that floats in the void, a handsome young man wearing a purple gold crown and a silver robe with gold trim exuded nobility. He leaned against his seat of honor, one hand supporting his forehead, his eyes slightly narrowed as he listened to the report from below. This person is named Dai Shishan, the 1st-generation prodigy of the Soul Clan and also the young emperor of the Soul Clan. His strength is similar to that of Feng Yukong and others. Upon hearing that Dai Xuan had died and had even depicted the scene before his death, he suddenly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Open the scene he left behind before his death. I, the young emperor, want to see who is so bold as to dare to kill even my people." Yes, tilde. Below, a woman with a charming figure held a communication crystal in her slender hand. Under her mental control, the crystal suddenly emitted a light and then projected an image. In the scene, Feng Haoran is gripping Dai Xuan's neck with one hand, and the latter is struggling to breathe as he speaks. "Let me go. I am a member of the Soul Clan, the dominant force. If you kill me, even if you are a disciple of the Academy, you will be buried with me. Even the Dean cannot protect you. Heh, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to what I want to do. Heh, heh, heh. Even if I die at the Myriad Spirits Academy, you won't live much longer. I'll be waiting for you down there." Click. After the sound of a neck being crushed was heard, the video disappeared. The young man on the throne immediately flew into a rage. HMPH tilde very well indeed. A mere disciple of an academy dares to disregard this young emperor. Snow Maiden, prepare the carriage. This young emperor will personally confront this arrogant ant. Buzz tilde. Just as the woman below was about to agree, an old man who looked like a servant suddenly appeared in the hall. Young emperor, the Soul Emperor says that the forbidden celestial body has been born, and he requests that you go to the Myriad Spirits Academy in the Azure Spirit Domain. He said that if given the chance, they would eliminate them, but they absolutely could not reveal that it was the work of the Soul Clan. Once exposed, not a single survivor would be left. Oh, what a coincidence. This young emperor is heading to the Kangling Domain, so I'll take care of him along the way. P.S. Hey everyone, if you think it's all right, please urge me to send more for free. And while you're at it, give it a 5-star rating. Chapter 68, the 1st generation of the Wang clan, Wang Shengyu. After Feng Haoran revealed his identity, many disciples of Wanling Academy spread the word. Instantly, the entire desolate universe erupted in chaos. The 9 dominant forces, as well as the immortal forces, all received news of the forbidden celestial body's emergence. Some wanted to kill him as soon as possible, while others wanted to establish a relationship with him. Even the 3 forbidden families among the 5 taboos that are enemies of the Feng clan have now arranged for their members to be born. At this time, the taboo Wying clan, beside a vast Ling River, a young man wearing a dark cloak with gold trim stood. He remained motionless, but his long black hair was blown by the wind, and he held a fishing rod that gleamed with gold. He wasn't fishing for fish, because this spirit river was home to countless sacred beasts. However, at this moment, Buzz Tilda, suddenly the fishing rod in his hand made a loud noise, and his previously closed eyes snapped open. Whoosh Tilda, a golden light shot out from his eyes, and he immediately exerted force in his hand, grabbing the fishing rod and lifting it up. Singing Tilda, a voice, neither dragon nor dragon, came from the spirit river. PFFD Tilda, a huge sound rang out as a blue creature leaped out of the spirit river, its mouth dangling from a fishing rod. It writhed in pain, then was tossed ashore by the cloaked youth. Singing Tilda, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a water-blue killin, with the shape of a dragon's head, deer antlers, lion's body, and eagle's claws, its entire body covered with blue, luminous spirit fragments. He exuded the aura of a 5th-level supreme being, while the young man holding the fishing rod had only just entered the 1st level of the supreme being realm. Buzz Tilda, before the young man could reel in his fishing rod, a laugh echoed from the void. "Haha, congratulations, Xiao Hao. You have obtained a sacred beast, the water killin. Xiao Hao is the title of the next patriarch of the Wying clan, and this young man is named Wying Shengyu. He was also one of the 1st generation of prodigies of the Wying clan." At this moment, he looked at the newcomer but did not reply. Instead, he put away his fishing rod. Approaching the water unicorn, he uttered an extremely cold and ruthless voice. "Is he dead or alive?" The water unicorn's enormous eyes stared at him, and it sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent emanating from him. It was as if his answer, if unsatisfactory, would lead to his impending death. In order to survive, it knelt down on its front hooves just like a human. Singing Tilda, at the same time, it emits a low growl, as if indicating its willingness to submit. Seeing this, Wying Shengyu patted the water unicorn's head, then turned to look at the newcomer. The man was a middle-aged man, and then he spoke in a faint voice. "Why are you here instead of with my father?" The middle-aged man gave a fawning smile. Xiahao, the clan leader, said that a forbidden celestial body has appeared. 16 years ago, the clan suffered a hidden loss with the Feng clan. He said, with your qualifications and strength, it's time for the Feng clan to pay the price. Upon hearing this, Wying Shengyu suddenly stopped what he was doing, his face growing increasingly grim. HMPH Tilda, you've finally decided to come out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. With that, he stepped onto the back of the water unicorn and shouted into the void. Yan Tian, bring the Haitian guards and come with me, Xiao Hao, into the world. Yes, Tilda. Singing Tilda. Just after a response came from the void, the water unicorn under Wying Shengyu let out a long cry and then disappeared into the void. Similar things have happened among other factions as well. Meanwhile, Feng Qianju was still handling affairs in the imperial palace, as the forbidden clan was at large. The man in black armor reappeared silently inside the hall. Master, the young master, revealed his identity at the Wanling Academy. "Oh, is that so?" Feng Qianju responded with a simple 3-word reply, as if this was something he had expected. Seeing his master's expression, the man in black armor had no way to respond. He was torn between leaving and staying, and though he wanted to speak several times, he swallowed his words. Fortunately, Feng Qianju spoke up at this moment. It seems that he felt there was no one among his peers worth his attention, so he lured out the 1st generation of these forces. "That's fine. Let those early geniuses become his testing ground. Then, should we send more people to protect the young master's safety?" The words of the man in black armor made Feng Qianju ponder for a while before he spoke again. "If we send our clan guards, Haoran will have no room to maneuver. Therefore, Zhui Feng and the others should be at Tian Qi's command. In case of any special circumstances, they must arrive immediately." Yes, Tilda. Inside the Dao Palace of the Myriad Spirits Academy in the Azure Spirit Realm. At this moment, Feng Haoran asked Zyro Yuning to go and call Yukong and the others over. He himself released Bai Zi, and the great Emperor Beast Core that belonged to it appeared as well. Bai Zi saw a very enticing pill appear in the other's hand and stared at it intently. When he casually tossed the pill over, it didn't hesitate at all, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. Buzz Tilda. Instantly, the supreme power within Bai Zi's body was swallowed up by the power of an unparalleled emperor. Roar Tilda. In an instant, the power of the great emperor surged wildly within its body, causing excruciating pain that made it roar incessantly. Fortunately, the pain did not last long, and Bai Zi's cultivation level continued to rise at a visible speed. Buzzing, in just a few breaths, he advanced from the 9th level of the Supreme Realm to the 9th level of the Great Emperor Realm. Roar Tilda. Overjoyed, it let out a roar and flashed to Feng Haoran's side. It affectionately rubbed its head against him, and didn't forget to lick Feng Haoran's hand. In such a short time, it has advanced from the 5th level of the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm to the 9th level of the Great Emperor Realm. It improved so quickly without damaging its foundation. How could it not be happy? Bai Zi is now very glad he made that choice. Whoosh! Suddenly, 5 streaks of light appeared in the void and flew towards Feng Haoran. Whoosh! Buzz Tilda. When their figures appeared, it was Zyro Yuning and Yukong and the others. Your Majesty! Yukong Jingzhan, Xing Chen, and Zai Yuan bowed to him. They're here. Feng Haoran stroked Bai Zi's snow-white fur with one hand and dragged 4 exquisite battle armors with the other. These are 4 suits of armor comparable to the most precious treasures of the desolate heaven, called the Great Tao Divine Armor. You will each receive one. Buzz Tilda. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 pieces of Great Tao Divine Armor flew from Feng Haoran's hands to the 4 people. They looked at each other and then knelt down together. Your Majesty, such precious treasures should remain with you. Having them will provide you with an extra layer of protection. Since I've given it to you, take it. Now that my identity has been exposed, it seems that those self-proclaimed prodigies from powerful clans should be arriving in the Kangling domain soon. From now on, you will all stay by my side, but your current cultivation levels are still too weak. Therefore, you shall take the Great Tao Divine Armor and then consume this pill. Buzz Tilda. This time, 5 pills appeared, including one for Zyro Yuning, who was standing to the side. Upon seeing this, the latter's brows immediately revealed an undisguised joy. Several years ago, she had seen such pills, but at first she did not believe they could improve one's cultivation. Later, facts proved it, so when she saw this kind of pill again, she grabbed it without hesitation and knelt down to express her gratitude. Yu Ning thanks your highness for bestowing the pill once again. As she spoke, she put the pill directly into her mouth. Buzz Tilda. The elixir melted upon entering her mouth, forming a powerful imperial force that surged into her entire body. Boom! The power of law within Zyro Yuning gradually perfected, and divine light suddenly shone brightly. Upon seeing this, the 4 people in the air showed expressions of horror. What kind of pill is this? It actually allowed her to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. They were stunned, and no one offered an answer because Zyro Yuning was the best answer. Not long after, Zyro Yuning, who was at the 9th level of the Great Emperor Realm, slowly got up. She felt the power within her body and was overjoyed. How are you feeling? Your Highness, this feeling is wonderful. Just as Zyro Yuning was about to give Yukong and the others the pills. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them instantly grabbed the pills floating in the void and stuffed them into their mouths. Buzz Tilda. Chapter 69, The Minor Villain Makes His Move. In the vast universe, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, many of the first generation of prodigies from various forces emerged and rushed to the Kangling domain. However, these first-generation prodigies came up empty-handed. 3 years ago, strange phenomena appeared in the desolate sea region of the Kangling domain. Some speculate that it is the appearance of a rare treasure, while others guess it is an ancient secret realm. As for what it is, that remains to be investigated. As the only immortal force in the Kangling domain, the Wanling Academy naturally had to go there to investigate. Meanwhile, all the core disciples of the Academy also entered the desolate sea domain, hoping to find rare treasures of heaven and earth. As the chosen one, Yi Tianhao naturally bore the brunt. As the saying goes, unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth must indicate extraordinary treasures, and those destined by heaven are the harvesters of these treasures. Therefore, under Feng Qingwu's guidance, they had already arrived at the desolate sea domain. Of course, Feng Haoran, the Reaper of Destiny, is also indispensable. After all, the treasure-hunting rat is already ready, so how could he be missing? Therefore, upon hearing this, the first generation of prodigies from various forces in the desolate heaven also rushed to the desolate sea domain. The so-called desolate sea domain is a region that occupies one-third of the entire Kangaling domain. As its name suggests, it is vast and boundless, and many unidentified creatures exist within it. Some inhabit floating islands, some are located on sacred mountains, and of course, the most numerous are located at the bottom of the sea. Long ago, many creatures, unaware of the dangers of the seas, came in search of treasure, but almost none of them returned. It was later known as one of the two most dangerous places in the Kangaling domain, the other being the Netherworld Ghost Forest. Now, due to a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth, many young prodigies and even powerful emperors have been attracted. In the desolate sea region, strange celestial phenomena rose into the sky and lasted for 3 whole years. However, there has been no sign of the rare treasures or ancient secret realms being opened for a long time. At this moment, on an extremely large island that was relatively close to the strange phenomenon, a man dressed in white, close-fitting clothes was accompanied by 2 extremely beautiful women, a face of unparalleled beauty and aloof elegance, like an ice lotus. The other one is pure and beautiful, but has a head of snow-white silver hair. Both women possessed unique beauty, and these 3 were Yi Tianhao, Feng Qingwu, and Li Qiangsun from Wanling Academy. The 3 had just finished a fierce battle, and the ground was littered with the corpses of unknown creatures. As they tirelessly dug into the animal's core, Buzz Tilda. Suddenly, a delicate silver token emerged from the body of a crocodile-like creature. Sister Qingwu, what is this? Yi Tianhao held the silver token that was floating in the void in his palm. When Feng Qingwu saw this, she hurriedly came over. Because her figure moved so fast, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Feng Qingwu approached Yi Tianhao and examined the silver token. Yi Tianhao, on the other hand, stared intently at the former, somewhat stunned. This item, just as Feng Qingwu was about to speak, she sensed something was off about Yi Tianhao, but when she saw him staring intently at her, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. After 3 years of getting along, the relationship between the 3 has gradually deepened. As the first prodigy of this generation, Feng Qingwu was addressed as Sister Qingwu by Yi Tianhao and Li Qiangsun. Ah, well, Sister Qingwu, you go ahead and say it. Yi Tianhao, realizing what was happening, felt a little embarrassed but tried to remain calm. This object is engraved with ancient divine patterns, and it does resemble a key. What a key? What kind of key is this? Feng Qingwu handed the silver token back with her slender hand and shook her head. I don't know about that. Since you are fortunate enough to obtain this item, you will surely be able to find the place to open it in the future. As Yi Tianhao spoke, he put away the silver token. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of several figures traversing space echoed in the void. Haha, my good brother, so you're here. I've been looking for you for ages. What, it was him? The voice of the speaker was extremely familiar to Yi Tianhao, and then the figure appeared that he would never forget in his life. Buzzing, the newcomer was Yi Tianyu, and behind him stood a group of masked people. There were about a dozen of them. They were elders of the Changqing Yi clan at the level of immortal saint kings. He wore a mask because he was afraid of failing to completely kill Yi Tianhao, and was worried about exposing his identity. Yi Tianyu, what are you doing here? Over the past 3 years, Yi Tianhao's cultivation has naturally improved, and he has now reached the immortal emperor realm. However, he was no match for the dozen or so powerful saint kings beside him. At this moment, the 3 of them had gathered together, with Yi Tianhao, the only man, protecting the 2 women behind him. I'm here to find treasure, of course, and incidentally, to deal with this scourge of your family. As Yi Tianyu spoke, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. HMPH tilde deal with me. Let's see if you have the ability. Sister Qingwu, I'll hold them off for a bit. You take Qiangsun and get out of here quickly. No, I won't leave. I want to fight alongside Brother Tianhao. Knowing that the dozen or so people on the other side were powerful, Yi Tianhao decided to stay behind to hold them off while the 2 women left first. However, Li Qiangsun was unwilling. In the past 3 years, she had secretly fallen in love with him. She felt that Yi Tianhao was the person she would entrust her life to, so how could she leave him if he was in danger? Seeing the 2 of them like this made Feng Qingwu shake her head. All right, I'll hold off those dozen or so holy kings for a while, and the 2 of you can join forces to deal with Yi Tianyu. If you have the chance, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. I'll come looking for you when I'm free. No, Sister Qingwu, let's go together, too. Okay, stop being so fussy. Don't worry, I'll be fine. HMPH tilde trying to escape. Did I, the young master, agree to that? Seeing what the 3 people opposite were whispering about, Yi Tianyu immediately understood their thoughts. Then he waved to the dozen or so holy kings behind him. Go wipe them out. Whoosh! A dozen or so elders remained silent, then instantly rose from the ground and rushed over. Buzzing, Feng Qingwu's expression was cold and stern. She formed a hand seal, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Whoosh tilde. Then without hesitation, she rushed forward. As soon as she arrived in the void, she was surrounded by more than a dozen people. Facing this group of holy kings, she waved her hand lightly, and a golden light instantly spread out in the void. Boom! Go kill her! As soon as one person spoke, more than a dozen people rushed forward at the same time, and the two sides instantly clashed. A powerful impact suddenly resounded from the void, as dazzling divine power intertwined and continuously exploded. Booms rumbled. On the ground, seeing Feng Qingwu handling more than a dozen people with ease, Yitianhao's worries subsided. His gaze was icy as he stared at Yitianyu. Run, HMPH, I won't leave until I kill you. Whoosh tilde. Seeing the attack coming towards him, Yitianyu's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he suddenly struck out with a palm. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. A deafening explosion rang out in the air, and raging flames shot straight at Yitianhao. Whoosh! The latter was agile and swift, his movements swift and elusive, constantly dodging the attacks of the flames and instantly appearing in front of Yitianyu. 8 desolate heaven-shattering fist tilde. Buzz tilde. A fist-shaped shadow emerged from Yitianhao's arm. Good timing. Yitianyu looked at him with amusement and fearlessness, then swung out a palm strike with menacing force. Heavenly flame palm tilde. Few tilde. Whoosh tilde. A giant palm print, engulfed in flames, collided with Yitianhao's fist. Boom! Chapter 70, Yitianhao vs Yitianyu. Boom! The powerful impact rippled across the ground, snapping the surrounding trees and plants in half. As the young master of the Changqing clan, Yitianyu's cultivation level had already reached the 9th level of the immortal Emperor realm. During these years, he received meticulous instruction from Master Zhang Li of the Academy. With the consumption of extraordinary resources and his cultivation within a secret spatial treasure, he has now reached the realm of a saint. In the past, without thousands of years of accumulation, it would have been a pipe dream to become a saint. Now that the great era has arrived, various supreme bodies and holy bodies are emerging in large numbers, and even the rules of heaven and earth are much easier to comprehend than before. In addition, Yitianyu himself was born with a Taoist bone, and now he has merged with the ancient sacred body. He was a peerless genius, a rare talent seen only once in several eras, which is why he had the opportunity to become a saint, and his strength was extremely heaven-defying. With just this one strike, Yitianhao was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. His footprints stretched long on the ground, and when he stopped, his blood and chi surged within him. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing this, Li Kaiengsun approached with a worried expression. Brother Tianhao, are you all right? Ha ha, my good brother, I forgot to tell you. I have already reached the realm of a saint. Only now do I understand what it means to be an ant beneath a saint, even if you have concealed your cultivation. Even if you are now a demigod, you are no match for me, not even for a single move. Hateful! Yitianhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward again. However, this time he was holding the myriad dragon's divine sword, a top-grade imperial weapon. The Wanlong divine sword, which was originally sealed, has been gradually unsealed by Yitianhao over the years. When he took out the sword, the immortal spirit within him continuously poured into it. Cough tilde, a sword's cry rang out, unleashing a powerful imperial might that reverberated through the void. What? I didn't expect you to possess an imperial artifact. One sword and 10,000 dragons emerge. Singing tilde. In response to Yitianyu, 10,000 phantom dragons burst forth from the divine sword. The dragon's might resounded, shaking the heavens. 10,000 dragon shadows swirled in the void before rushing toward Yitianyu. Singing tilde tilde tilde. Break! With a loud shout, Yitianyu unleashed a force that could uproot mountains and rivers, his hands flying across the ground. Rumble tilde. In an instant, he neutralized Yitianhao's attack, while the heavenly flame within his body surged, seemingly capable of burning everything away. So what if it's an imperial weapon? It's a pity you don't have the strength to unleash its power. Just by swinging his sword once, Yitianhao was already panting heavily. At this moment, half of the immortal emperor's power within him had been drained. Go to hell! Great Luo Heavenly Flame Palm Tilde. Buzz Tilde. Whoosh. As Yi Tianyu waved his hand, a palm print with earth-shattering power instantly appeared in the void. Buzzing, a powerful pressure swept in from the void, and Yi Tianhao frowned slightly. Fine beads kept gushing out from his temples. He gripped his sword with both hands and mobilized the last remaining power of the immortal emperor within his body. Wu Tilde, with the infusion of immortal spirits, the myriad dragon's divine sword shone with golden light, even absorbing the surrounding laws and power. 10,000 dragons, return to one sword, pierce the heavens. Wu Tilde, cough tilde buzz tilde, singing tilde. In the void, the shadows of 10,000 dragons merged in an instant, forming a giant dragon tens of thousands of feet long. A dragon shadow coils around, with a giant sword hidden within, carrying the force to shatter the heavens, rushing towards the palm print along with the dragon shadow. Singing tilde, cough tilde, wu tilde, rumbled, whoosh whoosh. The two forces confronted each other in the void, their residual power rippling through the space. The sparks generated by the impact are like fireworks in the night sky, brilliant yet fleeting, inspiring imagination. Boom! A loud bang rang out, and Yi Tianhao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, propelled by the residual force of the attack. Exhausted, he had no way to fight back. In contrast, Yi Tianyu's silver crown was shaken off. His hair was flowing, and his face was covered in blood. He clutched his chest with one hand, his eyes filled with horror. Is this what he meant by destiny? Even though I have now attained sainthood, my combat strength is now on par with his. If he were also a saint, wouldn't he be able to defeat me with a single move? No, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Hey, Tilde. Having figured this out, Yi Tianyu, despite his severe injuries, rose to his feet. Today you must die. Call out. A long sword appeared in Yi Tianyu's hand. He was in the void, and he slashed at the exhausted Yi Tianhao. The latter raised his eyes heavily, his heart filled with extreme resentment. I have no strength left, could it be? Just when he thought he was about to perish, Li Kaingsun's body appeared in front of him. She held a long sword, the kind women use, and held it horizontally in the void. Ding tilde. Boom. A crisp sound rang out, the sound of swords clashing. PFFT tilde. With Li Kaingsun's current cultivation level, she simply could not withstand the might of Yi Tianyu, a saint. Her body staggered backward, then a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth, and she knelt on the ground. If it weren't for the sword in her hand supporting her, she probably would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Kaiying-sun, with the support of the myriad dragon's divine sword, Yi Tianhao stumbled and staggered to its side. Kaiying-sun, how are you? Brother Tianhao, I'm all right. Li Kaiying-sun managed a weak smile. She didn't want Yi Tianhao to worry about her. Ha, a piece of trash is a piece of trash. He even made a woman take a knife for you. Now you are exhausted. Is there anyone willing to take this blow for you? When Yi Tianyu mocked the two, his wild laughter never stopped. If Feng Haoran were here, he would definitely say something. The villain ultimately dies from talking too much. Suddenly, Yi Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Let me be a good person, and send you to hell to be a pair of star-crossed lovers. He gripped the knife with both hands, stomped his feet, and leaped into the air. Whoosh tilde. Go to hell. Buzz tilde. Yi Tianhao and Li Kaiying-sun listened, as the sound of the long sword, slashing horizontally, grew closer and closer. Sensing the approach of death, they had planned to close their eyes and await their demise. Suddenly, a crisp and pleasant collision sound rang out. Ding tilde. Yi Tianhao tried to open his eyes, and found a beautiful figure in front of him. This person was none other than Feng Qingwu, who had previously fought against the elders of the Yi clan. Whoosh! Her arrival also brought with her a dozen or so elders of the Yi tribe. What are you all good for? You can't even handle her. Enraged, Yi Tianyu was about to kill Yi Tianhao. But now, once again, things are being hindered. Feng Qingwu, who blocked the attack, no longer possessed the ethereal beauty she had before. He also had many wounds on his body. After all, he had to deal with more than a dozen immortal saint kings. Even with her cultivation level of half-step supreme, she still found it difficult to contend with him. She looked at the two exhausted people behind her, and then her hands began to form hand seals. Buzz tilde. At this moment, Yi Tianhao and Li Kaiying-sun's bodies involuntarily rose into the air. Sister Qingwu, what's wrong? You go first, I'll be right behind. Feng Qingwu didn't offer much explanation, and simply waved her sleeve. Buzz tilde whoosh tilde. The two were enveloped in a transparent halo before disappearing into the void. Sister Kingwu, hurry up and chase after them. Watching Yitianhao being escorted away by the woman in front of him, Yitianyu roared hysterically. Whoosh! Just as the elders were about to give chase, Feng Qingwu's body blocked their way. Your opponent is me. Don't think that just because you're from the Xuanji Pavilion, I, the young master, am afraid of you. Kill her. Chapter 71 Emperor Shishin, who wanted to be a fisherman. Kangling Domain, the domain of the desolate sea. From a distance, a divine light appeared to connect with the sky, and a terrifying aura swept across the sea for tens of thousands of miles. This is the strange phenomenon that occurred 3 years ago, and it continues to this day. The creatures that come to search for treasure reside on floating islands and sacred mountains thousands of miles away. They didn't know how long this strange phenomenon would last, and they all wanted to be the first to try it. In the desolate sea, 10,000 meters away, in the void above an island, a magnificent jade carriage floats suspended in mid-air. Around the jade carriage, nearly 100 armored guards stood like gods. Whoosh tilde. However, at this moment, a streak of light swept across the sea and arrived in front of the jade carriage. This was a woman with a captivating figure, who bowed to the jade carriage. The young emperor. Then a languid voice came from inside the jade carriage. So it's Zhu Jai who's back. Have the people you sent out found any information about the person who killed Dai Xuan? Not yet. The woman named Yukiheim responded with a somewhat nervous expression. The voice from inside the jade carriage rang out again. What about that monstrous being who possesses celestial bodies? Neither's nor. At this moment, there was a sudden silence inside the jade carriage, perhaps from quiet contemplation, or perhaps from a deep sense of disappointment. It might even be the calm before the storm. A few breaths later, a young man with a gloomy face walked out of the jade carriage. This person was the young emperor of the Soul Clan, Emperor Shishin. His eyes were low as he glanced sideways at Zhu Jai. Am I too good to you? Is that why you've been so perfunctory with me time and time again? 3 years have passed, a full 3 years, and you haven't even received a single piece of news about one of the 2 people I'm looking for. So what do I need you all for? To be decorations? Banged. When Dai Shishin roared in a cold voice, Zhu Jai and her armored guards knelt down. Young Emperor, please calm your anger. The celestial being has vanished as if evaporated. Not only do we have no news, but no one from other factions has been able to find out his whereabouts either. Oh, which forces are looking for him? Upon hearing that no one else had been found, Dai Shishin's anger subsided, and he became quite curious about the matter. As far as I know, the vampires and the Dao clans are also searching, but so far they have found nothing. Yuki wiped the fine beads from her forehead and truthfully told them what she knew. HMPH tilde, it's actually those 2 clans, interesting. Give the orders. The vampires and the Taoists are searching for us, so we just need to follow them. If they find it first, they will inevitably clash with the Celestials. Then, this young emperor will reap the benefits, hey. Yes, tilde. After responding, Yukiheim's figure once again transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Throughout the entire desolate sea, many forces are now searching for Feng Haoran. At this moment, Feng Haoran was actually located in a sacred mountain, 1,000 meters away from the place of the strange phenomenon. In a nameless, deep mountain valley, there are corpses of ferocious beasts and unidentified creatures everywhere. Feng Haoran and his group of 8 ignored the powerful pressure and killed many ferocious beasts and unknown creatures. When he first entered, he didn't know that after the unknown creatures or ferocious beasts that were killed died, 1 or 2 ancient silver tokens would occasionally appear. Based on his experience from reading many novels in his previous life, this kind of silver, antique token must be the key to entering the strange phenomenon and searching for treasure. Therefore, he went from being more than 10,000 meters away to within 1,000 meters. During this process, the closer one gets to the strange phenomena, the stronger the ferocious beasts and unknown creatures become. The ferocious beasts they had just killed were all at the Saint King or Supreme level. He even thought that if they went a few hundred meters further, they might encounter unidentified creatures at the Great Emperor level. Instead of scouting ahead for others, it's better to find a place to observe the situation first. He sat on Bai Zi's back, gazing into the distance, finally fixing his gaze on the summit of the sacred mountain. Tian Kui, let's rest on the mountaintop. We already have enough of those ancient tokens. After all, between being a trailblazer and getting a bargain, I still prefer the latter. Tian Kui looked towards the mountain peak that Feng Haoran had mentioned, and then observed the surroundings. Then he closed his eyes, and the ancient emperor's divine sense was released in an overwhelming manner. Buzz! They finally stopped at the summit, and immediately felt that the pressure at the summit was more than 10 times that below. With a slight frown, he opened his eyes. Young master, the impact of the strange phenomenon on the mountain peak is too powerful, and it is not suitable to stay for long. Perhaps we should head to the foot of the sacred mountain. The oppressive force there is minimal. Even if extraordinary phenomena or hidden treasures appear or a secret realm opens, we will still have the greatest advantage. In that case, let's go to the place you mentioned. After obtaining Feng Haoran's consent, Tian Kui flew forward to lead the way, while the rest of the group followed closely on their mounts. Soon after, the group arrived at a clearing at the foot of a sacred mountain, facing the sea and backed by the sacred mountain. Yes, this place is indeed nice. Feng Haoran looked around and was quite satisfied, while Tian Kui waved his sleeve. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a pavilion-like building appeared in the middle of the flat ground. Young master, I'm afraid you'll have to make do with resting in this pavilion for the time being. No problem. This place is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, giving it a sense of tranquility and peace. I like it very much. As Feng Haoran spoke, he turned and got off by Z, then went into the pavilion. Yukong and the others each guarded a region, since this was in the sea, where there were too many ferocious beasts and unknown creatures. In order to prevent the emperor from being disturbed, they had no choice but to take precautions. Seeing that they were guarding the 4 directions, Tian Kui flashed to the top of the mountain and gazed at the strange phenomenon that had lasted for 3 years. What kind of heaven-defying treasure could it be that took so long to prepare? It seems many more lives will perish this time. As soon as Feng Haoran entered the pavilion below, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The dog senses that its owner is physically and mentally exhausted, triggering the reward mechanism. The master is rewarded with a vat of innate spiritual liquid. Soaking in this liquid can help the master eliminate fatigue. Even if the master indulges in revelry every night, he knows nothing of fatigue. System, I'm starting to think that you're more suited to be human than any other being, for being so considerate. Ding, that's right, don't you know who my master is? This dog's whole life, body, and soul will be devoted to my master. All right. Release the innate spiritual liquid and you may kneel down and leave. Ding, yes, my beloved master. Buzz tilde. As soon as the system finished speaking, a white bathtub appeared in Feng Haoran's room. This bathtub was exactly the same as the one in the hotel he stayed in his previous life, and even hundreds of times better. Not bad, I never thought I could enjoy a bath that I couldn't bear to experience in my previous life. It would be even more suitable if a young woman came along. When he saw the bathtub, he thought about having Zairo Yuning serve him a bath, but he felt that wasn't the right idea. Feng Haoran shook his head to stop thinking about these messy things, and then stepped into the spiritual liquid in the bathtub. I have to say, taking a relaxing soak like this once in a while is really damn comfortable. Chapter 72, the dream actually came true. Whether it was due to the spiritual liquid or because Feng Haoran was genuinely tired, he soon fell asleep. In his dream, he was taking a bath with a girl, and the two were laughing and joking around before they started to fight. The atmosphere was simply too wonderful. He was so captivated that he wore a sly expression. Hey, as the saying goes, sweet dreams are always short-lived, and Feng Haoran was directly awakened by his own laughter. Upon realizing it was a beautiful dream, he didn't even open his eyes and instead made a self-deprecating remark. Tilde, I'm in puberty now, always fantasizing about these random things. Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. After saying that, he was about to wipe his face with his wet hands to clear his head. But then he realized that his hand was on a part of his body that didn't belong to him. With his eyes still closed, he felt his hand resting on something. It felt soft and bouncy, and the texture seemed nice, but his body couldn't feel it. A mind-blowing idea popped into my head, and I wanted to confirm it. He hugged himself tightly, and there was something he was actually holding. The warm touch made his body stiffen instantly. He then slowly opened his eyes, and a curse rang out. Holy crap, there really are people here. Yes, as Feng Haoran opened his eyes, a beautiful figure came into view. However, she was unconscious at this time, but from her tattered clothes, it was clear that she was seriously injured. However, that glimpse of spring light was completely exposed to him. He could see it clearly, especially that figure tusk. A soft hum came from behind him, and Feng Haoran, who had been about to look at his face, immediately stopped. The woman slowly woke up. Her external injuries had healed after being soaked in the spiritual liquid in the bathtub. She opened her bright eyes and looked around at where she was. Upon finding herself in a bathtub, her first thought was that she had been rescued. Just as I was about to get up, I discovered that the point of support I was on was a flat but springy place. In her dazed state, she grabbed something at random and was about to get up when a painful sound came from behind her. "Ah, Tilda!" The sudden shout made the woman turn around abruptly. The two locked eyes and blurted out, "It's you!" This woman was none other than Feng Qingwu, who had previously helped Yi Tianhao escape. She fought against more than a dozen immortal holy kings by herself, and at first they were evenly matched. Even the foundation-strengthening pills given to her by her master were exhausted, and she gradually became no match for her opponent. Despite her severe injuries, she used a secret technique to escape through the air, only to find herself reappearing at Feng Haoran's bathing place. At this moment, Feng Qingwu, who was already in a daze, instantly woke up when she saw Feng Haoran. "What are you doing here? I'd like to ask you something. I took a bath and fell asleep here. When I woke up, there was someone beside me. I was about to leave, but you woke up at that moment. Really, you lecherous thief, haven't you done anything to me?" Seeing the other party turn the tables on him, Feng Haoran laughed in anger. "He, what have I done to you? Before you say that, please take your hand away. If this continues, I seriously suspect you're planning to do something to me." Feng Qingwu looked down at her slender hand, and her face instantly flushed. She quickly let go of his hand and hurriedly got up, as the bathtub was quite full of spiritual liquid. The impact of her standing up caused her already tattered clothes to fall down. Her fair and radiant skin and enviable figure were instantly presented to Feng Haoran. "He, not bad figure." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly covered herself with her hand. Immediately, she kicked Feng Haoran in the stomach, and using the force, she flew out of the bathtub. Feng Haoran, in pain, was about to curse angrily, but when he saw the lotus emerging from the water, he was stunned. As Feng Qingwu turned around, she put her clothes back on neatly. "You lecherous thief, I'm going to kill you." Cough Tilda. Dressed neatly, Feng Qingwu conjured a long sword in her hand with a wave of her wrist, then thrust it toward Feng Haoran. The latter showed no panic, but slowly extended 2 fingers. Ding Tilda. The longsword was caught in the grip, then his eyes turned cold, and he snapped it with 2 sharp fingers. Thud Tilda. The sacred sword was snapped in 2, and then his body was lifted into the air. Buzz Tilda. As she got up, she casually pulled up the spiritual liquid from the bathtub to cover her body. In the blink of an eye, a blue and gold patterned Luo Tian holy robe appeared on his body, and his ice blue hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Even as a celestial maiden of the Xuanji pavilion, she found it difficult to resist Feng Haoran's charm. Feng Qingwu, holding the broken sword in one hand, was completely unaware of her infatuation. "Have you seen enough?" A voice devoid of any emotion came from Feng Haoran's mouth. Who's watching you, you lecherous thief? If you dare to call me a lecherous thief again, I won't mind. I'll execute you right here and now." Feng Haoran's cannibalistic appearance made the usually aloof Feng Qingwu shrink back, and fear even showed in her eyes. Seeing his expression, Feng Haoran gave a wicked smile and let out a soft snort. "HMPH Tilda." Then he left the room. Zyro Yuning, who was waiting outside, was about to follow his highness when he saw him come out, but then he noticed that another figure was also walking out of the house. Feng Qingwu, why are you in his highness's room? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" "You..." Before Zyro Yuning could speak, Feng Qingwu shouted loudly at Feng Haoran. "You lecherous thief, stop right there." Feng Haoran, who had already reached the edge of the sea, saw that the man had chased after him and was even calling him a lecherous thief. It was unbearable. "Woman, never try to challenge my bottom line. Don't think that just because you have some looks, you can be sure that I won't dare to touch you. If this doesn't stop, believe me, I'll throw you down to feed the ferocious beasts. You used my spiritual elixir to heal your injuries, and instead of being grateful, you dare to spout nonsense. Do you really think I'm made of clay?" Buzz Tilda. After Feng Haoran finished speaking, the aura of an emperor emanated from his body. This made Feng Qingwu's heart skip a beat, and she involuntarily took a few steps back. How is this possible? You are actually at the great emperor level. Nothing is impossible for me. Go back to where you came from. Don't let the destiny you're so devoted to guarding fall into the belly of a ferocious beast." "What?" Feng Qingwu couldn't believe her ears. She never expected that this forbidden celestial being already knew that Yi Tianhao was the chosen one. You already know that he is the chosen one. HMPH tilde just a minor heavenly fate, thinking that with the help of the mysterious pavilion, he dares to try to be my enemy. I don't know whether he's just ignorant or your Xuanji pavilion is arrogant and ignorant. By the way, let me tell you, Yi Tianhao, your Xuanji pavilion can't protect him. If I want to kill him, even the great Tao will be hard to protect. However, now is not the time. I still have a use for him. This, could it be, the legendary forbidden celestial being? They know everything about the chosen one. Such a devilish figure with such a weak destiny. Can he truly shake it? After hearing Feng Haoran's words, Feng Qingwu's resolve to keep her promise to her master wavered. No, as long as I, Feng Qingwu, am here, I will never let you have the chance to kill Tianming. Feng Haoran simply laughed off her words, then turned to look at the sea and admire the scenery. Chapter 73, The Chaos Spirit Garden emerges. The sealed clan is about to appear. The desolate sea, a place of strange celestial phenomena. Buzzing, within the soaring divine light, powerful rules of heaven and earth emanated. At this time, at the source of the strange phenomenon, Wang Daolin led the 4 great masters of the academy to observe the place for 3 years. So far, they have gained nothing, and have not discovered what kind of secret realm is about to be opened. Dean, the rules emanating from this divine light don't seem to be from some kind of secret realm. The opening of most secret realms is mostly due to the inheritance of ancient beings, so the power of rules they emit is limited. But the current celestial phenomena are a mixture of thousands of rules of power. This is indeed not a sign of the opening of the ancient great power's secret realm. This strange beam of light seems to be a convergence of the rules of 3,000 universes. Moreover, although these rules and powers have not yet reached perfection, they are extremely stable. It's like it's forming a mysterious space. Buzz tilde, rumble tilde tilde tilde. Before Wang Daolin could finish his analysis, a loud boom suddenly echoed in the void. Immediately, a strong wind arose, and the once clear Kangeling domain suddenly became extremely dark. At the same time, in addition to the Azure Spirit domain, the other 5 domains also became extremely dark. The beings in the 6 realms instantly panicked, for this did not seem like the prelude to a storm. The signs of fear now are like the collapse of space itself. The dark space is extremely oppressive. Could this be the end of the world for Huangshan? Why is the desolate sky like this? Is it because the spatial rules are incomplete and it's really about to collapse? I don't want to die. No, I don't want to die. I've devoted my entire life to cultivation, hoping to live a little longer. If this space collapses now, I will die unwillingly. Feng Qianju of the Feng clan stood floating in the air, gazing at the dark void. At this moment, there was no trace of worry on his face, because, given his current strength, he can sense that the space in the desolate sky is still stable. Unlike the outside world, where darkness would cause them to panic and think the desolate sky was about to collapse. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, the space around Feng Qianju distorted, and an old man stepped out from it. It seems that the 3,000 universes will soon be in turmoil from this moment on, and the words of the origin ancestor will soon come true. Great ancestor, you've arrived. Upon seeing the old man, Feng Qianju bowed to him. With such strange phenomena appearing in the world, I'd like to see what kind of trouble this incomplete Tao of this space will cause. By the way, has the little one gone out to experience the world? Yes, he is currently in the Kangeling domain, and I've heard that he has already entered the desolate sea domain. The strange phenomena there have persisted for 3 years, and they must be related to today's events. Feng Qianju's words made the great ancestor fall into deep thought, and then he looked at him very seriously. Qianju, you are now the person in charge of the sealed clan in this space. Back then, your father did this to help our ancestors fight against the chaos demons. We sealed you, who had just been born within the chaos divine source, and brought you with us to this small universe. The purpose is to continue the main lineage of the Feng clan, so that one day they can return to chaos. Alas, you are unlucky. You encountered a great calamity for your family right after you were born, and when you came to this universe, you encountered the usurpation of the great Tao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been sealed away for so long, until you broke through the chaos god source millions of years ago, and only then did you reach the ancient emperor realm. If you had the right opportunity, you would probably have already reached the chaos level. Feng Qianju didn't feel unlucky at all in response to the great ancestor's words. On the contrary, he felt very lucky. Having arrived in the desolate heaven, I have spent countless epochs within the chaos divine source. But after he broke free of his seal, he encountered the person he was meant to be during his training. Now that he has his own child, he sees himself as the one who has come out ahead. As for strength, Feng Kainju thought of this, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the great ancestor's voice rang out again. When the little guy's bloodline reverted to its ancestral form last time, the ancestor's phantom descended. Judging from his words, the demonic forces must have been dealt with for the time being. However, it must have been a Pyrrhic victory. Otherwise, given our ancestors' temperament, they would have made our entire clan return that very day. He probably feared that the little guy's constitution would be feared by others, so he planned to pave the way for him before taking him back. Therefore, the little guy is crucial to whether the Feng clan can enter that place. Therefore, we must protect him well. Of course, you must not waste your own great talent. You should know that your father was a figure who rivaled our ancestors, and someone we all admired back then. Sometimes we old guys think about, what kind of monsters are you all, each one born more extraordinary than the last? Haha, ancestor, you're being too polite. We're all from the same lineage. Upon hearing this, Feng Kainju couldn't help but laugh and joke. Don't call me great ancestor. In terms of birth, I'm not much older than you. We are from the same generation. The only difference is that you were sealed away by the chaos god source for a considerable period of time. As you said, I was sealed at birth, and when I break the seal, you are already a respected elder, so you deserve to be called an ancestor. I cannot bear this. It's all right here, but if we return, your identity will have to be restored. With my current level of cultivation, I'm afraid without the status of a member of the main branch, I wouldn't even be qualified to be a guard in the family. Buzz tilde woo tilde. Sizzle, slap, slap. Just as Feng Kainju was about to speak, another booming sound rang out from the void. Then the sound of the great Tao resounded throughout the entire desolate heavens. I am the great Tao of the desolate heaven universe, born from the appearance of the chaos spirit garden, which borders the 3,000 universes. After 3 years of exploration, numerous treasures were discovered, including the immortal sacred fruit, the supreme divine elixir, and the heavenly emperor's Tao principles. The above items, once consumed, will instantly make one a saint, a venerable one, or even reach the realm of the heavenly emperor, without affecting one's original foundation. In addition, there are countless chaotic artifacts, divine medicines, and sacred medicines. The Chaos Spirit Garden will open in 10 days. This time, apart from those of us who are on the Great Tao and cannot participate, even those at the Heavenly Emperor realm can go. Because the top 500 in the desolate universe, only 10,000 people can enter. Those who wish to enter the Spirit Garden must possess a Chaos Sacred Decree, which I have already integrated into the body of a ferocious beast. The voice of the Great Tao paused for a moment after speaking. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a giant, ancient-looking silver token appeared in the dark void of the 6 domains of desolate heaven. This item is the Chaos Holy Decree, and the opening of the Spirit Garden involves the survival of the desolate universe. I hope everyone will work together. As for the vanished Heavenly Emperor, I will use my supernatural powers to send them into it. After the Chaos Spirit Garden ends, the missing rules of the desolate heaven will be completed. Then the future of the desolate land will be written by you. As the voice of the great Tao faded away, the dark void in the 6 realms instantly returned to its previous clear sky. However, the creatures went mad. At this moment in the void of the Feng clan, the great ancestor who was beside Feng Kainju trembled all over. The Chaos Spirit Garden. It's actually the legendary Chaos Spirit Garden that has appeared. I never expected it to appear in such a small universe. Great ancestor, do you know about this Chaos Spirit Garden? Isn't it just a gimmick used by that false great Tao to deceive all living beings? Seeing the great ancestor so excited, Feng Kainju asked him for the reason. No, Chaos Spirit Garden is an object of the chaos space, according to the records of the family. Its existence is imperceptible to anyone, and it is activated only once every 100 million years. However, his own small universe and its great Tao could not possibly know the secrets of the Chaos Spirit Garden. Only when it truly appears in the world will the 3,000 great Taos perceive it. Moreover, the Chaos Holy Decree that was just presented is the proof of entry into the Chaos Spirit Garden. Haha, with its appearance in the world, we will soon be able to return to our family. Quickly, gather the ancient emperors and great emperors of your family and head to the Azure Spirit Domain. This time, as our clan is officially revealed to the world, we will take at least 5,000 of the 10,000 Chaos Holy Decrees. Anyone who dares to utter a single word of dissent shall have their entire clan exterminated. After saying that, he activated his half-step Heavenly Emperor Divine Sense and began to summon the other ancestors. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, eighth brother, come with me to the Azure Spirit Domain. Boom! Upon reaching the ancestral land of the Feng clan, 7 divine lights shot into the sky before disappearing into the void. Then 7 figures appeared beside the Great Ancestor and Feng Qianju. As for why the Great Ancestor only summoned 7, it was to leave the other ancestors behind to guard the clan and prevent others from raiding their home. Great Ancestor. After the 7 people arrived, they bowed to him. The Great Ancestor ignored them and spoke to Feng Qianju instead. Qianju, the Chaos Spirit Garden is fraught with unpredictable dangers, and none of us are confident that we can escape unscathed. But there are some chaotic treasures inside, which even families living in the chaos covet. Therefore, you must attend this clan enfeoffment ceremony. Please make arrangements for your family. After the Great Ancestor finished speaking, he and the other elders disappeared into the void. Feng Qianju looked in the direction they had left and let out a long sigh. Phew, Tilda, after so many years of comfort, it's time to stretch my muscles. Since our ancestors have paved the way for Heoran, how can I, as his father, fall behind? Suju, lead your troops and accompany me to the Kangling Domain. Suju was the black-armored man who often appeared by his side before. As the leader of the 7 absolute heavens, his combat strength is extraordinary. As soon as Feng Qianju finished speaking, a voice came from the void. Yes, Tilda. P.S. Hey everyone, Pumpkin's babies, please give me a free update request. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review. If you don't, please point it out and help Pumpkin improve. It's best to comment at the end of the chapter. There's no hint for paragraph comments, and Pumpkin has to search for them. So everyone is welcome to spot the flaws. Chapter 74. Various races appear in the world to seize the Chaos Holy Decree. In the desolate universe, after the awe-inspiring sound of the great Tao gradually dissipated, countless forces, large and small, surged towards the now mysterious and unpredictable Kangling Domain like a tidal wave. This naturally includes the other 4 major forces of the Forbidden Clan. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Forbidden Jai clan was lively, with all the Jai clan emperors gathered together. Their figures hovered in the air, quietly waiting for the 7 highly respected ancient emperors in front of them to give orders. The old man standing in the very center was none other than Jai Shenwang, the most revered of the 7 ancestors. He gazed intently at the nearly 1,000 emperors before him, his eyes gleaming with wisdom and majesty. Everyone, a great opportunity has arrived, and it is also the time for our Jai clan to be born. Although ancient emperors and heavenly emperors can enter the Chaos Spirit Garden, the opportunities within depend on each person's own abilities. Of course, danger is everywhere. For the sake of our family and our personal cultivation, we must brave this danger. If they could obtain the heavenly emperor's Tao principles, then they would add another heaven-defying giant to their family. When that time comes, we will leave this universe, and that will no longer be a dream. Therefore, as members of the Jai clan, we should take the future of our clan as our primary responsibility. The Great Ancestor spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but it seemed to contain endless power and profound meaning, causing everyone present to feel a surge of emotion. Everyone knows that this opportunity is of extraordinary significance to the entire Forbidden Princess clan. It might even concern the future rise and fall, honor and disgrace of the clan. Therefore, when the patriarch spoke, no one dared to be negligent in the slightest, and all listened attentively. Then, all of you will follow me into the Azure Spirit Domain. Yes, Tilda. As soon as Jai Shenwang finished speaking, nearly 1,000 emperors responded excitedly, as if they had already obtained the heavenly emperor's Tao principles. Seeing the eager emperors in the family, Jai Shenwang nodded secretly, then shouted loudly. Set off. The Forbidden Jiang clan, a clan governed by the rules of life, had a young-looking, handsome man with flowing purple hair who floated in the void, gazing at the lined-up emperors of his clan. Gentlemen, our Jiang clan is a forbidden life race, and in terms of combat, we are indeed somewhat inferior to other races. However, now that the Chaos Spirit Garden has opened, it is also the time for our Jiang clan to rise against all odds. As mentioned before, even the Heavenly Emperor's Tao principles were once present within the Spirit Garden. Such an opportunity will surely compensate for the inherent defects of our Jiang clan and the future of the Jiang clan. Besides possessing the eternal rules of life, you will also gain heaven-defying rules of combat power. Do you have confidence? Yes. Seeing the enthusiastic response from his clansmen, Jiang Nihuang, the great ancestor of the Jiang clan, waved his hand. Let's go. Whoosh. Then, one by one, their figures disappeared into the void along with Jiang Nihuang. Meanwhile, the forbidden Wayang clan's great ancestor, Wayang Poyu, looked solemnly at his clansmen. The opportunity is coming, and the heavenly emperor is about to appear. Our Wayang clan must avenge the humiliation we have suffered in this era. Follow me to the Azure Spirit domain to obtain the Chaos Holy Token. Yes, Tilda. This same situation occurred among the forbidden Usura clan. Moreover, even within the Emperor Origin domain, the leaders of the 9 major powers were also excitedly leading their family emperors to the Azure Spirit domain. Among the 6 domains, the immortal forces, as well as the evergreen and ancient forces, almost all headed to the Desolate Sea domain. As for forces below the Emperor or King level, apart from some supreme and immortal Saint Kings, no one dares to set foot there, because at this moment, the Desolate Sea region is filled with powerful figures and great powers. If anyone dares to compete with them for the Chaos Sacred Token, it would undoubtedly be courting death. Although there are countless opportunities in the Chaos Spirit Garden, they are not destined to compete for them. On an island in the vicinity of the Soaring, Anomaly in the Kangling domain, and the Desolate Sea domain, a young man dressed in white with a pale face was healing a beautiful woman with silver hair. These 2 people were none other than Yi Tianhao, who had been sent away by Feng Qingwu and Li Qiangsun. Few Tilda. After withdrawing the transfer of power and finishing the healing process, Yi Tianhao let out a long breath. Unexpectedly, the silver token I obtained was actually the Chaos Holy Token for entering the Chaos Spirit Garden. Heaven has truly been kind to me, but I only have one now, while Qiangsun and Sister Qingwu don't have any yet. No, I still have to fight the murderer. Sister Qingwu did this to save us. I must find this Holy Spirit for her. He glanced at Li Qiangsun, who was still unconscious, and looked around before discovering a cave that was only wide enough for one person. So he picked up Li Qiangsun and went to the cave. After settling her in and leaving a message that he was going out, he left. Meanwhile, inside a jade chariot suspended in the void, Emperor Shishin happily ran out of the jade carriage and happened to run into Zhu Jai, who was returning. Young Emperor, the voice of the great Tao just now came, and I didn't have time to issue the order to secretly follow the other 2 races to search for celestial bodies. Do I still need to issue it now? What else is being issued? The most urgent matter at present is to slay the ferocious beast and obtain the Chaos Holy Decree. I believe Father and Ancestor have already arrived. Quickly, follow me, the young Emperor, and advance 1,000 meters to annihilate the ferocious beasts. Dai Shishin glanced at Zhu Jai and said irritably, Yes, Tilda. Roar, Tilda. Awa, Tilda. Moo, Tilda. Chirp, Tilda. Today, the roars of ferocious beasts and the screams of living beings can be heard everywhere on the islands and sacred mountains of the entire Desolate Sea. A kilometer away from the strange phenomenon, beneath a sacred mountain facing the sea, Feng Haoran and Feng Qingwu stood on the edge of the sea, the former's face showing a strange expression. It was as if everything was going as he had predicted, except that this time it was the Chaos Spirit Garden that was to be opened. The participants were beings from 3,000 universes, but for him, this was undoubtedly another harvest. In contrast, Feng Qingwu was deep in thought. Although she longed for the opening of the Chaos Spirit Garden, she was also filled with worry. Whoosh! At this moment, Tian Kui and Yukong arrived, their hearts filled with excitement. Young Master is on his way here with his men. He ordered us to continue fighting the ferocious beasts, and of the 10,000 Chaos Sacred Decrees mentioned by the Great Tao, our clan must obtain 5,000. What 5,000? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu was taken aback. There were only 10,000 Chaos Saint tokens in the entire desolate heaven, and his clan needed 5,000. What? Do you have any objections to the sacred decree that I, the lord of the clan, require? Seeing her shocked expression, Feng Haoran glanced at her and